Chapter 1. Teacher Gu Fei. The sky over Cloud City was shrouded in gray, with a fine drizzle falling intermittently. Near the player spawn point of the Mage Academy within the city, two NPC merchants were surrounded by a throng of players. One sold brooms, while the other specialized in black-framed glasses. The influence of Harry Potter on the age-old theme of magic permeated even the latest holographic MMORPG, Parallel Worlds. These two NPCs, dressed in the quintessential Harry Potter attire, mercilessly extorted the newly arriving players. It's worth noting that the new players only received 50 copper coins from the system, while each of those useless decorative items cost 125 coins apiece, exactly 250 in total. Despite this, player enthusiasm remained undeterred, as they toiled all day for the meager sum. Everywhere in the Mage Academy, players donned flowing robes, donned black glasses, and flailed brooms as they bustled about. Amidst this festive atmosphere, one individual wore a troubled expression. Gu Fei, clad in a mage robe, stood at the center of the school square. Observing the cheerful crowd around him, he could only sigh in frustration, finding little to occupy his time. The last profession he wished to assume was that of a mage. Yet that was precisely what he had become. This unfortunate turn of events lay squarely at the feet of a student named Alpha. Gu Fei, originally a teacher at the academy, had inadvertently overheard several students discussing this new holographic online game. After inquiring further, Alpha, eager to ingratiate himself, bestowed upon him an account. Who would have thought that good intentions could go awry? Alpha had carelessly transferred to Gu Fei an already pre-selected account complete with a defined class and name. It was only after undergoing the holographic scanning and identity binding processes to enter the game that Gu Fei realized the predicament. Compounding the issue was the game's unprecedented hype due to its first-time use of holographic technology. Given the limited server capacity, the official account distributions were restricted to a single identity, ultimately leaving Gu Fei no choice but to embrace the role of a mage. Looking at the brand-new full set of holographic equipment he had purchased, he felt it almost a waste not to play, so Gu Fei reluctantly logged into the game. Yet it was a pity that he did not select the profession he had hoped for, leaving the game's purpose entirely lost on him. At that moment, standing in the city, Gu Fei was at a loss as to what to do next. As he pondered, he suddenly spotted a few battered mages, their robes tattered, running back from the entrance of the Mage Academy with bruised faces. Upon recognizing one particularly small and skinny fellow among them, Gu Fei instinctively called out Alpha. It was indeed this student one whose poor grades, lack of athletic talent, and unremarkable appearance relegated him to the absolute margins of school life. He was little more than a smooth talker. Gu Fei's mage account had originated from him. When Gu Fei encountered him in the game, he had to suppress the urge to give him a good thrashing, understanding that it hadn't been deliberate. Moreover, he had to maintain his role as a teacher. Alpha, hearing his name called, looked up and staggered over. "Hello, teacher," he greeted. "Enough of that," Gu Fei replied hastily. Being greeted so in-game was undeniably embarrassing. Many players nearby turned to observe, their curiosity piqued. "What happened to you?" Gu Fei asked, pulling Alpha away from the crowd. Gasping for breath, Alpha replied, "I can't believe it. I just went out to stroll around the city and got beaten up." "What level are you now?" Gu Fei inquired, puzzled. He understood that beyond the spawn point, there were no safe zones in the game. Yet he knew there was a PK protection for low-level players. The system prevented players below level 5 from being attacked. "I just spawned. I haven't leveled up yet," Alpha explained. "Then how could you have been attacked?" Gu Fei was confused. "It's not PK, it's just a beating," Alpha clarified. "What's the difference?" Gu Fei asked, bewildered. "Teacher, PK involves using in-game skills to deplete health points. But with this holographic simulation, they can just beat me up like a regular street fight. My health might not drop, but it really hurts," Alpha said, touching his mouth, grimacing in pain. "Unbelievable. Such people exist?" Gu Fei was taken aback. "Yeah, I didn't expect this to happen in a holographic simulation," Alpha replied. "Holographic simulation." Gu Fei mused to himself. "I need to check this out." Suddenly, he stepped forward to head outside. "Wait!" Alpha grabbed Gu Fei's arm. "Teacher, you're a mage. You naturally lack the physique and strength of those knights. We can't win in a fight." Gu Fei patted off his head, saying, "Have you forgotten? Your teacher knows martial arts." With that, he turned and continued on his way. "Teacher." Offa stared at Gu Fei's retreating figure, dazed. The fact that Gu Fei was skilled in martial arts was a running joke at Yulin High School. It was rumored that even the principal had commented privately, "What is shameless? Gu Fei claims to know martial arts, and it's the most shameless thing I've ever seen." Indeed, while Gu Fei was slightly more agile, faster, and possessed of good reflexes, others attributed this to his role as a physical education teacher. Gu Fei, however, insisted that his considerable skills were due to years of martial training, claiming to have been invincible since childhood. No one believed him. This disbelief was perpetuated by a well-circulated video on the school intranet, taken by a surveillance camera at the school gate. In it, a young man was shown being pummeled by an old man, left battered and rolling on the ground without the ability to fight back. The video's title was dubbed "Old but Vigorous." The older man was obviously the aggressor, while the younger was none other than Gu Fei, the teacher who claimed to be unbeatable. Given such an experience, who could be expected to believe Gu Fei's claims of martial prowess? Most believed he was simply lost in fantasy novels and a bit unhinged. Fortunately, while he claimed to know martial arts, he held no inclination towards violence, conducting himself with a serious attitude toward teaching, thus escaping further scrutiny. Yet now Offa watched as Gu Fei walked out of the Mage Academy, turning back to call. "Which way?" Offa instinctively pointed right, and Gu Fei strode off. Offa hesitated for a moment, realizing what was happening, and quickly hurried to catch up. The game's realism was astonishing. The cobblestone pathways were slightly uncomfortable underfoot, yet Gu Fei moved with remarkable speed while Offa struggled to keep up, sweating profusely as he saw Gu Fei stop at an intersection. "Where are they?" Gu Fei asked upon seeing Offa catch up. "They were over there." Offa pointed toward a fountain in the center of the square. "Teacher, don't go." Seeing Gu Fei advance, Offa shouted in alarm. Gu Fei turned back with a smile. "You stay here, I'll be right back." The sight of his retreating figure in the flowing mage robe appeared fragile, but exuded an unusual confidence and grace. "Darn it, worst case, he'll just get beaten. It's all a game, my real self won't get hurt." Offa thought to himself, then hurried after Gu Fei. But by this time, Gu Fei had already disappeared from view. Offa scanned the surroundings, soon hearing cries echoing from a nearby alley. Rushing forward, he peered into the passage. Inside the alley, 4 men clad in knightly light armor were mercilessly beating a frail man. The sound of fists landing against flesh was chilling. The victim was already bruised and bloodied, his face a tapestry of injuries. From his shabby equipment, his class was indiscernible, but even if he was a robust warrior, he was hopelessly outmatched by these 4 strong men. Now, with his back against the wall, he curled up, silent and defeated after being struck heavily. The 4 assailants all bore brutish visages, signaling they were no amateurs. However, they ceased their assault as Gu Fei appeared before them. No words were exchanged. The 4 men exchanged glances, a shared understanding dawning on their faces as they noticed Gu Fei's mage robes. "Let him go," Gu Fei commanded. "Is it him you mean?" The most burly of the 4 kicked the cowering man and exchanged looks with his companions, gradually encircling Gu Fei. They had initially expected him to flee, but unexpectedly, Gu Fei remained still, allowing them to surround him effortlessly. The leading thug's eyes flickered with surprise. But after sizing Gu Fei up, a look of understanding crossed his face. The man before him was not particularly tall. The fit mage robe failed to conceal his athletic build, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, indicative of someone who took physical fitness seriously. While his physicality was commendable, in a game, strength and speed were entirely dictated by data. And as a mage, Gu Fei was the weakest in terms of brute force. A single punch could leave him wailing in agony. Clearly, the high level of realism had led Gu Fei to forget this was merely a game. Without any niceties, the leader simply commanded, "Attack." Chapter 2. Kung Fu. 2 individuals charged from either side, while another retreated to the alley's entrance to prevent Gu Fei from escaping. In an instant, the 2 assailants closed in, one throwing a punch while the other aimed a kick. Unruffled, Gu Fei deftly stepped back, Evading their attacks, he then lifted his left leg in a swift motion, striking the left assailant squarely in the face. However, as he attempted to launch a flying kick with his right foot, he noticed that the individual on the right had already stepped back in surprise. Gu Fei forced a wry smile that in reality, such a move, dubbed the pair of swallows taking flight, would have undoubtedly struck both adversaries. Yet confined within the limitations of a game, his speed was severely hampered by the Mage's poor physical attributes, rendering him incapable of executing the full maneuver, resulting in only a half-hearted attempt. Furthermore, the diminished force of his strike was painfully evident. The left assailant merely clutched his face in shock, staring at Gu Fei, who mused that in reality, a blow of such magnitude would have left someone unconscious for 4 to 5 hours. Indeed, he possesses some skill, remarked the leader, his expression shifting, though he remained composed. Gu Fei's kick had landed, but its impact was evidently quite limited. He immediately shouted, "He's merely a mage. There's no need to be afraid." After declaring this, he surged forward to join the fray. Gu Fei maneuvered fluidly among the three attackers. Although his strength and physique were considerably weak due to the mage's inherent limitations, his agility was still commendable, at least. In this initial stage where all were novices yet to allocate points for upgrades, the disparity was not markedly pronounced. Gu Fei occasionally unleashed punches and kicks, relying on his extensive combat experience to strike true. Thus far, the three assailants had failed to touch the hem of his garments. The leader grew increasingly astonished. This fellow was more than just skilled. Fortunate for them, he was a mage. Had he possessed greater physical strength, the trio would have already been vanquished. At this juncture, Gu Fei felt a twinge of helplessness. Due to various constraints, many of his martial arts techniques could not be executed. It appeared that even if he had chosen a brawler-type profession, his skills would remain dormant without the support of upgraded attributes. Conversely, even though he was currently a mage with sufficient upgrades allocated towards agility and strength, he could still harness his martial arts potential. This thought invigorated Gu Fei. The three assailants, realizing they were unable to subdue Gu Fei, who appeared to grow more spirited with each exchange, felt a rising panic. Just moments ago, Gu Fei had displayed a remarkably relaxed smile, which only heightened their anxiety. The rudimentary street fighting techniques of these thugs were glaringly flawed in Gu Fei's eyes. With no desire to continue entangled with them, he seized an opportunity to withdraw, grinning as he asked, "Shall we continue this little skirmish?" Having sustained numerous strikes from Gu Fei, albeit not excessively powerful, the accumulated toll was nonetheless uncomfortable. Particularly as Gu Fei had intentionally focused his blows on the same areas, the trio now bore the marks of his efforts. The one on the left sported a dark bruise around his left eye. The one on the right bore a similar mark around his right eye, while the leader in the middle had blood streaming from his nose, speaking cautiously lest he swallow his own blood. He tilted his head back, wiped his face in a futile attempt to stem the flow, and declared to his companions, "Let us get out of here." "Wait," Gu Fei interjected. "You think you can just walk away without an apology after this?" "Apologize?" The leader laughed derisively. "You can't even kill me. Why should I apologize?" This assertion held some truth. After all, despite Gu Fei's persistent efforts, he had only managed to inflict 2 black eyes and a nosebleed. Hardly life-threatening injuries that in the realm of gaming, death necessitated one's health points reaching 0. And in this instance, despite their battered appearances, their health remained intact. A peculiar quirk of the game, Gu Fei merely smiled faintly, bending down to pick up a shard of stone from the ground, and with a sudden motion, he hurled it, striking the leader squarely on the forehead. Furious, the leader exclaimed, If that had struck your eye, what do you think would happen now?" Gu Fei said leisurely. The leader froze. Initially, he believed Gu Fei was merely tossing a stone at him, but the implications of Gu Fei's words began to sink in. In reality, you would emerge unscathed, but in this game, you would forever be blind. Do not forget, this is a holographic simulation. Gu Fei stated. The leader, startled, took a few steps back, but as he pondered, he thought, "Is it truly possible to strike an eye?" His anxiety faded, and he laughed heartily. "Kid, who are you trying to scare?" Gu Fei remained silent, deftly scooping up another piece of rubble with his foot and swinging his arm with precision. A cry of anguish escaped the leader as he clutched his right eye, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain, his lamentations echoing relentlessly. The agony of a blinded, I was on an entirely different level than a mere black eye. You still have one eye left, Gu Fei remarked to the writhing figure on the ground. With that, he flicked his foot, sending 2 stones aloft, which he then clenched in his fist, casting a glance at the other 2 assailants beside the leader. This time, I have 2 stones in hand. Why, yes. We apologize. The 2, thoroughly terrified by the sight of their leader's torment, stammered their apologies. Let us go. Gu Fei gestured, and the 2 hurriedly assisted the leader, who shielded his right eye with one hand while tightly closing his left eye, trembling in pain as he stuttered, "Quick! Help me get out of here." The other 2, momentarily stunned, rushed to aid him in departing, while the individual who had previously stood guard at the alley's entrance had long since vanished. AFA, who had been observing the scene unfold from the alley, stood in stunned amazement. Only after the group had disappeared from sight did he recover, rushing into the alley with a look of astonishment to gaze at Gu Fei, exclaiming, "Teacher, you really know Kung Fu?" "Of course. I have practiced Kung Fu since childhood," Gu Fei replied, his tone and demeanor unchanged from his usual self at school. Indeed, Gu Fei was well acquainted with martial arts. Born into a family steeped in the tradition of Kung Fu, he had trained diligently from a young age. Each family member pursued their individual careers externally, yet internally, they shared a unified goal: to perpetuate and elevate Chinese martial arts. However, Gu Fei felt that apart from himself and his father, no one in the family truly cared about this mission anymore. His uncles and elder relatives still possessed some skills, but in Gu Fei's generation, there were no worthy opponents for sparring. Moreover, those who had devoted themselves to martial arts since childhood, like Gu Fei, were often met with disdain. What era are we in? The skies are filled with airplanes. The streets are teeming with computers. Can Kung Fu put food on the table? Gu Fei longed to prove them wrong, yet he only faced deeper contempt in return. The reality was disheartening that in this era, it was indeed challenging to make a living through martial arts. He had attempted various sports, seemingly the most suitable avenue for showcasing his skills, yet each endeavor ended in failure, either due to his inability to grasp the rules, as in soccer and basketball, or because, despite his martial prowess, it was inadequate in strategic games like chess. Furthermore, he faced inherent disadvantages in aquatic sports such as swimming and diving. Gu Fei could not swim. Even in martial arts competitions, he struggled to find a place. The Kung Fu he practiced focused on self-discipline and combat techniques, which left him at a disadvantage in performance-based martial arts. Meanwhile, his father strictly forbade him from participating in combat sports. "We practice martial arts to cultivate ourselves and transcend human limits, not to seek glory through violence," his father would admonish. "Is not surpassing human limits ultimately for the purpose of defeating one's opponent?" Gu Fei questioned. "You are mistaken. The best way to defeat an opponent is through a firearm," his father asserted. "A firearm?" His father nodded gravely. "Yes, a firearm, but..." Before Gu Fei could finish, his father delivered a swift punch. Such was the nature of a martial arts family. When reason failed, the truth was revealed through combat. That year, Gu Fei's father was still quite robust, his martial skills surpassing Gu Fei's. Naturally, Gu Fei could not truly engage his father, resulting in a rather humiliating defeat. That day marked Gu Fei's interview at Yulin. Ultimately, after being eliminated from all sports categories, Gu Fei barely managed to secure a position in the athletic realm, provided one considered the role of a physical education teacher as part of that domain. Due to a video capturing the moment his father had pummeled him outside the school, whenever Gu Fei sought to promote martial arts at Yulin, he was met with scornful labels. Was it truly so challenging for martial arts to find its place in contemporary society? Gu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He seldom attended family gatherings these days. Once, the elder generation regarded Gu Fei's commitment to martial arts as commendable, viewing him as a model for the family to inspire his peers. Now, witnessing his contemporaries clad in fine attire and thriving while he languished as a mere physical education teacher, even the elders began to waver in their beliefs. Aside from his father, no one remained convinced that Gu Fei was the most promising among them. Moreover, his father's steadfast conviction that martial arts are not meant for violence persisted. "I will never allow you to use martial arts to harm another," his father declared emphatically. "What about bad people?" Gu Fei inquired. "Not even them," his father replied firmly. "Bad people will naturally face justice through the police and the law." Then, What purpose does martial arts serve? Gu Fei lamented, grappling with his inability to comprehend as deeply as his father, perpetually questioning the utility of martial arts. Chapter 3. A Trial in the Parallel World. On that fateful day in class, upon overhearing several boys discussing the imminent release of a holographic technology-based online game, Gu Fei suddenly felt a spark of hope. He comprehended the implications of holographic technology. Since he could not fully express himself in reality, surely in the game there would be no restraints. That very day, Gu Fei procured a complete set of holographic simulation equipment and meticulously designated his profession. Fighter, a warrior who skillfully employs every part of their body in combat. Just from that singular description, Gu Fei was convinced it was the perfect vocation for him. Unfortunately, due to a minor mishap caused by IFA, he ended up with the most delicate and least suitable profession for close combat. Mage. Initially despondent, Gu Fei soon realized that the distinction of professional attributes within the game was merely relative to the skills assigned to each class. For him, it meant he already possessed a full suite of professional skills. As long as he allocated his skill points wisely, the specific profession was inconsequential. Of course, as a fighter, the profession's attribute bonuses would undoubtedly align better with his martial prowess. Nevertheless, being a mage did not imply utter ineptitude. He resolved to embrace the role of a martial arts mage. A groan interrupted Gu Fei's musings as a figure in the corner struggled to rise. Teacher, IFA dared not approach, looking up at Gu Fei. Gu Fei hastily went over to assist him. Are you all right? I'm fine. The individual stood, taking a deep breath. Though his face bore signs of injury, it also radiated an air of scholarly grace. Such a refined character was hardly surprising as a target for bullying to Gu Fei, and IFA helped him to a seat by the fountain in the plaza center. The young man turned and splashed some water from the pool onto his face, revitalizing himself. He then turned to Gu Fei with a smile. Hello, I am Hong Chun Xiao. It was immediately apparent that this was his in-game name, prompting Gu Fei to introduce himself. Qian Li Zue. This name, coined by IFA, sounded like that of a drunkard, which left Gu Fei feeling somewhat disheartened. They exchanged a brief handshake, while IFA, looking distinctly juvenile, was completely overlooked by Hong Chun Xiao. Holographic technology is being employed in online games for the first time. I anticipated some unforeseen mishaps, but I never expected this, Hong Chun Xiao remarked, tilting his head skyward. Oh, from your words, it seems you are part of the game's staff. Gu Fei inquired. IFA perked up. He fancied himself a seasoned online gamer. The title of game staff implied countless advantages, whether it was divulging insider information or directly assisting in acquiring exceptional equipment. Players typically scorned those who violated professional ethics, yet when encountered, they wished to venerate them as if they were family. Hong Chun Xiao nodded towards the sky. The public test just commenced, and shortly thereafter, I received reports of a group of novice players exploiting the profession differences to bully mages and similar classes. I came to investigate, and lo and behold, I ended up getting beaten up myself. How will this be handled? Gu Fei asked. That remains uncertain, Hong Chun Xiao replied. It depends on how the technical team decides to manage it. There are numerous issues with the game. It seems we are still quite a ways from official charging operations. As Gu Fei and IFA observed Hong Chun Xiao gazing upwards, they too looked up. A light drizzle continued to fall, swiftly dampening their faces. That Gu Fei muttered to himself, wondering if the young man was still washing his face, and lowered his head. What are you two looking at? Unexpectedly, Hong Chun Xiao questioned first. What are you looking at? Afare torted. My nose won't stop bleeding, little brother, Hong Chun Xiao exclaimed. Both remained speechless. After a moment, Hong Chun Xiao lowered his head, rubbing his nose, and stated, Well, I must continue my exploration elsewhere. What about you? I'm off to level up. Gu Fei replied, eager to discover if the frail mage's body could truly exhibit his martial skills once he allocated all his upgrade points. After a brief hesitation, Hefei looked at Hong Chun Xiao and said, I wish to accompany you for a bit. Hong Chun Xiao chuckled. Little brother, I am a disciplined game staff member. Do not expect to gain any advantages from me. IFA, realizing his intentions had been uncovered, felt his face flush crimson and awkwardly stammered. "I didn't mean that. I simply want to familiarize myself with the game alongside you. Then let us be off." Hong Chun Yishao laughed, turning back to Gu Fei. "Would you like to join us for some familiarization as well?" He emphasized the word familiarization, causing Fa's face to redden further. "No, you two go ahead." Gu Fei waved them off. After parting ways with the duo, Gu Fei eagerly dashed out of Cloud City, making his way toward the leveling area. The leveling zones surrounding the starting city were invariably the most rudimentary. Parallel World was no exception. Even the monsters lacked innovation, comprising benign creatures like cats, dogs, and rabbits, which were typically regarded as humanity's good friends. Furthermore, due to the application of holographic technology, these creatures were rendered vividly lifelike and irresistibly adorable. Since these low-level monsters did not retaliate, even a small puppy would merely whimper when slapped. After delivering a couple of kicks to a hapless dog, Gu Fei found himself unable to continue. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the hesitation in the eyes of the other players that a few with steely resolve who had managed to inflict harm were met with disdainful glares, compelling them to cease. In the leveling area, numerous players stood with wide eyes, while the cats, dogs, and rabbits frolicked about, affectionately nudging the players' pant legs. "How can one even level up like this?" a male player lamented, tossing his weapon to the ground with a sigh. "Indeed, this is impossible. They are simply too adorable," a female player retorted, setting down her weapon and cradling a nearby rabbit in her arms, rubbing her face against its soft fur, exclaiming in frustration, "What kind of planning is this by the game developers? Why make the low-level monsters so charming?" Amidst the cacophony of complaints against the game's design, Gu Fei joined in momentarily before wandering off on his own. Since it was impractical to engage here, he figured he could simply find another location. Truth be told, he had little interest in battling animals. The martial arts he had practiced since childhood were aimed at human opponents, and he had never learned to target a dog's vital points. While this did not mean he was inferior to a dog, applying his hard-earned skills against such creatures felt utterly beneath him. Continuing along the main path and distancing himself from the city, he soon found himself amidst the endless mountains. The delightful cats, dogs, and rabbits were nowhere to be seen. Climbing to a hilltop, he gazed down into a valley that resembled a basin. At the foot of the slope, a bonfire blazed brightly, around which several unsightly figures lounged, idly dozing. Gu Fei quickly discerned that these individuals were not players but NPCs. Even identical sextuplets would not share the same height, build, and attire. Human NPCs were exactly what Gu Fei was eager to encounter. They must be the leveling monsters, he thought as he slowly approached the small cluster. The 6 individuals encircled the fire, ostensibly vigilant, though Gu Fei should have recognized their presence from the hill. However, it was only when he drew near that they sprang into action, as if stung by an unseen force, jumping up frantically and pointing at Gu Fei while shouting. Gu Fei distinctly heard their exclamations. "Wow, a fat sheep has arrived. Let's capture him." In previous online games, NPCs would have displayed floating text above their heads, but now, thanks to holographic technology, they communicated directly through sound. The 6 charged at him, their movements remarkably synchronized, maintaining perfect formation as they reached Gu Fei. The NPCs wasted no time with idle chatter. The foremost individual lunged at him with a meat cleaver. Gu Fei deftly dodged and retaliated with a punch, landing a solid hit. This encounter was notably different from the earlier scuffle with the 4 players in the city. Due to the PK protection, the previous fight had involved only the simulated pain of the holographic technology, without any tangible consequences. However, in this instance, even the weakest physical attack from a mage would inflict damage. Taking Gu Fei's punch, the NPC merely staggered and thrust his rusty cleaver again, that Gu Fei evaded and countered with another fist. The 6 assailants converged on him, yet Gu Fei navigated effortlessly among them, landing strikes with his fists and feet intermittently. That Gu Fei was unaware of the NPC's levels, but this skirmish proved far simpler than the ordinary brawl with the players earlier. In fact, it was rather tedious that Gu Fei's enthusiasm for holographic technology began to wane, that it now appeared that it merely simulated a convincingly realistic environment. However, these NPCs exhibited the same distinctly low AI typical of ordinary online games. Their repetitive and monotonous attack patterns were indistinguishable from those of any other low-level foes, and they lacked the capability to actively evade player attacks, merely relying on hit and dodge statistics for calculations. Defeating them was merely a matter of time, and Gu Fei consciously distributed his punches evenly among the six that after a few more minutes of effort, one NPC finally let out a final, defiant roar before collapsing. Following up with a series of punches and kicks, the remaining five were soon sprawled on the ground. Throughout the encounter, Gu Fei was bathed in light, with these unknown-level NPCs propelling him directly to level 6. Chapter 4. Rebirth. The parallel world encompasses 5 fundamental attributes: physique, strength, agility, intelligence, and spirit. With each level gained, one is awarded 5 attribute points, and Gu Fei unhesitatingly allocated all his points to agility. After a few swift punches and kicks, he found himself moving significantly faster than before. Elated, he realized that if he continued this way, not only could he return to his normal level, but since this was a game, further enhancements could even allow him to achieve speeds unattainable in reality. However, Gu Fei did not wish to become excessively formidable. He simply wanted to return to his authentic self. Any surplus points he intended to invest in strength, enhancing his attack power to match his own physical prowess, for he currently felt woefully inadequate. Clenching his fists, he acknowledged that as this was indeed a game, it was only natural to loot the defeated monsters. After allocating his points, he began to search the 6 creatures he had vanquished. Ultimately, he unearthed 2 small butchering knives and 6 small pouches. The monsters were not particularly wealthy. Each pouch contained merely a handful of copper coins, which Gu Fei collected into his own satchel. He scraped the rust off the 2 knives, tucked them into his waist, and donned his mage robe in order to achieve complete realism. Parallel World imposed no occupational restrictions on equipment, only certain attribute requirements, predominantly pertaining to strength. As for weapons like these rudimentary ones, they could be utilized by anyone without any specific attribute prerequisites. Once he was prepared, Gu Fei turned and made his way toward another hill. There, he encountered another campfire and 6 more comrades. However, before he could ascertain whether they bore any resemblance to the previous 6, the system issued a notification. Dear player, the game will disconnect in 10 seconds. Please prepare to log off. As the countdown ensued, 10, 9, 8. The game abruptly severed its connection, and the simulated environment vanished, returning Gu Fei to reality. What just happened? He murmured to himself as he connected to the official website. At that moment, the developers and operators of Parallel World were convening an emergency meeting to address the myriad issues that had arisen on the very first day of public testing. Being the first ever holographic game, Parallel World had been developed in secrecy to maintain its mystique, only beginning extensive promotion during the internal testing phase. The internal testing had been conducted exclusively by staff members, who had primarily focused their efforts on character development, quests, skills, and equipment, essential components of any conventional online game. However, the multitude of problems that surfaced on the first day of public testing were primarily attributable to the disconcerting effects of holographic technology. First and foremost, data collected from player complaints indicated that the excessively cute appearance of the low-level training area monsters was the most frequently cited issue. Female players expressed their outrage in unison, while male players worried that slaying these adorable creatures would draw the ire of their female counterparts, resulting in dissatisfaction that often surpassed that of the women. Additionally, the game's NPCs, buildings, and trees presented a monotonous and repetitive aesthetic, which could be rectified through technical intervention. However, the truly challenging issues were those stemming from human behavior. Within just half a day of public testing, the frequency of violent incidents in the game had left the officials feeling somewhat helpless. The sensory system simulation formed the very core of the holographic game, and the violent incidents occurred within this foundational framework, rendering them irreparable through mere technical adjustments. After extensive deliberation, it was decided to categorize such altercations as player versus player, PvP, interactions, with the protection threshold for PvP raised to level 10, whether players would engage in combat wielding in-game weapons while employing their left hand to execute self-developed techniques, such as the monkey steals peach maneuver, would remain to be seen. Perhaps this is for the best. After all, it's about realism. Holographic games thrive on authenticity. This is precisely our intention, a senior official reassured the attendees. Yet the subsequent issue was of a nature so egregious that it could not be veiled by the guise of realism. Instances of female players experiencing sexual harassment at the hands of male players. The game developers had not anticipated that holographic technology would so thoroughly expose the darker sides of player behavior. However, since the sensory simulation was an integrated system, removing the relevant components was not a task that could be accomplished through mere technical prowess. Moreover, this very aspect had been subtly marketed as a selling point, and the higher-ups were reluctant to impose a complete ban. The ultimate solution proposed was to design a system that respected the consent of both parties involved. Yet this presented a conundrum for the technical staff. Imagine, in a warm and gentle environment, a couple deeply enamored with each other, poised to take their relationship to the next level, when suddenly a notification pops up. You have received an invitation for a private interaction from, named. Do you accept? Even if they selected yes, the previously harmonious atmosphere would inevitably be disrupted. Furthermore, how would one define the boundaries of such interactions? Would a mere kiss qualify? What about a gentle touch? Someone is preparing to touch you. Do you consent? When one participant at the meeting hypothetically proposed such a notification, the room erupted in discomfort. Regardless, we must create something to observe player reactions and feedback for future adjustments, the ultimate decision-maker declared. After discussing a few more issues, the meeting adjourned, and all departments immediately immersed themselves in the urgent work at hand. The fact that the public testing had been retracted merely half a day and was undeniably a remarkable phenomenon in the annals of online gaming. Fortunately, they could use the pretext of first-time application of holographic technology, leading to a lack of experience as a rationale, but the pressure on everyone was palpable. The big boss surveyed the bustling figures around him, nodding in satisfaction. However, he soon noticed one individual remaining seated, grinning at him. Once everyone had departed, the big boss inquired, "Xiao Wu, do you have something to say?" "Boss, you truly understand my heart," replied the person known as Xiao Wu, rising from his seat and casually pulling up a chair beside the boss. "Speak," the boss urged, gazing at him. Xiao Wu was a member of the game design department, a core contributor to the entire development team. Today, what I witnessed leads me to believe that our game might encounter some complications," Xiao Wu stated. "Oh." Due to the holographic simulation, some individuals may carry their real-world skills into the game, thereby granting them an inherent advantage over other players. This poses a significant threat to the balance we continuously strive for in our game. Xiao Wu elaborated. "What skills might influence the game?" the boss inquired. "For instance, martial arts." "Martial arts?" Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. "Today, I encountered a player whose character class was a mage, yet he defeated 3 knights with his bare hands. I suspect he is someone well-versed in martial arts. Is there truly such a person?" The boss furrowed his brow. "Consider police officers, soldiers, martial artists, boxers, all of whom could create an imbalance within the game." Xiao Wu explained. "What can we do? We can't prohibit players from participating based solely on their real-world professions," the boss replied. "There's no easy solution," Xiao Wu conceded. Yet the boss smiled. "If there were no solutions, you wouldn't still be here discussing this with me." Xiao Wu chuckled. "This revelation has inspired me. Speak on." Traditional online games revolve entirely around combat. However, in our case of holographic simulation, shouldn't we intensify our development efforts to enhance systems beyond combat, allowing individuals with specific skills in real life to bring those talents into the game? This might create a semblance of balance, Xiao Wu proposed. "That sounds simple, but the development challenges are considerable," the boss remarked. "We could give it a try." "Very well. Prepare a detailed plan and present it at the next meeting for discussion," the boss instructed. "Absolutely," Xiao Wu replied, brimming with excitement. "I'll take my leave now." "Wait," the boss called after him. "I must ask, how did you manage to enter the game again? Surely, you are aware of the industry's rules? As a member of a game company, you are prohibited from playing your own company's game. Some companies impose such strict regulations that even relatives are barred. I have never agreed with that notion. We are here to create games out of passion. Why should we relinquish our right to enjoy them? Rest assured, I am a disciplined game developer, and in the game, I am merely an ordinary player," Xiao Wu assured him. "With your understanding of games, can you truly be ordinary?" the boss questioned. "Don't worry, I won't touch any of the hidden elements, I promise," Xiao Wu replied. "I'll have someone keep an eye on you." What is your in-game name? The boss asked. Red does smile. Xiao Wu chuckled as he exited the conference room. Chapter 5. Fireball. The adjustments and modifications to the game were being conducted on a grand scale, with the official announcements of progress being made daily. On the very first day, the adorable little creatures in the leveling area were rectified, and the repugnant beasts such as wild boars and wolves were entirely eradicated. As the days passed, players eagerly anticipated the changes. Although the last public test lasted merely half a day, everyone had experienced the unprecedented sensations brought by the holographic game. This time, the anticipation was even more fervent than before. Gu Fei was no exception. Upon returning home each day, his first task was to check the website for updates on the game's modifications. At last, there was a place to unleash his skills, and Gu Fei found himself waking up with laughter in his dreams. Due to the sheer volume of adjustments required, a month passed in waiting. The proposal put forth by Xiao Wu had been approved, but perfecting all aspects would entail a greater workload. Thus, the game company decided to gradually incorporate these enhancements in future updates, allowing the game to restart its operations. On this particular day, Gu Fei fortuitously had a class, and after it concluded, he rushed home, filled with anticipation as he entered the game. This sense of urgency was something he hadn't felt in quite some time. When he logged off, he found himself at the mountain peak in the wilderness outside the city, but was promptly transported back to his starting location, the Mage Academy. Did this mean he had to start anew? Gu Fei checked his level. It remained unchanged at level 6. That the coins he had collected that day were still in his pouch, and he still had the 2 rusty meat cleavers tucked into his belt. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a throng of mages gathered before an NPC, forming a lengthy queue. Confirming that this individual was not selling glasses or brooms, Gu Fei curiously joined the line. What are you doing? Gu Fei inquired. Learning skills, replied the person in front, glancing back at him. It turned out that, in order to equip players with the ability to protect themselves sooner, the level requirement for learning skills had been lowered in this update. Newborn characters could now acquire their first skill for free, with subsequent skills available every 6 levels. Thus, the newly minted players in the Mage Academy now had this additional task to attend to, aside from purchasing glasses and brooms. The queue moved quickly, and before long, Gu Fei found himself at the front, conversing with the NPC. He had already learned the first skill available to mages. It was nothing novel. Fireball, seemingly the perennial first technique mastered by mages. However, now that Gu Fei was level 6, in addition to the initial Fireball, he could also learn a second skill. Resist Fire Ring. If Fireball was the primary offensive skill for novice mages, then the Resist Fire Ring served as a crucial defensive technique for the fledgling spellcasters. Nonetheless, as a holographic game, the use of spells possessed certain distinctive features. In the expansive central plaza of the Mage Academy, thousands of players congregated, collectively chanting, "Fireball!" Instantly, a fireball ignited before each individual, floating in the air. A truly spectacular sight. The mages were visibly elated, yet Gu Fei noticed that the person beside him appeared pale, seemingly quite startled. "Fire!" someone shouted, leading the chorus of "Fire! Fire! Fire!" to erupt from the crowd. However, the Mage Academy was an absolute safety zone, where the use of spells and combat skills was strictly prohibited. Despite the command to fire being issued, the fireballs remained motionless. The individual beside Gu Fei grew even paler, prompting him to ask, "What is wrong with you?" "Damn it," the person cursed, adding Gu Fei as a friend. "Look at my name." System prompt. "Fireball has added you as a friend." Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the person's name was indeed Fireball, which explained the fright caused by the collective shouting. As more individuals learned the first spell, the central plaza was filled with cries of "Fireball." The person named Fireball, overwhelmed, decided to take his leave, calling out to Gu Fei, "Heh, I'm leaving too. It's too noisy." Gu Fei followed him out. The two departed the Mage Academy and headed towards the leveling area outside Cloud City. On the way, Fireball vented his frustrations, revealing that he had inherited this account from someone else, complete with the chosen name and profession. Gu Fei felt a sense of camaraderie, though Fireball had previously been indifferent to his name. It was only after the recent uproar that he began to harbor misgivings that he pondered how, in future battles involving mages, whether friend or foe, a shout of "Fireball" would undoubtedly distract his focus. For now, he could only hope that this rudimentary spell would be forgotten in later stages of the game. The Gu Fei could not resist sharing his own lamentations regarding his forced choice of the mage class, revealing a glimpse of his tragic circumstances. Fireball, misunderstanding the underlying reason, assumed that Gu Fei simply disliked the mage profession, and thus began to extol the illustrious history of mages. Regardless, Gu Fei found Fireball quite likable, as he was one of the few mages not sporting black-rimmed glasses or wielding a broom. As they conversed, they soon reached the outskirts of the city. The initial modifications to the game had already begun to show results. Outside the city, wild wolves and boars roamed in abundance, and having learned from past mistakes, these new creatures were thoroughly grotesque, the type that one would instinctively want to vanquish. This significantly invigorated the players' enthusiasm for leveling up. The area was teeming with players relentlessly pursuing and slaughtering the wild wolves and boars. Sadly, the strength of these creatures was entirely disproportionate to their appearance, and under the fervent onslaught of players, they could offer only the faintest resistance. In no time, the demand for monsters exceeded supply, with newly respawned creatures immediately surrounded by dozens of players. Fireball, filled with zeal, took a couple of steps forward and shouted, "Fireball!" A fireball materialized before him. "Fire!" he bellowed, and the fireball shot forth. With a resounding thud, the fireball struck a wild boar that was being mercilessly attacked by the players. Sparks flew, accompanied by the scent of roasting meat, and the boar collapsed. "Beautiful!" Fireball cheered, celebrating the accuracy of his first strike. However, at that moment, the players who had been assaulting the boar turned to glare at Fireball, their expressions reflecting disdain akin to that reserved for a creature even more repugnant than the boar itself. "Hello, everyone!" Fireball waved at the crowd. "Thief! No manners!" came the immediate backlash. "What? You were all just hitting it randomly, right?" Fireball was bewildered. There had been a dozen players attacking the creature, so how was a single strike considered thievery? Wasn't it the case that whoever dealt the final blow claimed the prize? "Are you blind? Can't you see we're in a guild?" one player shouted. "Guild?" Fireball looked at Gu Fei in confusion, who was equally perplexed. The game had only just begun. Who had the capability to establish a guild? The group nodded in unison, and one member yelled, "If you steal from our Heavenly Reversal Guild, you can forget about playing." Undoubtedly, no guild name could possibly be more audacious than this one. Yet, facing the intimidating members of this Heavenly Reversal Guild, Fireball displayed no sign of fear, much to Gu Fei's surprise. Fireball met their gaze directly, calmly stating, "So what if I steal? What can you do to me? I'm only level 1. Gu Fei chuckled, and no wonder this fellow was so righteous. Having monitored the official website daily, Gu Fei was aware that this modification was a direct response to the violent incidents he had experienced during the last test. Players under PK protection would be rendered ineffective targets for skills. Even if struck, they would not experience any sensation of pain. This latest update extended the PK parameters to include players' self-initiated attacks, meaning that should another altercation arise, Gu Fei would be incapable of blinding his opponents, and even if he struck, it would not inflict any pain. Fireball, emboldened by his protected status, viewed the intimidating players before him as if they were inconsequential. However, players who dared to name themselves Heavenly Reversal inherently possessed a spirit of defiance. Seeing Fireball adopt a nonchalant demeanor, unfazed by their menacing presence, they lunged at him without hesitation. "What are you doing?" "I'm level 111, Fireball exclaimed, emphasizing his plight. As he reiterated his level, he was seized by all 4 limbs and hoisted into the air, one player shouting, "Let us hang him from that tree over there." "Just throw him in the river," came the immediate counter. Whether being tossed into the river would invoke PK protection was not mentioned on the official site. Fireball grew frantic, struggling desperately. Yet, regardless of being a mage or a warrior, he had no chance in this situation. Fireball was hoisted aloft like a sacrificial offering to the gods in an ancient tribe, and as he looked down, he spotted Gu Fei shouting, "Hey, you there, save me." Gu Fei nodded, swiftly maneuvering through the crowd to block the assailants. "Everyone, let us discuss this calmly. Put him down first. Who are you? Step aside." The crowd barely acknowledged Gu Fei, dismissing him entirely. The game had only been open for a day. No matter how skilled the players were, it was improbable they could take on a crowd, especially since Gu Fei was merely a mage. "Yes, my friend. Let me down." Fireball continued to plead. "Friend? Then let us toss you both in the river." One player waved and several rushed toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei was taken aback. It wasn't just Fireball who was under PK protection. This group, still outside the city, attacking the lowest level monsters, was evidently unlikely to surpass level 10. The absence of pain and PK-protected combat meant that if this group got close, they would undoubtedly seize him, leaving him with no means of escape. Realizing this, Gu Fei quickly stepped forward, propelling himself into the air, twisting mid-leap, and executing a sweeping kick from right to left. Thud! 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 The three players at the forefront were effortlessly knocked down by Gu Fei's airborne kick. The trio landed in a heap, bewildered by their sudden downfall. Though they felt no pain, they were still aware of the sensation. It felt as if someone had lightly brushed their faces, yet the force was undeniable. The system's settings had created a surreal phenomenon more chilling than pain, rendering the three players stunned and immobile. The onlookers, witnessing Gu Fei's clean and decisive kick, were left dumbfounded. "What skill is that?" they murmured among themselves. "Do you know that move?" one asked the other mages. "I don't have that skill." "Where would that come from?" "Neither do I." The players of various professions began checking their skill panels, finding no trace of abilities like spin kick or whirlwind leg. "What profession is this guy?" they began to question, casting doubt on Gu Fei's mage robe. In a holographic game, equipment was not restricted by profession, so wearing a mage robe to conceal the truth was entirely plausible. "Hidden profession?" someone speculated. All eyes were fixed on Gu Fei, while the suspended Fireball remained oblivious to the commotion, only aware that the atmosphere had turned eerily quiet. The individuals holding him had frozen, maintaining their grip in silence. "What are you doing? Put me down!" Fireball yelled. His shout snapped the crowd from their stupor, and without thinking, they released their hold. Fireball plummeted to the ground, landing flat and muttering a curse. "Damn." Gu Fei ignored the crowd, stepping forward to help Fireball up as they departed. The group exchanged glances, but none dared to intervene. Chapter 6. The Mage Who Runs So Fast. "Where are we headed?" Fireball inquired, glancing back as the novice training area near Cloud City and the city gates grew increasingly distant. "There's too many people there to level up." "I am taking you somewhere else," Gu Fei replied. "Where to?" Fireball scanned the surroundings, noting the rolling hills that starkly contrasted with the terrain outside the city. Within the game, this indicated they had entered a new leveling zone. Gu Fei remained silent, leading him up a hill and gesturing towards a small pond nestled at the base, saying, "Look over there." But when he turned back, Fireball had vanished from sight. Suddenly, Gu Fei heard Fireball's voice from below. "Crouch down, are you trying to get us killed?" "We'll be spotted." Fireball was already lying flat against the slope, pressing his head into the grass while crawling backwards, struggling to speak to Gu Fei in hushed tones. "What are you doing?" Gu Fei asked, both amused and exasperated. "That is a vagabond. Do you know what level that monster is? You actually brought me here. I might as well head back and compete for monsters outside the city." Fireball exclaimed, inching back half a meter before daring to lift his head to speak. "What is the big deal?" "Just watch." Gu Fei chuckled, lifting the hem of his mage robe. "What are you doing?" Fireball shouted in alarm, only to see Gu Fei draw a dagger from beneath his robe. "You're a thief." Fireball was taken aback. "Fireball," Gu Fei called out. "Yeah." As Fireball responded, he noticed a fireball igniting in front of Gu Fei. Equipment may not prove one's identity, but skills certainly could not be faked. There was no doubt Gu Fei was a mage. "A mage?" Fireball nodded. "But why do you have a dagger?" "To fight monsters," Gu Fei declared, leaping down the slope. "Hey, are you crazy?" Fireball shouted, quickly crawling forward half a meter, only to look up and see Gu Fei already halfway down the hill. "Wow, a mage who runs so fast!" Fireball exclaimed, that moment. Gu Fei had entered the line of sight of 6 NPCs, who promptly stood and surrounded him. "We're doomed. We're definitely doomed. This guy is too weak," Fireball muttered. With 6 NPCs attacking, it was clear they were at least a level above him. Even if they were of equal level, these creatures were social and would assist one another. No single player could take them on alone, Fireball dared not blink, fearing that in the blink of an eye, Gu Fei could vanish in a flash of white light. But an incredible scene unfolded before Fireball's eyes. Gu Fei's figure danced skillfully among the 6 NPCs, his dagger flashing in a blur, occasionally erupting in sprays of blood, accompanied by the cries of the NPCs. Fireball lost the ability to blink, gasping in disbelief. Who on earth was this person? These 6 level 20 monsters were being suppressed, their attacks all missing. No, it wasn't T that they were missing. It was that Gu Fei was evading them. What level was he? 40? 50? But the game had only launched less than a day ago. How could anyone reach such a high level? Even if someone could achieve such a level. Was there a mage who could engage in melee combat like this? Could he be a hidden account? A concealed class, the legendary game balance disruptor? As Fireball began to daydream, Gu Fei indeed transformed into a series of white lights in his eyes. Leveling up, he had defeated all 6 monsters. With his enhanced speed and an additional dagger as a weapon, Gu Fei's efficiency soared. Fireball scrambled to his feet and waved vigorously at Gu Fei. Gu Fei first looted the NPCs before striding over to Fireball, wearing a nonchalant smile. To him, defeating those 6 predictable NPCs had been all too easy. Bro, what level are you? Fireball asked, his face filled with admiration. The Gu Fei glanced at his stats before responding. Level 10. What? Level 10? Fireball, who had just straightened up, sat back down again. Do you know what level they were? He pointed at the corpses of the 6 NPCs. I checked on the website. They're around level 20. Gu Fei replied. Level 10 defeating level 20 monsters, and you took down 6 of them alone. Fireball nodded, seemingly trying to convince himself, despite having just witnessed it firsthand. What is the big deal? If I can kill them, why not? Gu Fei shrugged off the concern. Fireball could only stare with wide eyes and an open mouth, rendered speechless. What was this? Was it skill? But what skill could there be in a holographic game? I know martial arts. Gu Fei grinned. Seriously, you can use martial arts to play online games? Fireball muttered. Before Gu Fei could respond, a shout echoed from the other side of the hill. Found them! Over here! Turning to look, they saw a figure standing on the right slope, gesturing toward them while shouting back down the hill. Both stood up and peered down the slope. From all directions, groups of players were converging, gathering into a crowd of at least several dozen. What is going on? Fireball asked, glancing around. Is there a boss? He searched, but apart from the recently fallen 6 monsters, there were no other NPCs in sight. They're coming for us? Gu Fei said. How do you know? Fireball questioned. I can sense their hostility. Gu Fei replied. Bro, you're just messing with me now. Fireball rolled his eyes. Yet Gu Fei's prediction proved accurate, as a crowd of players gradually amassed at the bottom of the slope, advancing toward them with menacing intent. See, I told you they were coming for us. Gu Fei pointed to a figure at the front of the group. Fireball squinted, recognizing that it was the same group of players he had clashed with earlier. Seriously, it's just one pig. Is it really necessary to mobilize so many? Fireball grumbled, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Anyway, I'm level 1. Didn't you see that pond over there? Gu Fei pointed down the slope. Fireball recalled their earlier threats to throw him into the river. His face paled instantly as he braced for the worst. Is that pond deep? Not sure. Gu Fei shook his head, and at that moment, the crowd had reached them. Gu Fei had never considered fleeing, and Fireball, thinking himself to be level 1, hadn't planned to escape either. But after Gu Fei's warning about the pond, he began to regret his earlier nonchalance. They met the opposing group, which formed a fan-shaped formation around them, numbering at least 50 or 60 players. Gu Fei let out a sigh. He could only use martial arts, and he wasn't superhuman. Taking on 50 or 60 opponents, even if martial arts permitted it, his stamina would surely not allow. However, whether or not they would engage remained uncertain. The wary looks directed at him suggested a hint of fear. What do you want? Gu Fei asked. The guild leader. It's him. One person pointed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately turned to the individual referred to as the guild leader. A scrawny young man, not particularly tall, but with straight, upright hair that elongated his face and stature. His skin was rough and pockmarked like an orange peel, and his small eyes darted around Gu Fei's figure. Gu Fei surmised that this individual must be a thief. After sizing up Gu Fei for a moment, the young man smiled. "Hello. I'm the leader of the Unruly Guild." "Hello," Gu Fei responded, maintaining his composure. "We came from Magic Domain to Parallel World together," the guild leader said. Gu Fei nodded. Being a young person himself, he was not completely ignorant of online games, especially since he often heard of the renowned Magic Domain. Before Parallel World, Magic Domain was arguably the most popular online game. At the school where Gu Fei taught, this game was regarded as a significant threat by the teachers, fearing that one careless moment might lead to their students being ensnared by it. However, with the emergence of holographic games, these older online games clearly faced an uncertain future. Since the public beta of Parallel World, Magic Domain had seen a continuous decline in online players, with the most prevalent activity being the selling of accounts as players sought to transition to Parallel World. Although Magic Domain was reportedly hastening its efforts to transition to holographic gameplay, they could never taste the sweetest first bite of that substantial cake. Beside him, Fireball was even more informed than Gu Fei. Having played Magic Domain, he recognized the name of the Unruly Guild in Magic Domain. It was a formidable guild, well known throughout the gaming community. Especially renowned was its leader, Sword Demon, who had perfected the dual mastery of the Magic Swordsman class, excelling in equipment, levels, skills, and techniques. Truly a paragon in the eyes of players. Fireball had once idolized Sword Demon while playing Magic Domain, never expecting to encounter him under such circumstances. Gazing at this rather unremarkable young man, Fireball couldn't help but ask, "Are you Sword Demon?" Gu Fei's calm reaction left Sword Demon feeling somewhat disinterested, but Fireball's response pleased him greatly, nodding slightly. "That's me. Nice to meet you." His demeanor exuded an air of superiority masked in approachability. "Wow. How do you look like this? Are you really Sword Demon, or am I seeing things?" Fireball blurted out, clearly striking a nerve with Sword Demon. Chapter 7. The Dagger Mage in the Realm of Magic. The Sword Demon once basked in unparalleled glory that he was the architect of the notorious Anti-Heaven Guild, a haven that all players clamored to join. Upon expressing his desire to transition to the Parallel World, an immediate chorus of support surged forth, with everyone eager to follow him and re-establish the Anti-Heaven Guild under his leadership. Little did they know that in this holographic game, their true forms would be unveiled, and the Sword Demon's starkly simplistic appearance stood in stark contrast to his previously illustrious online persona. The disparity was so jarring that a significant portion of the guild's players could not reconcile it, leading more than half to declare their intent to forge their own paths. Furthermore, the few female companions who typically surrounded him took one look and vanished without a trace that in the end, from nearly 1,000 members, only about 50 remained willing to accompany him. The harshness of reality left the Sword Demon feeling disheartened. Yet as a top-tier player who had once achieved greatness, he possessed remarkable resilience that he was not prepared to concede defeat. Rather, he resolved to carve out a new legacy in the Parallel World and restore the Anti-Heaven Guild's name to its former glory. His first priority was to strengthen himself. However, the very first day in the holographic game presented challenges that left the Sword Demon feeling disadvantaged. In this simulated environment, the concept of operation seemed obsolete. His once ethereal hands, adept at wielding a mouse and keyboard, found themselves rendered useless as an elite player. The Sword Demon understood that he could only compensate for this with a profound understanding of the game's mechanics. Fortunately, the game underwent a relaunch just half a day into its public testing, allowing him a period to readjust. During this time, he diligently studied a wealth of game materials and even simulated combat styles in reality. When public testing resumed, the Sword Demon entered the game brimming with confidence that in less than a day, he ascended to level 25, an accomplishment born of effort and sweat that surpassed ordinary comprehension. The game was not merely a pastime. It was a serious endeavor. At the outset, the initial levels presented the best opportunity for advancement. Naturally, the Sword Demon seized this moment, and with a level far exceeding that of his peers, he did not squander time on assisting others. Thus, he was absent from the Anti-Heaven Guild's ranks just outside the city when Gu Fei single-handedly dispatched 3 opponents and made off with a fireball, prompting his companions to hurriedly inform him of the incident. Upon hearing his companion's detailed account, the Sword Demon was filled with doubt that he was intimately familiar with all the skills in the game. If one were to assert a resemblance in technique, Gu Fei's kick bore an uncanny likeness to the fighter's swallow return flash. However, that was an advanced skill only attainable at level 54. How could anyone possess it at such an early stage? Moreover, his companions had yet to reach level 10. How could they possibly employ skills against players shielded by PK protection? Thus, the sword demon hurried back from the leveling area, leading his guild members in pursuit of the two who had departed. His motivation was not rooted in a desire for vengeance over a trivial incident involving a stolen pig, but rather a genuine curiosity about this character who intrigued him. Unfortunately, the fireball had struck a nerve. It was the most effective means to ignite the sword demon's fighting spirit, and the fireball had struck the mark with precision. After shooting the fireball a fierce glare, the sword demon inquired of Gu Fei. "What level are you?" "Level 10, Gu Fei replied. "Excellent." The sword demon nodded. "What if I take you both on alone?" "Hey, I'm only level 1. "Level 1. What level are you?" the fireball exclaimed. The Gu Fei echoed the fireball sentiment, adding, "Yeah, he is only level 1. He can't PK." The sword demon chuckled, having no intention. His words were merely a strategy to elicit a concession from his opponents. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei interjected, "So I can handle this alone." The sword demon widened his eyes, incredulous. "What did you say? Aren't you the one who wants to PK?" Gu Fei retorted. The Gu Fei's response left the sword demon with no option to retreat. That it was not fear that held him back, but rather a sense of the situation. To stake his claim to fame in the parallel world against a level 10 mage felt like a significant devaluation of his reputation. However, at that moment, he could not conjure a noble excuse to decline the challenge, and simply nodded in agreement. "All right, very well." He surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a spacious area by the pond at the foot of the hill. "Shall we go there?" This would be his first PK in the parallel world, and he believed a wide, flat area would be conducive to his performance. Gu Fei, indifferent to the choice, nodded and made his way toward the designated spot. The fireball hastily followed beside him, whispering, "Are you out of your mind? You don't even know what level he is, and you want to PK him? What is the big deal?" "If I can, then I will," Gu Fei replied with a grin. At the pond's edge, the two took their positions. Behind the sword demon, his companions stood tense with anticipation. They had faith in him, continuing to follow his lead in the game, and this battle would determine whether he could once again achieve the splendor of his past. Behind Gu Fei stood the fireball, preoccupied with gauging the pond's water depth, searching for a potential escape route should he find himself submerged. That he believed Gu Fei stood no chance against the sword demon, a top player in the online gaming world. Every game he had graced had been a pinnacle of excellence. The magic realm was merely one of many peaks he had conquered. "Let the battle commence," Gu Fei announced, lifting his mage's robe and drawing his dagger. A dagger. The sword demon was taken aback. This was clearly a mage. In the game, certain skills were universal. Upon reaching a level and paying a fee, any class could acquire them. Identification was one such skill, not solely for discerning equipment, but also for revealing player and monster classes and levels. The sword demon, highly experienced in online gaming, had learned the identification skill at the first opportunity and had assessed the two upon their initial encounter. Two mages, one level 10 and the other level 1. Due to his insufficient identification skill level, he could not discern their equipment, but Gu Fei's dagger caught him by surprise. "So, he is a novice," the sword demon mused, shaking his head in disappointment. His first foray into combat turned out to be against a mage wielding a dagger, a rather unimpressive encounter. The sword demon casually drew his own weapon, also a dagger, for he was a rogue, a true master of the blade. "Please go ahead." The sword demon felt that facing such an opponent did not warrant any pretense of. This gesture momentarily stunned the sword demon, and before he could process it, Gu Fei had already lunged forward. "How fast?" The sword demon was taken aback. With his moderate understanding of the game, he quickly did a mage focusing on agility. That the sword demon had encountered many such builds in his gaming experience, but a character relying solely on high agility to achieve evasion or even complete misses required exceptional levels and equipment. Typically, such strategies emerged only in later stages of gameplay, once players had. Yet in the parallel world, two factors complicated matters. First, it was a new game where everything was still in the exploratory phase. Second, each player was limited to a single account. Should one make an error in character building, there would be no opportunity for a fresh start. Consequently, even though the sword demon had reached level 25, he had only allocated points equivalent to level 10, refraining from carelessly spending them until he discerned a solid build path. The agile mage before him appeared to be a reckless anomaly that as the sword demon assessed Gu Fei. He deftly sidestepped the initial thrust. However, Gu Fei's reflexes were sharp. As soon as he missed, he pivoted, turning his back to the sword demon and thrusting his dagger upward from beneath his arm, aiming once more. Caught in a half-crouch stance from dodging the previous strike, the sword demon found himself facing a dagger aimed directly at his forehead. There was no time to evade. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his face, resulting in a sharp clang as his dagger collided with Gu Fei's. Both combatants staggered back, their hearts racing that Gu Fei had not anticipated that his 3 successive attacks would be evaded. These were no mere flailing attempts. They comprised a meticulously honed series of dagger techniques: Great Tusk, Tail Slash, and Yiksha, each targeting vital points. In reality, Gu Fei would never dare employ such moves recklessly. A single miscalculation could prove fatal. Having envisioned an effortless victory, he was taken aback by the sword demon's rapid reflexes. Although the sword demon had not trained in martial arts, it was evident that he possessed remarkable agility. Additionally, given his character's attributes, it was clear that his speed exceeded Gu Fei's. This realization dawned on Gu Fei. In the real world, only a martial artist could achieve such swiftness. Yet in a game, anyone could attain that speed through character builds, potentially surpassing even that. To encounter a situation in the game that could never materialize in reality filled Gu Fei with exhilaration. Chapter 8. Unchanging amidst change. At this moment, the mindset of the sword demon contrasted starkly with that of Gu Fei. Just a moment ago, he had been struck thrice in rapid succession, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Particularly the last strike, which he had instinctively defended against, had nearly overwhelmed him. The adversary was a mage, while he was a rogue. Conventionally, it should have been he who sought to close the distance, while the mage endeavored to maintain a safe range, assaulting him with arcane projectiles. Yet now, astonishingly, the mage was brandishing a dagger and advancing towards the rogue, resulting in the rogue, after sustaining 3 close-range hits, retreating in fright. And no matter how seasoned Sword Demon was in online gaming, he had never envisaged encountering such a scenario. Initially, he had been apprehensive about the mage's rudimentary fireball spell. Despite its low level, a direct hit could inflict damage equivalent to 2 or 3 of his own strikes. However, it turned out that the mage was not using spells at all, but rather attacking him with a blade, which was both combatants were at an impasse, neither daring to advance recklessly. The sword demon frantically recalculated his tactics, that he lacked any ranged attacks, and realized that to incapacitate his opponent, he would have to close the distance. The mere thought of doing so made him break out in a cold sweat. Fireball Gu Fei suddenly spoke towards the crowd, but in an instant, a fireball ignited rapidly before him. Disaster. In his fixation on the mage's melee capabilities, he had entirely overlooked the fact that he was, after all, a mage. Upon seeing the fireball, the sword demon began to maneuver in an erratic S-pattern, already familiar with how mages cast fireballs in the game. Once launched, the fireball would pursue its target for a brief moment and within a minuscule range. As long as he could evade or remain outside this range, he would successfully dodge the attack. The sword demon twisted and turned frantically in the clearing among the crowd, waiting for Gu Fei to utter the command shoot. To his surprise, however, Gu Fei appeared momentarily stunned by the fireball, muttering, "I wasn't calling you. I was addressing that fireball." With a whoosh, the first fireball extinguished, only to be swiftly replaced by a second. The sword demon's movements became even more frantic, yet Gu Fei's fireball remained inexplicable. Before long, the fireball extinguished on its own. With the mage's fireball looming in the distance and no advantage in close combat, how could he possibly prevail? There was no choice but to proceed. The sword demon believed that Gu Fei's repeated igniting of fireballs was merely to hinder his movements. Without waiting for Gu Fei to conjure a third, he unleashed his signature skill, watching as his silhouette gradually— "Stealth!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. Stealth was undoubtedly the rogue's trump card, so this revelation was not surprising. What truly astonished the crowd was that stealth was a skill obtainable only at level 24. While they knew the sword demon must be of a higher level, they had not anticipated it to be so significant. Truly, he was the foremost player in the online gaming realm. Just moments ago, they had been fretting over the sword demon being repelled by Gu Fei in 3 strikes. Yet now their confidence surged that I in the world of online gaming. Levels spoke volumes. The disparity between level 24 and level 10 was so vast that it rendered combat almost unnecessary. Having vanished from the eyes of the crowd, the sword demon concealed himself in a corner of the arena, observing Gu Fei's movements. He had refrained from using stealth immediately due to the mage's level 6 skill, Resist Fire Ring. The essence of stealth is that once an attack is executed or one is struck, the rogue immediately becomes visible. Although the damage from Resist Fire Ring was minimal, its range was slightly greater than that of a close-range attack. Thus, the rogue could not stealthily approach while the mage wielded Resist Fire Ring. Of course, Resist Fire Ring had its weaknesses that it possessed both casting and cooldown times, and the disparity between these two durations meant that a mage could not maintain the spell indefinitely. This window was the perfect opportunity to activate stealth and approach for a surprise attack. The sword demon deduced 2 key points from his experience. First, an elementary mage in a player-versus-player scenario would invariably activate resist. Second, his opponent would never suspect that he had mastered the level 24 skill of stealth. Thus, his original plan had been to wait for Gu Fei to exhaust his Resist Fire Ring before executing a lethal close-range attack. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that both of his assumptions were erroneous. Gu Fei had neither activated Resist Fire Ring nor exhibited any surprise at the rogue's stealth. Furthermore, the mage's melee capabilities were driven by necessity. The sword demon was left with no choice but to activate stealth. He believed that upon witnessing his use of stealth, the mage would undoubtedly activate Resist Fire Ring immediately. Yet his stealth duration exceeded that of Resist Fire Ring by 3 seconds, allowing him to close the gap and strike once the spell cooled down. Unless the mage had enhanced his Resist Fire Ring, extending its duration beyond that of his stealth. However, this possibility seemed negligible. A level 10 character would not possess the time or resources to upgrade any skill. Through his understanding of the game, meticulous calculations, and the formulation of an optimal combat strategy, the sword demon had always approached online gaming with utmost seriousness, never underestimating even a level 10 mage. Yet, regrettably, he had misjudged this time that Gu Fei remained unmoving, neither activating Resist Fire Ring nor attempting to evade the invisible foe. Could it be that he hasn't learned Resist Fire Ring? Or is he truly an abysmally inept novice? The sword demon pondered, rife with uncertainty. Yet opportunity waits for no one. He swiftly approached Gu Fei, anticipating several potential routes the mage might take. Gu Fei did not budge, not even a finger. The sword demon even wondered if he should get close enough to blow in his face to ignite some semblance of awareness. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Gu Fei's back. Yet Gu Fei remained utterly unresponsive. The sword demon had no time to contemplate further. His stealth duration was about to expire, and he prepared to backstab as the name suggests. This attack must be executed from behind the target, capable of inflicting 200 damage plus an additional 40 points under normal circumstances. Although the activation of the skill would cause his stealth effect to dissipate, and the surrounding crowd's gasps would alert Gu Fei by that time. Given the 14-level gap, the rogue's backstab against the mage could only conclude in a swift kill. There was no other conceivable outcome. The onlookers remained oblivious to the unfolding events, unaware that the sword demon had stealthily approached Gu Fei from behind. But at that moment, Gu Fei suddenly pivoted sharply, extending his left hand with remarkable speed. The crowd gasped in bewilderment. In the next instant, a silhouette of the sword demon materialized in the air, his right hand gripping a dagger, yet his wrist was firmly held by Gu. Time seemed to freeze in the minds of the spectators. Yet the action on the field was far from stagnant. The Gu Fei's left hand swiftly pressed and twisted, causing pain to shoot through the sword demon's wrist, rendering his fingers weak, and the dagger slipped from his grasp. With a swift motion, Gu Fei's right hand arched downward, his fingers loosening and tightening as he discarded the previously held dagger while deftly catching the sword demon's dagger. With a swift maneuver, he bent the sword demon's right arm behind his back, advancing upon him, and raising his right hand, the dagger poised at the sword demon's throat. Gu Fei's actions were executed with such swiftness that by the time those around them comprehended the situation, the sword demon was entirely subdued. The blade rested against his neck. Although this was merely an online game, the implications of this standoff were unmistakable to anyone with a discerning eye. Brilliant! The voice that broke the silence belonged to Fireball. Realizing that should Gu Fei be defeated, he would become the next target, he had been filled with dread. Now, seeing Gu Fei's triumphant display, he was invigorated, clapping as he emerged from the crowd, approaching the two and patting the sword demon on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You must be level 24, right? Bested by a level 10 mage. How do you feel about that?" Haha. Fireball wore an expression of unbridled triumph, as though he himself had vanquished the sword demon. The sword demon's face turned ashen. He accepted his defeat begrudgingly. Even having been granted the opportunity to approach from behind for a backstab, he had still been bested. What more could he possibly contest? A level 25 rogue could only employ these tricks. Who on earth was this individual? The techniques he employed were clearly not among the game's standard skills. Resignation did not equate to being content with his loss. The sword demon felt a tumult of emotions within. Once the premier expert in online gaming, he now found himself bested by a mage 15 levels his junior. Had all his past accomplishments truly faded into the annals of history? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a release behind him. Gu Fei had already released him. The sword demon turned, taking 2 steps back, and inquired, "What is your name?" "Qian Li Zue." Gu Fei replied, "Very well, that I shall seek you out again." The sword demon declared. Gu Fei smiled and nodded. As the sword demon turned to leave, Gu Fei suddenly called out, "Wait, your dagger." With that, he tossed the dagger back to the sword demon. The sword demon caught it, momentarily stunned. This dagger, known as Frost Remembrance, not only dealt damage but also conferred 25 agility, a 30 critical hit probability, and a 10 chance of inflicting level 3 frost damage. It was a weapon dropped by a boss he had inadvertently defeated using the terrain of the forest, and its attributes surpassed any currently listed on the official website. Having lost the match, the sword demon's pallor was ashen, partly due to the realization that this dagger now rested in Gu Fei's possession. Yet, Gu Fei tossed it back to him, and the sword demon gripped it tightly, scarcely able to believe it was real. That in a world rife with players who relied on real money to gain advantage, such a treasure could easily be sold for several months' worth of a regular person's salary. Yet this young man before him, did he not understand its value? Or was there some other reason? The sword demon was confounded, unable to articulate his thoughts, and merely nodded in acknowledgement to Gu Fei, expressing his thanks before turning to depart. Chapter 9. The tactics of the masters. The other players of the unrivaled guild, witnessing their leader's resounding defeat, appeared utterly dispirited. After casting a few venomous glances at Gu Fei and Fireball, they quietly departed. Fireball, reveling in his newfound dominance, whistled and jeered. The once admired gaming expert now evoked nothing but disdain in his eyes. "Bah! Drunken brother! Drunken brother!" Once the members of Unrivaled had dispersed, Fireball had already erected a new idol. "How did you know he was behind you?" Fireball inquired. "Because I said, is that really a thing?" Fireball murmured. "Of course," Gu Fei nodded. "I am still honing my sensitivity to such feelings, but my fourth uncle is a true master. For instance, when he is sleeping over there and you walk by or make a noise, he remains deeply asleep. Yet, the moment your attention focuses on him, he awakens instantly." "You truly know martial arts," exclaimed Fireball. "It is not merely martial arts, it is kung fu." Gu Fei corrected him. "What is the difference?" "Martial arts are for physical fitness. Kung fu is meant for overcoming adversaries and defending one's homeland." Gu Fei sighed, reflecting on the disparity in understanding between him and his father. His father consistently emphasized that they practiced martial arts, while Gu Fei believed it to be unequivocally kung fu. Defending one's homeland. Is there even a need for that now? Fireball questioned. Not at all. Gu Fei laughed. Which is why I am indulging in this online game. Oh, that can I learn it? Fireball perked up. You. Gu Fei hesitated. Is it because I am too old? Fireball's disappointment was palpable. In his early 20s, he felt that according to certain martial arts novels, the protagonist should already be renowned by this age. Beginning to learn martial arts at this stage would mean that by the time he emerged, all the suitable partners would have been claimed. However, Gu Fei shook his head. Kung Fu should indeed be formally learned once one's body has fully matured, ideally around 15 or 16 years of age. You are of a similar age to me. How could you be too old? The only issue is that learning Kung Fu requires a significant time commitment, at least 8 to 12 hours daily. Do you have that much spare time? Not really, Fireball answered without a moment's thought. Perhaps you could utilize your gaming time. No need, no need. I think I will pass on that. Let us continue with the game. Fireball hastily interjected, but Gu Fei could only manage a wry smile. That moment. 6 homeless men had respawned by the pond. Gu Fei picked up the small knife he had dropped earlier, ready to engage the enemies. Fireball remarked from the side. Drunken brother, the monsters here are too high level for me. I lack your skills. I shall practice elsewhere. I'll guide you, Gu Fei offered. I am here to enjoy the game, not to be led. Fireball asserted with determination. Very well, then off you go. Gu Fei laughed. Drunken brother, do take it slow. Do not leave me too far behind. Fireball called out as he ran, waving his hand. If you're still around later, let us head back to town for a drink. Absolutely, Gu Fei replied enthusiastically. With that, the two parted ways, and Gu Fei continued to grind monsters in this leveling area. The exhilarating battle with the sword demon had invigorated him. It had been a long time since he had the opportunity to engage in such a duel. He relished the sensation of that fleeting moment between victory and defeat. Although this opponent's combat techniques were rather rudimentary, in a parallel world where combat skills were essential, it was only a matter of time before everyone would acquire a certain level of fighting proficiency. Then, the true excitement would begin. As for the NPCs before him, Gu Fei dismissed them with ease. Computers would always remain computers. Their rigid attack patterns, repeated ad nauseum, would ultimately prove ineffective. Sooner or later, all players would discern the predictable strategies of computer-controlled foes. For instance, that sword demon, with his intellect and reflexes, would inevitably become a formidable player by the pond at the foot of the hill. Gu Fei had been grinding for a full 2 hours. To him, it was not merely monster slaying. He was practicing his kung fu routines. The invigorating sensation of perspiring profusely was something he cherished. He found no monotony in his repetitive actions. While many family members had abandoned the practice of kung fu, Gu Fei persevered out of pure love for it, deriving immense joy from the experience. After toppling 6 more homeless men, Gu Fei reached level 16, that he cupped his hands in the pond's water and splashed his face. The warm sweat on his skin met the cool water, providing an indescribable refreshment. For the first time, Gu Fei genuinely marveled at the game's realism. The sensation of perspiration combined with the cool touch was simply magnificent. That moment, Gu Fei received a notification about a new message. Upon opening his inbox, he saw it was from Fireball. Drunken brother, what level are you now? Level 16, Gu Fei replied. Ah, such rapid progress. I've only just reached level 10. Gu Fei could almost feel Fireball's lamentation through the text. However, Fireball had taken 2 hours to reach level 10. While Gu Fei had merely engaged in 2 battles by the pond, it seemed that in this parallel world, defeating higher-level monsters was indeed an excellent strategy for rapid leveling. Drunken brother, are you finished yet? I have saved some money. When you return to town, I shall treat you to a drink. Fireball messaged again. Sounds good, Gu Fei responded, beginning to gather the items from the 6 defeated foes. A few coins, some unidentified flowers and plants, and then there were the small knives. He had collected more than a dozen and had run out of space to store them. Although the game was entirely realistic, game characters still required a means of inventory storage in the parallel world. The inventory was designed as a pocket. Any items collected could simply be tossed into the pocket affixed to the right side of one's waist, and they would be securely stored away, never to fall out. When one wished to retrieve an item, they would reach into the pocket and feel the neatly organized compartments. Whatever compartment they touched would yield its contents naturally. Upon withdrawing one's hand, the item would be in hand, reminiscent of a wondrous contraption. Having organized his belongings, Gu Fei climbed to the hilltop, scanning the horizon to discern the direction back to Cloud City. Unfortunately, he spotted someone at the pond's edge practicing their skills. Stealthily approaching from behind a homeless man, he executed a backstab, followed by a flurry of strikes as he faced the monster's onslaught. After toppling one, he swiftly retreated to rest and, once his health had recovered, repeated the maneuver. The dagger in this person's hand emanated a faint azure glow that Jiu Fei smiled, recognizing that this individual was none other than the Sword Demon. His level appeared to be in the 20s, making him well-suited for monster grinding in this area. However, the 6 homeless men were ill-suited for solo players, aside from someone with Gu Fei's exceptional skills. Only a player as strategically minded as the Sword Demon could handle them. Though there should have been 6 homeless men by the campfire, only 3 remained, that is, the 4th respawned. The Sword Demon would immediately approach, stealthily draw near, strike from behind, engage in a forced attack, retreat, rest, and wait for the next respawn before repeating the process. Gu Fei could not help but admire the Sword Demon's methodical approach, which mirrored his own tactics tailored to exploit NPC characteristics. Yet, Gu Fei soon noticed that not far from him on the hillside, another person was also observing the Sword Demon's display. Clad in a form-fitting purple robe that accentuated her figure, she was unmistakably a female player. From his vantage point, Gu Fei could not clearly discern her features, but he noted that her right hand cradled her left arm, while her left fingers lightly rested on her lips, intensely focused on the Sword Demon below. It was unexpected to find that a girl could appreciate such skill that Jiu Fei chuckled softly, that moment. The Sword Demon had just dispatched another homeless man and retreated to his resting spot. He rummaged through his pocket, seemingly realizing his inventory was full, sighed with relief, and looked up, only to find the 2 on the hillside watching him. After a moment of surprise, he turned and departed. At this distance, Gu Fei wondered whether he had recognized him. After all, he did not possess any of the unique signature equipment like the Frost Recollection. With their primary object of interest gone, the 2 immediately chose their respective paths to leave. Gu Fei noted that the girl's direction aligned closely with that of the Sword Demon, and he inwardly chuckled. Could it be that the Sword Demon was to have a romantic encounter? Though curiosity sparked, the thought of Fireball waiting for him at the tavern in town prompted him to abandon the notion of following them. Chapter 10. A unique taste. As Gu Fei made his way back to Cloud City, the number of players gradually increased, their presence shifting from the distant horizon to the immediate surroundings. It was evident that most players were not yet focused on leveling up. Rather, they were reveling in the novelty of the holographic simulation game. 2 players stood together, shaking hands and patting each other's shoulders, both captivated by this refreshing experience. Upon returning to Cloud City, Gu Fei inquired with Fireball about the direction to the tavern and proceeded toward the plaza. The tavern, auction house, and bank, 3 pivotal establishments, were situated in 3 corners of the square. Gu Fei stepped forward and pushed open the door to the tavern. Contrary to his expectations, the interior was not shrouded in darkness, but rather bathed in a soft, natural warm hue. The tavern was bustling with players, all in high spirits. Those seeking solace in drink to forget their sorrows had yet to arrive. The bar counter was adorned with an array of exquisite bottles, while the NPCs serving guests exuded a cheerful demeanor, warmly greeting each patron without a hint of indifference. Gu Fei scanned the surroundings, but his observations paled in comparison to Fireball's keen eye. From the corner of the room, Fireball called out, "Drunken brother, over here." "Hey, Fireball." Gu Fei waved back. Suddenly, a bright fireball ignited before him. The surrounding players were momentarily taken aback, but once they grasped the situation, laughter erupted throughout the tavern, and Jiu Fei patiently waited for the fireball to dissipate before approaching the table. Fireball wore a disgruntled expression, muttering curses aimed at the friend who had bestowed upon him such a name that Gu Fei listened to his grumbling. He continued to survey the area. "Hey, isn't that?" Gu Fei's attention was diverted as he spotted someone. Fireball turned to glance, chuckling. "It's Sword Demon. He just entered not long ago. This guy took a detour and returned before me," Gu Fei remarked. What's that supposed to mean? Fireball inquired, puzzled. I saw him leveling up in that area earlier, Gu Fei explained. Oh, his level seems to be about right, Fireball noted as he poured Gu Fei a drink. Here, drunken brother, try this. With a name like yours, you must enjoy drinking. Gu Fei smiled wryly. Have you forgotten? My name like yours was given to me by someone else. Oh, then I forgot. Fireball slapped his forehead. Had I known, I wouldn't have offered you a drink. That cost me a silver coin. He lamented that a silver coin equated to 100 copper coins, enough to purchase a basic weapon at the blacksmiths in the early stages of the game, which would take considerable time to accumulate through monster hunting. Don't worry, it's on me. Gu Fei chuckled, knowing that he was earning significantly more from defeating higher-level monsters than Fireball. At that moment, Sword Demon also noticed Gu Fei seated nearby. Their eyes met, and Sword Demon nodded in acknowledgement. The tavern was alive with excitement. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and an immediate hush fell over the establishment, leaving behind only a few scattered sounds from those who had their backs to the door, including Gu Fei. As Gu Fei turned to face the source of the attention, he beheld a young woman. Clad in a familiar purple robe, he hesitated to assert that she was the same one he had seen on the hillside. During his return journey, he had encountered many wearing similar attire. Evidently the novice gear of a particular class that end the game, equipment automatically adjusted to fit each character perfectly, accentuating their physique. The woman before him possessed a tall, slender figure, with curves that were flawlessly defined, devoid of any excess flesh. It was no wonder that the entire tavern was momentarily entranced. Such a figure was undeniably captivating. In contrast, her facial features, while still striking, did not quite match the allure of her physique. Nonetheless, she bore an exquisite face, her eyes shimmering like water, and the slight smile at the corners of her lips exuded warmth. With a gentle nod to the patrons, she acknowledged the crowd, prompting them to return to their previous demeanor, the atmosphere shifting from unabashed admiration to feigned nonchalance. The tavern was indeed crowded, with no vacant tables, save for a few spots at certain tables. The male players at these tables displayed expressions of excitement, yet none dared to issue an invitation. After all, the risk of becoming the target of collective disdain was too great. With the intention of fostering a harmonious environment, everyone remained silent, awaiting the young woman's choice. She glided gracefully toward them, and Fireball appeared visibly excited. Their table, meant for 4, now only accommodated 2, presenting a promising opportunity. However, as the young woman scanned the available seats, she quickly bypassed Gu Fei and Fireball. Disappointed, Fireball sighed, "Wow, she smells amazing. In a game, how could there be a scent?" Gu Fei scoffed. "It's her natural fragrance. The game simulates body scents." Fireball insisted. Gu Fei smiled, choosing to ignore him. By this time, the young woman had traversed nearly half the tavern, and, seeing no available seats, seemed poised to exit through another door. Suddenly, she halted beside Sword Demon, who was seated at a 2-person table all by himself, leaving one seat open. Everyone held their breath, many puzzled. What an unusual choice for her. In terms of looks, he was arguably the least attractive in the tavern. Though Sword Demon was a top-tier online gaming expert, he was still just an ordinary man in this regard. Seeing the beautiful woman stop next to him stirred a flutter of excitement within him. However, the young woman did not take a seat. Instead, she lightly raised her right hand and tapped Sword Demon on the back. The room remained eerily quiet. Did these two know each other? The thoughts echoed in everyone's minds. Beauty and the Beast. This was the sentiment shared by many, while a few others likened it to a flower blooming amidst dung. Sword Demon, taken aback, realized he had no acquaintance with her, and he lifted his head, ready to speak, but she smiled at him and pointed to the ground, saying, "You dropped your coin." Everyone, including Sword Demon, looked down. A glittering gold coin lay at his feet. "Oh, thank you." Sword Demon instinctively bent down to pick it up, contemplating using this moment as an excuse to buy the young woman a drink. "No need to mention it," she replied, and by the time he retrieved the coin, she had already made her way to the door, glancing back with a smile before gracefully departing. Sword Demon was left in a daze, tightly clutching the coin, as if he were grasping a precious treasure. Such a great figure, stunningly beautiful, and her voice is so enchanting. "I think I've fallen for her," Fireball murmured. Drunken brother you. Huh? As Fireball turned to speak to Gu Fei after the young woman exited the tavern, he found Gu Fei had already sprung to his feet, hastily pursuing her. You truly are my idol, Fireball exclaimed, dumbfounded, as he watched Gu Fei dash out of the tavern. Gu Fei burst forth, scanning the area, only to see the young woman disappearing into a narrow alley on the right, that he hurried after her. What a foolish man Sword Demon was. Gu Fei fumed inwardly, still oblivious to the fact that the Frost S remembrance dagger he had left on the table had been deftly pilfered, and no one would have imagined that such a young woman would engage in such behavior. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Gu Fei would have found it hard to believe. How despicable! Gu Fei gritted his teeth, this incident stirring memories of childhood shadows. Back then, during his martial arts training, he adhered to a principle of eating less but more frequently. Whenever he prepared to indulge in a meal, that unfortunate child from his uncle's family would invariably appear, saying, "Hey, Xiao Fei, how come you're eating off the ground again? Pick it up before Sanshu sees and scolds you." Oh! Little Gu Fei would scramble to retrieve it, only to find that his delicious meal had vanished along with that unfortunate child by the time he returned to the table. Countless tricks followed, like a flying saucer, or your father is looking for you, and the Black Cat Sheriff has begun. Ultimately, these antics instilled a deep-seated resentment in Gu Fei for such predatory tactics. Regrettably, by the time he resolved to confront his uncle's child, the child had grown tired of Gu Fei's meager meals and ceased to play such games. Years had passed, yet the mere recollection of those experiences invoked a sense of unresolved grievance within Gu Fei. Today, he finally encountered a situation reminiscent of those days. Alas, his opponent was a young woman. He had a deliberate how to proceed that as Gu Fei pondered. He reached the mouth of the alley, only to find himself face to face with her, their noses nearly touching. She does smell delightful, Gu Fei's initial thought, but as realization struck, he quickly stepped back, only to see her gazing at him with sultry eyes. "Why are you following me? Hand over what you took," Gu Fei retorted, his tone unyielding. Though their prior close encounter left him feeling flushed and tempted to repeat it, he maintained his composure. "What did I take?" The young woman feigned ignorance. Feigning innocence. "The dagger you just pilfered from the tavern." "Frost remembrance," Gu Fei asserted. The young woman was momentarily stunned. She was not pretending. Upon seeing the pursuer was not the owner, she had not anticipated someone would come seeking the item, assuming it was merely a bored individual trying to strike up a conversation due to her beauty. She held considerable confidence in her allure. Chapter 11. The Flying Dagger. Once again the Flying Dagger, hurry up and take it out. Gu Fei extended his hand. "Why should I give it to you?" The young woman retorted. Gu Fei furrowed his brow. Should he really engage in a heartfelt lecture, saying something like, "Stealing is wrong. Stealing is naughty. Please return it to its rightful owner"? He had certainly delivered such moral admonitions before, for he was a teacher, after all. Yet, this young woman appeared to be of similar age to him, and having witnessed her deft and composed skills moments ago, Gu Fei suspected she might be a professional. To preach to someone like her would surely be futile. With reason rendered ineffective, he was left with no alternative but to resort to force. Having been shaped by his father's upbringing, Gu Fei shared many traits with him, save for their differing motivations for learning martial arts. Gu Fei clenched his fist, prompting a change in the young woman's expression. "What are you doing? Are you planning to hit me or strike a woman? You can't be that despicable. Want to avoid a beating? Then hand over the goods, or I assure you, you will no longer be a beauty," Gu Fei retorted. The young woman's face turned pale with fear, and after a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I'll consider myself unfortunate. Here." With that, she reached in her pocket and hurled a dagger at Gu Fei with force. If he were to be struck by it, Gu Fei would have no face left to claim any prowess in martial arts. He swiftly snatched the dagger from the air, preparing to say a few more words, only to see the young woman already turning to flee. "Oh no," Gu Fei thought to himself, realizing that what he held was not the frost of memories. He had been deceived. He leaped into pursuit. He had assumed he could easily catch up to such a seemingly frail woman, but soon discovered how gravely mistaken he was. This parallel world, while seemingly realistic, overlooked a fundamental truth: the disparity between men and women. The differences between genders in this holographic game mirrored those of old online games, simply encapsulated in the words male and female. Beyond that, there was little distinction. The official website had previously condemned male players for infringing upon female players, implementing substantial changes. Yet the determining factor remained the profession. Could a male mage harbor improper intentions towards a female warrior? His head would undoubtedly be severed, regardless of his leveled TO act on such inclinations. One would need to close the distance. From 3 to 5 meters away, even unleashing an ultimate spell would not constitute harassment, would it? The gender issue was truly a bug, Gu Fei pondered. Take this young woman before him, for instance. When she ran, the only word that came to mind was swift. Despite Gu Fei having dedicated all his level-up points to agility, this young woman evidently was a master of speed. The gap between them widened, and she even had the leisure to turn her head and make faces at Gu Fei. Enraged, Gu Fei realized that anger would serve him no purpose. In the game, there was no such thing as unlocking potential. One could exert themselves to reach their maximum capacity, but breaking through that limit was impossible. Fool, come chase me. If you turn this corner, you won't see me anymore. Seeing the distance between them grow, the young woman paused at the upcoming intersection and shouted back. Have the guts? Then don't run. Gu Fei resorted to the most primal method of provocation. However, studies had shown that women inherently possessed a resistance to such tactics, and indeed his taunt fell flat. The young woman, seemingly oblivious, blew Gu Fei a playful kiss. I'm not playing with you anymore, little mage. I am off. Having tired of the game, she turned to leave, but Gu Fei was thoroughly incensed. Go to hell. With a furious shout, he hurled the dagger like a shooting star. When it came to throwing daggers, none were more legendary than Xiao Li Fei Dao. Swift was merely a single word, but what made it truly fearsome was its precision. Xiao Li Fei Dao never missed. In gaming terms, that equated to ignoring evasion and achieving a 100% hit rate. Naturally, its accuracy stemmed from its speed. Because it was fast, no one could evade it. Xiao Li Fei Dao targeted only the finest of practitioners, each capable of vanishing before one's eyes in the blink of an eye, thus requiring unparalleled speed to strike them. Yet for Gu Fei, he aimed at a young woman who had just turned to flee. She lacked both the awareness and the skill to dodge Xiao Li Fei Dao hit her. Accuracy alone sufficed. With his precision, Gu Fei was confident he could strike her squarely in the EYEAS. The dagger whizzed through the air with a swift whoosh. It struck her calf, causing her to crumple to the ground. Elated, Gu Fei rushed over, only to find the young woman wailing in agony, utterly unrecognizable. The tears of a beauty are the hardest to bear. Gazing at the pool of blood forming around her, Gu Fei felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he may have gone too far. Though this was merely a game, and despite his knife inflicting no real harm, it would undoubtedly hurt. The Gu Fei guessed as much. He had never endured such a severe wound himself, yet it appeared the dagger was lodged quite deeply. This is simply too much. The young woman sobbed, sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing Gu Fei approach, she pointed at him while continuing to wail. The Gu Fei felt a hint of remorse, but recalling she was a criminal, he steeled himself, adopting a cold demeanor. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bundle of small knives, shouting, "If you keep cursing, I'll stab you with all of these." Instantly, the young woman fell silent. Having already been struck once, she no longer doubted that Gu Fei would carry out his threat. The Gu Fei, of course, was merely trying to intimidate her. He had already regretted that one strike and had no intention of inflicting further harm. The young woman lay on her side, clutching her injured leg, too fearful to speak. Only managing to whimper softly, the Gu Fei reached out to touch the dagger embedded in her leg. "Ah, what are you doing? You pervert!" The movement triggered a wave of agonizing pain, prompting her to curse him once more. "Pull it out. A dagger sticking out of your leg looks rather unsightly," Gu Fei suggested. "Will it stop hurting if you do?" she asked, her question naive and foolish. That in reality, if a blade were embedded in a non-vital area, as long as there was no excessive bleeding, one would generally be safe from life-threatening danger. Thus, it was crucial not to remove the blade too hastily, as it would only accelerate blood loss. But Gu Fei reasoned that this was merely a game. Perhaps removing the dagger would indeed alleviate her pain? He nodded at her, saying, "It will stop hurting if I pull it out." "Then you do it." She gritted her teeth. "All right, Gu Fei replied, giving no time for preparation as he swiftly yanked out the dagger. Ah! The young woman shrieked in pain, the agony unabated, and blood gushed forth that it became evident that the game was indeed quite realistic, that my health points are dropping. She exclaimed suddenly. Ah, this is bad. Gu Fei panicked. Quick, do you have any cloth strips? Preferably bandages. To his surprise, she actually handed him some bandages. That Gu Fei examined them and found they were in-game items labeled as hemostatic bandages. He tore off a piece and deftly wrapped her leg. The bleeding ceased instantly, and Gu Fei was unsure whether it was due to his learned basic bandaging skills or the effectiveness of the game's items. Is your health still declining? Gu Fei inquired. It's no longer decreasing, she replied. Close call. Gu Fei sighed in relief that if her health had dropped to 0, she would have respawned, and he would have no idea where to find her again. Once her condition stabilized, her sobs diminished, eventually reducing to sporadic sniffles, accompanied by fierce glares directed at Gu Fei felt his guilt dissipating, and in a straightforward manner, he extended his hand towards her, stating, All right, now return the frost of memories to me. Though the pocket containing the item was tantalizingly close, Gu Fei knew that for its owner, it was a treasure trove. For outsiders, it was merely a pocket that if he reached in, all he would find would be his own hand. The young woman, appearing less pained now, regained some of her spirit. Here you go. Is this yours? Not exactly, Gu Fei admitted. Then why should I give it to you? It belongs to my friend. Gu Fei explained. Friend? She chuckled lightly. If he were a friend, why wasn't he sitting at the same table as you? Don't think I didn't notice. You were seated with that lecherous fellow, so you can't be anything good yourself. Gu Fei recalled the fireball incident. Indeed, the look in that fireball's eyes had been rather bold and brazen, to put it bluntly, quite lecherous. You steal from others. What makes you any better? Gu Fei countered. That I never claimed to be, she laughed. Hand over the item. Gu Fei demanded with a fierce demeanor. Not a chance. Then I'll stab you again. Gu Fei raised the dagger he had just pulled from her leg. Oh, if you want to stab me, go ahead. The playful glint in her eyes, which had captivated many in the tavern, returned. This wretched girl. She had seen right through him. Gu Fei felt frustrated. In this situation, he truly could not bring himself to stab her again. Actually, I know what you're after, the young woman declared. What do you mean? Back when we were in the leveling area, weren't you already fixated on the item in his hand up on the hillside? She remarked. Indeed, the woman on the hillside was none other than this one before him. Gu Fei realized that she had been aware of the dagger in the swordsman's possession all along, tailing him to the tavern and effortlessly snatching it in plain view of everyone. This item is a rare top-tier equipment. With the game being so popular, if we put this dagger online, many would desire it, and we could sell it for a good price, splitting the profits evenly. How does that sound? You wouldn't want the dagger back now, would you? She proposed. Humph. Gu Fei emitted a sound he believed best conveyed his contempt. I'm not after money. I just want to return it to my friend. That don't assume I have ulterior motives. Hey, stop pretending. Can a man be as candid as a woman? She challenged. That I am candid. Gu Fei replied coolly. Return the item to me. And I want to make things difficult for you, that I advise you to refrain from such behavior in the future, though. Her eyes flickered. So, you really are a good person? Of course. All right then, good person. Please take me to the healer. Do you really think this wound will heal just by wrapping it up? Take me there, and I'll return the item to you, she said. Chapter 12. Where are you running off to? Gu Fei fixed his gaze upon the young woman, who met his stare with equal candor. This scene could be aptly described as a clash of gazes, and the underlying sentiment as one of mutual suspicion. Noticing Gu Fei's momentary silence, the young woman was about to speak again when he suddenly nodded. Very well, I shall escort you. With a smile, the young woman raised her arm towards him, saying, I appreciate your assistance. Not at all. Gu Fei replied with a grin, grasping her arm and pulling her towards him with considerable effort. Hey, you. Just as the young woman suspected Gu Fei of harboring ulterior motives, he bent his knees and leaned down, resting his shoulder against her waist. With a sudden thrust, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. Goodness, you're heavy. This was Gu Fei's first utterance after lifting her. Despite her lithe figure, she could not possibly weigh much. The issue lay with Gu Fei himself, a mage. Even with his 16 levels of investment, he remained merely an agile spellcaster, his strength as feeble as when he first began. To expect him to carry someone was indeed a tall order, the Gu Fei sighed, reflecting that if he were his true self, he would find her no heavier than a backpack. Internally lamenting her weight, the young woman was not faring much better. The abdomen is one of the body's more delicate areas, and bearing the entirety of one's weight upon it is no small burden. Those who have experienced such discomfort know it to be excruciating. Moreover, the mage who bore her was clearly struggling, swaying precariously as he walked, making the situation all the more perilous. Fortunately, the healer was not far off, and the young woman gritted her teeth, remaining silent. The To show weakness might prompt a retort such as, "What? Want to get down? First, hand over the frost recollections." Naturally, she had no intention of complying, so she chose to endure the discomfort. She was not mistaken. Gu Fei had indeed intended to torment her a little. The distance was short, he could always take a longer route. However, now that she was on his shoulder, he nearly toppled over, regretting his underestimation of the game. At this moment, he was just as eager to reach their destination as she was. In the game, there exists a specialized support class, the priest. Healing is merely one of the auxiliary skills. The healer NPC, who provides free medical assistance to newcomers, was situated not far from the priest academy. Low-level players are typically impoverished, and their lack of skills often leads them to rely on the healer for treatment when injured. The term severe injury here does not refer to the typical decrease in HP during battles. Such a reduction is merely a minor wound. Once out of combat, resting for a while will restore HP. Severe injuries, however, not only diminish current HP, but also reduce the maximum HP. In such cases, resting will not result in recovery. More importantly, the pain from such injuries lingers, a torment players find intolerable. This inevitably leads to the area surrounding the healer being a veritable theater of suffering, filled with cries of anguish and despair. As Gu Fei staggered out of the alley carrying the young woman, they attracted no attention. Such scenes were commonplace, as half of the severely wounded were often carried back for treatment. After finally finding a place to stop, Gu Fei glanced ahead at the bustling crowd, more animated than the broom-selling scene at the Mage Academy, and turned to the young woman, saying, "We've arrived. You can queue here. Now, return frost recollections to me. There are so many people staring at me," the young woman exclaimed, blinking her eyes. That a beauty will always draw attention, and although the onlookers were in pain, they could not help but appreciate the sight of her, using it as a distraction from their suffering, a method famously employed by Guan Yu during his bone surgery in the Three Kingdoms era. While chess may be a more refined pastime, admiring beauty is equally an art form. The Gu Fei, however, remained unfazed, extending his palm and coldly stating, "Hand it over. People are really watching me. Look over there." The young woman, now agitated, raised her voice while pointing towards a certain direction. Previously unnoticed, a few individuals turned their attention towards them upon hearing her shout. Their eyes suddenly brightened, and they hurried over. Finding a few agile individuals in this crowd was no small feat. "It really is you." The five approached, quickening their pace, and before Gu Fei could comprehend the situation, they were already upon him, glaring fiercely. Gu Fei did not recognize them, nor were they glaring at him. However, one of the young woman's actions completely diverted their focus. She seized Gu Fei's arm and shook it vigorously, exclaiming, "Oh no, they found us. Run!" Trying to escape, the five moved swiftly, forming a small encirclement around them. Damn it. Gu Fei realized he had unwittingly fallen into a trap, now perceived as an accomplice to the young woman, who had evidently wronged them before. "Everyone, remain calm. I don't know her. We're not acquainted at all," Gu Fei hastily clarified. "Not acquainted? How could my dagger be in your hand?" one of them shouted. "Dagger?" Gu Fei froze, then noticed the weapon in his grasp. The young woman had used it against him, and after he had disarmed her, it remained in his possession, this dagger. The Gu Fei knew it was certainly not the frost recollections, but he had yet to examine it closely. A quick glance revealed that its attack damage surpassed that of frost recollections, and it boasted an additional 5 damage and attack speed. Overall, it was somewhat inferior to frost recollections, yet still a rare quality weapon at the early stages of the game. Gu Fei understood that this dagger must have been acquired by the young woman through some deceitful means, but the critical issue was that it was now in his possession. Her earlier shaking of his arm had been an attempt to draw attention to the dagger. Unlike Frost Recollections, this dagger lacked distinctive features, yet it was recognizable upon closer inspection, especially to its rightful owner. Gu Fei found himself in a no-win situation, unable to provide a plausible defense. "Quick, let us break through," the young woman shouted, pulling Gu Fei forward. This inadvertently created a 2-to-1 situation. Given their numerical advantage, the others rushed to provide support. As a result, gaps appeared on either side, and the young woman quickly released Gu Fei's hand, slipping through the opening to her right and sprinting away without looking back, calling out, "Men to the left, women to the right. Let us meet at the usual spot." Gu Fei could only smile wryly. Had she given him a heads up, he too could have made a timely escape, as he was also known for his agility. However, her actions clearly indicated that she intended to abandon him as a scapegoat, her parting words serving only to solidify the notion that he was her accomplice. Observing her nimble escape, it was evident her legs had healed, but she had merely used him as bait to draw her pursuer's ire. This cunning girl had truly outsmarted him. The young woman swiftly vacated the healing plaza, weaving through the city's alleyways until she finally managed to shake off 2 of the 5 who had been pursuing her. As if expending every ounce of her strength, she collapsed onto the ground. Lifting her leg, which Gu Fei had injured, she noticed that the bandage was already soaked in blood. Gritting her teeth, she tore the bandage from her wound, inwardly cursing the game for its unsettling realism in some aspects, while defying logic in others. "How dare he call me heavy, that wretched mage," she muttered. Extracting a fresh bandage from her pocket, she expertly rewrapped the wound that if she remained still, the bandage would eventually take effect and heal her injury. However, being merely a basic bandage, the lower its level, the longer it would take to heal. At the plaza, her injury was far from healed. Nevertheless, for the sake of this rare, exceptional dagger, enduring the pain of such a distance was worth it. She had not anticipated acquiring such a fine dagger so early in the game. It was far superior to the so-called Rage Howl. Yet she needed to act swiftly. Early game equipment only depreciated in value as time went on. With this in mind, she leaned against the wall and stood up, limping towards her destination. The trading hall. Similar to an auction house, the trading hall serves as a venue for players to sell their items. Yet there are numerous distinctions between the two. That the auction house allows players to pay a fee to list their items, which the system sells on their behalf. Other players can bid within the specified time, with the highest bidder ultimately acquiring the item. In contrast, the trading hall facilitates transactions using real currency. As online gaming has evolved, it is no longer surprising that virtual items command exorbitant prices in real money. The game companies do not dispute this. However, the myriad of trading channels has led to consistently low security. Thus, this parallel world has introduced a system for real currency transactions directly within the game. Inside the trading hall, several computers are set up, enabling players to connect to the external network through the main game server, facilitating cash payments via online banking. Sellers must submit their items to the exhibition hall, set their own prices, and provide their bank account information. Once everything is in order, the information is transmitted online. Buyers can view the information on the website or visit the exhibition hall to inspect the physical items. Upon confirming their desired purchase, they can pay through online banking, and once the funds are transferred to the system account, they can collect their items from the exhibition hall. The system will subsequently deposit the payment into the seller's provided account. This transaction model mirrors that of various trading websites, but with the game company overseeing the process, security and reliability are significantly enhanced. Arriving at the trading hall, the young woman submitted her Frost Recollections to the exhibition area and began entering her information on the computer. After submitting her account details, she proceeded to the final step, setting the price. Given the game's infancy, the market was still in its nascent stages. She could only rely on her experience to gauge the price. The Frost Recollections was undoubtedly one of the top-tier weapons in the game at that moment. Surely many players would not refuse a price like this, she thought, entering 50,000 into the keyboard. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to hit the confirmation key when a swift hand shot out beside her, striking the escape key and canceling her previous action. The young woman gasped in shock, turning to see Gu Fei's face, which bore a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "Are you really planning to sell this for 50,000? Gu Fei inquired with feigned concern. Chapter 13. The Return of the Belongings. "Ah, you have arrived." The young lady beamed, her smile radiating warmth. Akin to welcoming a husband returning home from work, the Jiu Fei remained unfazed, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "You certainly run quite swiftly." He glanced down at the young woman's injured calf and swiftly delivered a kick to the wound, asking, "Is your leg all right?" The girl winced in pain, her heart tightening, yet her expression remained inscrutable. Before she could respond, she heard Gu Fei muttering, "This is no longer the bandage I applied earlier." "You're rather observant," she replied, somewhat taken aback, that of course, "otherwise I wouldn't have been able to follow you before, nor would I have found you again so quickly." Gu Fei chuckled. The young woman gazed at Gu Fei, silent and expressionless, leaving no one privy to her current thoughts. The Jiu Fei, however, continued to speak to himself. "In truth, you could have surmised that I would know you were coming here for a transaction. It's just that you didn't expect me to arrive so promptly, did you?" "What about them?" she inquired, referring to the 5 individuals at the healing square. "They've departed," Gu Fei replied. "How could they possibly let you go?" The girl could no longer contain her curiosity. "That it's quite simple. I returned the dagger to them." Gu Fei stated to be why returning the dagger. "They will believe your words?" she questioned, skeptical of the likelihood. "Indeed, it is not so easily believed. However, the dagger has been returned, and they are no match for me in a fight. Tell me, what further demands could they possibly have?" Gu Fei countered, "They cannot overpower you." The girl's astonishment was evident. She was trained in appraisal techniques and recognized Gu Fei as merely a level 16 mage, certainly above the average level of individuals now, but those capable of wielding a dagger like the Howl of Fury could not possibly be below level 16. Moreover, there were 5 of them. Jiu Fei appeared unconcerned, merely smiling. "Thus, you returned the dagger to them at a time when they were utterly powerless against you." If her previous expression could be termed surprise, the look on the girl's face now was one of genuine disbelief. Although the dagger did not compare to the Frost of Memory, she estimated it could easily fetch around 30,000. To her astonishment, Gu Fei relinquished it so readily. Could it be that his relentless pursuit of her was not motivated by monetary gain? "What exactly do you desire?" she could not help but ask. "That I have already stated it countless times." "Return the dagger to me," Gu Fei replied. The girl's gaze remained one of incredulity. "I knew you would always doubt what I say. Therefore, please observe." Gu Fei gestured aside, and a figure darted out from behind him. A rather unsavory-looking individual emerged, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the girl. "The sword demon. Now, can you believe it?" Gu Fei laughed. "You need not return the dagger to me. Simply hand it over to him." "Who is he?" "Surely I need not introduce him." The girl stared at the sword demon, momentarily stunned, before finally nodding. "Very well." Upon returning to the exhibition hall, they canceled the deposit transaction. The girl received the Frost of Memory and immediately handed it over without hesitation, but her target was Gu Fei, not the sword demon. Gu Fei accepted it casually, not even glancing at it as he passed it to the sword demon. The sword demon, for his part, displayed no signs of anxiety or discomfort as Gu Fei reached for the Frost of Memory. He remained fixated on the girl throughout. The girl could well imagine the fury boiling within him. However, this was a trading hall that if one were to compare it to the safety zones within the game, the trading hall was undoubtedly the safest of them all. Within the Mage Academy, one might witness 1,000 voices shouting fireball, igniting fireballs in the air. Yet here, when Gu Fei called out fireball, he heard a response from another corner of the exhibition hall, as someone admiring mage equipment hurried over, exclaiming, "Fireball! Do you have something to say to this young lady?" Gu Fei inquired of the fireball. The fireball nodded, turning to the girl. "Miss, what is your name?" She shouted yawn. The girl replied, her face betraying no emotion. "And you?" She countered, "I am called Fireball." The fireball replied cheerfully. She shouted yawn showed no reaction. Her gaze firmly fixed on Gu Fei. Gu Fei understood that her question, "And you?" was directed at him. "Chinli Ize." Gu Fei responded with a hint of a sigh. He disliked this name, but had no choice but to bear it. "Real name?" Shi Xiaotian asserted. That Gu Fei hesitated before answering. "Gu Fei." Shi Xiaotian nodded, taking a few steps back until she leaned against the wall, sitting down with a thud, her hand resting on her injured calf as she gazed at Gu Fei, saying, "Violent Fei." Gu Fei was taken aback, but quickly retorted, "Deceitful Tin." The atmosphere grew peculiar, prompting the sword demon to clear his throat lightly. Let us not hold a grudge against a little girl, Gu Fei suggested to the sword demon. All right. The sword demon responded without a moment's thought. Gu Fei chuckled. Now that you have the dagger, are you eager to level up again? The sword demon, having entered the trading hall, displayed an unusual smile, albeit an unattractive one. I'm off. If you need to talk, just say it. With that, he turned away, not casting another glance at the three. Wow, cool. I never would have guessed that his real-life persona resembles the legendary figure in the game, the fireball remarked, adding, except for his looks. Gu Fei sighed. On this matter, I truly find myself at a loss to refute you. And us? The fireball looked at Gu Fei, then at Xiaotian, inquiring that I'll also go level up. Gu Fei answered, and you? The fireball remained silent, his eyes darting back and forth towards Xiaotian, only to find that she refused to acknowledge him, leaving him feeling quite dejected. He eventually said, I'll also go level up. Then let us depart. Gu Fei turned to leave. Hey, Xiaotian suddenly called out. The fireball spun around with surprising speed, as though he were the most agile mage, but Xiaotian still did not look at him, only addressing Gu Fei. My leg. She pointed at her calf. Gu Fei noticed blood seeping through the bandage again. Stepping closer, he sighed, You're really heavy. I can't carry you. He rubbed his right shoulder, the spot where he had previously carried Xiaotian. Xiaotian glared at him. Gu Fei sighed again. Extending his hand, bandaged, Xiaotian retrieved a roll of bandage from her pocket and handed it to him. Gu Fei bent down, tearing off the old wrapping to reapply it. I told you my method of applying a tourniquet works wonders. Look, you can't even manage it yourself. With a few swift motions, Gu Fei finished wrapping it up and stood, saying, all right, it shouldn't bleed anymore unless you go messing around, and if you do, I'm not responsible. Let us go. He waved at Xiaotian as he and the fireball headed outside. The moment they stepped out of the trading hall, Gu Fei received a system message. Xiaotian has added you as a friend. This girl, she introduced herself as Xiaotian, and then inquired about my real name. This must be your true name, right? In the game, everyone uses aliases, yet a deceiver actually uses her real name. Does this world not possess any semblance of logic? Gu Fei mused inwardly. Upon exiting the trading hall, Gu Fei noticed that the friend request window had yet to close. Thank you, but if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been unaware that there was a trading hall in the game. Gu Fei sent a message to the target. Hong Chun Yishao. Haha. Did you find it in the trading hall? Hong Chun Yishao replied, Everything is fine now, Gu Fei responded. Would you like me to inform you of the deceiver's details? Hong Chun Yishao asked. Let us skip that, Gu Fei replied. Protecting a deceiver? Quite rare. She must be a beauty, right? Hong Chun Yishao replied. She is quite pleasing to the eye, Gu Fei admitted honestly. Hong Chun Yishao responded. I must warn you, based on my years of experience, female player deceivers can be terrifying, and their retribution can be equally alarming. Be cautious. The game is so vast that it will be difficult to encounter her again, Gu Fei replied. Is that so? Perhaps. Gu Fei remained honest. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to add him as a friend. Whether she would seek him out again in the future was indeed uncertain. I won't keep you any longer. I'll continue leveling up. Hey, share some information about bosses, hidden quests, or rare equipment. Gu Fei urged. Don't joke. I'm a disciplined game worker, Hong Chun Yishao replied. Gu Fei merely jested and did not truly expect any information, but he promptly sent a smiley icon before closing the message window. Fireball. Ugh, Gu Fei called out, suddenly realizing that he shouldn't utter that name carelessly. Nonetheless, the fireball had already risen dramatically, causing the nearby fireball to become annoyed. Who are you cursing? It was a slip of the tongue. Gu Fei clarified, but your name is quite inconvenient. We need to come up with a code name. The fireball proceeded to curse the individual who had named him for 180 times before finally responding to Gu Fei's call. Just call me Little Fire. Little Fire, Let us go with that for now, Gu Fei agreed. As the two walked toward the city outskirts, the fireball suddenly recalled something. Drunk brother. Earlier, you mentioned that you would treat us to drinks, but you suddenly ran off, and I ended up footing the bill. The fireball exclaimed. Did I? Then I'll treat you next time. Gu Fei responded nonchalantly. I can't shake the feeling that you'll back out, the fireball said, his sense of caution quite pronounced. Why would I? Do I strike you as that kind of shameless person? Gu Fei retorted. Not originally, But now, the more I see it, the more it seems so. The fireball expressed his concerns. Actually, I'm not one to bully the weak. Gu-Fei smiled, but I do enjoy preying on the familiar. Chapter 14. Difficult to comprehend in the blink of an eye, the open beta for Parallel World has been underway for a week. All players are striving to adapt to the changes brought about by this new online game. That ASA teacher at the school, Gu-Fei, cannot help but overhear discussions about the game everywhere. Naturally, he cannot join in these conversations at Gu-Fei's request. FA has also refrained from mentioning to anyone at school that Teacher Gu is playing the game. In truth, teachers are human too. They are young individuals who, like their students, enjoy video games. However, the constraints of being a role model compel them to maintain an air of detachment, often dismissing the interests of their students with disdain. Although Gu-Fei is merely an inconsequential physical education teacher, he adheres to the ethical conduct expected of educators. Nevertheless, the changes in Gu-Fei are evident to his students and colleagues. This man has finally ceased his incessant discussions about his martial arts prowess. Teacher Gu has, at long last, returned to being a normal person. This has surprisingly become a noteworthy piece of news within the school. Gu-Fei pays no mind to such gossip. He dedicates his leisure time to Parallel World. He revels in this virtual realm, a space where he can freely express his martial arts skills. However, Gu-Fei remains cognizant of the fact that this is, after all, a game, which necessitates the support of information. With each level he ascends, Gu-Fei diligently visits the official website to research relevant data, selecting the next training area for his advancement. He has 3 criteria for selecting monsters: humanoid, melee combat, and a level higher than his own. The choice of humanoid and melee combat aligns with his desire to showcase his martial arts. Gu-Fei is not playing the game for the sake of gaming. Rather, he engages in it to refine his martial arts. While many regard the leveling process as tedious, Gu-Fei perceives it as a continuation of his martial training, thus never finding it monotonous. Even if he must repeat a single move 1,000 times, he remains fully engrossed. As for selecting monsters above his own level, this consideration stems from the gaming perspective done in Parallel World. Monster experience is fixed. Naturally, the higher the level, the greater the experience gained. Therefore, fighting monsters above his level is undoubtedly a fast track to leveling up. Gu-Fei possesses this capability and would not casually relinquish it. However, despite his extraordinary martial skills, Gu-Fei's ability to tackle monsters beyond 20 levels above him is still limited. Typically, he either struggles to match the monster's speed or cannot break through its defenses. This situation evokes memories of his childhood, when his father imparted martial teachings to him. "You are small and weak, so your attacks are of no concern to me." His father, struck by Gu-Fei's punch, remained cheerful. Almost instantly, he retaliated with a swift palm, sending Gu-Fei sprawling to the ground, still smiling. "You saw my shoulder move and knew I was going to strike, yet you could neither evade nor block. Why? Because your hands cannot keep up with your eyes. You must practice, and practice still more." It was through these repetitive challenges that Gu-Fei grew, cherishing the joy of that time. Now, he has the opportunity to experience that joy once more, and how could he not be exhilarated? Leveling up, enhancing himself, confronting stronger foes. Everything in the online game is remarkably straightforward. On this day, Gu-Fei finally reached level 30. Habitually, after leveling up, each player glances at the experience required for the next level, and Gu-Fei was no exception. However, this glance left him utterly astonished. Could it be? Is this the experience required to ascend from level 30 to 31? Am I truly at level 30 or 300? Gu-Fei pondered. The experience required for this level up had not merely increased by 10 as before. It had multiplied tenfold, 0.10 times. He had never heard of any online game exhibiting such a leap in leveling experience that moment. Within the vast player community of Parallel World, the number of players at level 30 was rapidly increasing. Everyone was caught in a whirlwind of leveling up, their expressions blank with disbelief. All were in a frenzy, reporting what they perceived to be a bug to the game company with fervor. In that instant, nearly no one continued to train. The game company swiftly issued an announcement. The data was normal, and it was not a bug. The reason for this occurrence was due to the game's adjustment of experience requirements for levels prior to 30. The catalyst for this adjustment was the multitude of violent incidents on the first day of the open beta, where numerous players exploited their innate advantages to bully weaker classes. Unable to intervene directly, the game company opted to modify game settings to mitigate such occurrences. After discussions, the ultimate decision was made to significantly lower the experience required for players to level up before 30, allowing them to ascend quickly to that level. This level was deemed the point at which all classes had achieved a balance of capability, enabling players to adequately protect themselves and engage with adversaries. The phenomenon of exploiting inherent physical advantages to bully weaker players would no longer occur beyond level 30. Of course, if one were an exceptionally inept novice, there would be little recourse. However, this was ultimately not the responsibility of the game company. This statement was sufficient to convince players, as many had witnessed the earlier egregious events and would certainly have no objections. Once players realized that the situation remained unchanged, they promptly returned to the game, eager to continue their fervent training. Yet Gu Fei remained oblivious to all of this. After confirming that he was not at level 300 and not dwelling overly long on the additional 0 in the experience required for leveling up, Gu Fei felt a slight twitch in his eyelid, but soon reverted to normal. He had intended to inquire with Hong Chunyi Xiao, but upon checking his friend list, he found the individual offline and thus abandoned the idea. Even if there were an error, the game company would naturally rectify it. For now, he would focus on honing his skills, Gu Fei thought to himself. Following the carefully chosen route for leveling up at level 30, he ventured into the training area he required. Gu Fei's training zone at level 30 was equivalent to others' level 40. In fact, he could manage even higher level monsters, but their levels were increasingly elevated, with greater health and tougher defenses. From the perspective of time spent fighting monsters versus experience gained, battling level 40 monsters proved to be the most efficient. When Gu Fei unexpectedly encountered the Sword Demon in the training area, the Sword Demon, with a tone of mutual understanding, articulated this very theory. Gu Fei certainly calculated the same. The only difference lay in the fact that for the Sword Demon, leveling up was simply leveling up, while for Gu Fei, each ascent in level represented a deeper refinement of his martial arts. If viewed solely from the gaming perspective, Gu Fei would not possess such enthusiasm to AT this moment. The Sword Demon had already accumulated experience to level 30. It was evident that he had reached level 30 ahead of everyone else. Yet he and Gu Fei belonged to the same category, merely continuing their training with an unhurried demeanor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Fei remarked, "I won't disturb your leveling anymore," and proceeded towards another area to hunt monsters alone. Neither of them brought up the possibility of teaming up for experience. To the Sword Demon, his entire approach was designed for solo practice. Although having another person could enhance their shared experience, the trade-off in efficiency was not worth it. Gu Fei, too, discerned that the Sword Demon's fighting style did not require assistance, especially since he was also focused on honing his skills while battling, thus necessitating no aid from others. With an unspoken understanding, they parted ways. Before separating, Gu Fei cast an envious glance at the Frost Remembrance dagger in the Sword Demon's possession. It became evident that Shi Xiaoqian's judgment was indeed sharp. The dagger, with an asking price of 50,000, seemed undervalued. The true worth of this dagger lay not in its high damage output, nor in its critical hit rate, or even its chance of inflicting freezing damage, but rather in its additional 25 points of value. Players gain merely 5 points per level, making this dagger equivalent to boosting a player's level by 5. In a game where leveling up quickly often involves defeating monsters beyond one's current level, the significance of this attribute requires no further elaboration. Even if it were not a weapon, if I were to hang such a stone at my waist, I could venture into a higher-level training area, Gu Fei mused silently. Despite his envy, he felt no regret for having returned the dagger to the Sword Demon initially, or for assisting in its recovery after it was lost. This was a matter of principle. A small grove of trees separated their respective training areas, obscuring their view of one another, though the sounds of monsters' cries could be faintly heard from both sides. The difference lay in the fact that the Sword Demon experienced pauses, while Gu Fei's area was filled with continuous wails. The Sword Demon required rest to regenerate health in the parallel world. During the system-designated states of attack and being attacked, players were unable to use potions to recover health. Potions could only facilitate rapid health recovery in peaceful mode. During combat, as officially stated, Only healing skills or specific equipment could restore health. That it could be said that solo leveling in the parallel world was a grueling task. However, Gu Fei was an anomaly. He did not employ skills, relying solely on basic attacks. Yet his efficiency surpassed that of the Sword Demon, who maximized the potential of skills available to a level 30 rogue. The significant gap in their experience was merely due to Gu Fei's work commitments, alongside the considerable time he dedicated to martial arts training in reality, which no online game could replicate. As for the Sword Demon, Gu Fei had no knowledge of his profession, yet it was clear that his name remained perpetually illuminated whenever Gu Fei logged in. Perhaps he was what one might call a professional player, Gu Fei pondered, balancing his martial arts practice while contemplating the Sword Demon. On the other side of the grove, the Sword Demon was likewise preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Fei. Having not seen him for quite some time, he noted that Gu Fei had also reached level 30. Achieving level 30 in a week seemed to the Sword Demon a rather lackluster accomplishment. However, given Gu Fei's consistent online presence and his keen interest in Gu Fei, he was well aware of the latter's daily online hours. Upon reflecting on the time, the Sword Demon could only feel astonished. What terrifying efficiency exceeded his own? At the same time, he found Gu Fei's attire puzzling. As a level 30 mage, what on earth was he wearing? He had yet to change out of his novice mage robe, with a dagger awkwardly tucked at his waist. The straw hat atop his head seemed to be equipment meant for warriors. The cloth shoes adorning his feet appeared to belong to rogues. Good heavens! What was this supposed to be? Chapter 15. The 9 cuts of the Tang knife. Upon first encountering Gu Fei, the Sword Demon was utterly taken aback by his impressive array of equipment, so much so that he momentarily forgot to employ the identification technique to scrutinize it further. However, to be candid, such an examination was unnecessary. Gu Fei's gear was nothing more than mundane items one might find by the roadside, ordinary at best. True excellence in equipment is often reflected in its visual appeal, akin to the Frost Remembrance. Listening to the relentless cries of the monsters in the vicinity, the Sword Demon could no longer contain his curiosity. How, he wondered, was this individual dispatching monsters? As a seasoned player well-versed in the skills of the game, he could typically deduce an opponent's combat style merely by sound. Yet at this moment, Gu Fei's actions eluded him. For a player like the Sword Demon, who prided himself on his understanding of various game techniques, the urge to delve deeper became irresistible. In pursuit of first-hand information, the Sword Demon opted to utilize stealth, quietly maneuvering closer. In the parallel world, skills are not simply learned and forgotten. They require continual practice to enhance. The metrics of improvement are referred to as proficiency, with higher proficiency yielding superior skill effects. There are numerous methods to increase a skill's proficiency, such as regular use, rewards from specific tasks, or various items. Stealth, undeniably one of the rogue's most vital skills, was well understood by players like the Sword Demon, who had diligently honed it over time, achieving a commendable level of mastery. From the textual description alone, the Sword Demon realized that his current stealth had no time constraints. As long as he refrained from attacking or being attacked, he could maintain this state indefinitely, an indispensable technique for covert observation. Thus, cloaked in invisibility, he traversed the sparse forest and finally caught sight of Gu Fei. There was no breeze at the forest's edge, yet the Sword Demon felt a distinct chill, a coolness that emanated from within. Gu Fei's method of monster hunting shattered the conventional wisdom he had accumulated over the years. With agile, flowing movements, Gu Fei's mage robe billowed in the wind, while a somewhat weathered straw hat obscured half of his face. With swift, decisive strokes, the glint of his blade danced around him, eliciting a chorus of monster cries that echoed ceaselessly to the Sword Demon's astonishment. Gu Fei wielded a knife. The knife bore a striking resemblance to a Tang knife, moving rapidly in Gu Fei's hands, causing the Sword Demon's established knowledge of online games to unravel with each slice. Gu Fei's attacks were undeniably beautiful, flawless in execution. Yet despite their elegance, they were merely ordinary strikes, a mage wielding a knife, dispatching monsters with commonplace attacks at a pace that surpassed his own. Could anyone possibly believe such a thing? The Sword Demon was left bewildered. However, upon closer inspection, he began to discern the subtleties in Gu Fei's methods. Each strike he delivered seemed to achieve maximum damage. In online games, weapon damage is typically defined within a range, from minimum to maximum, with notable discrepancies between the two. The debate over whether to choose weapons with a high maximum damage value or those with a smaller, more stable range has long persisted. Moreover, unlocking a weapon's maximum potential has remained a conundrum. The prevailing consensus among players has often revolved around luck. Yet, within this hyper-realistic online game, the Sword Demon sensed a shift. The distinction between maximum and minimum damage was no longer merely a matter of luck, but rather a skill firmly in the player's grasp. Based on the Sword Demon's preliminary assessment, the more precise and forceful each attack, the greater the damage inflicted. Gu Fei embodied this principle. The Sword Demon was convinced that, even if Gu Fei's strikes did not reach the maximum damage threshold, they were unlikely to fall far short. Having trained extensively in this area, the Sword Demon was acutely aware of the health points of such minor monsters. Just moments ago, he had counted the number of strikes Gu Fei required to fell a small creature, and, with a quick calculation, deduced the damage per blow. Given Gu Fei's Mage classification, he concluded that every strike was aimed at maximizing damage, skill. At that moment, the term surged into the Sword Demon's mind, who claimed that a fully immersive online game lacked skill. This was skill, far more potent than the mere clicking and keyboard bashing commonplace in typical online games. This pursuit of maximizing damage, yes, let us call it extreme skill, the Sword Demon felt as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of understanding, excitement bubbling within him. Just then, Gu Fei began to retreat while simultaneously engaging in combat, deftly dispatching monsters as he stepped backward. Is he taking a break? The Sword Demon wondered, perplexed, for he had not witnessed any injury to Gu Fei. Although the game featured a fatigue system, it was generally considered a hindrance to gameplay. Imagine if, like an ordinary person, one were to become fatigued after only a few minutes of high-intensity combat. How could one continue to play? Thus, while fatigue existed, its depletion was remarkably slow. Players humorously dubbed it the anti-addiction system, a veiled jab at game developers who seemingly wished to keep players engaged. Could it be that under such extreme skill, fatigue diminished rapidly? The Sword Demon pondered that if that were the case, the trade-off might not be worth it, as fatigue recovery was equally sluggish, with no quick restoration methods available. Players had to spend time waiting, and while downtime could be counted, the Sword Demon deemed it utterly unworthy. Regardless, Gu Fei was clearly retreating as he fought, methodically clearing the monsters that followed him, the newly spawned creatures remaining outside the range of aggression. When he finally retreated to the edge of the forest, a decisive strike felled the last monster. Impressive, the Sword Demon silently praised. The precision exhibited throughout his retreat was enough to qualify as extreme skill. Yet the best was yet to come. After dispatching the monster, Gu Fei held his knife aloft with one hand while adjusting his straw hat with the other, revealing his eyes, previously hidden beneath the brim, as he smiled in the direction of the Sword Demon. Is there something you need? The Sword Demon turned, surprised to find no one behind him. Are you speaking of me? Can you see me? He asked, astonished. I cannot see you, but I can sense your presence, Gu Fei replied. How is that possible? The Sword Demon exclaimed, suddenly recalling the day they had engaged in PvP. He had thought his sudden appearance during a backstab had gone undetected, but Gu Fei had swiftly turned to apprehend him. Did he perhaps know of the Sword Demon's stealthy presence from the very beginning? What was this? Was this also a form of skill? The Sword Demon was left in a haze. I'm referring to you. Why not reveal yourself? Gu Fei urged. Although he sensed the Sword Demon's existence, he could not see him. The voice of the Sword Demon seemed to emanate from the air itself, creating an eerie atmosphere. The Sword Demon deactivated his stealth, gradually becoming visible. Is there something you need? Gu Fei inquired again. I wanted to see how you battle monsters, the Sword Demon confessed. How was it? Gu Fei asked with a smile. Excellent, the Sword Demon nodded in agreement. My technique with the 9 cuts of the Tang knife. The 9 cuts of the Tang knife? Indeed, Gu Fei affirmed. What was this? Was this the name of his technique? The Tang knife had once appeared in a martial arts game 2 years prior, albeit as a rather low-tier item. The Sword Demon pondered, his extensive knowledge confined to online gaming. When faced with the illustrious Tang knife, he could only think of it as a humble piece of equipment. Flowing 3 forms, Gu Fei suddenly shouted, his wrist twisting as his knife sliced through the air with rapid horizontal strikes. Breaking wave, 3 forms. The moment the words left his lips, his demeanor shifted, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain, delivering 3 powerful slashes before him. Blazing sun, 3 forms. The knife was drawn back, followed by a swift arm movement, producing a series of rapid strikes. The 9 cuts of the Tang knife seamlessly integrate slicing, hacking, and thrusting techniques. Mastery of such skills requires over a decade of dedication. What merit is there in my modest abilities? Gu Fei chuckled self-deprecatingly. The sword demon could only nod in confusion that he completely failed to grasp Gu Fei's words. In his eyes, the chaotic display just witnessed paled in comparison to Gu Fei's earlier combat prowess. By the way, what did you want to discuss with me? Gu Fei asked. The sword demon did indeed have something to address, but had been hesitant to voice it. However, having witnessed Gu Fei's extreme skill, he finally resolved to speak. I have a friend looking to form a mercenary team and wondered if you might be interested. A mercenary team? You're not aware? I am, of course. Gu Fei smiled knowingly. Having kept abreast of various aspects of the game, he was well aware of the 2 primary organizational structures within it, guilds and mercenary groups. Guilds function similarly to factions in typical online games. In the parallel world, a guild can be established by a single nomination, with 20 players responding. Mercenary groups, on the other hand, represent a novel concept distinct from standard online gaming. They have no player cap. Even a solitary individual can declare the formation of a mercenary organization. Subsequently, they can undertake quests issued by the system, earning money, experience, or other rewards. Additionally, players or guilds can post tasks in the game as Mercenary Guild, offering rewards. Players who accept and complete these tasks can receive their due rewards. Naturally, player-offered rewards will not include experience points, typically taking the form of currency or equipment. Moreover, there is no conflict between guilds and mercenary groups. Individuals from different guilds can unite under a single mercenary banner. However, the prevailing trend is for guilds to establish their own mercenary teams. Although a mercenary group can be formed by a single individual, the quests issued by the system are rarely designed for solo completion. Such solitary heroes will likely only undertake simpler tasks posted by other players in the future. Thus, it has become quite fashionable for guilds to cultivate formidable mercenary teams within the game. At this moment, Gu Fei chuckled. What? Do you want me to join your Guild of Defiance's mercenary group? The sword demon offered a wry smile. The Guild of Defiance has disbanded. Ah, why is that? Gu Fei inquired, intrigued. Guilds must be established by players of level 30 or higher, with responses from those above level 20 that the sword demon had long surpassed level 30, and Gu Fei had assumed his Guild of Defiance had been functioning for quite some time. Chapter 16. The Meeting at Xiao Lei Bar, Part 1. Gu Fei's simple question, why? Left Jian Gui feeling quite melancholic. What else could it be? It was all due to Gu Fei that a level 25 rogue defeated by a level 10 mage. Who would still believe that Jian Gui possessed the same prowess as before? What significance does a high level hold when even a mage, 15 levels beneath you, can vanquish you? Can one still hope to gain fame through mere levels? With such thoughts circulating among the group, it wasn't long before they drifted away from Jian Gui, severing their friendships with him. However, Jian Gui accepted his defeat with grace and bore no ill will towards Gu Fei. Yet, Gu Fei's bewildered inquiry of why did stir a slight sense of resentment within Jian Gui. Ahem, it's nothing. Let us talk about the mercenary group instead. Are you interested? Jian Gui proposed. Oh, it's nothing much. I suppose I could take a look. Gu Fei replied that in truth, he was reluctant to partake in activities that would intrude upon his personal time. However, observing Jian Gui's expression just moments ago, along with the ramblings of Huiqiu regarding Jian Gui's situation from days prior, Gu Fei had come to understand the nature of Jian Gui's guild, feeling a twinge of remorse. Had he known, there would have been no need for his earlier competitiveness. A simple demonstration of a skill or two would have sufficed to convey understanding. Given Jian Gui's character, he certainly wouldn't have sought to confront Gu Fei or Huiqiu again. Moreover, Gu Fei was all too familiar with the feeling of being ostracized. Jian Gui's plight was even more tragic as it stemmed from his appearance. Such a reality was utterly absurd. It was outrageous that so many would judge others based on looks. Fortunately, Gu Fei was not afflicted with such misfortune himself. While sympathizing with Jian Gui, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for his own circumstances. This was merely human nature. With feelings of remorse, understanding, and sympathy swirling within him, Gu Fei decided to sacrifice a fraction of his personal space to accommodate Jian Gui, considering it a form of recompense. Jian Gui, unaware of the magnitude of Gu Fei's concession, nodded in agreement and said, "Excellent, that we've arranged to meet in the afternoon. Come along with me." "In the afternoon? What time?" Gu Fei inquired. "At 2 p.m., Jian Gui replied. "Oh, very well," Gu Fei acknowledged. "Then I'll see you in the afternoon." Jian Gui nodded and retreated into the woods, returning to his leveling spot. Gu Fei stretched his neck, loosened his shoulders, and once again set forth to slay the minor creatures around him. At 1:50 p.m., Jian Gui sent a message. "Where are you?" "I just returned to town." Gu Fei, who had been grinding in the leveling zone, was hurrying back as he estimated that it was nearly time. In the parallel world, there was surprisingly no rapid teleportation method to return to town. The developers had proudly claimed it was to preserve a sense of realism. Players scoffed at this, unanimously deeming it a mere ploy to prolong their online time. After the game's launch, there would be no monthly subscriptions, only time-based point cards, which serve as the best proof of this theory. "Good," Jian Gui replied. "Where are you meeting?" "I'll head directly there." "At Shaolei Bar," Jian Gui stated. "Oh, I'll go there directly," Gu Fei responded. Speaking of Shaolei Bar, it was indeed legendary that it was the first establishment opened by a player in the entirety of the parallel world. The requirement for players to open private shops was level 20, but that was not the crux. The essential factor was money, the funds necessary to purchase property. Setting up a stall on the street was permissible, with no interference from the system or municipal fines. However, to truly possess a storefront akin to a shop, one must buy it from the system. Though the towns in the game were extensive, the fixed assets such as houses were limited, making them quite valuable that no one had anticipated that a player could actually open a shop at level 20, especially one as spacious as a bar. Where did he acquire such wealth? Players pondered, arriving at a singular solution: purchasing items from the trading hall with real currency, then selling them at the auction house for in-game currency. He must be wealthy, everyone marveled. Yet, having accumulated such funds, the choice to open a bar left many baffled. Perhaps the bar appeared to be thriving now, but once the official launch concluded and point cards began to burn through time, how many would still wish to squander their hours there? Moreover, the system offered a variety of bars. Where would a player source such a diverse selection of drinks? True, the bartender profession within the game could concoct beverages, but at the current level, how many could they truly produce? Would one be expected to buy drinks from the system's bar and resell them in their own establishment? As it turned out, Shaolei Bar operated precisely in this manner. They purchased at full price and sold at full price, yet the system still levied transaction taxes on the shop daily, leading to inevitable losses. Yet they persisted. Such ambition. Players were astounded that an ambitious individual with considerable wealth bore a rather ordinary name: Shaolei. This was the first name to gain notoriety in the parallel world. Even if privately, countless regarded him as foolish. Nevertheless, in a game with innumerable cities, players were randomly spawned in various locations. For such a remarkable fool to randomly spawn in Cloud City was a source of pride for all its players. Gu Fei was certainly aware of this notable bar and had previously visited it with Wu Qiu, even meeting the illustrious Shaolei, who stood behind the bar serving drinks. Despite spending so much money and incurring daily losses, he chose to stand behind the bar and serve the public, seemingly not even having reached level 30. What does it mean to transcend base pleasures? This exemplified it. Half of the patrons at Shaolei Bar were drawn by the desire to witness this wealthy, ambitious individual who had risen above lowly pastimes. Upon arriving outside Shaolei Bar, Gu Fei glanced at the system clock. 2 p.m. sharp. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed Jian Gui and his companions were absent. Just as he was about to send a message, Shaolei approached him, asking, "Do you need assistance?" "Oh, I'm looking for someone." Gu Fei described Jian Gui's appearance. It was an astonishingly striking visage. Before Gu Fei could finish, Shaolei pointed, "Room number 3. Being a player-operated bar, it certainly did not adhere to the rigid styles of the game. Xiao Lei had creatively used wooden posts to delineate private areas, each regarded as a room, thus embodying the essence of a modern bar. Thank you, Gu Fei replied. You're welcome. Call me anytime if you need anything. Xiao Lei's smile was the epitome of service excellence. Xiao Lei, Gu Fei gestured. I know your real name must be Lei Feng, right? Just joking, Xiao Lei chuckled. Gu Fei smiled, bid farewell, and made his way to room 3. That the wooden post created an enclosure without a proper door, so a tattered cloth was used as a makeshift curtain. Gu Fei grasped the fabric and gave it a shake, treating it as a knock. Come in. A voice called from within. Gu Fei lifted the cloth and stepped inside, immediately spotting the person facing the door. One word. Stunning. 2 words. Incredibly beautiful. 3 words. Too beautiful to believe. 4 words. How is this possible? 5 words. It's a man. Seated beside Jian Gei, it was such an individual. Were it not for the flat chest and prominent Adam's apple, Gu Fei would never have believed him to be male. This person had an arm draped over Jian Gui's shoulder, and upon noticing Gu Fei's entrance, pointed a finger at him, asking, Is that him? Jian Gui nodded and turned to Gu Fei, saying, You've arrived. Gu Fei replied, I'm here. The beautiful individual gestured toward an empty seat across from him, saying, Sit. Gu Fei took a seat, finally able to observe the other 3 individuals present. Unremarkable, nondescript, and utterly average, compared to the striking contrast of Jian Gui and this individual. One ugly, one beautiful. These 3 resembled mere mortals, lacking any distinguishing features. Let me introduce you, Jian Gui began, starting with the person beside Gu Fei. This is Zhang Wushang, a warrior. Zhang Wushang was a robust, middle-aged man, emanating a sense of maturity and steadiness. Hello, he extended his hand, introducing himself. I prefer playing warriors, so I always choose that class in any MMORPG. And he always ends up being the top warrior in every game. Jian Gui added. Hello? Gu Fei removed his straw hat with one hand while quickly shaking Zhang Wushang's hand with the other. He soon realized that the man's grip was quite strong, that as expected. Warriors naturally exert substantial effort to enhance their strength, that Gu Fei, a dexterity-focused mage, found his bones almost yielding under the pressure. Fortunately, Zhang Wushang did not intend to be deliberately challenging. He released his grip almost immediately, suggesting it was merely a matter of habit, that Gu Fei could only chuckle at his own small misfortune. This was a first for him. This is Yu Gu, who always chooses a random class in MMORPGs. This time, he is a knight. Yu Gu excels in gathering information and often notices details that escape others. Jian Gui introduced the second individual. Yu Gu, you look quite young. Gu Fei extended his hand. My name is indeed Yu Gu. You got lucky. Yu Gu scratched his head sheepishly before extending his hand to shake Gu Fei's, his smile radiating warmth, clearly indicating he was easy to get along with. Oh, so that is how it is, Gu Fei chuckled. And this is Yu Tian Shenming, whose primary class is a mage, but he has chosen to play as an archer this time. Jian Gui introduced the third person. This individual appeared youthful, devoid of any smile, embodying the typical defiance and arrogance of adolescence, likely a student. Hello! Gu Fei reached out, and compared to his previous encounters, this time his demeanor was the most serious. He understood that dealing with someone like this required treating them as an equal to convey respect. Unexpectedly, Yu Tian Shenming was too childish to respond positively. He did not extend his hand and merely grunted, Good! What a brat, Gu Fei thought, silently cursing. Lastly, we have this gentleman, Han Jiagongzi, my longtime partner in online games, whose class is the Eternal Priest. Jian Gui finally introduced the individual seated next to him. Chapter 17. The Meeting at Xiao Lei Bar, Part 2. Undeniably, Gu Fei found himself somewhat judging by appearances. Among the 4 strangers in the room, his curiosity was piqued most by one individual, primarily due to the stark contrast between this person and the sword demon, whose appearance was on an entirely different extreme. Suddenly, Gu Fei recalled an ancient and enigmatic legend. Beautiful girls often choose companions who are unattractive or mediocre, thereby accentuating their own beauty. Could it be that the pairing of himself and the sword demon stemmed from such reasoning? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Fei realized he was mistaken. Their partnership was forged in the realm of online gaming. Prior to the parallel world, no game required players to meet face-to-face, rendering the notion of mutual enhancement irrelevant. The collision between the two appeared merely coincidental, a cruel twist of fate that made beauty appear even more beautiful and ugliness even more pronounced. However, it was undeniable that this young scion of the Han family did not react with immediate hostility upon witnessing the true visage of the sword demon, demonstrating a character superior to many others. Separated by a wide table, the two exchanged nods and a brief hello, avoiding the inconvenience of a handshake. Eventually, it was the sword demon who formally introduced Gu Fei to the others. This is Qian Li Yizue, his profession is... The sword demon paused briefly. Mage. What? You are a mage? Exclaimed the other three, aside from the young Han. All three were adept at identification skills, yet in the context of friendly introductions, employing such abilities was deemed impolite within the gaming community. As seasoned players, they adhered to this unwritten rule. Thus, prior to the sword demon's introduction, their assumptions about Gu Fei's profession were mere conjecture. The sword demon wore an expression that conveyed, I knew this would happen, casting an innocent glance at Gu Fei. Gu Fei, equally astonished, shook his robe and replied, Did you not see my mage robe? The trio exchanged bewildered glances that it was precisely due to the mage robe that they assumed he could not possibly be a mage. At level 30, what mage would still be clad in a novice's robe? They presumed Gu Fei donned the robe to conceal his less appealing gear, only to discover that he truly was a mage. The reverse thinking of seasoned players occasionally falters when confronted with an unconventional character. Nevertheless, it should be noted that whether it be a novice robe or a mage wearing a straw hat, the trio had never encountered such a sight. Their gazes converged on the straw hat that Gu Fei had carelessly tossed on the table. As the introducer, the sword demon felt compelled to vouch for Gu Fei. He is indeed a mage. A mage donning such attire. The three unanimously deemed him a novice. Can you perform the ice and fire duel technique? Are you aware of the distinctions and applications of ice demon reversal and fire demon reversal? Do you know the role of chain lightning and evasion? As an expert in mage-related matters, Yu Tian Xinming rapidly fired off 3 inquiries, each referencing classic skills from 3 renowned online games. However, Gu Fei's response left him momentarily speechless. Are you referring to those skills in the parallel world? Yu Tian Xinming was taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure, retorting, If you don't even know these, how could you possibly excel as a mage? Gu Fei chuckled, pondering what there was to argue with a child, especially since he had never aspired to be a proficient mage. At that moment, Yugo interjected, Qian Li Yizue, is that how it's written? He dipped his hand into his drink and began to sketch the characters on the table. Correct, Gu Fei nodded. According to the official statistics on leveling efficiency, you currently rank 2nd. Yuga declared slowly. What is that? Gu Fei inquired. Oh, it's a ranking system based on experience within the game. For instance, Wu Shang is currently 1st among warriors. The sword demon ranks 3rd among thieves. The young master is 4th among priests. As for Yu Tian, since this is his first venture as an archer, he is presently in 11th place. Your ranking is derived from the ratio of experience to time spent online, placing you 2nd. Given the player base in Parallel World, even Yu Tian's 11th position is quite an impressive feat, Yugu explained. And what about you? Gu Fei asked curiously. Yugu sheepishly scratched his head. I hold the record for the highest number of posts on the official forum. Laughter ensued, and at that moment, Yu Tian Xinming remarked, Yugu has devoted so much time to posting that he isn't ranked higher in experience. What about you? What is your rank among mages? Gu Fei had never checked, so he turned to Yugu. Yugu smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I only keep track of familiar names and those ranked higher. It seems I didn't notice yours. I knew it. Yu Tian Xunming interjected. That efficiency ranking, what significance does it hold? Just logging in to grind monsters and then logging off immediately. Anyone could achieve that ranking. Yu Tian, if you had observed Qian Li's monster hunting, you would never say such a thing, the sword demon interjected. Yu Tian Xunming stiffened, suddenly recalling that Gu Fei was introduced by the sword demon. Given the sword demon's prowess in the gaming world, he reasoned that he must not have misjudged. With this realization, he fell silent to Ji Yu Fei. however, was now filled with curiosity and asked Yugo, "Who ranks first on that efficiency list?" "Red Dusty Xiao," Yugo replied. "Ah, so it's him." Gu Fei was momentarily taken aback. "You know him? What is his profession?" The sword demon perked up. Initially, he shared Yu Tian Xinming's skepticism regarding the efficiency rankings, but after encountering Gu Fei, he realized there must be hidden talents within the ranks. Upon hearing that Gu Fei knew the top player, he eagerly sought more information to Ji Yu Fei, aware that he could not disclose Red Dust Xiao as true identity, something he had been explicitly instructed to keep private, shook his head. "I've met him, but we're not familiar. I don't even know his profession." Not knowing even the profession clearly indicated a lack of familiarity, prompting the sword demon to refrain from further inquiries. Nevertheless, it was true that Gu Fei had no knowledge of Red Dust Xiao's profession. The introductions finally reached a conclusion, and it was at this moment that the previously silent young scion of the Han family spoke up. "Then it is settled. Our mercenary group will consist of the 6 of us. It is indeed a rarity to randomly gather 5 old acquaintances here in Cloud City. Let bygones be bygones regarding past grievances in the game. In this parallel world, we are all brothers." The 3 nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei realized that these individuals had not always been friends, and that there seemed to be some history between them, that he speculated that Yu Tian Xinming was the most likely candidate for past grievances, as his arrogant demeanor suggested some underlying issues with the sword demon, a top-tier expert. The young scion continued, "However, I must make my intentions clear from the outset. I do not plan to engage in guild activities. My focus will primarily be on this mercenary group that I seek quality over quantity. I want only elites that if anyone fails to meet my standards, I will not hesitate to expel them." Gu Fei recognized that this remark was directed at him, given that he was not as seasoned as the others, and he suspected they might all harbor doubts stemming from the sword demoness introduction. Yet, this was for the best. If they looked down on him, they could swiftly dismiss him. After all, he was merely joining for the sake of the sword demon, intending to observe and experience the game. What better outcome could he hope for? As Gu Fei contemplated this, the young scion continued, "Currently, I have received a mercenary mission submitted by a player that I can confidently say that at present, this task is nearly impossible to complete. However, that applies to ordinary players. All of you here are renowned experts in your own right. With our combined efforts and a stroke of luck, we can certainly give it a shot. Should we manage to accomplish this task, you can flood the forum with posts for days on end, and soon enough, others will come seeking us out." Gu Fei found the young scion's initial assertions to be rather credible, but as he continued, the tone shifted slightly, revealing an air of narcissism. It was perhaps inevitable, given his striking good looks. One could only imagine the extent of his self-admiration after gazing into a mirror each day. The young scion rambled on for a couple of paragraphs, lifting his cup of wine to wet his lips, only to suddenly halt midway, staring dreamily at the cup. "What's wrong?" the sword demon inquired. "It's simply too beautiful," the young scion exclaimed. "What?" The sword demon was puzzled. "Look at the reflection of my face in this wine glass. It is truly perfect. Why has heaven bestowed upon me such a flawless visage? What immense pressure must I endure?" The young scion was utterly enraptured. The others erupted in laughter. The sword demon and Yugo remained relatively composed, as one was familiar with the young scion, while the other was an information specialist and likely had some understanding of his eccentricities. Meanwhile, Gu Fei and the others teetered on the brink of despair. The young scion's rapture seemed to act as a catalyst, inducing nausea in the 3 companions. Observing his expression, Gu Fei wondered if such a self-absorbed individual truly existed in this world. His eyes were opened wide, and he felt it was indeed an enlightening experience. The young scion's wine glass was swiftly snatched away by the sword demon, who cleared his throat, regaining his composure. "Well, now let us discuss the details of this mission." "You, wait!" Gu Fei interjected suddenly. "What is it?" Everyone turned to him. "It's nearly 2:30, Gu Fei stated. "Indeed," they all nodded. "I have something to attend to," Gu Fei admitted sheepishly. "Huh?" The group was taken aback. "I thought I was simply coming over at 2 o'clock to join a group. I had no idea there would be so much to discuss that I have a class at 2:30, Gu Fei explained. "You have a class? You're a student too?" Yu Tian Xinming's eyes widened, and in that instant he suddenly found Gu Fei rather endearing. No. Gu Fei smiled at him. I am a teacher. At that moment, Yu Tian Xinming felt that Gu Fei's demeanor had become tenfold more insufferable. I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. Shall we reconvene this evening? Gu Fei suggested. All right, the young scion waved his hand. Let us continue our discussion tonight. Thank you. Being able to join a group led by me is no small feat. You must seize this opportunity. I have high hopes for you, the young scion remarked. I'll do my best. I'm off now. Gu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow, finding the young scion's level of self-admiration truly excessive. Chapter 18. The Crisis of Trust. Upon logging off, Gu Fei hurriedly returned to his profession, physical education. With only 2 classes a week, most physical education teachers often handle several classes simultaneously. This afternoon marked a peak in Gu Fei's workload, as he was scheduled to conduct 3 consecutive lessons to AT. This moment, Gu Fei found himself somewhat distracted. The individuals he had encountered earlier, despite their diverse personalities, were all renowned figures in the online gaming realm. While he prided himself on his exceptional martial arts skills, he acknowledged that his proficiency in online gaming still left much to be desired. Learning from these top-tier players could potentially enhance his own skills in the virtual arena. Lost in thought, he arrived at the playground where students were lined up in anticipation. Gu Fei quickly gathered his focus and diligently guided the students through the lesson, reflecting inwardly on how obedient they were. However, his attention was drawn to a certain student, Yu Tian Xinming, who displayed a complete lack of decorum. Just then, Fa approached Gu Fei with an eager demeanor. Teacher, hey, what is it? Gu Fei inquired. What level are you? Fa whispered. Gu Fei had previously cautioned him against disclosing the fact that their teacher played games. Level 30, Gu Fei replied. Awesome. 8, Fa exclaimed. Is that how you speak to a teacher? Gu Fei's expression suddenly turned stern, recalling the impolite Yu Tian Xinming, realizing that his class harbored a similar character. Fa looked aggrieved. He had inadvertently treated the teacher like a peer. Focus on your exercises. Stop daydreaming about games. Students should prioritize their studies, understand? Gu Fei admonished, feeling dejected. Fa muttered, understood, and hurried away. Gu Fei resumed his teaching, conducting 3 identical lessons in succession. Though repetitive, it proved considerably more tedious than online gaming. Of course, if he were imparting martial arts, the situation would be vastly different. As the final class approached its conclusion, students lined up, and Gu Fei conducted a brief summary that he then posed the question. Is there anyone who wishes to learn some martial arts from the teacher after class? All the students widened their eyes. There's potential. Gu Fei's eyes sparkled. After countless efforts, had he finally piqued their curiosity? Clearing his throat and preparing to elaborate further, he was suddenly interrupted as students scattered, a distant voice calling out, Breaking news! Breaking news! Teacher Gu Fei is bringing up his martial arts again. It seemed that in reality, martial arts held no practical application. Gu Fei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After finishing work and having dinner, Gu Fei returned to the parallel world. We've been waiting for you, same place. Jian Gue messaged as soon as he logged in. The Gu Fei swiftly made his way from the logout zone to the Shaolei bar. The logout zone was essentially a safe area, where players were required to log off. The rationale was that with a multitude of players, logging off was akin to system saving. Concentrating in specific spaces could enhance speed and alleviate the server's operational burden. However, one could forcibly log off outside the safe zone, although if any mishaps occurred during the save, such as losing rare equipment obtained that day, missing out on experience gained, or even losing the character itself, the official support would not take responsibility. Players voiced their grievances. What if I'm kidnapped in the deep mountains, unable to return to a safe area? The system smiled. Online GMs are at your service. Players erupted in curses, for seasoned gamers knew that the defining characteristic of online GMs was their perpetual unavailability. Upon arriving at Shaolei Bar, Shaolei smiled and gestured towards a private booth. They're waiting for you over there. Thank you. Gu Fei hurried over. 5 individuals sat in the booth, eagerly awaiting Gu Fei's arrival. Have you been waiting long? Gu Fei inquired as he took a seat. Not too long. Han Jiagongzi replied nonchalantly, just this afternoon. Gu Fei felt annoyed. Not only was this guy narcissistic, but he was also quite cutting. Weren't we supposed to discuss some tasks? Let us get to it. Gu Fei urged. We've already concluded our discussion. Han Jiagongzi stated. We're about to set off. We've finalized our individual tasks, and since your role in this mission is relatively straightforward, we didn't wait for you. Yu Gu explained with a smile, clearly a good-natured individual. Gongzi, perhaps you should succinctly brief Qianli as well, especially regarding his responsibilities. Han Jiagongzi nodded and began to speak. The task involves a bounty hunt, targeting the leader of the Wulong Cave Bandits, Tuesday. This is currently one of the most challenging daily refresh tasks I am aware of. I assisted someone with it once. We started with 27 people, but 20 fell along the way, leaving just 7 to push through, yet we ultimately failed at the last moment. However, those were just average players. Given the composition of our team now, having fewer members may actually facilitate better coordination. In the initial phase of the task, you won't need to do anything. Just follow our lead. It is only when we confront the bandit leader Suatu that you will make your entrance. Suatu resides in a small wooden cabin deep within Wulong Cave. The space is cramped, making it impossible for all of us to maneuver effectively, and one misstep could trap our own members in a corner. Although the exterior is spacious, once Suatu emerges, he will immediately sound the alarm, summoning all the bandits in Wulong Cave to his aid. Therefore, we must confine Suatu within the doorway, at which point you will unleash your level 30 mage skill, Meteor Fireball. This skill has an area of effect damage. While you won't be able to attack him directly, since he will be blocked at the door, releasing the Meteor Fireball into the room will allow it to explode, inflicting damage on Suatu's day. This method may be slow, but he possesses no healing skills or equipment, so he will undoubtedly perish. That if the situation remains stable, we can treat it as a skill burn. Laughter erupted among the group. So, how does that sound? Your task is quite simple, right? Han Jiagongzi asked Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded. Great. Let us set off then. I have arranged for the players accepting the task to meet at the entrance of Wulong Cave at 7. It is almost time, he stated. All right, you go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Gu Fei stood up. What, do you have something else to attend to? Han Jiagongzi frowned. Gu Fei nodded. I need to return to the Mage Academy to learn the level 30 skill, Meteor Fireball. With that, he turned and dashed out, hurrying along. The others in the booth were momentarily stunned by Gu Fei's final statement. After a pause, their gazes fell upon Jian Gui, filled with skepticism and disbelief. Jian Gui raised his glass, feigning nonchalance, only to have Han Jiagongzi snatch it away. Jian Gui remained silent. Jian Gui, it seems you've misjudged this time. Yu Tian Xinming spoke first. Jian Gui replied, I have confidence in his skills. Yu Tian Xinming scoffed. You trust someone who reached level 30 without even learning their skills? Jian Gui returned the scoff. If you can defeat my level 25 rogue with a level 10 mage, I would believe you. What? The three were hearing this for the first time. After all, it was not a glorious affair. Jian Gui did not wish for everyone to know of his past defeat. However, with the four doubting Gu Fei, Jian Gui had no choice but to disclose his embarrassing experience. A level 10 mage defeating a level 25 rogue, especially one under the command of the top online player Jian Gui, was a claim that would be hard to believe unless it came directly from Jian Gui himself. Facing the reactions of the four, Jian Gui smiled wryly. I didn't want it to happen, but a loss is a loss, and I accepted it gracefully. A level 10 mage, just knowing Fireball and Fire Resistance Ring. How could he win? Yu Tian, Xinming murmured. Though he hadn't chosen the mage class, it was evident he was quite interested in it. Upon hearing such a tale, he immediately began pondering what strategies a mage could employ. His Fire Resistance Ring is at a high level. You can't get close? Yu Tian, Xinming speculated. He didn't even use the Fire Resistance Ring. Jian Gui shook his head. Could it be that his high-level fireball equipped with fire damage-enhancing gear obliterated you? He continued guessing. He merely used fireball to restrain me a couple of times, Jian Gui clarified. Then what did he use to defeat you? Dante tell me it was the mage's fists. Jian Gui sighed. If you think there's no room for skill in a holographic online game, you are mistaken. Once you witness Qianli battling monsters, you will understand what extreme skill truly means. Extreme skill? The four were puzzled. This was merely a title Jian Gui had given. Even Gu Fei himself was unaware that his martial prowess was regarded as skillful in the eyes of top players, let alone being labeled extreme. Jian Gui nodded. Do you think his ranking on the efficiency leaderboard came from nowhere? It all comes down to skill. The four fell into silence once more. Moments later, Yu Gu spoke up. Interesting. I need to thoroughly study this Qian Li Yizue. Yet Yu Tian Xunming remained skeptical, his expression suggesting he was itching to accuse Jian Gui of boasting. If this so-called Qian Li Yizue was as formidable as Jian Gui claimed, he would be the most displeased of all that he had believed his mage skills to be unparalleled, the pinnacle of excellence, which was why he had switched professions, only to encounter a character of such strength so soon, one that even the top player Jian Gui admired. This was absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Jian Gui must be deluded. War Wushang remained silent, his expression neither mirroring Yu Ji's enthusiasm nor reflecting the complex inner workings of Yu Tian Xunming. Han Jiagongzi simply regarded Jian Gui and finally stated, I know you never joke around. Of course, Jian Gui affirmed. Let us hope this time is no different. Let us move. Han Jiagongzi stood up. Very well. Jian Gui responded. The five legendary experts of the online gaming world set forth, accompanied by their doubts regarding Gu Fei. Chapter 19. Complacency. The Wulong Cave, as its name suggests, is a cavern nestled within the Wulong Mountain. This mountain lies approximately 500 meters northwest of the western gate of the Yuzhong city. The slopes are notorious for banditry, making it a prime location for power leveling and treasure hunting, particularly suitable for players of levels 25 to 30, as noted in the official game description. Conversely, the Wulong Cave presents a different realm altogether. Within its depths, the outlaws are the elite among the Wulong Mountain's criminal elements, boasting levels around 35. Furthermore, the cave's intricate and winding terrain poses a significant challenge. Should players find themselves lost, the in-game GM will offer no assistance for their self-inflicted predicament, much to the chagrin of the players. The departure of Gu Fei, leaving behind a cryptic remark, left Jian Gui and his companions in a state of bewilderment and debate. By the time Gu Fei arrived at the cave's entrance, he found no sign of the five individuals he sought, but instead encountered a seemingly forlorn mage squatting at the cave's threshold. Could this be our employer? Gu Fei pondered silently as he approached the individual. Greetings, he initiated. The stranger looked up, responding, Hello. What brings you here? Gu Fei inquired. I am waiting for someone, the individual replied. Are you expecting assistance to complete the Wulong Cave bounty? Gu Fei continued. How did you know? The stranger asked, astonished. Gu Fei chuckled, because I am here to assist you. Oh, you belong to the Young Master Elite team. The individual sprang to his feet, excitement evident to Ji Yufei, realizing this was the name of their mercenary group, understood the mixed sentiments towards it. After all, it was only natural for a narcissist like young Master Han to name his team after himself. Is it just you? The stranger questioned. The others will arrive shortly. Oh, came the response, as the stranger began scrutinizing Gu Fei. Previously dismissive, he now recognized the significance of Gu Fei's presence to the success of his mission, that he was taken aback by Gu Fei's unique appearance. A straw hat, a novice mage's robe, and lightweight boots favored by rogues. Such an eclectic ensemble left the observer momentarily disoriented. Utilizing a quick identification spell, he confirmed Gu Fei's class. Mage, his attention then shifted to Gu Fei's staff, which was remarkably innovative in design. Slender, flat, and equipped with a handguard. What extraordinary artifact could this be? The observer mused. Just then, Gu Fei turned, leaning against the cave entrance while gazing down the mountain, and finally spotted the five figures approaching. The group convened at the cave's entrance, where young Master Han introduced each member to the eager buyer. The buyer, visibly thrilled, recognized the illustrious names of these players, each a legend in the realm of online gaming. Particularly, he expressed admiration for Yu Tian Xunming, the archer, lamenting that the mage he revered was not present. When it came time for Gu Fei's introduction, the buyer's flurry of "I've long admired you. It's an honor to meet you" dissipated into a puzzled silence. Qian Li Yizue? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Did I guess he's skilled? The buyer's eyes conveyed his confusion. Ji Yufei, however, was unconcerned. He had never been part of this circle that I in the realm of martial arts. His name was well known, but alas, the gaming community was far more populous. Do you play online games? Such a question felt like an insult. Can you perform martial arts? It sounded like an absurdity. The disparity was stark. Gu Fei mused as the group began to enter the cave. Young Master Han offered a final reminder. We will handle all the monsters. You must follow closely and refrain from engaging. Understood? The two nodded. The buyer was brimming with excitement, while Gu Fei appeared somewhat lackluster. Refraining from engaging had unexpectedly become his task, whereas he had come to the game to freely engage. The cave was treacherous and dimly lit, yet the players could discern their surroundings, a marvel of the online gaming experience. They quickly encountered foes, and both Gu Fei and the buyer obediently crouched at the back of the formation, idle and bored, prompting them to strike up a conversation. Are you also a mage? The buyer inquired. Gu Fei nodded. What level are you? The question followed. Level 30. And you? 25. The buyer replied, eyes glimmering with admiration. Your staff is quite unique, he exclaimed. Staff? Gu Fei paused, then smiled and offered it. Give it a try. Really? The buyer was astonished, hastily relinquishing his own equipment to accept the staff. As he examined it, he suddenly shouted, What on earth? What staff? This was clearly a blade, a weapon that straddled the line between a Japanese katana and a Tang sword. Such incongruity in a mage's hands was undoubtedly rare. The buyer speculated that the mage merely wielded the sword for show, as it was far more stylish to carry a long blade than a staff. Perhaps I should acquire one for myself, he mused, returning the weapon. As they conversed, the battle raged ahead, monsters exceeding 5 levels above the players. In this parallel world, defeating foes of a higher level was no simple feat without appropriate equipment. It was a futile endeavor. Even with sufficient gear, one had to consider efficiency. Only those with exceptional equipment could hope to exploit the advantage of fighting above their level. The current group of adept players not only boasted superior gear, but also possessed remarkable awareness. Indeed, awareness. In a fully immersive online game, operational skill had transformed into tactical prowess. Aside from individuals like Gu Fei, few ordinary players could master such operations, making awareness the primary differentiator among players. What constituted awareness? The application of knowledge, the accumulation of experience, and so forth, all converging into a singular understanding. The players ahead exhibited extraordinary synergy, executing intricate maneuvers that would leave typical players astounded. The archer, Yu Tian Xinming, loosed a swift arrow, striking the target, which immediately turned and charged toward them. Seizing the opportunity, Jin executed a backstab, and as the creature pivoted, he retreated just as the others arrived to flank it, drawing its ire and swiftly dispatching it. Young Master Han's healing spells cascaded over each member with impeccable timing, ensuring no resources were wasted. This was the epitome of efficiency and speed in combat. Importantly, they eliminated only the obstruction without disturbing others. This was precisely why young Master Han had instructed Gu Fei and the buyer to refrain from attacking. The mage's spells would create a significant aggro radius, unlike the archer's targeted strikes. What is aggro? In simple terms, it refers to how monsters assess threats based on player actions. The quantification of that threat is known as aggro value. When a player's aggro reaches a certain threshold, the monster will retaliate. When multiple players pose a threat simultaneously, the monster will target the one with the highest aggro value. Due to their expansive aggro ranges, mages risk attracting multiple enemies, an outcome undesirable to the team. The mission was to confront the bandit leader, making it imperative to complete the task as swiftly and efficiently as possible, a hallmark of young Master Han's approach. Moreover, Parallel Worlds record task completion times, with the buyer's name documented at the quest-giving location, while the young Master Elite team's name would be inscribed in the task hall, a testament to the mercenary group's capabilities. Thus, the team advanced with remarkable efficiency, even eliciting admiration from young Master Han. It was hard to fathom that without the unifying force of the Parallel World, these exceptional players would have found it challenging to collaborate. As he reflected, young Master Han glanced back, only to discover Gu Fei and the buyer meandering like tourists, leisurely discussing the cave's scenery and oblivious to the deft coordination of their companions. A wave of frustration washed over young Master Han. While ignorance could be excused in a stranger, Gu Fei was a member of the team. Given their unfamiliarity, it was crucial for him to learn the characteristics, styles, and tactical habits of each team member to integrate effectively and contribute meaningfully. Yet instead of seizing this opportunity, Gu Fei was engaged in trivial conversation with a level 25 mage. Young Master Han's irritation simmered, but he had no time to chastise Gu Fei. The players in the front still required his attention. The role of a priest is often misrepresented as leisurely, a perception held by many female players who believe that healing is ideal for them. However, an exceptional priest must possess a keen sense of the bigger picture, unwavering focus, sound judgment, decisive action at critical moments, and impeccable timing and execution, qualities that are seldom found in female players. Thus, while many women play as priests, the truly elite ones are predominantly male. Young Master Han epitomized this role. Historically, he had supported Jin Gui as the lead, but with Jin Gui's recent struggles in this immersive game, young Master Han took the helm, forming this team around himself. Being a perfectionist, he was intolerant of Gu Fei's lack of diligence and his casual approach to the mission, resembling a leisurely outing. Were he not preoccupied, he would have surely turned back to admonish Gu Fei. Chapter 20. The Secret Path of Wulong Cave. The four of them, including the Sword Demon, were engrossed in eliminating the monsters ahead, utterly oblivious to what was transpiring behind them. Moreover, they did not share the obsessive tendencies of the young master of the Han family, who believed that even when there was nothing to do, one should diligently observe others at work. Thus, the team pressed deeper into the Wulong Cave, with the Han family's young master constantly seeking an opportunity to turn back and reprimand Gu Fei. Unfortunately, having previously undertaken this task, he was acutely aware that there would be no chance to do so at this moment. As they ventured further into the cave, the level of the monsters escalated, becoming increasingly dense. One misstep could easily alert an extra creature. They had to proceed meticulously, eliminating foes all the way to the depths, where a stone door awaited them, guarded by a formidable mini-boss. Once they subdued it and unlocked the mechanism to the stone door, they would find themselves in the quarters of the bandit leader, Su. The young master of the Han family calculated their progress in time, but remained unaware of the unexpected incident unfolding behind them. The rugged terrain of the cave presented a challenge. With uneven footing, the employer, careless for a moment, stepped into thin air, stumbling precariously and nearly losing his balance. "Be careful," Gu Fei called out, recognizing that the employer had merely lost his footing and was not in danger of falling, so he offered a verbal warning. The employer regained his balance and expressed his gratitude. However, at that moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed something amiss in the dark mass behind the employer. "Get out of the way!" Gu Fei shouted, already leaping past him. Before the employer could react, he witnessed Gu Fei darting past him like the wind, landing behind him. Clang! The sharp sound of blades clashing echoed. The Gu Fei had drawn his long knife, meeting a shadow that lurked in the darkness. "Run! You don't need to help me," Gu Fei called back. "Damn!" After turning back, Gu Fei exclaimed sincerely. The employer had already fled far away, showing no intention of assisting Gu Fei him. Since Gu Fei and his companions were hired to aid him, they naturally bore the responsibility of ensuring his safety. Thus Gu Fei's intervention was obligatory. As for him returning the favor, nonsense. If I could handle these monsters, why would I need to hire you? The employer thought to himself. "All right, continue on," Gu Fei said while fending off the attack. The employer, bewildered, moved away, feeling a tinge of confusion. Wasn't he that person a mage? Why did it seem like he was engaging in close combat with the monsters? He must be drawing the monsters' attention away from me. Indeed, a skilled fighter. The employer hurriedly caught up with the main group, leaving Gu Fei to confront the adversary alone. In the inky darkness, combat was challenging. Gu Fei fought while retreating, gradually returning to the center of the path, where an unknown source of light illuminated the area. At last, Gu Fei could clearly discern his opponent. It was another bandit, clad in blue attire. What did the blue attire signify? Much like the blue names in ordinary online games in this holographic online game, NPCs no longer bore names above their heads, and distinguishing bosses by color was no longer feasible. It was evidently inappropriate to inscribe terms like Big Boss, mini-boss, or blue monster onto their faces, so the game company ultimately decided to express these distinctions through appearance. The small bandit before Gu Fei was a blue monster. Since Gu Fei had been leveling up by battling monsters, this was the first time his luck had led him to encounter a blue monster, which made him quite excited. Unfortunately, the blue monster did not provide much of a thrill. Essentially, a blue monster was not a true boss. It was merely an upgraded version of a common creature with enhanced health, attack, and defense. True bosses were those clad in golden armor, descending on clouds of 7 colors, leaving one feeling inferior at just a glance. They possessed powerful skills, superior equipment, elevated levels, and high AI, 4 attributes that defined an NPC. In contrast, a blue monster was merely a minor nuisance that Gu Fei engaged in a battle of wits with a little nuisance, pushing his maximum damage output to the limits. It was merely a matter of time before he would prevail. Unfortunately, Gu Fei lacked power, and his equipment was subpar. While he could swiftly deal with ordinary creatures, tackling an upgraded version proved to be somewhat exhausting. After a lengthy struggle of several minutes, the blue monster finally collapsed. Just before succumbing, Gu Fei distinctly heard the small blue creature mutter, "The key to the secret path. I shall never hand it over to anyone." "What key?" Gu Fei instinctively inquired. Yet the creature had already perished. Even if it had not, it would not have responded, as there was no scripted dialogue that Gu Fei hastily rummaged through the blue monster's remains. Aside from a greater number of coins than usual, he unexpectedly discovered a hefty iron key. Upon closer inspection, it was labeled, "Key to the secret path of Wulong Cave." But where was the secret path? Gu Fei scanned his surroundings and stepped towards the dark mass from which the blue monster had emerged. It was pitch black. Nothing was visible. However, this did not pose a challenge for Gu Fei, as he had torches that he had previously slain a number of vagrants who were gathered around campfires by the lakeside, acquiring not only bundles of meat-cutting knives, but also numerous fire-starting tools from them. As a mage, Gu Fei had limited carrying capacity. His pockets were not infinite, and he certainly would not carry excess knives, but torches could come in handy at any moment, just as they were now. Feeling fortunate for his foresight, Gu Fei pulled out a torch from his pocket and ignited it. The darkness illuminated. Gu Fei immediately noticed a large iron plate on the ground, one end secured tightly by a massive lock. Inserting the key he had just acquired, he turned it, and the lock opened with a satisfying click. After removing it, Gu Fei lifted the iron plate, revealing a one-person-wide opening before him. He thrust the torch inside to inspect, revealing a passageway tall enough for a person that Gu Fei quickly messaged the sword demon, but received a system notification stating message reception closed. Engaged in intense combat, the sword demon and his companions had evidently disabled message reception to avoid distractions. After all, they were all together. Any issues could simply be conveyed verbally. Better to wait until the task was completed. Gu Fei closed the iron plate and returned to the path, only to be stunned once more. Ahead, the monsters that the sword demon and his group had previously cleared had respawned. However, they were merely level 35 monsters, posing no challenge for Gu Fei. The crux of the matter was that unlike the sword demon and his companions, who were well acquainted with the location and aggro ranges of every creature, Gu Fei was not privy to such data. If he were to advance now, it was likely that every creature in the cave would be aggroed, in short, it was a hassle. Is this fate? Gu Fei sighed, turning back to lift the iron plate once again. Perhaps if I take this route, I might circle around to their front and surprise them. With a mischievous mindset, Gu Fei descended into the secret path. Though narrow, the secret path was far more navigable than the rocky routes in the cave. Gu Fei held the torch ahead to scout, remaining vigilant for any potential ambushes. Fortunately, he encountered no dangers along the way and eventually reached the end of the secret passage, where a massive stone door awaited him. With a determined push, he exerted his strength, and the stone door slowly creaked open. However, it seemed prone to closing at any moment. As Gu Fei pushed and squeezed through, he finally slipped past it, releasing his grip as the door closed once more. When he pushed against it again, it did not budge. Pulling. After having pushed it with such effort, he found it impossible to pull open. Gu Fei felt somewhat dissatisfied with his strength. It seemed he ought to consider increasing his power. Leaving the stone door behind, Gu Fei gazed ahead, finding himself in an expansive area that he was astonished to discover such a flat and spacious location within the cave. His attention was immediately drawn to a solitary wooden cabin standing resolutely in the open square. Suotu is hidden deep within the Wulong cave in a small wooden cabin. Gu Fei recalled the young master of the Han family's description of the task. He had inadvertently reached his destination. It turned out that this secret path was a shortcut for the mission. Gu Fei felt a surge of joy. Since no one else had arrived yet, he tightened his grip on the knife and strode towards Suotu's cabin. Gu Fei held admiration for the combat strategy devised by the young master of the Han family. He had observed their exquisite teamwork throughout the journey, that if they had truly adhered to the young master's plan, it was likely that everything would have concluded without incident. However, admiration did not equate to fondness. Gu Fei preferred direct, face-to-face combat. Terms like drawing aggro and kiting were familiar to him. He understood that these were aspects that demonstrated a player's skill in an online game. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was different. While he aspired to become a master in this game, he relied not on gaming prowess but on his martial arts skills. This was the very purpose of his journey into the parallel world. After battling the minor creatures for so long, Gu Fei had been eagerly anticipating a boss to challenge him with a high level of difficulty. At last, the opportunity had arrived. That it was worth noting that such bosses and mission tasks were not easily encountered. The system randomly issued tasks daily, and mundane missions, such as delivering messages or fetching water, were plentiful, while challenging high-level tasks were rare. Even if they did spawn, being assigned one was an immense stroke of luck. Thus, it was understandable that this employer would go to great lengths to hire someone to accomplish this task. With this in mind, joining this mercenary group seemed quite appealing. Regularly tackling challenging missions would present him with more opportunities for growth that Gu Fei mused as he arrived at the door of the wooden cabin. Inside was an NPC. The very individual he was supposed to behead to complete the mission. Gu Fei certainly did not find it necessary to knock and greet. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick, smashing the door open and bellowing. So, it appeared that this approach could also draw the monster's aggro, as a figure lying on the bed immediately sprang up, seizing the large blade positioned at the foot of the bed and lunging toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei met the attack with his own blade. The collision resounded. What immense strength! Gu Fei managed to block the strike, yet he could not withstand the force. He was sent flying by Suotu's blow. Suotu roared as he charged out of the cabin. Gu Fei's face turned pale. He recalled the young master of the Han family's warning. Once Suotu emerges from the cabin, he will blow the whistle to summon his minions. Chapter 21. The great thief Suotu, as anticipated, Suotu burst out from the back of the house. 2 fingers thrust into his mouth as he let out a piercing whistle. The sound reverberated in the air, causing Gu Fei to anxiously scan his surroundings. Yet he could not catch sight of even a single minor creature. However, the boss, Suotu, paid no heed to such trivialities. After finishing his whistle, he brandished his large blade and charged toward Gu Fei. Suotu was a humanoid creature of average height, yet his bare torso was adorned with robust muscles, and his fierce countenance perfectly embodied the official decree that any creature meant to be slain by players must possess a repulsive visage. With a menacing snarl, Suotu lunged at Gu Fei, swinging his weapon with ferocity. This time, Gu Fei dared not withstand the blow. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, in his estimation. Suotu was a foe whose speed and strength surpassed his own, and to overcome him, he would have to rely on technique. What is technique? Martial skill. It essentially refers to the mastery of effective combat. The legendary 18 forms of weaponry, including swords, guns, staves, axes, halberds, and forks, pertain to 18 distinct martial techniques. The Tang Dao Julian, for instance, is a highly targeted combat technique specifically tailored for the use of the Tang sword. That Gu Fei chose to wield the blade in his hand precisely because its design closely resembled that of the Tang Dao, allowing him to fully employ this technique. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, Gu Fei stood 2 meters away from Suotu, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. Here he comes. Gu Fei's peripheral vision caught the slight shrug of Suotu's shoulders, propelling his entire body forward. Gu Fei swiftly dodged to the side, a powerful crimson light streaking past him. This maneuver was known as Red Flash, a technique Gu Fei had heard from Han Jiagongzi. One advantage of cornering Suotu in the house was that he would not unleash this devastating move. The damage inflicted by it was immense. With the defensive capabilities of current player gear, no one could withstand such a blow. not even those with full strength points, as Han Jiagongzi had explained. Why block? Just evade. Gu Fei had inquired at the time. Show me how you evade. Han Jiagongzi had replied with a hint of irritation that Ji Yufei had successfully evaded, but regrettably, Han Jiagongzi had not witnessed it. In essence, the art of combat is quite simple, encapsulated in the 8 words his father had imparted. Eyes follow the hands, hands follow the eyes. The average person struggles to keep their eyes on their opponent's hands, let alone synchronize their own hands with their gaze. Yet for Gu Fei, his eyes kept pace with his hands effortlessly, as for the hands following the eyes, within the game, that required points to support it. Fortunately, he had invested fully in agility points, sufficient to contend with Soda before him. This was largely thanks to the sophisticated simulation system of Parallel World. Even the NPC's movements adhered closely to the biomechanics of real human beings. Even executing a fantastical move like Red Flash, which only existed within the game, required the raising of limbs and exhibited telltale signs. Consequently, Gu Fei possessed both the awareness and capability to evade the boss's attacks, while the boss, adhering to the typical NPC behavior of absorbing blows without evasion, simply retaliated, resulting in a clear advantage. The only concern weighing on Gu Fei's mind was the extent of damage his attacks could inflict upon Satyu in that moment. Gu Fei's thoughts revolved solely around the blade in his hand. He instinctively felt that it was his only reliable asset. Magic. Gu Fei had yet to awaken to that potential. However, this blade was merely an ordinary weapon, capable of delivering maximum damage against regular minor creatures. Yet confronting a boss renowned for its thick health and robust defenses made Gu Fei apprehensive. But when he finally seized an opportunity to strike Soda's abdomen with a horizontal slash from the 3 streams technique, the resistance he felt through the blade ignited a surge of confidence within him. If the sword spirit gauged his damage based on the health of each minor creature and the quantity of his strikes, then after days of immersion in the game, Gu Fei could ascertain the magnitude of damage dealt by the mere sensation in his hands upon striking his adversary. This blow to Sotu was undoubtedly the maximum damage he could inflict. Even when attacking minor creatures, he had never been able to unleash the full potential of his blade so thoroughly. This left Gu Fei puzzled. Could it be that a formidable boss's defenses were inferior to those of a mere minor creature? After exchanging blows for several rounds, when Gu Fei landed a strike on Soto's left leg, he finally grasped the reason behind the significant damage. The source of such damage was Soda's bare upper body. It appeared that, under these circumstances, Soda's upper body defense was considered to be zero to the previous strike to Soda's left leg, however, had encountered some form of armor, rendering it completely ineffective. With this realization, Gu Fei became invigorated, keenly exploiting every opening to strike at Soda's upper body, as for the lower half. He recognized that attacks would yield no benefit, and whenever an opening presented itself, he chose to disregard it. Nevertheless, the battle against Soda persisted for a full 15 minutes. Although Soda's upper body defense was nil, the boss indeed boasted a considerable health pool. At this juncture, Gu Fei began to doubt the feasibility of Han Jiagongzi's strategy to wear Soda down. Gu Fei had just learned the rapid-fire fireball spell from him. However, the spell was explicitly stated to be a non-area damage spell, possessing only minimal additional effects. That meager damage output would hardly suffice to whittle down Sodu. Goodness, it seemed the others would not need to return to work the following day. Sodu, injured solely in the upper body, collapsed, his head automatically separated from his body, and the severed head was promptly wrapped up. Gu Fei chuckled. After all, this NPC was crafted to resemble a living being so closely that it would be excessively brutal to have players butcher him for his head after defeating him. Upon picking up the package and examining it closely, the label read, Head of the Mountain Bandit Leader. However, Gu Fei found himself trapped at the bottom of the cavern. The secret stone door through which he had entered could not be pushed open from this direction, and Gu Fei also failed to discover any mechanisms for opening the door that his companions would be attempting to breach. It seemed he could only wait for them to defeat their foes and open the door, providing him with an opportunity to escape. With nothing else to occupy his time, Gu Fei wandered into Soda's small wooden hut. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard a faint voice inquire, "Who are you?" Startled, Gu Fei was about to respond when the voice began to ramble on its own. He breathed a sigh of relief. This was the hallmark of NPCs in Parallel World, where asking, "Who are you?" merely served to highlight their presence, followed by a lengthy exposition of the plot. "Will you help me?" the weak voice continued. It turned out to be a quest, Gu Fei mused quietly. He hadn't paid close attention to the NPC's lengthy monologue, which seemed to recount a tale of someone from a certain place seeking something, only to be captured by mountain bandits in this location, enduring torment, yet remaining resolute. Now, on the brink of death, he was fortunate enough to encounter a hero like Gu Fei, hoping for his assistance in completing his unfinished business. Without a second thought, Gu Fei opted to accept. After all, accepting a quest would entail no loss. Should he later wish to decline, he could do so at any time. As for not catching the details of the quest, it mattered little. The official website would surely provide information, and he could refer to it whenever he wished to undertake the quest. Upon hearing Gu Fei's agreement, the dying individual immediately expressed, "Thank you, take my badge, and good luck." The dying man extended his hand toward Gu Fei, who accepted the item, only to see the man resolutely breathe his last. Gu Fei looked down at the badge he had received. It bore no information, only the name, Eddie's emblem. The emblem glimmered with golden light, a characteristic reserved for high-tier equipment within Parallel World. Eddie's emblem, granting 6 to all attributes. Merely at the outset of a quest, having accomplished nothing yet, he received such a potent item. What kind of quest could this be? Gu Fei was taken aback. To be candid, an item granting 6 to all attributes was far inferior to an item like Frost Remembrance, which offered 25 to a single attribute. While the total boost in attributes from Eddie's emblem exceeded that of Frost's Remembrance by 5 points, it was unlikely that any character would distribute their points evenly across all attributes. From the perspective of maximizing one's greatest strengths, Eddie's emblem was somewhat lackluster. However, gold-tier equipment was still gold-tier equipment. Its emergence seemed to foreshadow the significant value of this quest. Even Gu Fei, who had little interest in quests, could not help but feel a stir of excitement. He promptly opened his quest panel, discovering a new entry, Eddie's mission. Having embarked on a journey to fulfill his mission, Eddie sadly met his demise at the hands of mountain bandits. Can you complete his mission for him? The quest description was as succinct as that done in Parallel World. Quests were often conveyed through NPC dialogue, with the quest log merely indicating their existence, offering little in the way of guidance. Otherwise, how could players scouring the streets for quests be seen scribbling notes whenever an NPC spoke? Gu Fei donned the emblem upon his chest, glancing down to find the attire somewhat mismatched, prompting him to tuck it beneath his clothing. Being an accessory, as long as it was not stored in a machine cat's pocket, it would remain effective regardless of how it was carried. At that moment, Gu Fei felt a surge of strength within himself. With 6 to all attributes, it was akin to a 30-point increase in attributes, equivalent to leveling up 6 times. I wonder if there are any treasures to be found here with Sodu. Gu Fei thought, and he began rummaging through the hut. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Jin Gue and his companions had finally reached the final barrier. They faced a small boss at the door, surrounded by numerous minor thieves, proving quite a challenge. The group exerted every effort to clear them out. The tank Wu Shuang nearly succumbed to defeat, but thankfully, Jin Gue stepped in at the last moment to shield him. Why that time, Han Jia Gongzi's mana was nearly depleted, leaving him unable to assist. Only Jin Gue, a seasoned comrade, could perceive his plight in that critical moment. After the battle concluded, the group assessed their injuries. Aside from Han Jia Gongzi and the ranged player Yu Tian Xinming, who remained relatively composed, the other 3 were in a state of disarray. "All right," Han Jia Gongzi reassured them. "The troublesome part ends here. The battles ahead will merely be time-consuming. The monsters here will respawn in about 5 minutes, so everyone can take a moment to rest and recover health and mana. Qinli, it's up to you now." "Qinli?" Han Jia Gongzi turned back, only to find the employer standing behind them with an odd expression. "Where's Qinli Izue?" Han Jia Gongzi looked around. Chapter 22. Entangled. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had fought their way through, hardly pausing to consider the individual trailing behind them, whose only task was to lift his feet and move forward. As long as they adhered to the route laid out by the young master of the Han family, even if he were a frail mage, there should be no need for protection, right? "Where is he?" The young master of the Han family glared at the buyer, who had been chattering amiably with Gu Fei along the way. "We accidentally attracted some monsters on the road, and he held them off to let me escape," the buyer explained. This was not entirely unusual, but the prolonged absence of Gu Fei felt rather peculiar. They had been clearing monsters together. Surely he couldn't have fallen behind them. Could it be that he finished off the monsters, and the smaller ones have respawned on the way? Yuga speculated. It was indeed a route that required the cooperation of 5 top-tier experts to navigate. A mere mage could not possibly breach it alone. Let me ask him. Noticing the young master of the Han family's beautiful face clouded with worry, the sword demon hastily sent a message to Gu Fei. If what Yuga suggested was true, they would have to backtrack to retrieve him. After their arduous cooperation thus far, they were all feeling somewhat fatigued, and the prospect of returning would surely be met with annoyance and complaints, making future collaboration uncertain. The group wore expressions of exasperation as they stared at the sword demon. However, after sending a few messages, the sword demon's eyes widened in disbelief. He strode toward the mechanism, pried it open, and activated the stone door's mechanism. With a creaking sound, the stone door slowly rose, and there was Gu Fei, gradually emerging from below, with his left hand resting on a long knife that he, as a mage, should not have been wielding. His right hand held a package. His face bore a calm smile as he looked at them and cheerfully exclaimed, "What took you so long?" The group stared at him in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Fei stepped out from the doorway, tossing the package into the buyer's arms, and stated, "Here is what you wanted." The buyer, upon inspection, was even more astonished. The young master of the Han family and the others were utterly dumbfounded until the sword demon inquired, "What on earth happened?" "I found a secret passage over there. I called out to you, but you didn't respond. That I took the passage and ended up inside. Then I killed Suatu and brought back his head," Gu Fei explained. "How did you manage to kill him?" the young master of the Han family asked incredulously. Gu Fei pointed the knife in his hand at the young master. "How could I not?" The young master waved the knife aside, retorting as he walked inward, with the others trailing behind him. In the square, Suatu's headless corpse lay desolately on the ground. The young master, who had seen Suatu once before, remarked upon approaching, "Why is Suatu not wearing any clothes?" The group regarded him with a peculiar gaze. To be honest, anyone who beheld the young master of the Han family would unconsciously question his sexual orientation. Ignoring the others, the young master mumbled to himself, "He wasn't like this the last time I came." Gu Fei shrugged, indicating his ignorance, and simply remarked, "Well, he had no defense whatsoever on his upper body." "Oh, is that so?" The group suddenly appeared enlightened. In their understanding, if a unit had no defense at all, then a mage's damage output would be quite astonishing. Mages deal range damage, while Suatu, aside from his ultimate ability, relied on close combat. Gu Fei must have employed some unknown method to kite the monster, or utilized other tactics to wear down Suatu's day. However, Suatu's body was indeed riddled with knife wounds, but it was possible that these were inflicted after Suatu's demise. It seemed Gu Fei wished to keep his unique mage fighting style a secret, wielding a knife merely for show. They pondered this. Only the sword demon gazed thoughtfully at Suatu's corpse. "Where is this secret passage you mentioned?" the young master of the Han family asked. Sensing that Gu Fei might be concealing his methods, the other experts refrained from probing further into the details. "This way." Gu Fei led them forward. With their combined strength, they managed to push aside the stone. Gu Fei joyfully declared, "Now we can exit without having to fight any more monsters." The elite experts felt somewhat disheartened, silently trailing behind Gu Fei into the secret passage. Upon reaching the exit and pushing aside the iron plate above, the small blue creature that had previously held the key did not appear again. They were close to the cave's entrance, and it took little time for them to return to the outside world. "Mission accomplished," the young master of the Han family announced. The buyer nodded and promptly retrieved a money pouch from his pocket, handing it over without a word. The young master accepted it, opened it for a glance, and nodded. "The money is correct. As for the other agreed-upon matters, I hope you will honor the agreement." The buyer nodded, excitement evident on his face. "I will certainly comply. The strength of your mercenary group is truly remarkable. It has only just dawned on me how everything transpired." "What do you mean?" the young master inquired. The buyer chuckled. "Let us not pretend anymore. You were using a diversion tactic, weren't you?" While you held off those small thieves outside the cave, Brother Chinli entered through the secret passage to challenge the boss alone. You mentioned that Suatu can summon minions, but you just happened to block the entrance, preventing the little thieves from entering, thus granting Brother Chinli the opportunity to face the boss one-on-one. You all pretended not to know about the secret passage. Ha! No need for that. I want to reveal your tactics. Even if I did, how many could challenge the boss like Brother Chinli? As he spoke, the buyer gazed at Gu Fei with admiration. What are you talking about? Gu Fei asked, bewildered. Hey, it has nothing at all, that I'll definitely seek you out again if anything arises that I'm off now. The buyer gave Gu Fei a thumbs up and turned to descend the mountain. What was he talking about? Gu Fei queried the elite experts. The experts exchanged awkward glances, and the young master of the Han family cleared his throat twice. Ahem, did anything good drop from Suatu? Nothing at all. Gu Fei replied, I only found 2 money pouches in his room. As he spoke, he pulled them out and handed them to the young master. The young master hesitated, but ultimately accepted them, gesturing for the others. Let us go back and split the money. The others responded with a lackluster, oh, but it was clear to anyone that the tone was devoid of enthusiasm, hardly indicative of a group eager to split their earnings. The little lay bar had evidently become the stronghold for this group. Upon returning to Yunwan City, they silently made their way there, a tacit understanding among them. Little Lei seemed quite familiar with the group, promptly directing them to an empty private room. Once inside and seated, the young master of the Han family extended his hand, and the gold coins from the 3 money pouches cascaded onto the table. In a world where many players toil for mere silver coins, this heap of gold was truly a fortune. How shall we divide it? Let us hear your opinions, the young master suggested. Silence ensued. Gu Fei thought that, naturally, they would split it evenly, but he was uncertain whether there were unspoken rules among these gaming experts, so he refrained from speaking up. The other 5 remained silent, each reflecting on Gu Fei's actions. Considering the secret passage and his solo kill of Suatu, their contributions began to feel somewhat insignificant. Whether to take the money or not left them in a quandary. Speak up. Why is no one saying anything? The young master, lacking a plan of his own, was merely shifting the dilemma onto others. Let us split it evenly. Yuga finally spoke up. The young master was somewhat taken aback. Although their efforts seemed futile, they had indeed invested considerable time and energy. None were willing to forego their share entirely for Gu Fei, yet to propose an even split required a measure of boldness. That someone would dare to voice such a suggestion left the young master surprised, considering they were all renowned experts in the gaming world. While skill was essential, winning hearts was equally necessary. Once Yuga voiced his opinion, Gu Fei felt a sense of relief. After all, an even split was straightforward. He immediately chimed in, Let us split it. Let us split it. Seeing Gu Fei's enthusiastic endorsement and expression, the others began to waver. After all, this was a rare windfall. Ultimately, the young master of the Han family took the initiative, dividing the money into 6 portions and then taking a few coins from each pile, placing them into one stack before pushing it towards Gu Fei. You deserve a bit more for your solo efforts. Is that so? Then I'll gladly accept, Gu Fei said without hesitation, promptly scooping the pile into his machine cat pouch. After tidying his attire, he stood up and declared, All right, I'm off. Off? Where to? The others were taken aback. Logging off. I still have to work tomorrow. Gu Fei replied. Oh, go ahead, go ahead. The others were momentarily at a loss for words. See you later. Gu Fei waved at them, nonchalantly turning to leave. His intention to log off was genuine, but not for the sake of work the following day. Gu Fei would never be the type to spend all his time in the game like an ordinary player. He had never missed his 3 daily boxing sessions, and it was time to engage in some physical activity. As Gu Fei departed, the 5 elite experts remained in a state of astonished silence, momentarily unsure of how to approach the money on the table. Ultimately, it was the young master of the Han family who first moved, picking up a gold coin to toy with as he smiled at Yuga. Yuga, quite impressive. What do you mean? I was a bit hesitant to suggest splitting it, but you really are something. The young master's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Yuga chuckled. Are you mocking me? I genuinely believe that splitting it is fair. Oh, the previous fellow had a point, I believe it was indeed our clearing of the monsters at the entrance that prompted Situ to summon minions, leaving him vulnerable without anyone by his side, thus creating an opportunity for Brother Qianli to face him alone. The young master pondered this for a moment and nodded. That is true. It did feel rather chaotic during that fight, that I had thought the system had adjusted to spawn more monsters. But now it seems that Suatu was indeed summoning them, causing the little thieves to swarm toward us, which we successfully blocked. Thankfully, my precise healing saved the day. Otherwise, we might have been wiped out. Haha. The others exchanged glances, most of them regarding the sword demon with newfound respect, marveling at how he could partner with such individuals. Thus, splitting the money doesn't seem unreasonable. Even if there is a slight bit of, didn't you just give him more earlier? Yugo interjected. That is a fair point. Now let us take the money, the young master beckoned, and everyone began to pocket their shares of the gold. However, the atmosphere remained unchanged. The division of money was a trivial matter for these experts. What truly weighed on their minds was the realization that a player had accomplished what they deemed impossible. To challenge a boss alone, each of them contemplated this question, and the only response was a bittersweet smile. Even if one were bare-chested with no defense, they would still be unable to overcome such a challenge. Chapter 23. The joy of helping others as the game approached its offline hours. Gu Fei made his way towards the so-called safe zone after exiting the Little Thunder Bar. That on his journey, he passed by the guild building, which bustled with activity, teeming with players. Now that players had entered the 30th level, game guilds had proliferated like mushrooms after rain. Just a couple of days ago, Huichio had approached Gu Fei, inquiring about which guild he intended to join. However, upon realizing Gu Fei's seemingly indifferent response, Huichio had resigned in frustration and set off alone to carefully select a guild for himself. I wonder if Huichio has found a guild to join. Gu Fei mused internally as he opened his friends list, only to find Huichio was offline. Huichio's online presence was notoriously erratic, making it impossible for Gu Fei to deduce what he was up to. Deep in thought, he suddenly collided with someone. Stumbling slightly, Gu Fei lamented his slender build in the game. Fortunately, he had just equipped the Eddie's crest. Without those 6 points in vitality and strength, he might have been knocked over. It's you, Gu Fei exclaimed, recognizing the person before him. Shi Xiaotian. Shi Xiaotian gestured for silence, her face a mask of urgency. Help me, she whispered, quickly ducking behind Gu Fei. Given Gu Fei's martial arts training, it was exceedingly easy for him to obscure the petite figure of this graceful girl that as he opened his mouth to inquire about the situation, a small girl rushed up to the intersection, scanning her surroundings until her gaze landed solely on Gu Fei. She glared at him and demanded, "Hey, did you see a very beautiful girl run past?" Children these days truly lack manners. Gu Fei frowned. The Gu family had a long-standing tradition in martial arts, upholding many of the ancient customs, particularly in matters of etiquette, which they regarded more seriously than the average family. While they did not adhere to excessive formalities, they maintained strict respect for elders and teachers. For instance, each morning, the younger generation would greet their elders as the first order of business after rising and washing up. "Hey, I'm talking to you," the little girl called out again, noticing Gu Fei lost in thought. Though he found it difficult to muster any fondness for the girl, Gu Fei empathized with her predicament. Clearly, she had fallen victim to a scam. He nodded in acknowledgement. "I did see her." "Which way did she go?" the little girl asked, her expression tense. Gu Fei stepped aside and pointed to the space behind him. "She was right here." "Whoa!" Shi Xiaotian stumbled forward, that in an effort to minimize her visibility. She had pressed herself closely against Gu Fei's back, and when he suddenly moved aside, she lost her balance and lurched forward. Gu Fei regarded her coolly, surprised when the little girl rushed up, offering Shi Xiaotian a steadying hand. "Sister Xiaotian, are you all right?" Hearing this address, Gu Fei began to suspect he might have misunderstood the situation. Shi Xiaotian shot Gu Fei a fierce glare before smiling at the little girl. "I'm fine." The little girl cast a glance at Gu Fei, piecing together what had just transpired, and with a hint of grievance, she exclaimed, "Sister Xiaotian, what are you doing?" "Meow meow. Regarding what you mentioned, I truly cannot agree to that," Shi Xiaotian replied. "But we really can't find anyone else," the little girl protested. "Then just wait a bit longer." "There will be someone," Shi Xiaotian suggested. "Please, just help us," the little girl pleaded, tugging at Shi Xiaotian's hand, shaking it as she begged that Shi Xiaotian chose to remain silent, simply shaking her head. Gu Fei, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, "Just help them out." Shi Xiaotian shot him a look. People who know nothing should keep quiet and mind their own business. Gu Fei shrugged at the little girl, signaling that he could offer no assistance, and continued on his way towards the safe zone. Having walked a mere 10 meters, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Wait a moment." He turned to see Shi Xiaotian racing after him. "What is it?" Gu Fei asked. I know you're always eager to help others, so why not lend them a hand?" she proposed. "What is the matter?" Gu Fei inquired. "They need one more person to respond to a guild," Shi Xiaotian explained. "That's all? Then why won't you help?" Gu Fei retorted. "Me? Ha! Do you know who I am? Associating with me brings too many troubles," Shi Xiaotian replied. "Well, in that case, it seems quite meaningful for me to step in and save a few innocent players from your complications," Gu Fei remarked. "Indeed, such a meaningful endeavor must surely involve you." "I refuse," Gu Fei declared. "Why?" Shi Xiaotian asked, puzzled. "Responding to a guild only requires a mere 20 individuals. Given the extensive player base in Parallel World, gathering 20 people should be a cinch. How could there possibly be a guild unable to muster enough responses?" "Don't make me laugh," Gu Fei scoffed. "The people are right over there. If you don't believe me, go ask them yourself," Shi Xiaotian insisted. With skepticism, Gu Fei glanced at her before approaching the little girl. "Are you unable to gather enough responses for your guild?" The little girl nodded. "Yes. We've been trying for ages and are just one person short. Is gathering 20 people truly that difficult?" Gu Fei pondered aloud. "Exactly. That's why we need Sister Xiaotian's help," the little girl reiterated. "That's already resolved. Meow meow," Shi Xiaotian said with a smile. "Let us head over now." "Really?" the little girl exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face as she turned to Gu Fei. "Thank you." "Not at all. Just a small matter," Gu Fei replied. "Let us go." The little girl joyfully dashed towards the guild building. "Come on," Shi Xiaotian urged, giving Gu Fei a push as she hurried after the girl. Inside the guild building, it was a veritable sea of players, the cacophony making conversation nearly impossible. Shouts from every direction clamored for attention. "For Directions Guild, we've completed all tasks. Come respond. Hey, beautiful. Join our little customer guild. We offer weekly salaries. Warrior S home with a level 30 guild leader. All who love warriors, come respond." The relentless shouting convinced Gu Fei that despite the throngs, gathering 20 players to respond to a guild was indeed no simple feat. The fact that Huiqiu had yet to choose a guild also made sense. "There are too many people. Meow meow, you head over to Xiaoqi's side, and we'll go to the response area. Once we're there, I'll let you know so Xiaoqi can accept the responses," Shi Xiaotian instructed the little girl. The little girl complied, making her way to the other side. Shi Xiaotian pulled Gu Fei along, navigating through the crowd in the opposite direction. Near the response area, the crowd was even more densely packed. Those coming to select a guild response were treated as prey by the surrounding players trying to recruit them. As soon as Gu Fei and Shi Xiaotian emerged, they were immediately besieged. "Hey buddy, what level are you? Come join our guild. Respond to us, respond to us." Others shouted from the right. "Hands off!" Shi Xiaotian revealed a more rugged side. "He mine, no one else can have him." With that, she firmly grasped Gu Fei and charged toward the response window. To facilitate players, the game sometimes included facilities that felt utterly out of place. The response area, for instance, featured a touchscreen interface that clashed with the game's overall aesthetic, yet was an unfortunate necessity. As they stood in line, they gradually approached the screen. After sending a message, Shi Xiaotian nodded at Gu Fei. "You can respond now." "What is the name of the guild?" Gu Fei asked, already accessing the search bar. "Rebirth Amethyst," Shi Xiaotian replied. Gu Fei entered the name and noted that they had already gathered 19 responses, just one short of forming the guild, that he promptly selected to respond. Ding! The system notification chimed in his ear, followed by a flurry of system messages. The Rebirth Amethyst Guild has officially been established. Player Qianli Izue has become a member of Rebirth Amethyst. For more information regarding the guild, please consult the relevant guild panel. "All done," Gu Fei declared, only to turn around and find that Shi Xiaotian had already strained her way through the crowd. "This is not good," A wave of ominous foreboding washed over him as he shouted for her to stop, following closely behind. Unfortunately, this proved to be a physically demanding task. Gu Fei, though agile, found himself at a disadvantage in the chaotic throng. Helplessly watching, she shouted Eon disappear into the sea of players. "What on earth are you up to?" Gu Fei pulled up his friend's list and sent her a message. "Nothing much. Just something good," she shouted. Eon replied. "You better explain yourself," Gu Fei insisted. "Open the guild panel, and you'll find out," she responded. As Gu Fei continued to push through the crowd, he opened the guild panel. The levels and classes of the guild members were clearly listed before him. The range of professions was diverse, but the levels were notably low. Only 2 members were at level 30, while Gu Fei's name, Qianli Zue, stood prominently at the top, indicating he was the member with the highest experience points. However, at that moment, Gu Fei suddenly froze. In the gender column, aside from his name marked as male, there followed a neat row of female entries stretching from the 2nd to the 20th member, 19 in total. Why, is this guild entirely composed of women? At that moment, a series of notifications erupted. XXX has added you as a friend. Gu Fei quickly scanned the messages, all from names within the guild. The first message read, "Who are you? How did you end up in our guild? Sender. Chiyu." Chapter 24, Rebirth of the Amethyst. Come out immediately, outside the guild hall. Another message from July arrived. Gu Fei sighed and made his way through the crowd. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had once again fallen into a trap set by Xiao Dian. While the outcome remained uncertain, the feeling of being deceived left a bitter taste in his heart. Upon exiting the guild hall, Gu Fei quickly spotted the person calling for him. In the corner of the wall to the east of the hall stood several girls. As soon as Gu Fei stepped outside, one of them raised her hand and pointed at him. It was the little girl known as Mao Mao by Xiao Dian. "That's him," the girl exclaimed. The other girls turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on Gu Fei. He quickly counted their numbers 6. If it came to a confrontation, he believed he could handle it. Thus, he maintained a calm demeanor and stood his ground. The 6 girls approached him in formation, occasionally shifting from a line to a V shape. Being the center of attention from 6 girls should have been an honor, yet Gu Fei felt a bead of sweat forming in his palm, for he was acutely sensitive to hostility. Numerous players passed by, halting to cast envious glances at Gu Fei while scrutinizing the 6 girls, some of whom were strikingly attractive, intensifying their envy to a frenzied level. As several male players gulped audibly, the 6 girls reached Gu Fei. "Are you Qianli Ize?" inquired a petite girl with short hair. Gazing at him, Gu Fei nodded, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the short-haired girl, not due to any nefarious thoughts, but because of her impressive gear. He recognized her as a fighter, a class he had once aspired to, but had missed out on due to a twist of fate. After entering the game, he realized that players choosing this class were relatively few, as it was known for its demanding and uncomfortable combat mechanics, causing many to shy away from it. The opportunity to engage with a fighter was exhilarating for Gu Fei, as he perceived a kindred spirit in those who embraced this profession. "I am July," the short-haired girl introduced herself. "Hello," Gu Fei replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "I am the president of Rebirth of the Amethyst," she added. "That is evident," Gu Fei remarked. "Now, I need you to explain how you ended up in our guild," July said coldly. "Well, I was somewhat confused initially, but it has become clearer now that I need her to clarify alongside me." Gu Fei indicated towards Mao Mao. July turned her gaze to Mao Mao, who in turn looked at Gu Fei. "Xiao Dian told me that you were looking for an extra member for the guild, so she asked for my assistance," Gu Fei explained. "We needed one more member because we have stringent requirements for our guild members," July replied. Gu Fei recalled the list of 19-inch female members in the guild and nodded. "I can see that." He then turned to Mao Mao. "What did Xiao Dian tell you?" Mao Mao's eyes widened as she exclaimed. "She said that she promised to join a friend's guild, so she couldn't join ours, and that friend is you." Gu Fei reflected on the situation. "So she told you that she would inform me. When she brought me back to you, you would thank me, believing I had not pressured her into joining your guild, correct?" Mao Mao nodded affirmatively. "Meanwhile, I thought Xiao Dian was persuading me to join your guild. Hence her gratitude." Gu Fei addressed the group. "So, everything is clear now, right? It's merely a misunderstanding, a human-made one at that. Damn, that little she." July stamped her foot in frustration. As for what transpired afterward, she sent Mao Mao away, ensuring that Mao Mao would not see me responding to the guild. How she managed to exploit that situation, I do not know. Gu Fei added. July sighed. Guild responses do not undergo scrutiny, but due to our member requirements, we usually keep the response option closed, only opening it temporarily when we find suitable candidates to prevent outsiders from joining. I see. Gu Fei sighed in understanding. The other girls exchanged glances, inevitably voicing their complaints about Xiao Dian. However, their grievances seemed to be mere verbal expressions, lacking genuine animosity, which puzzled Gu Fei. The girls huddled together, whispering, gradually distancing themselves from Gu Fei. Noticing that his involvement seemed to have concluded and that time was slipping away, he hastily made his way to a safe spot to log off. After a brief discussion, the girls finally reached a consensus. Hey, where did he go? July turned to speak with Gu Fei, only to find that he had vanished in the meantime. Where did he go? July opened her friend list and saw that Xinli Izue was offline. What kind of person is this? How can he leave before we finish talking? July stomped her foot in irritation, and the other girls began to voice their discontent towards Gu Fei. Achoo! Gu Fei, having logged off and moved to the rooftop to practice his punches, sneezed repeatedly. Who keeps mentioning me? He pondered, attributing it to traditional beliefs. The next day, as soon as Gu Fei logged in, a message notification chimed. He promptly checked it and saw it was from July. Where are you? 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 The repetition of where 7 times indicated her fondness for the number 7. What do you want? Gu Fei replied. What is the matter with you? You left before we could finish our conversation yesterday. July complained. Is there something else? Gu Fei inquired. Come over. July urged. Where to? To B17, Charlotte Street. Indeed, while the city in this online game, Cloud City, may not boast the expansiveness of real life, it was significantly larger than the typical online games where players could traverse from the east gate to the west exit in mere steps. The town had grown sufficiently large to necessitate naming its streets for navigation. The streets were lined with numerous buildings, with the system occupying only a small fraction. The majority were properties available for sale. B17 on Charlotte Street. Perhaps someone had opened a new shop. Gu Fei mused as he made his way towards Charlotte Street. That in the online game, player levels were the primary determinants of the in-game economy. As players surpassed the 30-level threshold, various industries within the game began to flourish. Blacksmithing, weaving, mining, agriculture, and more. While many players opted to carry their wares through the streets for direct sales, a considerable number of enterprising individuals chose to purchase properties and establish storefronts, leading to the emergence of door numbers alongside street names. B17, B17. Gu Fei muttered as he searched for the place that he came upon a peculiar shop that lacked the clear signage typical of other stores. Instead of a conventional sign, it displayed an odd emblem, an elongated diamond-shaped object glowing with a soft purple hue. Uncertain of what it was, Gu Fei hesitated to push the door open and instead opted to rap gently on it twice. The door swung open swiftly, revealing July and several other girls, some familiar, some new. Following July inside, Gu Fei took a seat. The other girls scrutinized him, their expressions varying from resistance to indifference, with only a few showing signs of welcome or camaraderie. It was rather awkward. Not even July, seated across from him, appeared anything but resigned. Speak your mind. Gu Fei urged July, sensing his unpopularity in the room, that he wished to expedite the conversation and leave. July opened her mouth but hesitated, her face revealing uncertainty. Feel free to say what you mean. Gu Fei smiled encouragingly. Thank you for your help with the guild response. July began a lackluster opening line. Gu Fei recognized it was not the crux of the matter. He nodded lightly, patiently awaiting July's next words. However, given the composition of our guild members, I trust you are aware of our stringent requirements for membership. Gu Fei immediately grasped July's implication and felt a surge of relief. He quickly interjected, I understand your point. Well, I shall simply withdraw from the guild. As he pulled up the guild panel to initiate the withdrawal, he noticed July's expression shift dramatically. She exclaimed, No! Chapter 25. The guild, swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several young women darted over, with remarkable agility. Hurrah! They had already encircled Gu Fei. Hey, what do you think you're doing? One girl boldly slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Gu Fei as she shouted. Gu Fei felt a rush of excitement upon seeing her. Another fighter, a girl he was meeting for the first time today. She was quite attractive, boasting a healthy complexion reminiscent of chocolate. Yet, Gu Fei's keen observation was drawn to the fact that among this group of girls, two had chosen the fighter profession. Contemplating this, Gu Fei's gaze began to wander, eager to discern if there was a third girl who might also have chosen the path of the fighter. Noticing Gu Fei's indifference to her inquiry, the girl's eyes lingered on him momentarily before she pivoted to seek out other targets. Her focused gaze resembled that of a predator selecting its prey, and it irked her that she was the first to be dismissed by this so-called predator. Infuriated from all angles, she boldly stepped forward to block Gu Fei's line of sight, exclaiming, "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Furrowing his brow, Gu Fei mused that in this day and age, a girl with such a brash demeanor could only be found in films. The world of online gaming was indeed a wondrous realm. With a sigh, he shook his head and replied, "I wasn't looking at anything." His nonchalant demeanor ignited the fury of the fiery girl, who raised her fist, ready to engage in a duel. At that moment, Chiyue called out, "Lily, it's nothing. He said he wants to leave the guild." "Ah!" The girl named Lily momentarily froze, her raised hand dropping involuntarily. The other gathered girls gazed at Gu Fei with expressions of mild surprise. "What is going on?" Gu Fei inquired, observing their reactions. "Did I misunderstand? Aren't you all asking me to leave the guild?" Upon hearing his words, an air of discomfort washed over the girls' faces, with several betraying a hint of apology. Realizing that further clarification was necessary, Chiyue finally said, "You Haven T misunderstood. We do want you to leave the guild, but not at this moment." "What do you mean?" Gu Fei asked, perplexed. "Are you truly oblivious or just pretending to be?" The bold Lily exclaimed loudly. "The minimum member requirement for the guild is 20. If it falls below that, it will automatically disband." "Oh, then hurry up and recruit more members, and I can leave, right?" Gu Fei suggested, his mind unexpectedly conjuring the image of Han's son. He couldn't help but wonder what chaos would ensue if that fellow joined their guild. The girls exchanged glances, and it was Chiyue who spoke again. "We will find someone soon. Until then, we hope you can bear with us for a while." "What is so difficult about that?" Gu Fei chuckled, rising from his seat. "Once you find someone suitable, just kick me out. Is that settled?" "I'll take my leave." He stood up, taking a few steps toward the door, only to notice an eerie silence enveloping the room. Glancing back, he sensed that the atmosphere had grown too tense and coincidentally caught Lily's gaze upon him. He nodded and remarked, "Lily, that is a splendid name." "What do you mean by that?" Lily, true to her fiery nature, perceived a hint of implication in his words and instantly leaped, darting behind Gu Fei with the speed of a striking serpent, her right fist poised to strike. However, Gu Fei remained silent, gently pulling the door open and slipping out, turning back with a smile. "I'm off." He then closed the door behind him, galloping like a meteor. Gu Fei mused as he walked down the street outside. This was an attack skill of the fighter class, boasting greater speed and power than ordinary attacks, with a dashing effect. No matter how one looks at it, fighters certainly have the edge in style. Gu Fei glanced down at his mage's robe, overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. Inside the room, silence reigned for half a minute after Gu Fei's departure. The first to regain her composure was Chiyue, who slowly approached Lily, still lingering by the door, and shook her hand, saying, "Try not to be so impulsive next time." Although he is at a high level, he is just a mage, and his equipment seems rather subpar, that if you were to hit him by accident, it could be catastrophic. Lily turned to Chiyue, her expression dazed. He dodged. "Huh? What did you say?" "I mean, just now, my punch," he evaded it, Lily replied. The girls immediately crowded around, chattering excitedly. Someone asked, "Were you not just trying to scare him?" Lily offered a wry smile. "I was indeed furious with him and intended to land a real punch, but somehow, he just pulled the door and slipped away." The girls were taken aback. They had known each other for quite some time and were aware of each other's backgrounds. Lily was not merely a fighter. She had always been courageous and combative, having secretly trained in martial arts at a dojo. The evidence spoke for itself. Her prowess in hand-to-hand combat was unmatched in the immersive world of this new game. She was the quickest to adapt, engaging NPCs with her fists while others fumbled with their weapons, all the while reveling in the chaos. Though Lily's level was not the highest among the girls, currently at level 26, she could easily take on 4 or 5 of them in a duel. She took great pride in this fact. Seasoned online gaming experts were of little use in this game, while she, with mere days of training, thrived, particularly as a fighter. Her bold personality and penchant for combat led her to engage in numerous skirmishes, and remarkably, she had yet to suffer a defeat, even against opponents of higher levels. With all this success, she felt on top of the world, convinced she was the unrivaled champion. Facing a mage like Gu Fei, she had been certain that a single punch would send him sprawling, only to discover that he effortlessly dodged her strike. Such a nonchalant display seemed to bear the mark of a true expert. Lily, could it be that he has trained as well? One girl ventured to ask. Impossible, Lily asserted confidently. How can you be so sure? If he were trained, he would have chosen the fighter class like me, or at the very least, a warrior or rogue. What did he select? A mage. Is he out of his mind? Lily responded. Perhaps he is just here to enjoy the game, unlike you, who seems to have come to brawl. Lily scoffed. Lily, seriously, how do you think he dodged? Chiyue inquired. It was an illusion. Lily insisted earnestly, blinking her eyes. It must have been an illusion. The girls dispersed. How dare they underestimate me? Lily exclaimed, charging forward. The room erupted into chaos as the group spilled out onto the street. Chiyue could only smile wryly at the sight of the girls chasing after each other. That guy seems decent enough, a voice chimed from behind her. Xiao Luo, don't go falling for someone just because they're somewhat handsome. Chiyue replied without turning her head, already knowing who it was. Not at all. I am being serious, don't you think so? Xiao Luo countered. Oh, that is true. He doesn't seem unpleasant, quite amiable, in fact, Chiyue conceded. Thus, there is no need to be so dismissive. Until we find a replacement, let him participate in our activities for now. Chiyue replied ambiguously. I'll go fetch this for him, Xiao Luo announced, striding over to the table where Chiyue had been seated and picking up a crest. Humph. And you say you're not infatuated? Chiyue teased. I'll investigate further before making any claims, Xiao Luo laughed, exiting the room. With no one else around, Chiyue shook her head in exasperation, glancing around the room before stepping outside. Just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly heard a voice from above. So, what do you think? That guy's not bad, right? Xiao Tian, if you keep doing this, I'll eventually be scared to death, Chiyue sighed. Not a chance. You'll get used to it, Xiao Tian replied, peering down from the rooftop as she spoke. Would you like to come down? Chiyue asked. Yes, Xiao Tian replied, gently leaping down from the roof. The height was considerable, and she grimaced slightly upon landing, but quickly returned to normal. She then glanced at the sign hanging beside the door, smiling as she said, You've set up the guild here. It is quite nice. With no other choice, Chiyue followed her inside, gently shutting the door behind her. Without taking a seat, Xiao Tian leaned against the wall by the window and asked, So, what is your take on that guy? I came specifically to check on things. Come on, stop pretending. You're not that kind-hearted. Did you swindle something from him and then run off? Chiyue remarked lightly. Xiao Tian chuckled softly, tossing her left hand dismissively. Here, take this. Chiyue extended her arm, catching the item securely. Upon opening her palm, she discovered a simple-looking ring. The Ring of the Windwood, an accessory that enhanced agility and strength. It was a coveted piece of gear for any combat profession. Especially now, as players were discovering the steep difficulty of leveling past level 30, the value of such attribute-enhancing gear had skyrocketed. Chiyue recognized the worth of this small ring, but merely smiled faintly, tossing it back to Xiao Tian. What is this? You don't want it again? Xiao Tian's expression showed no surprise. Chiyue didn't respond, only smiled as Xiao Tian offered no further comments, pocketing the ring. After peering out the window for a moment, she remarked, I know, compared to me and anyone else, you'd rather not join if it were me, right? We are friends, Chiyue stated, but the guild involves more than just my interests. I understand, Xiao Tian grinned. That is what I like about you. How did you come to know that guy? Qianli Zue? Chiyue asked. He one of the few I couldn't manage to con, Shi Xiao Tian replied, gazing out the window. What do you mean by that? Remember when I told you? As skilled con artists, we exploit human greed, that no matter how intelligent you are, as long as you harbor a desire, I can find a way to ensnare you. Yet he slipped right past me, Shi Xiao Tian explained. Chapter 26. Task Chain. The departing Gu Fei hardly paid any heed to the affairs of the guild. At this moment, he was hastily making his way to the fountain square at the heart of Cloud City, where he had arranged to meet someone. From a distance, Gu Fei spotted Hong Chun Xiao, who was smiling and waving at him. What do you need? As Gu Fei approached, Hong Chun Xiao immediately got straight to the point. I have something I would like to consult you about, Gu Fei replied. With a smile, Hong Chun Xiao remarked, I am a disciplined game worker, so I may not necessarily disclose everything you ask. Speak if you can, and if not, then don't. Gu Fei replied candidly. Very well, go ahead, Hong Chun Xiao said. Gu Fei reached into his pocket and produced Eddie's emblem. Hong Chun Xiao initially cast a casual glance, but suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment, and Gu Fei seemed to fade from view as the emblem danced before him, reminiscent of a firefly glowing vividly against the backdrop of a dark night. Where did this come from? Hong Chun Xiao exclaimed, snapping back to reality as he seized Gu Fei's hand, pulling the emblem close for a thorough inspection. Gu Fei recounted the events, leaving Hong Chun Xiao momentarily frozen in disbelief. I checked the official website last night, and there was absolutely no information regarding this emblem, so I thought I would ask you. If you can tell me, please do. If not, that's fine too, Gu Fei said. Hong Chun Xiao pinched his own face, confirming that this was not a dream, and gradually revived his expression from its petrified state. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, This is a task. I know, Gu Fei replied. Compared to other ordinary tasks, this one possesses certain unique traits. We refer to it as a task chain, Hong Chun Xiao explained. Task chain? Gu Fei said, realization dawning upon him. This term had indeed been mentioned on the website. In contrast to ordinary tasks, it was more intricate and exhibited a significant degree of randomness. The name task chain was aptly chosen. If an ordinary task is viewed as a point, then stringing several points together forms a line, which constitutes a task chain. Such points are countless within the game, and even a mundane task on an ordinary street could become a crucial link in a task chain. The task chain is thus whimsically generated by the system from these innumerable points, freely arranged and combined. It then selects a suitable narrative from the vast storyline repository of the game, assigning appropriate rewards based on the calculated difficulty of each stage. Upon completion of a task chain by a player, the system will re-randomize and produce a new one. The total number of task chains in the game remains constant, yet their content is perpetually unique. The probability of the system generating an identical task chain twice is negligible. Under such a setup, triggering a task chain is not particularly difficult, as its activation conditions are not exceedingly peculiar or bizarre. However, whether it can be completed thereafter depends on the player's fortune, for the points constituting the task chain are randomly arranged. It is entirely possible that the first step involves a simple task of delivering a message, while the second step escalates into an extraordinarily challenging battle. The likelihood of a player triggering a task chain at level 0, only to require high levels for the subsequent step, is quite considerable. The task chain Gu Fei had triggered was not difficult to activate. In the later stages of the game, it was a commonplace task, rescuing Eddie. However, it must be emphasized that this pertains to the late-game phase. Given the current level of players, to illustrate with a recent example, the renowned gaming experts such as the Han family Scion and Sword Demon would resort to cornering Sutoa in a small room to wear him down. Yet employing such tactics would inevitably lead to Eddie, who was merely gasping for breath in a corner, facing demise. Witnessing Eddie's corpse would preclude the acquisition of this task to ensure Eddie's survival, and here his final words. 2 prerequisites must be met. Firstly, Sutoa must feel secure, so he does not instinctively eliminate Eddie upon perceiving a threat. Secondly, Eddie must feel safe enough to entrust his final wishes. Achieving both conditions requires the player to single-handedly confront and slay Sutoa. Only by approaching alone can Sutoa avoid feeling excessively threatened. Only by defeating Sutoa can Eddie relax and pass on his final request. In the case of an ordinary task, Eddie would merely impart a brief farewell. However, since Gu Fei had fortuitously activated a task chain, Eddie's farewell would encompass a commission as well. Regardless, this task was suited only for high-level, highly skilled players, as only then could they possess the strength to confront the challenge alone. Hong Xiao had a faint understanding of Gu Fei's abilities, but upon learning of his remarkable achievement, he could not help but be thoroughly astonished. He had considered the disruption to game balance posed by players like Gu Fei, initially only contemplating how they would dominate in player-versus-player contests, that he had not anticipated that even the system's designated bosses would prove so vulnerable. While Gu Fei continued speaking, Hong Xiao had already tuned him out as one of the core planners of the game. He subconsciously began to ponder the necessity of imposing restrictions on such players to maintain game balance. Hey! Gu Fei's calls jolted Hong Xiao back to reality. What were you thinking about? Gu Fei inquired, puzzled. I asked you why there is no information about this task on the website. Oh! Hong Xiao snapped back to the present. Task chains are randomly generated, so the website cannot possibly contain relevant descriptions. Players must explore them on their own. Could you perhaps divulge a little more information? Gu Fei asked. Hong Xiao smiled bashfully. I am a disciplined game worker. All right, I understand. Gu Fei replied decisively. Then I shall explore on my own. I'm off. Take care. Hong Xiao waved. Goodbye. Gu Fei turned and departed. After a brief journey of a few minutes, Gu Fei arrived at his usual leveling spot. Due to the exponential increase in experience required from level 30 onwards, he had no idea how many days he would be spending in this location. In contrast to Gu Fei, the vast majority of players had long since abandoned such a singular approach to leveling through monster grinding. The game offered a plethora of diverse tasks, with experience rewards deemed quite generous. Although not as efficient as monster killing, they were far from tedious. Running errands, chatting, and occasionally engaging in battles made the experience enjoyable. However, for Gu Fei, monster hunting was akin to practicing martial arts, and that alone brought him joy. Tedious? If he found martial arts monotonous, would he have diligently practiced for over 20 years? Moreover, since embarking on his journey in the online game, Gu Fei had found his skills to be increasingly refined. What was the reason? It stemmed from what Sword Demon regarded as extreme maneuvers. With numerous practical opponents to spar with, more importantly, he could strike at their vital points without hesitation until they were vanquished. This was an unprecedented experience in Gu Fei's years of martial arts training in the real world. Sparring required a focus on restraint. Given various reservations, moves often became somewhat distorted. The Gu Fei understood this but felt powerless. Life was not a martial arts novel's world. Those blood-soaked days could compensate for this deficiency. Nowadays, online gaming filled this void. Although his opponents could not engage him in a back-and-forth exchange, at least he could strike without any reservations. Upon reaching the vicinity of the monster respawn point, Gu Fei bent down to stretch and loosen his muscles before charging forward with his sword drawn. It felt remarkably effortless. Gu Fei knew that this ease was due to Eddie's emblem, which had granted him an additional 30 points in attributes, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. The small monsters surrounding Gu Fei fell swiftly before him, and he began to sense that this respawn point might no longer fully satisfy his needs. Perhaps it was time to explore higher-level areas. At this moment, not far from Gu Fei, a pair of eyes was observing him. Hong Xiao. After Gu Fei left, he had stealthily followed, intent on uncovering Gu Fei's true capabilities. His speed is remarkable, all in agility. Hong Xiao mused internally. Compared to the experienced players like Sword Demon, as a senior game planner, he possessed an unparalleled advantage. While Sword Demon could discern that Gu Fei had invested in agility, Hong Xiao could ascertain precisely how many points. He gasped in astonishment. Each strike is maximum damage. This is utterly absurd. Even when designing NPCs, we would never dare to make the data this stable. This guy, Hong Xiao's facial muscles twitched as he recognized a stark reality. For Gu Fei, he was akin to a character who already possessed a complete set of skills. This was his martial prowess. Moreover, in gaming terms, the initial proficiency of this skill was exceedingly high, and no one knew whether there was an upper limit to this proficiency. What was more concerning was that, like the skills set in the game, this individual's abilities would become increasingly potent as the player leveled up and changed equipment. Should such a character be restricted? With this question in mind, Hong Chen Yishao concluded his surveillance and logged out safely in the city. Meanwhile, Gu Fei merely cast a casual glance at the departing figure of Hong Chen Yishao. Chapter 27. A misunderstanding caused by a burlap sack even after going offline. Yi Xiaowu remained preoccupied, his mind still entangled in the conundrum posed by Gu Fei. After pondering for a while, he suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed out of his office, heading straight for the operations department of the gaming company. The game company behind Parallel World integrated both development and operation, and Yi Xiaowu was primarily a member of the development team. The actual responsibility for the daily operation and maintenance of the game lay with the operations department. Within this department, there existed a dedicated team tasked with scrutinizing various operational data of the game. Upon detecting any anomalies, they would immediately lock on for tracking and investigation to ascertain whether it fell within the game's established balance. In simpler terms, they aimed to determine if anyone was utilizing cheats. As the saying goes, where there is a way, there is a devil. Regardless of how advanced gaming technology becomes, even in a fully immersive simulation like Parallel World, the specter of cheating remains an inescapable reality. Eradicating cheats is of paramount importance in online gaming, where the benefits must unquestionably outweigh the drawbacks. Despite the cutting-edge technology that Parallel World possesses, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals or small groups, they still approach this matter with the utmost caution. Yi Xiaowu nearly burst through the door of the monitoring team's office, startling the few employees at work, who jumped in surprise. Once they recognized him, their tension eased. "Ah, it's Director Yi. Have you discovered another bug to catch?" They quipped that as a core member of the development team. Yi Xiaowu frequently identified bugs in game design, often coming to the monitoring team for data verification, leading to a well-established rapport. Typically, he would be the one to uncover issues, followed by the monitoring team verifying them, earning him the playful title of Director Yi. The game account name is Qinli Yizue. Please monitor the data for this account, Yi Xiaowu instructed. The members of the monitoring team exchanged glances. One of them hesitantly replied, "Isn't that a breach of protocol?" Logically speaking, delving into player data and information was beyond the jurisdiction of Yi Xiaowu's development team. This player exhibits some peculiar behavior. Yi Xiaowu market. This statement immediately piqued the interest of the team. Such a matter fell squarely within their purview, prompting them to abandon their current tasks and direct all monitoring systems toward Gu Fei, who was still battling monsters and leveling up. One of them muttered, "We haven't detected anything unusual so far." To be candid, if there were indeed a problematic account, it would be a serious dereliction of duty for them to require Yi Xiao's input to unearth it. At that moment, each member felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. The Yi Xiaowu, however, was oblivious to their unease, fixated on the screen, intent on performing a final confirmation of Gu Fei's data. The results from all monitoring systems confirmed his earlier suspicions in the game were entirely accurate. The other staff members were equally glued to their screens. After a prolonged silence, they exchanged glances and finally exhaled in relief. The monitoring results unequivocally indicated that this account had not employed any external programs. Yet, Yi Xiao's gaze remained fixed on one particular screen. After a moment of mutual exchange among the others, they followed his gaze, and confusion quickly spread across their faces. "Who is this person?" one of them inquired. Yi Xiaowu remained silent, harboring his own unspoken concerns that as the boss had stated, game staff were prohibited from participating in their own games. While he had been granted a temporary reprieve, he could not afford to publicize this matter. The staff scrutinized the screen once more, and one of them murmured, "This individual's attacks always deal the maximum damage possible for him. Could it be he really isn't using cheats?" Gu Fei's formidable performance had instilled doubt in these seasoned gaming professionals regarding their own assessments. However, after another thorough review of all monitoring systems, the conclusion remained singular. There were no cheats involved. "My goodness, is this even human? Director Yi, how did you discover him?" one exclaimed in awe. "I heard it from someone." Yi Xiaowu casually deflected, swiftly changing the subject. "There are no issues with this account, right?" "None," the team affirmed with conviction. "Then his performance doesn't constitute a violation, does it?" "Of course not," one responded with a smile. "Accurate targeting and force yield maximum damage. which is precisely the philosophy you all designed, Director Yi. Isn't it gratifying to see someone truly realize it? Indeed, it is quite gratifying, Yi Xiao nodded. From a traditional perspective, this fellow is undoubtedly a top-tier operator in our parallel world. One remarked that why Yi Xiao chuckled and waved his hand. All right, if the account is clear, then there is nothing more to discuss. You all carry on with your work. I shall take my leave. As he made his way back to his office, Yi Xiao continued to contemplate the matter. Is this Qinli Ize truly a disruptor of game balance? Meanwhile, the alleged disruptor of game balance, Gu Fei, was reveling in combat in the leveling area when he suddenly received a message from Fireball, fervently inviting him to return for a drink. Fireball was arguably Gu Fei's first friend within the game. Although they seldom leveled up together, they occasionally crossed paths. However, they hadn't been in touch recently that Gu Fei promptly tidied up and set off on his journey back to town. Gu Fei's burden was remarkably light, yet his efficiency in slaying monsters was astounding, resulting in an extraordinary haul of loot after each session. Consequently, he had fashioned a burlap sack specifically for transporting these assorted items. Unlike the items stowed in his pockets, carrying the sack in hand made its weight palpably evident, and it was not protected by any system. At that moment, Gu Fei trudged along the path, bearing this burlap sack with considerable effort. Although he had recently received assistance from a crest, granting him a modicum of strength, his efficiency in monster hunting had also surged today, yielding even more loot than usual. With increased strength came greater weight, leaving Gu Fei's steps as arduous as ever did as he passed through a leveling area. Gu Fei's gait appeared even more labored. After straining forward a couple of steps, he dropped the sack to the ground and leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, ready to rest for a few minutes. Players engaged in combat in the leveling area noticed this peculiar sight. Several players' eyes brightened, and they rushed over eagerly. Need a hand? Let me help you carry that, a few exclaimed, hastily approaching Gu Fei. No, actually you're too polite. Let me take it. One player, without waiting for a response, boldly seized the burlap sack, effortlessly tossing it over his shoulder and gazing into the distance with a determined look. So, where are you headed? Yinduan City, Gu Fei replied, but let us go. Without a second thought, the players strode forward with confidence. The other players around them exhibited expressions of envy, clearly unwilling to concede. But I'm not an NPC. I'm a player too, Gu Fei said, bewildered. But the man ahead had already moved too far away to hear him. The remaining players, however, heard him clearly, exchanging glances of astonishment before bursting into laughter, giving Gu Fei thumbs up in admiration. Dude, that was intentional, right? That was clever, really clever. Clad in his peculiar attire and wielding an unmistakably unique burlap sack, no one would suspect that Gu Fei was merely a player in recent days. Gu Fei had often encountered such misunderstandings while hauling the burlap sack back to town. But after a few explanations, the players would typically disperse, self-deprecating after using identification spells on him. Today, however, this particular individual was so resolute in his pursuit of a hidden quest that he didn't bother to listen to Gu Fei's complete explanation, nearly snatching the sack away. Hey, you, Gu Fei called out as he chased after him. The other man waved him off with nonchalance. No one is stopping me from helping you carry this sack back today. Gu Fei closed his mouth, recognizing the man's unwavering determination. Why not let him have his way? Gu Fei had never been one to impose upon others that if he wanted to carry it, so be it. Gu Fei felt relieved, leisurely following behind the man. The individual, clad in heavy armor, bore the sack with apparent ease, showcasing his formidable strength, though he appeared somewhat lean for such a robust warrior that, of course, in the realm of gaming, body size does not necessarily correlate with strength. Gu Fei, with over 2 decades of physical training, found himself no stronger than a mere paper figure in the game. The journey to Yinduan City would take a few minutes, and throughout the walk, the man maintained an upright posture, prompting Gu Fei to lament once more. If only he had become a fighter instead of a mage. The frailty of a mage's physique was truly disheartening. Finally, the two arrived within the city, and with a shake of his shoulder, the man set down the burlap sack, regarding Gu Fei with a gaze filled with depth. Thank you, Gu Fei said, patting the man on the shoulder before bending down to reclaim the sack, and swaying as he continued forward. The man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, hastily following up with enthusiasm. "Where else do you need to take it? I can help you." "No need. I ascend to the warehouse just ahead," Gu Fei replied. The warehouse. The man paused, realizing the implication. Indeed, just a few more steps lay the warehouse, but it was solely for player use that he sensed something was amiss and looked at Gu Fei. "You are..." "Hello, I'm Qinli Ize," Gu Fei introduced himself. You're not an NPC." The man looked as though he might faint. With a deep sigh, Gu Fei responded, "I am not." Chapter 28. Fireball joins the guild. "Who the hell are you?" The other party shouted at Gu Fei. "I already told you. I'm Qinli Ize," Gu Fei replied, but suddenly he began to grasp the situation. The person had just shouted with a notably high pitch, their voice turning distinctly shrill, that as Gu Fei carefully scrutinized the face he had not had the chance to observe earlier. He was taken aback. "You a woman?" Despite being clad in heavy armor and a helmet, the visage beneath was evidently that of a girl. Although she wore a fierce expression, it did little to conceal her striking features. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, she abruptly thrust her hand into her side pocket, and with a whoosh, pulled out a massive dragon-headed axe that now loomed before Gu Fei. What was even more alarming was that she held this formidable weapon with one hand, while her other hand seemed poised to pounce, as if ready to seize Gu Fei by the neck and hoist him into the air, before using the axe to slice him into thin slices. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" The girl's voice lowered, shedding its shrillness to return to a deep, slightly magnetic tone. "No problem." Gu Fei blinked. There was no denying that the girl exuded a formidable presence. "What do you mean, then?" The girl kept the axe suspended above Gu Fei's head. "What I mean is, thank you. Thank you for helping me carry that sack back. To be honest, it was quite a strain for me," Gu Fei said. The girl appeared momentarily stunned. "Then I'll just give this sack to you." Gu Fei tossed the sack at her feet. "Do we want your stuff?" She retorted, "I've got things to do, so I'll be off." Gu Fei waved his hand and turned to leave. "Hey, you!" The girl had barely called out 2 words before Gu Fei had vanished around the street corner. AT level 30. With full agility, his speed was not to be underestimated. With her head bowed, the girl pondered for a full half-minute before she could no longer resist picking up the sack Gu Fei had left behind. Driven by curiosity, she opened it. "I am just having a look. I absolutely want to take his things," she reassured herself. However, after inspecting its contents, her conviction only grew stronger. "What is this? What on earth? What is all this?" As the girl rummaged through the sack, she muttered these phrases repeatedly. Although the sack was filled to the brim with items, the reality was that their worth was quite low. The truly valuable items had long been stowed away in Gu Fei's own pocket, for he was no fool. After spending several minutes meticulously searching through the sack, she discovered an array of utterly useless items commonly dropped by NPCs, none of which had any recognized value. For instance, a half brick, a handful of gravel, a glass marble, a rotten stick, anything deemed worthless by players could be found within Gu Fei's sack. Ultimately, the girl concluded that she must have been the target of a jest. Perhaps her comical appearance while rummaging through the sack had been captured and would soon become a laughingstock on the forums. With this thought in mind, she brought her axe down hard onto the ground, sending fragments flying. The most violent warrior wielding the most brutal weapon, this pure physical attack was undeniably real. "Qinli Ize, is it? Don't let me run into you again," the girl seethed inwardly. "What a pity about my sack." Achu Gu Fei, now outside the bar, found himself nostalgically reflecting on his self-made sack when he suddenly sneezed. Regaining his composure, he rubbed his nose and pushed open the wooden door of the bar. Aside from Shaolei's bar, there were numerous system bars scattered throughout Cloud City. Due to the sheer size of the city and to facilitate players, as well as to conveniently extract coins from their pockets, the system had established multiple bars in various corners of Cloud City. The one Gu Fei was heading to was relatively popular, as it was situated near the city gate, leading out to the most frequented leveling area for players. Thus, this bar had become the go-to resting spot, bustling with patrons day and night. Upon entering the bar, Fireball, who had already secured a spot, immediately stood up and yelled, "Drunk bro, over here!" "Hey, you!" Gu Fei greeted. Fireball felt disheartened. While he affectionately referred to Gu Fei as bro, Gu Fei merely called him you, which was no wonder that the other players around cast him disdainful glances, clearly seeing him as one of those who sought to ingratiate himself with a skilled player. However, there was little he could do. It was simply unfortunate that his name was what it was. Even if Gu Fei had called him Fireball, he would still have been the subject of ridicule. In such awkward situations, Fireball often wished for an escape. "Sit down. What are you standing there for?" Gu Fei gestured for Fireball to take a seat. "How have you been lately? Found a guild to join yet?" Gu Fei, understanding Fireball's embarrassment, timely redirected the conversation. Sure enough, upon hearing the question, Fireball immediately sat down and replied, "Not yet, but I have my eye on a guild and am trying to figure out how to infiltrate it." "Really?" Gu Fei raised his glass. The 50 copper coins a cup red wine was the cheapest drink in the game and also the best seller. Here, players merely held a glass for the ambience. Their coins were better spent elsewhere. "What guild is it?" Gu Fei asked while taking a generous swig. "Rebirth Amethyst," Fireball replied. Gu Fei nearly spat out half of his drink, but fortunately, the agility of the full-speed mage allowed him to turn his head just in time to avoid dousing Fireball. "What's wrong?" Fireball looked astonished at Gu Fei's intense reaction. Nothing, just choked a bit." Gu Fei coughed loudly before casually asking, "What's special about this guild? Drunk bro. Haven't you checked the forums?" Fireball countered. "Not much lately." Gu Fei admitted that on the player interaction board, each major city is divided into its own section. Now, there are numerous guild recruitment ads in each section, and I found this guild in our Cloud City section, Fireball said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh," Gu Fei responded, indicating for Fireball to continue. Fireball glanced around and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Drunk bro, you must not tell anyone. It's already on the forums. What's there to hide?" Gu Fei replied, No. Fireball insisted anxiously, "That post has actually been buried for a long time. I unearthed it from deep within. It was posted shortly after the game launched. Guess what kind of guild it is?" "What kind of guild?" Gu Fei asked, glancing at the Rebirth Amethyst guild panel. "It's a beauty guild," Fireball said with fervor, almost losing his voice. That Gu Fei was unconvinced that he had already encountered a few girls from Rebirth Amethyst. To call them beauties depended on one's definition of beauty. That if he were to use She Shout Eon as the standard, then the girls he had met thus far did not quite measure up. If merely having some appeal qualified them as beauties, then July, along with the one named Lai Lai, and another whose name he couldn't recall, could comprise three. That if they felt justified in calling themselves a beauty guild based on that, then in a game like Parallel World where real-life images were utilized, some girls would come off as rather dishonest, lacking humility, or overly deluded. "So, drunk bro, are you interested?" Fireball inquired. At Gu Fei sighed. How should he convey his thoughts to Fireball? "I'll read you their guild requirements," Fireball exclaimed, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket. Clearing his throat, he began. "First, independent and self-reliant, without excessive dependency." "How about that? I fit the bill perfectly, right?" Fireball's excitement made his voice crack. The Gu Fei nodded. Indeed, with a monster hunting expert like him, Fireball had never relied on him for experience, demonstrating a great deal of independence. Fireball was buoyed by Gu Fei's affirmation, eager to continue reading, but Gu Fei raised his hand to stop him. "That I'm sure you meet the common requirements. There's just one thing." "What? Didn't they mention they only accept female players?" Gu Fei remarked. "How did you know?" Fireball was taken aback. "Well, it's a beauty guild, isn't it? It's clear they only accept female players," Gu Fei replied. "I don't see it that way." Fireball scratched his head, analyzing the situation. "That I think this requirement is merely a facade. They attract the beauties first, and then use them to draw in other players. It's a tactic to expand the guild. After recruiting enough female players, they'll definitely start bringing in male players, so they will need experienced flower protectors like me." Gu Fei sighed. If he hadn't personally interacted with the members of Rebirth Amethyst, he might have found Fireball's reasoning plausible. However, the truth was that these individuals regarded him as if he were a plague. He had barely been a member for 24 hours before they had begun preparing for his withdrawal. It hardly resembled a guild in need of male players. That as he contemplated how to explain this to Fireball, he suddenly heard someone call out beside him, "Chinli Ize, you're here too." Gu Fei turned to see one of the members of Rebirth Amethyst, The girl he had deemed could be considered a beauty if standards were lowered, referred to as Luo by July. "Oh, hello," Gu Fei greeted, rising to acknowledge her. Fireball's gaze toward Gu Fei was now filled with admiration. Did mastering skills in this area endow one with unique advantages? Fireball began to ponder whether he should take Gu Fei as his mentor. Chapter 29. The meteoric fireball Luo, gracefully holding her wine glass, approached the table occupied by Gu Fei and Huiqiu. "Is this seat taken?" she inquired, pointing to the empty spot. Huiqiu felt a surge of excitement. He typically only sat with Gu Fei, yet always claimed a 3- or 4-person seat, leaving 1 or 2 spots open, anticipating such an opportunity. Gu Fei was a tad taken aback, initially thinking the girl merely wished to greet them, not expecting her to join them. Naturally, Gu Fei was not the type to shun anyone, and with a nod he replied, "Please take a seat. I am Luo Hua Wu Qing." She introduced herself as she settled down. "What a lovely name," Gu Fei responded. "Is flattery your only talent?" Luo smiled at him. Gu Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that he had offered a similar compliment moments ago, nearly provoking a furious punch from a girl named Lai. "What is your name?" Luo asked Huiqiu with open curiosity. After much hesitation, Huiqiu finally buried his face in his hands, weeping. "What is wrong with him?" Luo asked, puzzled that Gu Fei stifled a laugh and wrote Huiqiu's name in the spilled wine on the table. "Oh, Huiqiu," Luo chuckled. Huiqiu, typically anxious, relaxed slightly as Luo added, "Don't worry, I am not a mage." Huiqiu breathed a sigh of relief and began to lament to Luo about the troubles his name had caused him, an indelible shadow on his soul that could only be alleviated through a deep emotional connection, such as a romantic relationship. It appeared that Huiqiu had lost interest in discussing guild matters. That Gu Fei chuckled, stood up, and said, "You two carry on. I must take my leave." Go. Huiqiu felt grateful for Gu Fei's perceptiveness. "Wait!" Luo also stood up, causing Huiqiu to feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Gu Fei turned to look at her. "I have something for you," she stated. "What is it?" Luo retrieved a small round badge from her pocket, white with a design that mirrored the sign hanging outside the door of B17 on Xiaoluo Street, radiating a soft lilac glow. "What is this?" "It's a guild badge. Everyone in the guild possesses one," Luo explained. "Ah, drunken brother, you join a guild? Which one? I haven't heard you mention it." Before Gu Fei could respond, Huiqiu had already ignited with enthusiasm. "Ah, this is actually a misunderstanding. I won't be in this guild for long," Gu Fei said. "That may not be the case," Luo replied with a smile. "Xiaoqi doesn't harbor any aversion towards you. She might even attempt to persuade the other girls to accept a male player in the guild." "The girls? A male player?" Huiqiu murmured, then suddenly exclaimed, "What guild are you talking about?" "The one you just mentioned, Rebirth Amethyst," Gu Fei confessed with palpable regret. Huiqiu abruptly stood, glancing between Luo and Gu Fei, and declared loudly, "Sister Luo, if one is acceptable, then surely two will be two'd. I am drunken brother's shadow. Wherever he goes, I must follow. No one can separate us brothers." Gu Fei felt a wave of awkwardness, wishing to clarify that he barely knew this fellow. Yet Luo remained composed, smiling as she replied, "I don't mind having either one or two more." Huiqiu was elated. "Unfortunately, my word carries no weight," Luo added, and Huiqiu fell into despair. Gu Fei, gazing at the badge that Luo had pushed towards him, paused before saying, "It's really unnecessary. Once you find a suitable 20th member, I shall take my leave." "Is that so?" "Then do as you wish," Luo said, retracting the badge. Huiqiu looked at Gu Fei with astonishment and suddenly exclaimed, "Drunken brother, you needn't feel this way. Since you have the opportunity, seize it. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. You two continue your conversation. I'm leaving," Gu Fei said, ignoring Huiqiu as he turned to depart. Huiqiu persisted, "Drunken brother, I understand your intentions. From this moment forth, I have made my decision. You are my brother, forever my brother." Faced with the incredulous gazes of those around them, Gu Fei could no longer contain himself, spinning around to point an accusatory finger at Huichio, exclaiming loudly, "Be quiet." Meteoric Fireball release. Ah! Gas erupted in the bar. Meteoric Fireball, a level 30 mage skill. Although the official experience adjustments had lowered the requirements for leveling up to level 30, there were still few players who had achieved this, especially in the challenging early stages of the mage profession. Not a soul in the bar had ever witnessed a level 30 mage, let alone the level 30 skill, Meteoric Fireball. All eyes widened in astonishment that in this immersive game, possessing high attack speed or defense paled in comparison to the spectacle of a mage casting spells. Most players only realized this after experiencing the game firsthand. Thus, countless nights, players lamented how wonderful it would have been to be a mage. Among all players regretting their choice of profession, it seemed only Gu Fei was truly disheartened. With a heart full of regret, Gu Fei aimed at Huichio, finally casting a spell for the first time. That a mage who had reached level 30 without ever utilizing a spell was truly a rarity. Under the eager gazes of the crowd and Huichio's panicked expression, the meteoric fireball failed to manifest. What is happening? Gu Fei shook his finger in confusion. The spell could certainly be cast without a staff. The staff merely enhanced the spell's damage. The incantation. He and T mispronounced it. TCH. The players, who had been holding their breath in anticipation, scoffed derisively. They believed this fellow was merely trying to intimidate them, claiming to be level 30 without any proof. Just as everyone relaxed their guard, a fire dragon suddenly erupted from Gu Fei's fingertips, startling even Gu Fei himself. Damn, such a long casting time. A quick-witted player had already deduced the situation. The fire dragon spiraled and transformed into a barrage of fireballs, all aimed squarely at Huichio. Ah! As the flames enveloped Huichio, the bar fell silent. Moments later, a fit of intense coughing broke the stillness. "It hurts like hell," Huichio exclaimed, wiping his face, now marked with charred streaks. Huh! The crowd was astonished. Such pathetic damage. He has hardly hurt at all. Although mages are inherently fragile, their spells typically inflict immense damage. To endure a direct hit from a level 30 skill, like Meteoric Fireball, without sustaining serious harm was unthinkable unless one had fortified their health or possessed high magical defense. Huichio was clearly a mage. Unlike Gu Fei, who donned an outfit that confused the masses, Huichio couldn't possibly have high health. Does this fool possess high magical defense gear? Someone questioned. Yet, a discerning player quickly clarified, no, he has shabby equipment. Thus, the focus of the crowd shifted back to Gu Fei. Current research indicated that mages concentrated their stats on intelligence and spirit, which influenced spell damage, casting time, and mana. Intelligence primarily affected damage and mana, while spirit emphasized casting speed. Recently, another theory emerged, suggesting that reaching a certain threshold of spirit could even reduce skill cooldowns. That Gu Fei, however, possessed an exceedingly long spell casting time coupled with alarmingly low spell damage. The crowd could only ponder, how has such a mage survived? And at level 30, they must be friends. They wouldn't harm each other. One player speculated quietly. Right, look, he didn't even use a staff. But how does he manage such an extended casting time? Did you notice? He didn't just call out the spell. He said a few words beforehand. I recall something like be quiet. Could that be a hidden incantation that prolongs casting time? Someone exclaimed excitedly. Quick, let us try it. Several mages rose and left the bar, their voices faintly echoing outside. Be quiet. XXXX. At that moment, Gu Fei came to his senses, realizing he had acted impulsively. Are you all right? Fire. Whoever you are, he said. I'm fine. Huichio shouted. Drunken brother, don't worry. We brothers. I want to be upset by anything you do. All right. Then I shall take my leave. Gu Fei could no longer endure the situation. Where do you think you're going? A voice called from behind him. Gu Fei swiftly turned, confronted by a heavily armored warrior, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him. It's you. Gu Fei chuckled, recognizing the female warrior who had helped him carry the sacks. Her eyes glinted coldly as she suddenly swung her right arm. That Gu Fei anticipated what was coming and deftly sidestepped. Don't run. the female warrior shouted, wielding her massive axe as she pursued him outside. The patrons of the bar sprang to their feet. Following suit, the Gu Fei stood still outside, calmly arming himself. However, to everyone's surprise, this mage who had just demonstrated a level 30 skill was brandishing a knife. "Miss, what is the matter? Let us discuss this calmly," Gu Fei said, though he remained vigilant. From their brief interaction earlier, it was evident that this girl was careless, straightforward, and quite persistent. Just as she had insisted on helping him with the sacks, she would undoubtedly insist on attacking him as well. As expected, she ignored Gu Fei's words. Raising her giant axe to strike him, the Gu Fei dodged and retaliated with a slash aimed at her arm. The sound of clanging metal rang out, and Gu Fei's heart sank. The sensation from his strike made it painfully clear. He had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Gu Fei himself lacked significant attack power. All damage stemmed from the weapon in his hand. Although he had acquired Eddie's insignia, which slightly boosted his strength, the innate strength growth of a mage was abysmally low. Adding 6 points of strength to a mage was not comparable to adding it to a warrior. At present, 6 points of strength, combined with the weapon's maximum damage, still failed to penetrate the defenses of the armored warrior. This heavily armored fighter was someone he could not harm. Volume 2. The Guild and the Mercenary Group Chapter 30. Whirlwind Slash. After sailing smoothly through the game for so long, Gu Fei finally encountered a formidable challenge. The female warrior before him posed a significant difficulty. Defeating her with mere skill seemed an arduous task. She stood as immovable as the lower half of a mountain bandit, clad in impenetrable armor and a helmet that left only her delicate face exposed. The thought of striking a blade across the visage of a young woman, especially when the whole ordeal stemmed from a trivial misunderstanding, felt excessively cruel to Gu Fei. Logically, no matter how heavy the armor, there should be vulnerable points at the joints of the human body. Yet, despite the game's realism, it failed to account for every angle. The individual beneath the armor moved with remarkable agility, rendering Gu Fei's strength. After several exchanges, during which he targeted her right wrist, left knee, and left shoulder, he reached the same conclusion. He could not penetrate her defenses. Moreover, this futile attempt only emboldened her. Realizing that Gu Fei's attacks bore no fruit, she unleashed her massive axe with renewed fervor, whirling it with a ferocity that resembled a hurricane aimed straight at him. Left with no choice, Gu Fei resorted to dodging and strategizing, while the onlooking players in the bar gaped in awe, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. In their eyes, Gu Fei embodied a true warrior. What kind of mage dared to engage a warrior in melee combat? However, they could not help but think him somewhat foolish. Attacking with his weaknesses against her strengths was at best an act of folly. The situation was clear to all. Gu Fei's blade was utterly ineffective against his opponent, relying solely on his agility to evade her relentless onslaught. Although he appeared to evade her strikes with relative ease, the warrior's patience remained unshaken, undeterred by the missed blows. Refusing to concede, Gu Fei continued to probe at her joints, only to find that even after testing 5 or 6 points, he was met with failure. It seemed the only option left was to outlast her. Gu Fei resolved to see who would falter first in this stalemate. The answer emerged quickly, as the onlookers grew restless. Their murmurs of confusion turned into shouts urging him to utilize spells. Spells! Spells! A particularly boisterous spectator rallied the crowd. What should have been a natural recourse for a mage now required prompting from the audience that sparked an idea in Gu Fei's mind. His earlier efforts may have been lacking, but employing magic could prove beneficial. Gu Fei was not one to shy away from adapting. After deftly dodging a downward swing of the axe, he brandished his sword and shouted, "Fireball! I'm here! I'm here!" Someone responded eagerly. "Get lost!" Gu Fei retorted, before turning back to command the fireball he conjured. "Shoot!" The fireball shot forth, barreling toward the female warrior. She hesitated for a moment, but then, with a swift motion of her axe, she cleaved through Gu Fei's fireball, causing it to explode harmlessly upon contact. Did it inflict any damage? Gu Fei could not tell. There was no tangible feedback from the spell. "You're a mage." The warrior's axe, instead of immediately descending upon him as he feared, now rested at her side as she scrutinized him. She was clearly rather slow on the uptake. After all this time, she only just realized he was a mage. Unbeknownst to her, Unless one was previously aware of Gu Fei's class, there was no way to deduce it from his earlier fighting style. A hint of trepidation crossed the warrior's features. The individual before her moved with surprising speed, deftly evading her attacks that if he were to maintain distance and employ spells, he could whittle her down with ease. "I don't need you to tell me," she snapped suddenly. "Tell you." Gu Fei was perplexed. Was he being mocked? The moment she realized this, the frustration she had just quelled surged back. With a swift motion, she lifted her axe horizontally, gripping it with both hands, a stance she had never used before. Gu Fei, seasoned in combat, immediately recognized this as a sign of an impending special move. Sure enough, she planted her right foot firmly, twisting her waist, and a whirlwind erupted around her. "Ah!" Whirlwind slash. A voice from the crowd shouted in recognition that a level 30 warrior skill, the whirlwind slash. This technique allowed the wielder to spin, harnessing their weapon to deliver a 360-degree attack, with damage scaling according to the skill as proficiency. Theoretically, if one had an infinite rage meter, it could be executed indefinitely. Rage points accumulated primarily through taking damage, striking enemies, and achieving kills, a unique metric for warriors. Although Gu Fei's earlier rapid strikes had yielded no damage, they had nonetheless contributed to her rage meter, which was now nearing its maximum. As she began her whirlwind, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, realizing the danger. The warrior spun with such velocity that the very arena felt as if it was caught in a tempest, her axe transforming into a dark streak of light amidst the whirlwind, hurtling toward Gu Fei with terrifying speed. In that moment, Gu Fei could only marvel at the unexpected swiftness of what appeared to be a lumbering warrior. Melee classes are truly impressive, he mused amidst the gasps of the crowd, just as he prepared himself for the inevitable onslaught. Dodging was no longer an option. The speed of her whirlwind slash eclipsed his own. The only recourse left was to raise his blade in defense. Yet the sheer speed of her spinning axe made it nearly impossible to read its trajectory and intercept it effectively. Despite the impending doom, Gu Fei was not one to surrender prematurely. With a sharp crack, his sword shattered in two, and he felt a powerful gust sweep him off his feet, spiraling him through the air before casting him aside with tremendous force. Wearing the garb of a novice mage, how much defense could Gu Fei muster? Had he not managed to deflect a portion of the damage, he would have already been reduced to a mere wisp of light in the whirlwind. Nevertheless, he felt his health plummeting. He was teetering on the brink of death. Still didn't he dodge it? Gu Fei lamented that in a last-ditch effort, he attempted to use the momentum of his blade's defense to propel himself away from the attack. Unfortunately, his weapon failed him at a critical moment, snapping under the strain of the whirlwind slashed. As a result, he was left vulnerable, receiving several glancing blows from the axe before being flung away. He had narrowly escaped death, though now faced a mere 2 seconds of reprieve. Want to survive? You can only hope for a miracle, he thought wryly to his astonishment. A miracle did indeed manifest. A brilliant light enveloped him, and Gu Fei initially assumed it was the summoning of death's passage. However, rather than his life force waning further, the light halted his descent and even seemed to rejuvenate him slightly. Unfamiliar with such benevolence, Gu Fei was unaware that this was the most fundamental skill of a priest. Healing that as he landed and surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a girl named Luo chanting incantations directed at him. It dawned on him just what was transpiring. Yet, Gu Fei's salvation was not so simple. His health continued to decline. Healing merely replenished health, but to truly recover from his injuries, a higher-level skill, cure, was necessary. Clearly, no one was available to cast such a spell. Luo could only maintain his health with her repeated healing incantations. Thus began a fierce contest between blood loss and healing. The warrior, realizing someone was intervening in her duel with Gu Fei, felt a surge of annoyance. However, upon recognizing the healer, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Luo nodded, reaching in her pocket to produce several potions and bandages, which she handed to the stunned Fireball. Go help him stabilize his wounds. Snapping back to reality, Fireball rushed to Gu Fei's side, bending down. I'm saved, Gu Fei thought, relief washing over him as he noticed the familiarity between the warrior and Luo. Yet, Fireball hesitated, clutching the items without using them. Quickly, what are you waiting for? Luo urged, her voice tinged with urgency. She was expending a great deal of mana to counteract Gu Fei's rapidly declining health. If this continued, she would soon find her own resources depleted, rendering her unable to assist. In a mysterious whisper, Fireball leaned closer to Gu Fei. "Brother, shouldn't you apply pressure to stop the bleeding first?" Cursing under his breath, Gu Fei bit back his frustration. "A role model," he reminded himself before responding coolly. "You've read too many martial arts novels." "Oh, you don't know how to apply pressure?" Fireball seemed genuinely surprised. "Apply the potion," Gu Fei finally shouted, unable to contain his agitation any longer. His emotions flared, causing his health to drop even further, which sent Luo into a panic. "I'll do it." The warrior who had wounded Gu Fei stepped forward. "What do you think you're doing?" Fireball interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Fei. "You mother. Just apply the potion." Gu Fei's voice trailed off, weakened. Chapter 31. June's Reign. Step aside. The heavily armored warrior, wielding an axe, was growing impatient, lifting his leg to deliver a kick to the fireball. Perhaps he had been entangled with Gu Fei for too long. This kick was neither gentle nor severe, but could the fireball's skills even compare to Gu Fei's? It was sent flying 5 meters away, tumbling twice in the process. Lying on the ground, the fireball finally lifted his eyelids and uttered a rather cowardly remark. "Damn a beauty." The girl leaned down, her armor clanking as she moved, and without a word, picked up the bandage that the fireball had dropped and deftly wrapped it around Gu Fei's wound. "Hey!" Gu Fei called softly. "What?" The girl glared at him. "I meant, could you apply the medicine first before bandaging the wound?" "What do you think?" Gu Fei suggested. "Ah," the girl exclaimed, swiftly unwrapping the bandage she had just applied, grabbing the medicine bottle from the ground, and splashing it onto Gu Fei's injury. Gu Fei felt utterly powerless and thought it was best to let it go. After all, it was just a game, and there was no need for excessive hygiene concerns. Surely there couldn't be any lasting repercussions. He remained silent and allowed her to take charge. With the medicine applied and the bandage wrapped, the bleeding quickly ceased, and his health no longer deteriorated. After a few healing spells, Gu Fei was back on his feet. His waist no longer ached, and his back felt fine, while behind him, 5 meters away, the fireball lay on the ground, craning his neck to call out, "Help me." Gu Fei helplessly approached, ready to assist him, but just as he crouched down, the fireball leaned in and whispered, "Drunk brother, don't bother with me. I am waiting for the beauty to come help." Gu Fei was exasperated. He had already lifted him halfway up, only to toss him back to the ground and stand up to walk away. The two girls exchanged puzzled glances at the fireball and asked Gu Fei, "What's wrong?" "He is already dead," Gu Fei replied. The two girls cast a glance at the fireball, surprisingly remaining silent. As the audience witnessed the altercation come to an end, the ensuing scene would likely be one of reconciliation, which held little interest for anyone, and they promptly dispersed. "Let us go inside and sit." Luo gestured for the two to enter the bar. Gu Fei indicated for the two ladies to go ahead, and just before he stepped inside, he cast an expressionless glance at the fireball. The fireball, feeling rather dejected, got up from the ground and hurriedly followed. Inside the bar, the patrons resumed their seats, with Luo and the warrior girl sitting side by side at one end of a small round table for four. Gu Fei waited for the fireball to arrive before joining him at the table. At the table, the warrior girl was busy removing her armor. She took off her helmet and stuffed it in her pocket. The massive axe followed suit, and after shedding her entire suit of armor, it too found its way into her pocket. It was quite a bizarre scene, though everyone was already accustomed to the game's mechanics and didn't find it surprising. Once the girl was dressed down, she revealed a simple gray peasant outfit, the cheapest available at a clothing store, her long hair slightly disheveled from the recently removed helmet and matted with sweat from the battle. At first glance, she resembled a beggar from a sect. As the girl tidied herself up and looked up, she spotted Gu Fei and the fireball taking their seats. "Oh, weren't you dead?" she exclaimed, astonished at the fireball. "Damn, this girl is unbelievably clueless." Gu Fei's lips twitched, and he casually remarked, "This place is very close to a respawn point. Is there a respawn point nearby?" The girl pondered deeply, and O1 explained it to her. And after glancing at both her and Gu Fei, Luo inquired, "What is going on between you two?" Gu Fei offered a wry smile. The moment he spoke, the fireball burst into laughter. Luo, the epitome of a lady, resolutely maintained her smile without showing her teeth, though her lips were quivering uncontrollably, and she had to cover her mouth with her hand, tilting her head to the side as she chuckled silently. "Hey, is it really that funny?" The girl slammed the table. "Not at all," Gu Fei replied earnestly. "I pass by there every day. I can't even count how many misunderstandings have occurred. Exactly, just earlier, I wasn't the only one who ran over. What are you laughing at?" The girl retorted angrily. We're not laughing, Luo said, lowering her hand from her mouth, maintaining a composed smile. Only the fireball was the least composed, desperately stifling his laughter to the point of trembling, almost toppling the table. Seeing that Gu Fei showed no signs of mockery, the girl's last bit of resentment towards this instigator dissipated, and she turned to Gu Fei, saying, "I'm called June's Rain." "What about you?" "Drunk for 1,000 miles, Gu Fei replied. "And you?" June's Rain looked toward the fireball, feeling the need to inquire since they were sharing the same table. Upon hearing his name being called, the fireball's smile faded, his expression turning woeful. Luo smiled. "His name is Fireball. Fireball is Fireball. Why are you crying?" June's Rain asked, bewildered. "I'm a mage," the fireball lamented. "So what?" June's Rain responded. Gu Fei shook his head from the sidelines. Both of them were acting quite foolishly. June's Rain failed to grasp the inconvenience of Fireball's name, and even when he mentioned being a mage, the connection eluded her completely. That it was amusing how oblivious she was. As for Fire, when asked what's wrong with Fireball, he simply replied, "He's a mage," with no correlation between the two statements whatsoever. His name's inconvenience lay solely with those around him who needed to call him, like Gu Fei, and had nothing to do with whether he himself was a mage or not. June's Rain, not comprehending the implications of Fireball's name, shifted her focus back to Gu Fei, saying, "Your name seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere." "Really?" Gu Fei smiled, recalling the legendary experience ranking where he placed second. "Wait!" June's Rain suddenly stood up, slapping the table. "You're that guy who infiltrated our guild." Gu Fei instinctively opened the guild panel to take a look, and indeed found June's Rain's name listed, both at level 30, though her position was beneath his. He had noticed the guild panel that day, but the overwhelming presence of female members had momentarily blinded him to the names within, and he had not looked again afterwards. He had never really paid much attention to it. "Xiaoyu, don't say that. It was merely a misunderstanding," Luo interjected on Gu Fei's behalf. "Is that so?" June's Rain fixed her gaze on Gu Fei. "Was it truly a misunderstanding? Even if you entered by mistake, it seems you've already started harboring ulterior motives, haven't you?" This June's Rain, for all her flaws, possessed quite a wealth of experience in online gaming. Just her obsession with hidden quests revealed her enthusiasm for MMORPGs, that in the realm of online gaming, the gender ratio typically skewed heavily male, with male players often eager to pounce on any female player they encountered. However, with the prevalence of male avatars in earlier games, many male players had to tread carefully, fearing the presence of male impersonators. Nowadays, in the parallel world, not only had such impersonators been eradicated, but the appearances were also genuine. Coupled with a realistic simulation system, many unspoken understandings didn't need to be verbalized. Consequently, the streets of Cloud City were filled with male players attempting to flirt with female players around the clock. In this context, professional girl groups like Rebirth Amethyst were undoubtedly the prime targets for male players seeking attention. While June's Rain may have lacked in other areas, she was well versed in the intricacies of the game. Regarding her suspicions, Gu Fei merely smiled and remained silent. "I can't control others, but I'll warn you not to have any designs on me. To be frank, I'm a lesbian and have no interest in men," June's Rain declared. "Is that so?" Gu Fei suppressed a laugh. Her lie was so poorly constructed it was almost admirable. "In that case, you can treat me like one of your buddies," Gu Fei responded. "Sure." The girl nodded earnestly, extending a hand toward Gu Fei. "Let us shake on it." Gu Fei, not thinking much of it, extended his hand in return. Alas, As their hands clasped, Gu Fei silently shouted in his heart, "Damn the violent warrior!" Gu Fei cursed inwardly, feeling utterly vexed that Jun's reign gripped his hand with all her might, rendering Gu Fei's feeble strength utterly futile. However, pain was one thing, but the ability to endure was another. The Gu Fei's hand was firmly held in place, his mind seething with anger, yet his expression remained unchanged. "What's wrong? Doesn't it hurt?" Jun's reign asked curiously. "Of course it hurts," Gu Fei replied. "Then why do you seem unresponsive?" Gu Fei smiled faintly and said, "Just being a man." "All right, enough of the antics. What kind of quest?" Jun's reign stood up excitedly upon hearing the word quest, clearly an unrepentant quest fanatic. "Let us head back and see," Luoluo said. Rising and walking toward the exit, the Jun's reign dashed to the door, but suddenly turned around, noticing Gu Fei still seated. "Oh, why are you still sitting there?" "What? Do I need to go too?" Gu Fei asked, taken aback. "Of course, you're now a member of our guild. Fine, I'll go." Gu Fei considered that he had nothing else to do, so he stood up. He suddenly remembered that the fireball had invited him here, yet he hadn't mentioned any real business. He turned back to look at the fireball. "Are you all right?" The fireball's expression was somewhat despondent as he shook his head and said, "I'm fine, really." "Drunk brother, you go ahead." Gu Fei nodded, but the fireball, seeing the two girls had already turned, quickly approached. "Make sure to keep me in the loop." Gu Fei chuckled. "Of course." Following the two girls out, they made their way toward the street where the Rebirth Amethyst Guild was located. The three walked in silence until Jun's reign suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over with amusement. "What is so funny?" Gu Fei and Luoluo asked, puzzled. That person's name is Fireball." That is just too hilarious." Jun's reign laughed until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. What on earth is going on in her head? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Chapter 32. The legendary teammate. As the trio pushed open the door to the Rebirth Amethyst office and stepped inside, the room was instantly filled with astonished gazes. The unspoken question echoed among the onlookers. How did these three individuals come to be together? The women present showed no hesitation in mingling. Luoluo and Jun's reign swiftly immersed themselves in the crowd, exchanging cheerful greetings with everyone. However, Gu Fei distinctly felt like an isolated entity amid the gathering. Only July approached him with a friendly wave, exclaiming, "You made it!" Gu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. His decision to accompany Luoluo and Jun's reign stemmed from the fact that, shortly after Luoluo mentioned Little Seven has news, he received a text message from July himself. Had it not been for that message, no matter how much Jun's reign attempted to entice him, Gu Fei would have found no interest in attending such a dull affair. The sight of a room filled with young women was indeed rather spectacular. Gu Fei surmised that, unless by some misfortune he stumbled into a women's bathhouse, he would likely never again find himself in the company of so many women. Truth be told, the situation was somewhat awkward. Gu Fei regretted his decision to come and discreetly made his way to a spot by the window, gazing aimlessly outside. Meanwhile, July surveyed the gathering and clapped her hands, declaring, "It's quite a feat to have everyone online at once." Little Gu Fei recognized it without needing to look. It was Jun's reign, and now aware of her gender, her voice indeed carried a distinctly feminine tone. Why had he not perceived it before? It's not an overly challenging task. However, it is our guild's first. July replied that in parallel worlds. Tasks do not follow the hierarchical structure of certain online games, nor are their difficulty levels explicitly defined. Once a task is assigned, its true difficulty and completion feasibility can only be discerned through execution. Fortunately, in this information age, after attempting a task, players often report their findings on online forums. Thus, the current trend is to first scour the forums for relevant intelligence before undertaking an unfamiliar task. After July received this guild task, she had already consulted online resources and noted that several newly established 20-member guilds had successfully completed it, leading her to believe that Rebirth Amethyst would not encounter significant issues either. Although Jun's reign was a task enthusiast, her knowledge primarily revolved around solo missions, leaving her somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of guild tasks. After hearing July mention the task's name, she continued to inquire further. Task: retrieve the stolen treasure chest. That a rather cliché premise. Essentially, the treasure chest has gone missing, but its whereabouts have been discovered, and you are to reclaim it. July produced a map she had prepared in advance, spreading it out on the table to explain to everyone. I found online that the treasure chest could be located in one of these 7 spots. She pointed to the 7 locations marked on her map. These 7 places are quite distant from one another, Luoluo remarked. July nodded in agreement. The online suggestion is to first split into groups to pinpoint the chest's exact location, then proceed with a collective effort that I concur with this approach. The guilds that completed this task had as few as 6 members, and now, July turned to confirm the number of participants. We currently have 14, so I believe we should face no significant problems. Gu Fei did not approach the map, but remained seated, listening to July. Upon hearing that 6 individuals were sufficient to complete the task, he nearly blurted out, "Then I'll bow out." However, he then heard July continue. With 14 people, we can form 7 pairs to cover the locations. The women nodded in agreement, and Gu Fei swallowed his words back. "Now let us divide into groups," July announced, and the gazes of the gathered women involuntarily fell upon Gu Fei. To be candid, the female players harbored no disdain for their male counterpart, but the sudden inclusion of a male in their all-female guild was somewhat jarring to that moment. Gu Fei remained a stranger to them, and as they were about to pair up, none would eagerly wish to team with an unfamiliar face. This was only natural. July was well aware of their sentiments, yet this minor detail was not worth prolonging. She pointed to Gu Fei and asked, "Qinli, who would you like to team up with?" Upon hearing the grouping announcement, Gu Fei anticipated he would be tossed around like a ball, and as he pondered who might be unfortunate enough to be paired with him, he was taken aback by July's consideration, granting him a chance to choose from 13 options. Gu Fei glanced around, finally settling his gaze on Jun's Rain, and with a smile, he said, "I'll team up with Little Rain." "Why? Why do you want to team up with me?" Jun's Rain exclaimed. "Well, we're buddies, right?" Jun's Rain was momentarily at a loss for words, while the other women appeared puzzled. Only Luoluo chuckled softly from the sidelines and whispered something to the group, prompting a wave of laughter. "All right, you two will form a team and head to this location." July casually pointed to a spot on the map. At that moment, Gu Fei had already pulled open the door, and Jun's Rain had no choice but to follow him out. The remaining participants quickly organized themselves into groups, and soon 6 teams departed the guild, each heading toward their respective objectives. The 7 locations were, surprisingly, spread across 7 different directions surrounding Cloud City. Thankfully, the task was system-generated. Had it been devised by a player, the individual who initiated it would likely have been dealt with first. As they embarked on their mission, Jun's Rain was particularly energized, striding ahead with purpose, leaving Gu Fei inspired by her enthusiasm and following suit. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's attire did little to convey a sense of grandeur. Jun's Rain, upon exiting, was already donning her heavy armor, her petite face the only visible feature, complemented by the massive axe resting on her shoulder, exuding a palpable sense of weight and intimidation. In stark contrast, Gu Fei adorned a novice mage's robe that billowed in the wind, exuding a certain nonchalance. Yet from a gaming perspective, such inadequate gear risked leaving him utterly vulnerable. As they walked, a voice called out from behind, addressing Gu Fei by name. Turning around, they saw July approaching with a girl Gu Fei did not recognize. They halted as July caught up, retrieving an item from her pocket and handing it to Gu Fei. "Here, take this." Upon examining the item, Gu Fei discovered it was a staff. With 8 intelligence, 3 stamina, and a 20 enhancement to fire spells, it was indeed a commendable piece of equipment. Yet, Gu Fei blurted out, "The attack's so low." "Low?" July took the staff back, puzzled. Their conversation lacked a common thread. Only Gu Fei would concern himself with the physical attack of a staff, which merely indicated a baseline value. And no matter how exceptional the staff, its physical attack could hardly rival the rudimentary weapon Gu Fei had previously wielded. The focus of a staff should be on its magical attack, and in that regard, this staff was quite decent, ranking among the better items available in the market. "How about yours?" "Let me see," July inquired, eager to see the impressive staff Gu Fei had been using. "My previous one broke," Gu Fei replied, referring to his former weapon, their communication utterly disconnected. "Then take this one for now," July insisted, handing it back to him. All right then. Gu Fei accepted it, his expression one of reluctant compliance. July found herself both amused and exasperated. Even if this staff was inferior to what he had previously wielded, it was still a fine piece of gear. Was it truly necessary for him to appear so begrudging? After using identification on Gu Fei, July discovered that this level 30 mage's equipment was indeed abysmal, which led her to provide him with a staff, yet he still failed to express even a simple thank you. All right, let us get moving. July waved goodbye to Gu Fei and June's reign as she and the unfamiliar girl headed off in another direction. Gu Fei and June's reign resumed their journey. Ahead walked a heavily armored warrior, shouldering a massive axe, while a novice mage trailed behind, clutching a staff. An odd sight indeed as they made their way out of Cloud City. Just then, June's reign halted and turned to Gu Fei, asking, "Which way should we go?" Gu Fei felt a wave of despair wash over him, suddenly realizing that choosing to team up with her had been a grave mistake. Regret flooded in, as he could only helplessly inquire, "Aren't you the one checking the map?" "Of course, who else would look at that thing?" June's reign replied defiantly, "I don't know how to read it either." Gu Fei didn't mention that he hadn't even glanced at it. June's reign found a sense of camaraderie in their shared ignorance. "So what do we do now?" we ask. Gu Fei, exasperated, pulled up his friend's list and messaged July. July quickly replied, indicating the direction they should head. "Let us go," Gu Fei declared, now taking the lead, with June's reign trailing behind. July had directed them toward Yunjiao Lake. The name referred to a lake situated in the outskirts of Cloud City. Simple and unpretentious that Gu Fei was familiar with the location, but the issue lay in the fact that June's reign had initially led them out through the wrong city gate. They would now have to traverse a considerable detour to reach their designated destination. Gu Fei sighed deeply, recalling a saying, "Fear not the godlike opponent, but rather the pig-like teammate." He sensed he might have encountered the legendary pig-like teammate. The road ahead remained uncertain. Chapter 33. By the lakeside of the suburbs nestled by the lakeside on the outskirts of the city, a picturesque landscape unfolds, adorned with shimmering waters and majestic mountains, making it an idyllic spot for flirtation and romance. Despite the current stagnation of players at level 30, the vibrant pursuits of love and ambition continue to flourish like the spring bloom. This enchanting locale by the lakeside thrives with life, and one must tread carefully, lest they unwittingly step upon an unsuspecting couple hidden amidst the verdant grasses. True to her nature, June Rain, known for her boldness, would hardly refrain from tripping over a pair or two. As fate would have it, shortly after entering this realm, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Watch where you're walking. Until you see there are people beneath your feet." Startled, both June Rain and Gu Fei quickly apologized and opted to sidestep the Gu Fei, now more cautious, wielded his exquisite staff like a probing serpent, poking through the underbrush as he muttered, "Is anyone here? Is anyone here?" Fortunately, no further mishaps occurred. The couples concealed in the foliage, upon hearing Gu Fei's calls and witnessing his erratic poking, swiftly retreated. At last, the duo arrived at the lakeside. The water glistened with a serene azure hue, unmarred by litter, a testament to the diligent maintenance of the environment. Rumors circulated that some players had begun to explore which crafting skill was required to construct boats within the game, envisioning a quaint dock by the lakeside where they could rent out small vessels, a venture sure to yield profit. As Gu Fei reveled in the scenery, June Rain suddenly disrupted the tranquility with a loud cry. "Ah, treasure chest, where are you?" The mere mention of a treasure chest sent countless ears perking up, and a multitude of eyes emerged from the underbrush, fixating on the two individuals by the lake. Gu Fei scanned the surroundings. If the task involved retrieving a treasure chest, then surely there would be NPCs guarding its location. While there were indeed minor creatures present in the vicinity, they were sparse and scattered. Moreover, as this area was designated for romance, it was unlikely that anyone would be engaged in monster hunting or leveling up, thus preserving the distribution of NPCs in a commendable manner. After diligently surveying the area, Gu Fei found no sign of a particularly concentrated gathering of NPCs. "Let us wander and see what we can find," he suggested, reluctantly steering towards a cluster of NPCs that appeared to be in a small group. As they moved, the grass around them rustled ominously, with numerous players stealthily advancing to continue monitoring the two treasure seekers. There's nothing here. This one is empty too. Still nothing. June Rain lamented as she cleared the NPCs one by one, her frustration mounting. The NPCs at the lakeside were not particularly formidable. With June Rain being a level 30 warrior, a couple of swift strikes with her axe would suffice to dispatch any foe, leaving no opportunity for Gu Fei to intervene. He could only meticulously scour the nearby thickets, but alas, no treasure chest materialized, although he did inadvertently unearth 2 pairs of lovebirds that the duo had nearly circumnavigated the lake. The players trailing behind them grew weary, dwindling in number, yet the treasure chest remained elusive. Gu Fei's enthusiasm had waned, while June Rain's spirit remained undeterred, her excitement as high as when they first set out from the guild. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt a flicker of camaraderie. Her dedication to the quest mirrored his own fervor for martial arts. June Rain continued to diligently slay monsters, parting the grass in search of the elusive chest. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had succumbed to a sense of apathy, idly swinging his staff with little purpose, stifling yawns. His current ennui paralleled that of an ordinary player grinding the same monsters for countless hours. Then came June Rain's jubilant shout, "Ah, it's right here." Gu Fei's spirits lifted. Finding the treasure chest signified the imminent conclusion of their quest. June Rain gleefully pointed ahead to a grassy slope where a wooden post, its upper half cleaved away, stood proudly, with a treasure chest perched atop it, completely devoid of any NPCs in sight. Is it truly this simple? Gu Fei pondered. July said to gather the team upon locating the chest, so they could seize it together. In this instance, there seemed to be no need for a heist. They could simply carry it away. Just look at June Rain, who was already advancing to claim the treasure. Suddenly, from the bushes behind them, a commotion erupted as several figures leapt forth, racing towards the chest. "Oh no, it's an ambush, those cunning NPCs," June Rain cried out. What NPCs? The individuals were merely players who had been tailing them. That Gu Fei understood this well. From the outset, he had sensed their presence lurking behind. He could surmise their intentions, but the treasure chest, being a quest item, ought to have been treated with a semblance of decorum. Who could have anticipated it would be so brazenly displayed, practically begging to be claimed? June Rain, being the closest to the chest, found herself at a disadvantage. Clad in heavy armor, it was evident that sprinting was not her forte. After a few cumbersome strides, she was swiftly overtaken. Gu Fei stepped forward, thrusting the end of his staff towards the oncoming players, swiftly swinging it left and right, delivering 2 solid thwacks to the assailants. While the damage dealt was minimal, the unexpected blows left the 2 startled. Having spent ages crawling behind them, they had long confirmed Gu Fei as a mage, and upon witnessing his sudden boldness, they had anticipated a fiery onslaught, not the blunt force of 2 strikes. While the bewildered duo remained momentarily stunned, 2 others seized the opportunity to flank from the side. Gu Fei, a dexterous mage, was quick on his feet, yet his adversaries were more seasoned rogues. Unable to keep pace, he resorted to his pocket, retrieving a small dagger, and with a swift flick of his wrist, hurled it towards the leftmost attacker, who yelped as the blade struck true. As the rogue instinctively reached for the wound on his backside, he was momentarily taken aback. What kind of trickery was this? Meanwhile, Gu Fei had already drawn a second dagger, preparing to confront the rogue on his right. This rogue, emboldened by the prospect of surpassing June Rain, was utterly unprepared when she suddenly lunged, seizing him by the collar. The rogue, caught off guard, slashed at her with his dagger, but June Rain, undeterred by her heavy armor, swung her arm with a mighty force, sending the rogue soaring through the air before he landed with a splash in the river. The sheer ferocity of this warrior was truly fearsome, and Gu Fei felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This display of strength far surpassed that of any ordinary human. And to think, she was merely level 30. The implications of her continued ascension were daunting to contemplate. At that moment, the previously dazed players, realizing they had not sustained any serious injuries, rushed forward with renewed vigor. Gu Fei called out to June Rain, "I'll hold them off. You go grab the treasure." He then turned to face the oncoming assailants. The 2 players seemed to have discerned that Gu Fei's staff posed little threat, and instead of evading, they charged straight at him, attempting to force their way through. Gu Fei, caught off guard by their reckless approach, found himself toppled to the ground as his feeble frame was no match for their momentum. "Oh, you fool!" June Rain exclaimed, witnessing the scene unfold. She abandoned the treasure chest, intent on rushing back to assist him. Just as Gu Fei was about to hit the ground, he suddenly steadied himself, executing a swift maneuver, and with a powerful sweep of his staff, he struck the ankles of both attackers. "Ah!" They cried out in pain, toppling to the ground. Though the damage remained insignificant, they prepared to rise. Gu Fei, quicker on the uptake, sprang into action, delivering a kick to each of them, sending them back to the ground, and then unleashing a barrage of strikes with his staff. "What do you think you're doing?" Charging in recklessly. "I have no respect for those who fight without skill." Despite Gu Fei's lack of brute strength, his remarkable speed and relentless strikes kept his opponents at bay. With keen observation, he anticipated their every movement, swiftly countering their attempts to rise. After a flurry of blows, the two were left incapacitated, learning their lesson and remaining still, allowing Gu Fei to finally cease his assault. Turning to look back, the player who had been struck by June Rain's dagger had vanished, tossed by her elsewhere. She was now gleefully racing towards the treasure chest. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed a commotion in the grass beside the wooden post and hastily warned, "Be careful. There is someone else." "Ah!" June Rain, momentarily stunned, froze as a figure leaped from the underbrush. Lunging for the treasure chest, Gu Fei felt a wave of frustration. Perhaps it would have been better to remain silent, for June Rain might have made a claim to the chest herself. But now, with his warning, she stood helplessly, allowing the intruder to seize the opportunity, and the chest was on the verge of being snatched away. Just as despair began to settle in, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! The player lunging for the chest was suddenly sent flying, transformed into a glimmer of white light midair. "What just happened?" Gu Fei exclaimed, astonished. June Rain, in an unprecedented display of agility, dropped to the ground behind the wooden post and shouted at Gu Fei, "Quick, lie down." "It's a sniper." Gu Fei adeptly hit the ground, positioning himself beside the fallen players, muttering in confusion, "A sniper? It's a level 30 skill of archers. While its damage may not rival that of a Mage's fireball, a rogue's backstab, or a warrior's whirlwind slash, the range it covers is formidable, doubling the normal firing distance. You will only receive their arrows, never catch sight of the archer point." One of the players beside Gu Fei explained, that's so. "Can't find them at all." Gu Fei smiled, intrigued. Chapter 34. Fatal probability 10. The serene shores of Cloud Lake lay undisturbed, yet a few individuals, crouched in the grass, dared not move, while two players nestled beside Gu Fei observed the peculiar smile gracing his face. "Chinli Izue, I hope I didn't offend you earlier." Gu Fei addressed the duo. They exchanged glances. "I am Filian," said the one on the left. "I am Yuhua," chimed in the one on the right. "Pleasure to meet you both." Gu Fei extended his hand, shaking theirs. Despite being strangers, the two engaged in the customary pleasantries, causing the grass to rustle with their exchanges, an unseemly sight from a distance. Hidden behind a wooden post, the pure-hearted Lu Yuyu couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired, "What are you three up to? Please don't start fighting." "We're fine, no worries. Who would fight at a time like this?" Yuhua called out, waving a hand toward Lu Yuyu. However, his arm was raised too high, akin to a beacon, and with a swift whoosh, another arrow was released. "Damn it!" Yuhua instinctively reached for the arrow lodged in his waist, glanced at his health, and declared, "I'm dead." True to his word, he perished. "Get lost!" Gu Fei shouted at Filian. "Why are you cursing at me?" Filian retorted, only to realize Gu Fei was swiftly rolling to the side. Reacting quickly, he dodged as well, but his response was slightly delayed, resulting in the whistling arrow striking his right arm. This was not the end. Several more arrows followed, embedding themselves in the grass where the two had just been. Gu Fei remained still, slightly tilting his head. "How are you?" He had already witnessed the damage from the sniper. Both individuals hit by arrows had been instantly eliminated. "Are you fine?" Filian gritted his teeth. That arrow wasn't a sniper shot. The damage isn't that high. "Oh. Why doesn't he use it then?" Gu Fei inquired. "The cooldown for sniper skills is quite long. He can't possibly shoot 2 arrows in succession," Filian explained. "You seem to know quite a bit," Gu Fei remarked. "I'm also an archer," Filian replied. "Then why don't you shoot at him?" Gu Fei asked. "I'm not yet level 30. Filian lamented that Jiu Fei could only sigh. Moreover, Filian continued, from that ordinary arrow he just shot at me, it's evident his damage is exceptionally high. His equipment must be extraordinary. A level 30 player clad in top-tier gear represents the pinnacle of strength in the current game. That it appeared they had encountered a formidable opponent today. The Jiu Fei stealthily glanced toward the distant hillside. Aside from the unexpected first arrow, he had observed all subsequent attacks, and although the arrows flew swiftly, they could not outpace Gu Fei's keen perception. However, it was precisely because he saw clearly that Gu Fei understood. Sniping was not only about range but also about speed, which surpassed that of ordinary attacks. Furthermore, the fact that this individual had successfully hit twice indicated he was not hiding at the maximum range of his sniper shots. Close-range sniping was considerably harder to evade. Jiu Fei felt confident in dodging ordinary shots, but for sniping, he shook his head. What is the cooldown for sniping? Gu Fei asked Filian. The official stated it's 45 seconds, Filian replied, but it varies per individual. Who knows if this guy has equipment that shortens cooldowns? There have been rumors that adding vitality can reduce skill cooldowns. 45 seconds, Gu Fei murmured. Given that 45 seconds had already passed since the last sniper shot, if he exposed himself now, he would undoubtedly be eliminated by a single arrow. Nonetheless, Gu Fei required that arrow. He needed to see one more to ascertain the sniper's precise location. Only by knowing the target of the enemy's shot could he deduce their position through the arrow's flight path. Listening to the wind for direction? That would only reveal the cardinal points. What Gu Fei needed was a pinpoint location. Xiuyu. Gu Fei added Lu Yuyu as a friend and messaged her. What is up? Xiaoyu responded. What is your defense? Gu Fei asked. Xiaoyu provided a number. Why do you want to know this? Gu Fei refrained from answering immediately. Turning to Filian. What was the damage from that ordinary arrow? Filian checked his injuries and reported the number, also asking, what is the purpose of this inquiry? How much damage does a sniper shot increase? Gu Fei pressed on. It initially doubles the damage of an ordinary attack, plus there's a critical hit probability, Filian elucidated. Critical hit? It ignores defenses and deducts a percentage from the opponent's health. The sniper skill starts with a critical probability of 10 and a critical degree of 10, that I'm not sure how much the effect can increase with proficiency, Filian explained. Jiu Fei frowned. He had overlooked the aspect of skill proficiency. Without knowing the enemy's proficiency level, it was impossible to accurately calculate the potential damage of their attack, that if he considered the maximum proficiency. However, Parallel World had only just launched, and the official data available was only at the beginner level. No players had yet reached high proficiency, which Filian was naturally unaware of. Xiuyu, what is your health? Gu Fei inquired again. After receiving the information and performing a quick calculation, he sighed that it seemed Xiaoyu's equipment was not of high quality either. Under the current circumstances, if the opponent's sniper shot triggered a critical effect, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly perish. If not, she might survive with a sliver of health. Yet if the opponent's skill proficiency was relatively high, resulting in damage exceeding 100, reaching 118, even without a critical hit, Xiaoyu would still meet her demise. What? Do you intend to take the hit for her? Filian said Gu Fei's intention. It's not me taking the hit. It is her, Gu Fei clarified. And then? Filian prompted. And then I'll know his position, and afterward, I'll deal with him, Gu Fei stated. Filian regarded Gu Fei incredulously. From his tone, it seemed that once he identified the archer's location, he could effortlessly eliminate the opponent. Had he not just mentioned that this was a level 30 archer clad in top-tier gear, moreover? You still need to get close. Your mage skills have far less range than an archer's, right? If he senses even the slightest movement, that arrow will come flying at you. Filian inquired. Jiu Fei chuckled. That is precisely when I'll make my move. Filian was perplexed. Jiu Fei did not rush to explain, as Xiaoyu was still pressing him. Why are you asking me about defense? Why about my health? Here is the thing. Gu Fei elaborated. I calculated his damage. With your defense and health, there is a 90 chance you can withstand a sniper shot, but a 10 chance you will be eliminated in one hit. Oh, then I should just rush in and take him out. After all, he can't kill me in one shot. I'll just chop him down with my axe. Xiaoyu exclaimed. How would you even get the chance to close in? If he doesn't kill you, he'll just shoot you again, and you'll be done for. Gu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. Right, Xiaoyu conceded. So what should I do? You draw his attention, and I'll sneak around from the other side to ambush him, Gu Fei proposed. How devious of you, Xiaoyu remarked. What's devious about it? It's strategy. Don't you understand the concept of feints? Gu Fei responded. What if I get eliminated? Xiaoyu queried. The Gu Fei dreaded this question. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he admitted, well, then I'll know his position, and I'll go avenge you. All right, let us do it, Xiaoyu replied. This girl was truly naive that if it were anyone else, they would surely question how a mere mage like Gu Fei could be so confident in eliminating a level 30 top-tier archer. Gu Fei had previously been troubled by how to gain others' trust, but with Xiaoyu, everything seemed so simple. Wait for my signal, then stand up, Gu Fei instructed. Understood. The surroundings fell silent once again as Gu Fei lay still in the grass, biding his time. Meanwhile, Filian, oblivious to Gu Fei and Xiaoyu's tactical discussion, was whistling quietly that Gu Fei turned to him. What's the plan? Filian asked. You just stay there quietly. Gu Fei chuckled at that moment. The tranquil surface of the lake suddenly rippled, and a gust of wind swept across, rustling the dense grass along the shore. Stand up, Gu Fei messaged Xiaoyu. With a rustle, Xiaoyu rose to her feet, and the piercing sound of a cold arrow whistled through the air. Although Xiaoyu attempted to shrink back swiftly, she could not evade it. Unlike Gu Fei and Filian, who were hidden in the grass, her position was well known to the opponent, who was always prepared. Oh no, Filian turned to call out to Gu Fei. Wait, where is she? The Gu Fei who had just been beside him had vanished, leaving only the swaying grass to indicate his presence. Filian suddenly grasped the meaning behind Gu Fei's words about moving amid the rustling grass. It was only at this moment that the opponent could not ascertain his position based on the grass's movement. Yet, taking advantage of this opportunity, he could have simply retreated. Why would he choose to confront a level 30 top-tier archer? Filian's gaze shifted, ultimately landing on Xiaoyu that it seemed she had not succumbed to the 10 probability of death. The sniper had not eliminated her, and she had once again crouched behind the wooden post. Filian's thoughts raced. While they could indeed sneak away amidst the wind and rustling grass, the area around that post was entirely exposed, leaving the warrior with no such advantage. Gu Fei's intent to eliminate this archer seemed primarily to assist the warrior in escaping. However, it was contradictory to help the warrior while simultaneously using them as a perilous bait, was it not? Conflicted, Gu Fei had circled around and reached behind the hillside. He had clearly observed the arrow shot and deduced the sniper's position, and seeing that Xiaoyu was still alive brought him great relief. Now, all that remained was to close in on the archer and eliminate him. Gu Fei had now spotted the figure moving among the trees at the mountain's peak. This individual was cunning enough to change positions after each shot, but unfortunately for him, the more cunning player had already circled behind him. Chapter 35. The suspected bludgeon the archer, engaged in ambush tactics, appeared exceedingly furtive and sinister. Upon hearing the news of the treasure chest, everyone followed Gu Fei and the reign of June with utmost simplicity, yet this individual seemed to have seized a vantage point, observing from a distance, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash a surprise arrow, much to Gu Fei's displeasure. In response to such a character, Gu Fei resolved to employ a strategy of reciprocity, intending to launch a surprise attack of his own to impart a taste of his own medicine. The wind had not yet settled, and the rustling of the grass entirely masked Gu Fei's approach. He crouched low in the underbrush, advancing slowly, his gaze fixed intently upon the archer's silhouette. The archer, having sprinted along the hillside, shifted positions and immediately resumed his stance, bow drawn taut, remaining utterly still. Quite the picture of stillness. Gu Fei mused inwardly, appreciating the archer's semblance of tranquility. However, this was for the best. Had he been less professional and more prone to distractions, Gu Fei would have feared discovery. Thus, guided by the sound of the wind, Gu Fei stealthily closed the distance, ultimately arriving behind the archer, who remained blissfully unaware, fixated on the slope below. Following the archer's line of sight, Gu Fei beheld the wooden post upon which the treasure chest had been placed, along with the thicket where he and Filian had previously lain in wait. A sly smile crept upon Gu Fei's lips as he raised his staff high, delivering a swift strike with a whoosh. The disturbance in the wind finally alerted the archer, but before he could turn, Gu Fei's staff struck the carotid artery at his neck. This particular point contained a pressure spot capable of inducing unconsciousness with minimal force. However, the game's mechanics operated based on character data, and Gu Fei doubted his attack could truly incapacitate the archer. Thus, after the initial strike, he swiftly followed up with a kick, hoping to topple him and ensure he could not rise again. Yet the archer faced the slope, and as he turned to investigate the noise, Gu Fei's kick sent him tumbling, his body rolling down the hill, colliding with numerous trees along the way. Gu Fei found himself increasingly concerned that this individual might emerge from the tumble as a fool. Presently, however, he was far more anxious about the possibility of the archer rolling straight into the lake. Hastily, he opened his friend's list and messaged Xiaoyu. "Someone is coming. Catch him." "Who?" Xiaoyu inquired. "The one who shot at you," Gu Fei replied. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu peeked from behind the wooden post that Gu Fei waved, but she showed no sign of acknowledgement, prompting him to quickly send another message. "Just stand there and wait." "Yes, almost there." With that, Gu Fei hurried down the slope. Xiaoyu stood eagerly at the post, and indeed, it was not long before a figure came rolling down. Was this what Gu Fei referred to as someone? Xiaoyu steadied herself, confirming it was indeed a person, before jumping forward and pinning him down with her foot, messaging Gu Fei. "Got him." The pinned archer showed no response. It seemed the countless collisions with trees had rendered him unconscious. Gu Fei replied, hastening his approach. As Xiaoyu watched in that direction, she suddenly spotted another figure rolling towards them, her eyes widening in alarm. "There is another one." Having previously suffered a sniper shot, Xiaoyu felt somewhat apprehensive despite having rested briefly behind the post, her health regeneration being limited. Meanwhile, Filian, having noticed the commotion, emerged from the underbrush. Seeing a potential ally, Xiaoyu shouted, "Come quickly, there is another one." Filian, startled, quickly knocked an arrow and dashed over, only to find a figure charging down the slope, raising his bow to shoot. Gu Fei, now close enough to see their faces, intended to greet them, but due to the dim light filtering through the trees, neither recognized him. Filian released an arrow in Gu Fei's direction. Gu Fei barely managed to dodge, catching the arrow in his hand, exclaiming in exasperation, "It's me!" "Oh!" Xiaoyu recognized Gu Fei's voice and quickly halted Filian. "Don't shoot. It's a friend." Filian had no intention of firing a second arrow. He was still in shock from the realization that his first arrow had been caught. The Gu Fei emerged from the trees and approached them, casually returning the arrow to Filian, smiling at them. All is well now. Filian, bewildered, accepted the arrow, unsure of how to respond. Xiaoyu, however, was oblivious to these subtleties, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "Treasure chest! Treasure chest!" She then clutched the chest tightly, declaring, "At last, the mission is complete." "Mission?" Filian asked, confused. "Yes, our guild mission to reclaim the stolen treasure chest," Xiaoyu proclaimed, lifting it high. Filian's face fell. Had he known it was a quest item, he wouldn't have come along in the first place. He recalled that he had originally intended to cause trouble, but had inadvertently allied with these two due to the sudden appearance of the archer. Now that the situation had been resolved, he felt compelled to withdraw a step. However, Gu Fei seemed unconcerned, and Xiaoyu, being rather oblivious, had already forgotten about the matter entirely, resulting in both of them paying little heed to his presence. Observing that neither bore him any malice, Filian breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze shifting to the archer lying at Xiaoyu's feet. This individual was an archer, adorned in exquisite gear, and Filian, being an archer himself, swallowed hard. "Filian, aren't you an archer? Can you use this fellow's equipment?" Gu Fei inquired. "What?" Filian nearly jumped in shock. Surely he must have misheard. Though neither Gu Fei nor Xiaoyu were archers, such exceptional gear was rare. Selling it on the market could afford him the finest equipment for his class. Filian glanced between Gu Fei and Xiaoyu, both of whom were now engrossed in their examination of the treasure chest. Xiaoyu was twisting and turning it, yet it refused to open. "Why won't it open?" she complained, striking the chest against the wooden post. "Don't hit it. Let me take a look," Gu Fei interjected, moving closer to inspect the chest. Filian, feeling somewhat reassured, approached the downed archer, cautiously flipping him over and reaching for the bow still clutched in his hand. This must be a quest item. It's likely just a locked chest, Gu Fei concluded after a fruitless search for any mechanism, turning to see Filian turning the archer onto his back. Wait, Gu Fei warned. Filian was filled with frustration. Why not just say so from the beginning? Why allow him to feel elated only to snatch that joy away? Gu Fei seemed to be toying with him, pretending to be magnanimous. Seething with discontent, Filian knew this loot belonged to Gu Fei and Xiaoyu, leaving him speechless as he retreated to the side. I know this person, Gu Fei said with a wry smile. Ah! Filian exclaimed, surprised. Yutian Xunming, Gu Fei revealed. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Filian's expression revealed his seasoned status as a player. I used to play as a mage, Gu Fei explained. Right. There is indeed such a person. Is it really him? Filian nodded vigorously. Let us wake him up. Xiaoyu, take him to the riverbank, Gu Fei instructed. Why don't you carry him? Xiaoyu, still preoccupied with the treasure chest, retorted. I can't lift him, Gu Fei replied with a rueful smile. Admitting such a thing felt humiliating, yet he consoled himself with the fact that it was merely a game. I'll do it then. Xiaoyu strutted over, effortlessly lifting Yutian Xunming, and while walking, she asked, You say you know him? Why is her thought process always a step behind? Gu Fei nodded while contemplating. But he shot at us? Xiaoyu protested. There might be a misunderstanding. Let us wake him first, Gu Fei suggested, as the trio arrived at the lakeside. Xiaoyu unceremoniously tossed Yutian Xunming to the ground, and Gu Fei scooped up water from the lake to splash on his face. At that moment, Filian realized a significant issue. Yutian Xunming was in fact unconscious. How had Gu Fei managed this? There seemed to be no skills that could induce a state of unconsciousness. Even if such skills existed, the game's mechanics for incapacitating a character felt entirely different from a human losing consciousness. It merely immobilized the character by system enforcement. After splashing water for a while, Yutian Xunming finally stirred, slowly opening his eyes. Suddenly regaining his senses, he rolled away, instinctively reaching for his bow. However, the water that had entered his nostrils triggered a series of uncontrollable sneezes. Don't panic. It's me, Gu Fei reassured him. Ah! Qianli. Yutian Xunming recognized Gu Fei. What happened? He asked, sheathing his bow and rising to his feet, rubbing his head, which was now adorned with lumps, as well as his neck where Gu Fei had struck him. The pain lingered. Was it a bludgeon? You're already a level 36 rogue, Yutian Xunming exclaimed in astonishment. Players of his caliber had been grinding day and night, yet he himself had yet to reach level 31. The sudden appearance of a level 36 character was shocking. Ahem. Gu Fei cleared his throat, avoiding the question and instead inquiring. What are you doing here? I was on a quest, here to guard the treasure chest. Yutian Xunming explained, glancing at the chest in Xiaoyu's arms, a bitter smile forming on his lips. What are you holding that for? It's a quest item. There's nothing inside. Only players who receive the task to reclaim the chest can make use of it. Yet Xiaoyu, far from relinquishing her hold, clutched it even tighter. Do you mean that you? Yutian Xunming stammered, bewildered. What on earth is going on? Is this game's quest designed to incite players into mutual slaughter? Gu Fei, though not well-versed in online gaming, was aware that beyond guild wars, there were no quest tasks that forced players into combat against one another. Before Gu Fei could finish speaking, Xiaoyu exclaimed, Oh no! July's sister and Luoluo's sister and the others are all dead. Chapter 36. Total annihilation. A gentle drizzle fell upon Cloud City once more. Gu Fei and Xiaoyu hurried towards the guild office of Rebirth Amethyst, with Xiaoyu tightly clutching her quest treasure chest out of course. Yutian Xunming was not so easily inclined to relinquish the chest to them. However, the predicament was that Xiaoyu was positioned a mere 10 centimeters from him. As an archer, he thrived on maintaining distance, whereas Xiaoyu, being a warrior, became increasingly formidable the closer she approached. The only means of creating space was to move left, right, or backward. That moment, Gu Fei stood to his left, and Fei Lian to his right, while behind him lay the bottomless cloud Jiao Lake. More critically, the treasure chest was no longer in his possession. That ultimately, everyone parted ways, and the chest remained with its original holder, as if they had all tacitly agreed to forget the matter. Inside the office of Rebirth Amethyst, an oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for Gu Fei to breathe. He wandered over to the window alone and pushed open the two panes. The expressions of the women present were far from pleasant. None showed even the slightest improvement due to Xiao Yu's return with the treasure chest. The blow they had suffered was simply too great. That of the 7-member team that had ventured out, apart from Gu Fei and Xiao Yu, the rest had been utterly annihilated. Xiao Yu had only called out July and Luo. Merely naming 2 representatives among them, that Tio encounter such a significant setback on their very first guild quest was truly heartbreaking that Ji Fei could faintly sense their sentiments. Historically, online games had predominantly male players, while female players often existed as mere ornaments. Perhaps this group of young women had come together to prove something, but regrettably, their campaign had begun with misfortune. After harboring such pent-up frustration for so long, it was only natural that someone would erupt. Gu Fei mused, perhaps it would be that one. So despicable. Just as Gu Fei had anticipated, the first to explode was a fighter named Lai Lai, who kicked a bench across the room and slammed her hands against the table, cursing, "If you have the guts, come at me with real weapons." What kind of cowardly act is an ambush from behind? For nearly 10 minutes, she ranted vehemently, and Gu Fei gathered that she had been taken down in an instant by a rogue surprise attack, barely catching a glimpse of her assailant. Now she was vehemently condemning the opponent's lack of integrity. Tio this Gu Fei, having just executed a stealth attack himself, could only scoff. While he preferred face-to-face confrontations, he did not entirely scorn sneak attacks as Lai Lai did. In fact, he regarded them as a more advanced skill, requiring a keen understanding of the opponent's psychology, perfect timing for the strike, and the ability to deliver a fatal blow. The technical prowess involved in executing a sneak attack was undoubtedly greater than simply defeating an opponent in direct combat. Lai Lai's outburst stirred the emotions of the other women, igniting a flurry of discussions. Gu Fei made a concerted effort to extract useful information from the chaos, only to find that the most frequently mentioned term was instant kill. Of the 12 women who had ventured out, 11 had returned after being instantly killed, while another had inadvertently fallen victim as well, having rushed in to join her comrades only to be caught in the crossfire of a warrior's whirlwind attack that had not even been aimed at her. Next in frequency were the terms backstab, whirlwind strike, and sniping. Although the women's levels were not particularly high, casually executing an instant kill on another player was no simple feat. Reflecting on his own encounter with Yutian Shinming, Gu Fei mentally associated these 3 high-frequency terms with 3 names: Sword Demon, Invincible, and Yutian Shinming. That it seemed that Yutian Shinming could dispatch ordinary players with ease. As for Sword Demon and Invincible, they were likely even more formidable. Originally, the awe-inspiring presence of Sword Demon could be easily articulated, but due to the rogue's stealth approach and backstab, the women who perished at his hands had no idea what he looked like. Gu Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. If this were indeed the case, he found himself caught in the middle. Emotionally, he leaned more towards the mercenary group, as he believed he could never truly fit into this all-female guild. Had it not been for the minimum member requirement, he would have left long ago. However, casting aside feelings, the rationality of the situation rendered it unclear who was in the right or wrong. It was merely the system's quest design that had pitted the 2 parties against each other. That it appeared the system had simultaneously issued 2 quests, one demanding the guild reclaim the treasure chest, and the other tasked with protecting it. By sheer luck, Gu Fei had stumbled upon both opposing quests, which just happened to involve the 2 teams he was involved with. Nevertheless, this remained mere speculation. He needed to ascertain the facts before drawing any conclusion. Suddenly, Gu Fei stood up, declaring, "I just remembered something. I need to step out for a moment." The women continued their chattering, oblivious to Gu Fei's departure, and none heeded his words. Gu Fei chuckled to himself, turning to leave. "Where are you going?" someone suddenly inquired. The Ji Fei turned back to see Xiao Yu calling out to him, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Truly, after battling side by side, this girl might be a bit foolish, but she was undeniably a good comrade, at least remembering him. With a faint smile, he replied, "Just remembered something. I'll be back shortly." With that, he pulled open the door and exited the guild. It was only then that the women noticed Gu Fei's absence, recalling that he and Xiao Yu had indeed returned with a treasure chest, and they hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yu, bombarding her with questions. Upon leaving the guild, Gu Fei opened his friend's list and found all 5 members of the mercenary group online. Ever since he had met Sword Demon, he had never seen him offline. Truly, a master is a master. Naturally, among the 5, Gu Fei felt most familiar with Sword Demon and sought him out for information. "Where are you?" Gu Fei messaged. "At Xiao Lei's bar," Sword Demon replied. Xiao Lei's bar was not far from there. A quick turn down 2 streets would suffice. Gu Fei hurriedly made his way there. Upon entering, he greeted Xiao Lei and proceeded to the private room where the group usually gathered. As he lifted the curtain, he was taken aback to find not only Sword Demon present, but also young Master Han and Yu Ge. "Made it all the way here." Yu Ge greeted Gu Fei. "Rare visitor. Take a seat," young Master Han quipped, immediately teasing Gu Fei smiled lightly, choosing not to respond. Sword Demon shifted aside to make room for him, indicating for him to sit. "Where are Wu Shang and Yu Tian?" Gu Fei inquired. "Who knows? Probably leveling up," Sword Demon replied. "You guys always so obsessed with leveling up, completely neglecting to enjoy life. Remember, we play games to elevate our lives, to remedy the emptiness and loneliness of our spirits. This is the true enjoyment," young Master Han remarked. "Is he drunk?" Gu Fei asked Sword Demon. Sword Demon lowered his head, rubbing his temples, and said, "No, that's just how he is." Gu Fei cast a sympathetic glance at Sword Demon and continued to ask the 3. "Any quest today?" Young Master Han held his wine glass with a faint smile, saying, "Just ordinary quests, not worth our while." "What ordinary quests?" Gu Fei pressed on. "Go check the mercenary building yourself," young Master Han replied. "Haven't you accepted any quests? Did I not just say they are all beneath us?" Young Master Han replied impatiently. Gu Fei found himself momentarily stunned. That meant the ones who attacked Rebirth Amethyst were not from the mercenary group. A sigh of relief escaped him. He wouldn't have to be caught in the middle after all, which was for the best. As for who the attackers were, Gu Fei felt indifferent. After all, it was just a game, constantly filled with battles. Moreover, this was a situation orchestrated by the system that forced the 2 groups into conflict. There was no real enmity or grievance involved. Ultimately, it was simply that Rebirth Amethyst was outmatched, leading to their quest's failure, while the opposing party succeeded in theirs. That if these young women still harbored thoughts of revenge, that would be a matter for another day. For now, it was uncertain whether they would even include him in their plans. With his mood lifted, Gu Fei lifted the curtain and called out, "Xiao Lei, bring me a drink." Gu Fei's cheerful demeanor left the other 3 feeling rather perplexed. Young Master Han remarked irritably, "You look rather pleased. Is it because you didn't get a quest?" "No, it's not about that," Gu Fei quickly clarified. "Then what's the matter?" Young Master Han continued, "You seem a bit odd today." "How so?" Gu Fei asked. "Clearly, you're here for something other than just a casual visit," young Master Han stated. "Not at all," Gu Fei quickly replied. "I just wanted to come and hang out." Gu Fei had no intention of revealing the truth, as that would mean admitting his affiliation with Rebirth Amethyst. Being among a group of girls was hardly a flattering situation for him. In fact, it was quite difficult to articulate. "Sit. Why would I sit with you when we aren't that familiar?" young Master Han said. "Come on, that's a bit too direct," Gu Fei murmured, feeling frustrated. Indeed, they had only known each other for less than 3 days, and this was just their 3rd meeting. Yet such bluntness felt rather immature. That moment, Sword Demon, still looking down, swayed slightly and said, "No, that's just how he is." "Sword Demon, speak up." Young Master Han thumped the table. Sword Demon shook his head again. "Hey, that's just me." Gu Fei finally realized that something was off with Sword Demon as well. Feeling quite bewildered, he asked, "What's going on here?" Yu Ge chuckled wryly. "Haven't you figured it out yet? Both of them are a bit tipsy." "What the heck?" Gu Fei exclaimed in frustration. "If they're drunk, why are you still entertaining them? They won't let me leave. Look at them, one on each side." Yu Ge replied with a bitter smile. Gu Fei stood up. "Sword Demon, Xiao Lei wants you to fetch some drinks." "Oh, coming." Sword Demon rose unsteadily and walked out. "Let's go." Gu Fei nodded at Yu Ge. "That's simple." Yu Ge sighed. "Perfect timing. I have a few things I want to ask you," Gu Fei said as he and Yu Ge exited the private room, finding a casual spot to sit in the bar. Chapter 37. The intelligence expert in the private room. The persistent shouts of the Han family's young master echoed. Sword Demon, speak up if you have something to say. However, the Sword Demon was not present in the room. He was sprawled over the bar counter, desperately pleading with Xiao Lei. Where's the wine? Didn't you tell me to fetch it? Give me the wine. Xiao Lei cast a wry smile towards Gu Fei and Yu Gu, fully aware that the Sword Demon was friends with them. Yu Gu attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Gu Fei. Glancing around, he noticed two novice warriors seated at a nearby table, adorned in beginner's gear. Hey brothers, Gu Fei called out to them. The two turned their heads in response. Could you do me a favor? Carry that guy and toss him out behind the bar, that I'm a mage and I simply lack the strength. Gu Fei pointed at the Sword Demon as he spoke to the two novice warriors. The two, looking bewildered, remained seated. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Fei dug into his pocket and presented them with 2 gold coins. Please help me out. The eyes of the two novice warriors brightened. To ordinary folk, whether one was a mage was irrelevant. Gold coins were the delightful treasures they cherished. Such wealth was not easily encountered by a beginner, in reality. Gu Fei had already amassed considerable wealth in the game, thanks to a lucrative mercenary deal the day before. The two novice warriors accepted the coins and promptly hoisted the Sword Demon up. In his inebriated state, the Sword Demon could hardly stand upright, offering no resistance as the two swiftly carried him out of the bar. In no time they returned, looking quite exhilarated. Brother, do you need anyone else tossed out? That's all. Thank you. Gu Fei replied. Is this really all right? Yu Gu expressed a hint of concern. No worries, trust me. Gu Fei reassured him. At that moment, the singing of the Han family's young master resonated from the private room, igniting Gu Fei's impulse to summon the two novice warriors back. He seems quite cultured, speaking as if reciting poetry. How? Gu Fei murmured. It seems you are unaware, Yu Gu chuckled. The Han family's young master is his new name in this game. Previously, he was known as the Drunkard, then as the Sword Demon, also known as the Smoky Drunkard. Gu Fei inquired. It appears so before this game indeed. Yu Gu nodded earnestly. How intriguing. Gu Fei was thoroughly impressed. But why the name change? Well, I've heard it's because the inseparable duo of Smoky Drunkard and Drunkard was always the subject of fantasies by certain female players, so the Sword Demon resolutely refused to be called Smoky Drunkard while playing in this game. Hence, in this parallel world, the young master opted for a new name as well. Yu Gu explained. Oh, Gu Fei responded thoughtfully, concluding with a question, what exactly is a certain female player? A peculiar breed, Yu Gu replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei felt it might be quite complicated and chose not to inquire further, but he waved to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei, bring me 2 glasses of the finest wine. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Yu Gu was taken aback, for as an intelligence expert, he was well aware of the price of the finest wine. No worries, Gu Fei waved his hand dismissively. When the wine arrived, he inquired about the price and gasped. Indeed, it is expensive. Charge it to the Han family's young master. Huh. Xiao Lei was momentarily stunned. Isn't he still here? We'll charge everything at this table to him, Gu Fei stated. Oh. Xiao Lei did not press further, confident that he would not end up shortchanged. Such behavior of taking goods without payment was considered fraud, which could be reported to the system. The system had stringent measures in place to protect this highly realistic business environment. Even the strongest players were but paper tigers before the system's deities. You're quite the rogue, Yu Gu regarded Gu Fei. You truly conceal your talents. Drink up. Such opportunities are rare. Gu Fei lifted his cup. Yu Gu took a sip, exclaiming, It's different indeed. It's worth every coin. Yes, especially since I'm not spending my own money, Gu Fei declared, downing his drink in one go. Xiao Lei, another cup, Yu Gu remarked. By the way, didn't you say you had something to ask me? Seeing Gu Fei had already secured a second cup of wine, Yu Gu hurriedly inquired, concerned that Gu Fei might soon succumb to intoxication. Yes, there is something. Gu Fei set down his cup. In this game, are there tasks that can be accepted mutually by 2 players, leading them to stand opposed to each other, for instance? Gu Fei hesitated, fearing his explanation lacked clarity, but Yu Gu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is possible, and it is a significant feature of the parallel world. Generally speaking, guild tasks that can involve multiple participants have a higher chance of yielding such mutual tasks, while the likelihood for solo tasks is comparatively lower. The content of mutual tasks usually revolves around competition and protection, embodying oppositional themes. UGE's information was remarkably precise, and the situation regarding the Rebirth Amethyst task became clear to Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei still harbored some doubts and proceeded to outline the circumstances surrounding the Rebirth Amethyst. Yuga laughed upon hearing it. They made a mistake. The task information they gathered from the forum pertains to finding a treasure chest. However, the task they received was to retrieve the treasure chest. While the two tasks may sound similar, their contents are indeed different. A task like retrieving a treasure chest certainly wouldn't have any guides written for it, as each encounter presents different opponents, and there are no fixed strategies to adhere to. That makes sense. Gu Fei nodded repeatedly, tilting his head back to finish another drink. Xiaolei, more wine. Can you hold your liquor? Yuga asked, concerned. No worries. Gu Fei laughed. I'll only have this one cup. I'm not like those two. Yuga nodded in understanding and then asked, why are you so interested in this? Have you joined a guild? Of course not, no way. Gu Fei quickly replied. Being surrounded by a group of girls would surely lead to ridicule if he admitted that. He ended up spinning a small tale, slightly modifying the events at Yunjiao Lake to portray himself as a mere bystander, watching others seize treasure chests. Yunjiao Lake. Hey! Gu, being the intelligence king, immediately recognized the place and revealed an enigmatic smile upon hearing Gu Fei had been there. I was just passing by. Gu Fei hastily clarified. By the way, I ran into Yutian Xinming. He was engaged in a task to protect a treasure chest. This latter statement was purely to divert the topic, as Gu Fei had no intention of mentioning Yutian Xinming. Oh, has he joined a guild? I hadn't heard of that, Yuga said. His guild seems quite formidable, dispatching everyone attempting to seize treasure chests. That I've heard it's either whirlwind slash or sniper, or perhaps a stealth backstab. They all sound like experts, Gu Fei remarked. Oh, then their strength is indeed impressive. In Yunduan City, there is probably only one such guild, Yuga stated. Which one? Zongheng Sihai. What a glitch name. Gu Fei chuckled. Yuga smiled. In online games, guilds with glitch names tend not to be weak. Why is that? Think about it. A name so ordinary must have crossed many minds. The fact that they were able to establish it suggests they did so early on. An earlier establishment typically means a longer development period, which likely prevents them from being weak, Yuga explained. That makes sense. Gu Fei felt he had gained a wealth of knowledge today. As the saying goes, one conversation with a wise person is worth 10 years of study, and it seemed he ought to engage more with Yuga to bolster his foundational knowledge of online games. After all, the online gaming world was not real life. The previous blunder of attempting to intercept someone at the lake, only to be disregarded and toppled, should be avoided in the future. All right, Gu Fei finished his third drink and stood up. That's all. I am leaving. See you later. Yuga nodded, watching Gu Fei exit the bar. Xiaolei, Yuga called out. What is it? Xiaolei approached. Yuga pointed at the wine on the table. Bring me a bottle of the finest wine. I'll take it with me. Xiaolei was taken aback for quite some time before finally asking. Charge it to the young master? Of course. Yuga maintained a calm smile, but don't mention that I ordered it. Having left the bar, Gu Fei returned to the Rebirth Amethyst. He had grasped the entirety of the situation and felt it necessary to inform them, sparing them from unnecessary grievances over the unknown circumstances that as a member of the guild, possessing the authority to enter the guild hall. Gu Fei pushed the door open, and the gazes of the women instantly turned toward him, their expressions seeming markedly different from before. They had already heard the tale of Yunjiao Lake. It could be said that it was Gu Fei who had resolved the issue. However, there was a significant flaw in the story. Gu Fei was acquainted with the archer who had launched the ambush. Presently, the guild's understanding of Gu Fei was limited to 3 points: high level, poor equipment, and misguided skill points. Just these latter 2 novice attributes were enough for others to look down upon him. The notion that such a mage could triumph over a top-tier archer of level 30 was difficult for others to accept, and now the revelation that Gu Fei was familiar with this individual inevitably raised suspicions of ulterior motives. The assumption was proposed by Lai Lai, who also provided an example. How could such a mediocre mage possess such a high level? Unless he had a group of similarly high-level friends with strong ties aiding him. Was there any other possibility? Moreover, the story was recounted by Xiao Yu, and as for Xiao Yu's attributes, well, there was no need to elaborate. She would certainly not have been able to discern any glaring issues at the time. Furthermore, Xiao Yu had personally chosen to team up with him, which raised the question of whether this too was intentional on his part. In summary, any situation can withstand analysis, and the women were particularly attentive to details. Piece by piece, they dissected the narrative, transforming Gu Fei, who had salvaged Xiao Yu and reclaimed a treasure chest, into a cunning, deeply scheming super rogue in their eyes. Ultimately, the women divided into 3 factions. The largest faction, led by Lai Lai, firmly believed Gu Fei was a villain with ulterior motives. A few, including Qi Yu and Luo Luo, remained skeptical of the conjectures. While Xiao Yu, completely bewildered, stood alone at this moment. As Gu Fei entered the room, all 3 factions turned their gazes toward him, and as Gu Fei took a couple of steps closer, the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafted toward them. Gu Fei's already tarnished image plummeted further in the eyes of the first faction. Even the second faction could not help but frown at the sight. The guild's first endeavor had encountered setbacks, and while everyone was in distress, this fellow had gone off to drink, which was rather inconsiderate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu remained oblivious, questioning, "What is that smell? What is that smell?" Chapter 38. The search for the mercenary group. Gu Fei sensed the discontent etched on the faces of the women around him, yet he did not dwell on it for long, as these young ladies had always regarded him with such expressions. He took a few steps forward, ready to share the intelligence he had gathered, but as he opened his mouth, an unrestrained belch escaped him. The scent of alcohol intensified, prompting the girls to hiss and scatter as if fleeing from a contagion. "My apologies." Gu Fei covered his mouth, laughing awkwardly. "All right, everyone, let's disperse for now." Qiyu clapped her hands. Gu Fei wanted to voice his remaining thoughts, but seeing everyone flee as if from a disaster, he ultimately refrained, letting out a deep sigh instead. "Sigh, do you have something to say?" Luo Luo noticed Gu Fei's expression and halted her steps. By now, only 3 individuals remained in the room. Qiyu was always the last to leave the guild, and Xiu Yu was still busy fiddling with the treasure chest. The guild task we've received this time should be a reciprocal one. Gu Fei relayed the information he had gleaned from Yu Ge. The 2 listened quietly, and Qiyu nodded. "I know this. I haven't made a mistake. Our task is indeed to locate the treasure chest." Gu Fei was taken aback. "There are those deliberately causing us trouble, trying to thwart our mission," Qiyu stated. "Oh, do you know who they are?" Gu Fei inquired that if they were unaware, he could certainly enlighten them. However, Qiyu nodded. "The mercenary group Zongheng Sihai." "Oh, so it's common knowledge." Gu Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. After all his efforts to gather information, it seemed the others had already been informed. "This matter likely won't end here. Qinli, you must exercise caution while outside," Qiyu advised, appraising Gu Fei. "Oh, you're not wearing the guild emblem? That's fine. They definitely wouldn't expect that our guild has a male member." Qiyu's smile appeared rather forced. "What exactly is going on?" Gu Fei asked, puzzled. "Zongheng Sihai. They've had conflicts with us in the past, and the task issue is probably their act of revenge. So everyone should be on guard," Qiyu replied. "Understood." Gu Fei glanced at Xiu Yu, who was still engrossed in her treasure chest. It seemed she wouldn't relent until she had smashed it to pieces. "Then I shall take my leave." Gu Fei bid farewell to the 3 and exited the guild. As Gu Fei walked out, Luo Luo glanced at Qiyu. "Aren't you going to inform him about that matter?" "Forget it. He doesn't need to know that he's merely a temporary member. There's no need to involve him," Qiyu replied. Luo Luo expressed her concern. "I never anticipated such a coincidence. That person was also born in Cloud City, just like us." After a moment of silence, Qiyu suddenly asked, "Luo Luo, are there any particularly capable mercenary groups around now? Are you considering seeking outside assistance?" Luo Luo was somewhat taken aback. Qiyu sighed. "Given our current circumstances, we truly cannot contend with them. Don't forget your original intention in establishing this guild. You merely wanted to gather a few girls who enjoy online gaming for some casual fun. Luo reminded her. Things have changed, haven't they? Chiyue smiled bitterly. Who would have thought such a coincidence would occur? Among so many starting cities in the game, that fellow just happened to be born alongside us. This time around, the game is unlikely to remain simple. With so many girls following me, I need to find a way to endure this first hurdle. Luo remained silent. A mercenary group capable of contending with the foremost guild in Cloud City likely does not exist at present. If it doesn't work, we can seek out a few more, Chiyue asserted. I know you're not averse to spending money, Luo chuckled wryly. The problem is, a mercenary group, I know of a formidable one. Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. Chiyue and Luo were startled. Engrossed in their discussion, they had forgotten that another girl was present, busy playing with her treasure chest. You know something, Xiaoyu? Chiyue laughed, doubting this scatterbrain could recall anything significant. I overheard it while completing a solo task. The mission to capture the bandit leader, Soto. This task was completed by hiring that mercenary group for assistance, Xiaoyu stated earnestly. Chiyue and Luo exchanged glances. The mission to capture the bandit leader Soto was currently regarded as the most challenging task that could be accepted, but was deemed impossible to complete. Simply entering the Wulong Cave required facing enemies at a higher level. An ordinary character would be lucky to last 5 minutes inside. Recently, there had been reports of a large group attempting to tackle the task, managing to reach the boss, only to be slaughtered back to town, leaving no one daring to try again. Was this task completed? When? Luo inquired, as the completion of such a high-difficulty task should have made headlines. Yet she had heard nothing. It seems it was just yesterday, Xiaoyu replied. Oh, Luo felt relieved. It was only yesterday, so the news likely hadn't spread yet. What mercenary group was involved? Chiyue began to feel hopeful. This mercenary group seemed quite powerful, as long as it wasn't the Zhongling Sihai that was nurturing their own mercenaries. I forgot, Xiaoyu admitted. How many members were there? Who was the leader of the mercenary group? Chiyue pressed further. Xiaoyu pondered deeply. Never mind. Luo laughed. Don't bother Xiaoyu any longer. I'll go investigate. Go ahead. Chiyue's expression turned serious. This mercenary group was evidently their significant hope that in Cloud City. Gu Fei was wandering aimlessly, contemplating the matter at hand. Chiyue had mentioned there was a past grievance with Zhongling Sihai, which could lead them to painstakingly disrupt such a small task. The nature of this grievance must be quite severe. Judging by Chiyue's demeanor, she seemed reluctant to divulge too much, so Gu Fei refrained from probing further. The parallel world had not been operational for long. It seemed too soon to foster any deep-seated animosity. This grievance must have stemmed from some prior incident in the previous online game, or perhaps it was an occurrence from the real world. Gu Fei was eager to seek out Yu Ge for more information, but after having just inquired moments ago, he felt embarrassed to approach him again, so he forced himself to hold back. Reflecting on the information-gathering methods employed by Chiyue and the others, Gu Fei felt it imperative to learn from them, and he promptly exited the game. Upon logging into a search engine, Gu Fei felt somewhat at a loss. Entering Chiyue, the results were predictable, but later he inadvertently typed in Luo's name, Luo Wuqing, and to his surprise, a narrative resembling a novel unfolded before him. That in this tale, Luo Wuqing was but a supporting character, merely entangled in the main storyline. The true protagonists were two individuals, one named Chiyue Liuhua, and the other, Buxiao, it turned out, was quite fond of laughter. The story began in such a way that Gu Fei was taken aback, marveling at the talent of contemporary writers. Gu Fei had not come to indulge in the story, and after a swift perusal, he grasped the essence of this entangled saga. It was a narrative steeped in love and hatred, lies and truth, deception and being deceived. A tale both trite and exceedingly common. In the story, Chiyue Liuhua was impassioned and generous. Ultimately left with nothing after being duped by Buxiao, Gu Fei found himself questioning whether this was truly the composed and unflappable guild leader Chiyue he knew. The climax of this tale did not conclude there. After Chiyue's despondent departure from the game, another character emerged, employing even more sophisticated means to bring Buxiao to his knees. Rumors in the world of gaming suggested that this was Chiyue Liuhua reborn from the ashes, returning to exact revenge in a more elevated form. Consumed by hatred, Buxiao ultimately chose to depart as well. After all, it was merely an online game, and the story reached its conclusion. Now, In this parallel world, it appeared a new chapter was about to be penned, that Jiu Fei surmised that the individual Chue had mentioned with a past grievance was indeed the one known as Bu Xiao. Meanwhile, within the game, Luoluo left the guild and made her way to the tavern to undertake solo tasks. The parallel world offered numerous types of quests. Those that could be casually picked up on the streets were classified as NPC storyline tasks, and once completed, they would not reappear. These yielded substantial rewards. The tasks players truly referred to as solo tasks were the ones refreshed every hour in the tavern, limited in number and awarded on a first-come, first-served basis, allowing for repeated acceptance. Players primarily relied on these solo tasks to grind for experience. The mission to capture the bandit leader Sodu was among those refreshed here, heralded as the most difficult solo task currently available. Girls often found it easier to gather information, and Luoluo casually inquired with several players. However, their reactions mirrored her initial surprise. They were equally astonished at the notion of a mercenary group capable of completing the task to capture the bandit leader Sodu. It seemed only a day had passed, and the news had yet to circulate widely that as Luoluo contemplated this, she momentarily left the tavern and proceeded to the mercenary building. The mercenary building featured two halls. The East Hall hosted the system-published mercenary tasks, where most ordinary mercenary groups would gather their missions. The West Hall was where players sought assistance, a true embodiment of the mercenary spirit. Taking money to resolve troubles, professional mercenary groups would select their tasks from this area. The records in both halls provided a clear indication of the various mercenary group strengths. Luoluo approached the record book in the West Hall and patiently began to peruse it. Finally, among the completed tasks, Luoluo discovered the words, "Capture the bandit leader Sotu." A mage had taken on this task, but found it insurmountable, subsequently hiring help at a high price from the mercenary building. The date was indeed yesterday. The mercenary group that accepted this contract was. That Luoluo traced her finger across the records, locating the information she sought. The Young Master Elite Group, Mercenary Leader. Han Family Young Master. Chapter 39. A pleasant collaboration. The name Han Family Young Master lingered on Luoluo's lips, a name that seemed to resonate with familiarity that in the realm of online gaming. Seasoned players seldom change their usernames, a tendency that extends beyond mere experts to encompass many ordinary gamers. A renowned ID possesses a significant allure, serving as a substantial intangible asset, especially in collaborative endeavors such as guilds or mercenary groups. Upon hearing about such a formidable mercenary group from Xiaoyu, Luoluo began to ponder whether it had been established by a gaming prodigy. Although Han Family Young Master was not a legendary ID, it was not the first time Luoluo had encountered it. She recalled seeing the name prominently displayed on the official priest experience leaderboard, which piqued her interest as a fellow priest. As she continued to sift through the records, Luoluo's eyes caught a particular line that in the remarks for the quest. The player who had posted the task had summed up their evaluation of the mercenary group in a single phrase. Possesses the strongest mage. The strongest mage. Currently, the top-ranked mage was a player known as Drifter. However, in this parallel world, where leveling up required immense experience, relying solely on level differences for an advantage was rather impractical. Equipment and skill proficiency served as more accurate indicators of true strength, meaning that the so-called strongest mage might not necessarily be the highest-ranked drifter. Finding no merit in further speculation, Luoluo resolved to contact the mercenary group. She swiftly opened her friends list and searched for Han Family Young Master. Noticing that the individual was online, she promptly sent a friend request. "Hello," Luoluo typed. After approximately half a minute, a response came. "Good. Is this the elite group?" Luoluo inquired. "Indeed. I have a matter to discuss. May we meet in person?" Luoluo asked. "Xiaolei Tavern. All right. I will be there shortly." Luoluo felt a sense of relief as she closed the chat window. The succinct and decisive manner of Han Family Young Master left a positive impression on her. She believed that someone who communicated so straightforwardly would be efficient in their dealings. Xiaolei Tavern was renowned, and although Luoluo had yet to visit, she was aware of its location. After traversing several streets, she arrived at the back of the tavern. In a narrow alley, devoid of foot traffic, she spotted an individual sprawled on the ground. Rushing over, she was met with a strong scent of alcohol. The person was snoring soundly, clearly intoxicated. Frowning, Luoluo chose to ignore him and made her way into the tavern. The affable Xiao Lei approached immediately. "Miss, what may I get for you?" "Oh, I'm looking for someone," Luoluo replied. "Whom are you seeking?" Xiao Lei remained enthusiastic. "Han family young master," Luoluo answered, casting a curious glance at the legendary Xiao Lei, wondering if he recognized all the patrons in his establishment. With a smile, Xiao Lei gestured toward the private room. "That way." "Thank you." Luoluo felt slightly dazed, expressing her gratitude as she proceeded toward the indicated room. Lifting the curtain that hung from the doorframe, she beheld an individual seated within. The ethereal beauty of Han family young master was astonishing, leaving Luoluo momentarily speechless before she managed to ask, "Are you Han family young master? Is that you, falling flower without emotion?" Han family young master countered, his voice smooth. Luoluo nodded. "Please have a seat," he gestured, then called out, "Xiao Lei." Xiao Lei promptly appeared. "What do you need?" "Please clear the table. We have business to discuss," Han family young master said with a smile. Xiao Lei swiftly gathered the empty cups from the table. Luoluo marveled at the remarkable service. Indeed, Xiao Lei Tavern lived up to its reputation for impeccable customer care. Was this individual wiping the table truly the legendary wealthiest person in the parallel world? "Xiao Lei, bring me a glass of water," Han family young master instructed Xiao Lei, then turned to Luoluo and asked, "Would you like something?" "I'll have a glass of water as well," Luoluo responded. A tavern that served water. This feature alone set it apart from other establishments, and she was curious to see what the water would be like. The water arrived promptly. Han family young master took a hearty gulp, while Luoluo savored a delicate sip, savoring the taste. Water is simply water. There is nothing extraordinary about it, Han family young master chuckled. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luoluo set down her cup. "What task do you have in mind?" "Please share," he prompted. "How many members does your mercenary group consist of?" Luoluo sought to gather information first. 6 members, Han family young master replied. "That few?" Luoluo was taken aback. "An elite group thrives on quality rather than quantity," he smiled. "Is it just the 6 of you who completed the quest against the bandit leader?" Luoluo inquired. Yes, it was us." Han family young master's response was slightly hesitant, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Subtly, Luoluo failed to notice this nuance and nodded. "Could you introduce me to them?" Han family young master did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back and said, "How about you first explain your task? If it does not pique our interest, I see no necessity to introduce anyone." "Oh, what kind of task would intrigue you?" Luoluo queried. "Something that sounds impossible to accomplish," Han family young master remarked. "Then you will surely be pleased with my task," Luoluo asserted. "Pray enlighten me. We need your assistance in dealing with the group dominating the seas." Luoluo slowly articulated this statement. At that moment, her hopes for this mercenary group had diminished, as she had not anticipated that it was merely a 6-member team. Even if each member was exceptionally skilled, the game was still in its infancy, and no player would have a significant advantage over others at this stage. The individuals from dominating the seas had swiftly taken down the girls from Rebirth Amethyst, demonstrating their formidable strength. The current top players were likely not much better than that, to her surprise, upon hearing the name Dominating the Seas. Han family young master did not even flinch, instead responding, "Are they not the guild currently hailed as the strongest in Cloud City?" Luoluo nodded affirmatively. "They will soon not hold that title," Han family young master said with a radiant smile. "What do you mean?" "Because you have hired my mercenary group to deal with them," he stated confidently. Luoluo's eyes widened in astonishment at his audacity. "At this moment, I only need to know one thing," Han family young master continued. Luoluo felt perplexed, as she believed there were many details yet to discuss, including an introduction to their mercenary group and their fee structure. Yet, the only question on Han family young master's mind was, "What outcome do you desire from our confrontation with them?" Luoluo was utterly taken aback. Initially, she had envisioned hiring the mercenary group, and if one was insufficient, to engage more, then convene with the guild's girls for discussion. She assumed July would have similar plans. However, this individual seemed to imply that they would require no external assistance, and that their 6 members alone could tackle the strongest guild in Cloud City. Seeing Luoluo momentarily at a loss for words, Han family young master chuckled. "All right, I understand what needs to be done." "You understand?" Luoluo was taken aback once more. "Falling flower without emotion." Your primary objective is, of course, to ensure that you do not smile, Han family young master stated playfully. Luoluo concluded that Han family young master was no ordinary player. He was likely someone who frequently engaged in the online gaming world, thus aware of the story involving not smiling in July. However, merely eliminating not smiling may not suffice. How about we ensure that all core members of dominating the seas are dealt with? Han family young master proposed. Then it is settled. Han family young master rose, preparing to depart. Wait, Luoluo called out. What? Is this not sufficient? Han family young master inquired. I want to ask about your fees. Luoluo began. Let us discuss that after the task is completed. I am not concerned about your payment, Han family young master replied with a grin. Luoluo's mind raced. The TO discuss fees post-completion implied that if the task were not successful, there would be no need to negotiate. Had this individual merely been boasting, intending to return in a few days to inform her that the task was unachievable? I will contact you again, Han family young master said as he exited the private room. Despite his seemingly casual demeanor, Luoluo sensed authenticity in his actions. Regardless, this mercenary group evidently possessed strength, as evidenced by their completion of the quest, and it appeared they had no ties to dominating the seas. She needed to devise a way to secure their assistance. As Luoluo contemplated the water before her, suddenly a blood-curdling scream erupted from outside. Who ordered all of this? Luoluo stood and lifted the curtain, spotting Han family young master at the bar, furiously clutching the bill. Xiaolei, however, remained unfazed, calmly addressing Han family young master's concerns. The mage who was with you. This guy. Han family young master slammed his palm on the table with frustration, as if it were Gu Fei himself. Luoluo stealthily approached from behind, glancing at the bill, and gasped. The current game's most expensive drinks, for cups and a bottle, totaled around 200 gold coins. This was indeed a significant sum. Even if one pooled together the coin purses of every player in the tavern, it might not suffice. Truly, the strongest mage was not to be underestimated. Now, shall we discuss the matter of fees? Luoluo smiled suddenly. Han family young master turned to her, sighed deeply, and said, Let us talk inside. Could you introduce me to this mage? Luoluo asked as she walked alongside him. Do not mention him in my presence. Han family young master's eyes flashed with menace. What is his name? Luoluo persisted. His name is Shameless. Han family young master adamantly refused to divulge. Achoo! Gu Fei, engrossed and reminiscing about the past involving July, and not smiling, suddenly sneezed loudly. How strange. I've been sneezing a lot lately, Gu Fei mused, rubbing his nose. Chapter 40, Depart. The mercenary group, as Luoluo left the Little Thunder Tavern, a satisfied smile graced her face. Although the young master of the Han family still did not disclose the identities of the mercenary group members, she at least learned that they were all formidable characters at level 30. Regarding the legendary strongest mage, the Han family's young master simply remarked, he single-handedly confronted the bandit leader, Sachu. In truth, Gu Fei's ability to challenge Sodu alone was the result of a series of fortunate coincidences, yet outsiders were unaware of the intricate details surrounding it. Hearing just that one line, it certainly seemed extraordinary. Thus, Luoluo felt a renewed confidence in this mercenary group, especially in the fabled mage. However, for reasons unknown, the Han family's young master remained adamant about not revealing the names of the members, leaving Luoluo with a lingering thread of doubt. Regardless, she had successfully secured their assistance, albeit at the cost of settling the young master's tavern bill. Though it wasn't explicitly stated as the fee for their employment, it at least constituted a favor. The young master's arrogant and narcissistic demeanor was glaringly apparent. Such a person would undoubtedly disdain being indebted to anyone, so Luoluo had no concerns about him reneging on the arrangement. However, the task ultimately agreed upon was not to absolve any character, as that would not fundamentally resolve the issue, but rather to ensure that Zongheng Sihai would no longer trouble them regarding the rebirth of the purple crystal. Such a vague objective was something the young master of the Han family dared to promise. Rest assured, I will ensure that Zongheng Sihai cannot smile again, he told Luoluo. I did not elaborate on their plans, merely indicating that she and her companions should watch the unfolding drama with peace of mind. Luoluo thought to herself, hoping they could indeed resolve everything. After seeing Luoluo off, the young master of the Han family immediately began to summon the members, simultaneously preparing to settle accounts with Gu Fei. However, upon glancing at the friend list, he discovered that Gu Fei was not online, which infuriated him further. Soon, the group gathered at the Little Thunder Tavern, with the sword demon being brought back by Zhang Wushang. "Why is this guy sleeping behind the tavern?" Zhang Wushang inquired. No one knew, but Yu Ge suppressed a laugh. The sword demon was clearly inebriated and remained oblivious to the commotion, continuing to slumber in a corner. "What is the mission? Let us hear it," Yu Tian Shinming spoke up. The young master of the Han family briefly summarized the situation. The tale of July Flowing Fire and the Laughing Unbeatable was a well-known saga within the gaming community. Gu Fei's name was momentarily overlooked, but seasoned players like Yu Ge were already familiar with the story, thus easily piecing together the events. Killing the Laughing Unbeatable isn't difficult. The challenge lies in ensuring he dares not seek trouble with the rebirth of the purple crystal again. This requires careful planning. Yu Ge, please gather intelligence on Zongheng Sihai and the Laughing Unbeatable, the young master instructed. Yu Ge nodded and then turned his gaze to Yu Tian Shinming. "Yu Tian, are you currently with Zongheng Sihai?" "How did you know?" Yu Tian Shinming was taken aback. All eyes turned towards him. Now that they were to confront Zongheng Sihai, it was surprising to have someone from that very group among them. "Don't look at me like that. I only joined the guild for fun," Yu Tian Shinming quickly clarified. "Today at Yunjiao Lake I'm impressed. Yu Ge," Yu Tian Shinming exclaimed wide-eyed. "You truly are an information expert. How do you know everything?" Yu Ge's smile remained composed. "What happened?" the young master of the Han family asked. "This afternoon at Yunjiao Lake, Zongheng Sihai organized a ruckus against the rebirth of the purple crystal, and I participated as well. I even encountered Qianli. Qianli, he was with a woman who seemed to be affiliated with the rebirth of the purple crystal," Yu Tian Shinming replied. And then, don't even mention it. I clearly heard that all the members of the rebirth of the purple crystal were female players. Yet apart from that girl, there wasn't another woman trying to seize the treasure chest that afternoon. There were so many people. I was sniping from a distance and couldn't keep track. Then someone flanked me from behind and knocked me down the slope, and I passed out. When I woke up, Qianli was there. Seeing that girl knew Qianli, I let her take the treasure chest," Yu Tian Shinming explained. "Who hit you?" "I don't know. I asked Qianli, and he hadn't seen either," Yu Tian Shinming said. "Strange, they were behind you, so why not just finish you off? Such kindness to spare your life." The others murmured. Lucky, Yu Tian Shinming remarked, feeling quite grateful to the person who merely kicked him down the slope instead of eliminating him. The death penalty in the parallel world was severe, resulting in immediate level loss and a chance of dropping items from one's possession. This design was also for the benefit of future players. After all, the game had implemented a unique server, and although the number of players was currently limited, the game company would undoubtedly seek to attract more as the server expanded. These new players could not possibly start on equal footing with the veteran players, which could dampen the enthusiasm of subsequent players. Therefore, increasing the experience required for leveling up and intensifying death penalties were measures taken to prevent veteran players from becoming too distant from newcomers in terms of levels. "I heard that the rebirth of the purple crystal suffered a total defeat this afternoon. It appears your group succeeded after all?" "Hey, the organization didn't reprimand you?" Yu Ge chuckled. The Yu Tian Shinming's nose immediately wrinkled in indignation. "These guys know nothing. If it weren't for Qianli, would I have allowed that girl to take the treasure chest? Damn it. They say I can't play as an archer. I am quitting the guild." "Wait, don't be hasty," the young master of the Han family interjected. "What's wrong?" Yu Tian Shinming asked. "Stay with Zongheng Sihai for now. You might still be of use," the young master advised. "An undercover agent?" Yu Tian Shinming muttered. "All right, that'll be the plan," the young master of the Han family declared. "This mission is not like those mundane system tasks. Let us all be attentive and prepare accordingly. Also, inform Qianli when he comes online." "What about him?" Yu Ge pointed at the sword demon, who was still snoring in the corner. "Wushang, where did you find him?" the young master of the Han family asked. "Behind the tavern," Zhang Wushang replied. "Damn it, why didn't some passerby finish him off? This useless guy, with such low alcohol tolerance, how could he possibly be associated with me?" "Get up, sword demon, rise." The young master of the Han family landed 2 punches on the sword demon's head. "You two continue your conversation." We'll take our leave first. The three couldn't bear to watch any longer and left. Gu Fei did not log in that day, and by the next day upon logging in, he received an urgent summons from the young master of the Han family. Gu Fei suspected that his joke might have backfired. Clutching his purse as he hurried to the Little Thunder Tavern, he had merely intended to jest with the young master, never truly intending to take advantage of him. Upon arriving at the tavern, he lifted the curtain to find all 5 members present, their eyes gleaming, with a clear intent for confrontation in the young master's gaze. A chill ran down Gu Fei's spine. What did this mean? It had merely been a joke, and now it seemed they were gathering to denounce him. Touching his coin pouch, Gu Fei awkwardly said, "Everyone's here. We were waiting for you." The young master of the Han family bellowed. "Can you possibly spend less time in the sun and more time at the computer doing something truly meaningful?" Gu Fei was left speechless. What kind of logic was this? Enough wasting time. "Sit down and listen to Yu Gu explain the situation," the young master commanded. Upon hearing that he would not mention yesterday's incident, Gu Fei silently praised the young master for being a man of character, not dwelling on such trivial matters. After taking his seat, he nudged the nearby Yutian Shinming. "What is there to explain?" "A new mission we've taken on," Yutian Shinming replied that Gu Fei acknowledged. Yu Gu cleared his throat. "The laughing unbeatable what?" Gu Fei exclaimed. "The laughing unbeatable?" "Everyone turned to look at him. That I know this person," Gu Fei quickly asserted. "Everyone knows. Why are you shouting?" The young master of the Han family remarked. "Are you afraid others won't know we're plotting against him?" Gu Fei lowered his voice. "Are we really going to take him down?" "Shut up. Listen to Yu Gu," the young master of the Han family snapped. Though he had yet to mention the tavern bill, it was clear he still held a grudge against Gu Fei. Yu Gu cleared his throat again. "The laughing unbeatable is an old idea in the gaming world that I want to delve into his past. I believe everyone is somewhat familiar with in this parallel world. His profession is that of a thief, currently at level 30, ranking 11th on the Thief Experience leaderboard, and is one of the 4 core members of the Zongheng Sihai Guild. His stat allocation is said to lean towards strength, equipment unknown, and he frequently trains in the Yuntian Valley to the west of Cloud City, but he typically teams up with guild members and rarely operates solo." Yu Gu paused for a moment before continuing. "In Yuntian Valley, the monster levels are 40. Sword Demon. You usually train there, right? The monsters here have high attack and low defense, making it quite suitable for high attack, high dodge professions like thieves." The Sword Demon nodded, adding, "Qin Li also trains there." Yu Gu was taken aback and involuntarily remarked, "For mages, if they want to grind monsters at a higher level, the Misty Basin is a better choice. The monsters there move slowly and have lower magic defense. Mages typically grind their Dado. I'll check it out next time," Gu Fei responded. Everyone stared at Gu Fei in astonishment, and after Yu Gu regained his composure, he said, "That's all the information we currently have. If we want more details, we'll need some time." "That's enough. Let us give him a show of strength," the young master of the Han family declared, pulling a stack of tattered cloth from his pocket and tossing it onto the table. "One for each of you. What is this for?" Gu Fei picked one up, noting its triangular shape. "That to cover your face," the young master replied. "Why do we need to do that?" Gu Fei asked, taken aback. "This mission is different from the last. We're dealing with players just like us, not mindless NPCs that end the game. Identification skills can reveal your level, profession, and equipment, but not your name. Therefore, by covering your face, we can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble," the young master explained. "This isn't necessary." The others expressed their resistance. The young master of the Han family snorted coldly. "I didn't even tell the employer your names. That if anyone thinks this is superfluous, feel free not to wear it. I won't force you. However, I'll warn you, if just one person doesn't wear it, it could bring trouble to everyone else. I will wear mine. You can decide for yourselves." After a moment of silence, the Sword Demon was the first to pick one up and stuff it into his pocket. Zhang Wushang, Yu Gu, and Yutian Shinming followed suit. Gu Fei hesitated for a while, ultimately deciding he couldn't drag others down, and finally took one as well. "Why are there still 2 left?" Gu Fei noted after picking one up, discovering 2 more on the table. The young master of the Han family collected the last 2, saying nonchalantly, "My unparalleled beauty may not be concealed by just 2 pieces of cloth, damn." Everyone exclaimed in unison. "All right, move the chat window to the mercenary group channel, and everyone prepare accordingly. Head to Yuntian Valley at your own pace." Thus, the elite group of the young master set forth once more. Chapter 41. Preparations before battle. Upon exiting the tavern, the 6 companions dispersed in various directions. The Sword Demon and Wu Shang decided to first repair their equipment, while Yutian Shinming prepared to replenish his arrows. Yugo made a beeline for the Yunxia Valley, and the young master of the Han family remarked, "I find that 2 pieces of cloth are truly insufficient. I shall procure another." Gu Fei then made his way to the auction hall. With several dozen gold coins still in hand, Gu Fei intended to purchase a suitable weapon. Initially, the plain white dagger had appeared quite fitting. However, regrettably, in the eyes of ordinary players, it was deemed exceedingly commonplace. So much so that no one would consider bringing it to the auction hall for sale. After a thorough search, Gu Fei naturally came up empty-handed. Unlike the typical player selecting weapons, Gu Fei's primary focus lay on the weapon's dimensions, specifications, and weight. These attributes were far more influential on his performance than mere attack power. Unfortunately, the game's search engine lacked an advanced search functionality to ascertain such data, compelling Gu Fei to inspect each item in the exhibition hall individually. This method significantly increased his workload, and by the time the 5 members of the mercenary group reported their arrival at Yunxia Valley, Gu Fei had only just discovered a single-bladed sword that bore a striking resemblance to what he sought. The Baptism of Flame boasted an attack power slightly superior to that of the plain dagger he had previously wielded, and it came equipped with a 30% chance of dealing additional fire magic damage. Such a weapon would likely be dismissed as trivial by ordinary players that are in the realm of parallel worlds. The spell damage added to equipment correlates with the character's attributes. Thus, those with greater mana can inflict higher spell damage. Characters like warriors who frequently employ swords are inherently low in mana, making their need for magical enhancements limited to the effects of spells, such as the slow from freezing damage or paralysis from lightning damage. The absence of additional effects renders the high fire magic damage rather insignificant. Therefore, this weapon, boasting a high probability of additional effects and priced at 60 gold coins, had gone unnoticed. Even the exceptional dagger, Frost Remembrance, possessed merely a 10% chance of inflicting freezing effects. Gu Fei, lacking extensive knowledge of such professional gaming intricacies, merely perceived this weapon as possessing considerable attack potential and a high probability of additional effects, an ideal remedy for his own low damage output. Without hesitation, he purchased it. "Qinli, how are you faring?" As all 5 had arrived at the valley, yet Gu Fei remained unresponsive, the young master of the Han family began to inquire. I'll be there shortly," Gu Fei replied as he acquired the Baptism of Flame. The blade was a deep crimson hue, emanating a slight warmth when held. Truly a weapon imbued with fire magic. The only disappointment was that the dagger lacked a sheath. Thus, Gu Fei decided to stow it in his pocket and hastened on his way. Amidst the young master of the Han family's critiques and urgings, Gu Fei finally set foot on the familiar terrain of Yunxia Valley. He had spent countless days and nights here, and inexplicably, a wave of excitement washed over him. He queried the 5 in the chat window. "I've arrived. Where are you?" Using the massive boulder by the lakeside as a reference point, the dilapidated wooden house to the east is at the 12 o'clock position. "I am at 1 o'clock, Sword Demon is at 4 o'clock, Yutian at 6 o'clock, Wushang at 9 o'clock, and Yugu at 10 o'clock. You just find a place to hide for now, and cover your face well," the young master of the Han family instructed. Gu Fei produced the cloth and tied it around his face that he was quite familiar with this area, a level 40 training zone. While currently, players were only up to level 30, that IT was exceedingly rare for anyone capable of defeating monsters 10 levels higher to be present. Thus, the area was devoid of players that Gu Fei slipped into a nearby thicket, concealing himself within. Do not rush to attack. Wait for the opponent to appear, identify their roles, and then formulate a strategy for a decisive strike, the young master of the Han family advised. Everyone nodded in agreement. What followed was a lengthy period of anticipation within the valley. Enveloped in silence, Gu Fei toyed with his newly acquired Baptism of Flame, resisting the urge to charge at the nearby monsters. Half an hour passed in this manner, and the group began to grow restless, expressing their doubts in the chat window. "Yugu, is your intel accurate? Is he truly training here?" "It cannot be mistaken," Yugu asserted, unwavering in his confidence regarding his information. Despite their friend's steadfastness, The group continued to wait another 10 minutes without any sign of their target, and even he began to feel the pressure mounting. Perhaps we should train here for a bit, Gu Fei suggested, eager to test his new weapon. Someone is coming, Sword Demon announced. All eyes were drawn to the entrance of the valley, where a formidable group entered in full force. Wow, there are quite a few of them, Yuqian Shunming exclaimed. 10 individuals, Yu Ge began to assess. 2 warriors, 1 mage, 1 archer, 3 rogues, and 3 priests. Is there anyone who can use identify? The young master of the Han family inquired. The others shook their heads in negation, while Gu Fei's unique response stood out. I don't know identify. The group fell silent. The 10 individuals had fully entered the valley, arriving at the monster spawning location and preparing to engage in battle. Is there really no one who can get close enough to use identify? The young master of the Han family asked. I'll give it a try, Sword Demon volunteered. We've been waiting for you to say that, the young master replied. Sword Demon activated his stealth skill and approached the opposing team from the mountainside. There were currently no specific skills to counter stealth. Rogues had honed their ability to eavesdrop. However, stealth was a skill that could be easily compromised with the slightest disturbance, and using identify while in stealth would also reveal his position. Thus, Sword Demon could only move close to the group without being detected, find a suitable hiding spot, and then use identify. He chose a position behind the massive boulder by the lakeside, which the young master had designated as the reference point. Upon reaching the boulder, Sword Demon revealed himself, causing everyone's hearts to race. He was merely 2 meters away from the group of monsters. A single misstep could lead to his discovery. Moreover, once attacked, he would be unable to use his stealth ability. For experienced players, preventing a rogue from utilizing stealth was a straightforward task. Even more crucial was the fact that to use identify, one must focus on the target at that moment. Sword Demon was obscured by the boulder, impairing his line of sight. To use identify, he would need to expose himself, but without a clear view of the outside, how could he know whether he would face a gaze from one of the enemy? At this moment, Gu Fei finally witnessed the legendary duo known as the Golden Partners of the Dual Ghosts in the realm of online gaming. The young master of the Han family, positioned at a distance, became Sword Demon's eyes. He monitored the 10 players engaged in combat and issued commands to Sword Demon. Sword Demon seemed to operate under the young master's control, skillfully seizing 10 opportunities to reveal himself, successfully performing identify 10 times, and presenting the results in the chat window. Truly, the first major guild reigned supreme. Among the 10 players in the leveling party, 8 were at level 30. Of course, although they were all level 30, the experience disparity between these individuals and the top-tier players like Sword Demon was quite significant. Unfortunately, experience offered no advantage in combat. This exemplified how the structure of the parallel world narrowed the gap between players. Their levels are decent, but their equipment is rather mediocre. Yu Ge commented while observing the 10 players' combat tactics and the identify results, beginning to analyze them one by one. The 2 warriors will be difficult to eliminate quickly. They appear to be heavily invested in vitality. The mage possesses a fine weapon with high magic attack, but lacks defense. The archer seems merely to be tagging along for experience, thus negligible. The 3 priests exhibit average skills, but if they focus on healing those 2 warriors, they could become troublesome. As for the 3 rogues, 2 of them seem quite ordinary, while the third, he appears formidable. Sword Demon's identify failed. It seems his identify skill level is higher than Sword Demon's. Alright, Sword Demon, remain concealed for now, the young master of the Han family instructed. Sword Demon signaled an OK gesture in the direction of the young master before activating his stealth and vanishing from sight. Let us take out the 3 priests first. What do you think, Yu Ge? The young master of the Han family initiated a strategy discussion in the chat window. Indeed, otherwise those 2 warriors pose a significant threat to us, Yu Ge replied. However, 2 of those priests also seem to be heavily invested in vitality, making the fight slightly troublesome. Wushang's whirlwind slash might be able to eliminate one, but Sword Demon's backstab and Yuqian's sniper shot might not suffice. That if they act wisely and cast healing spells to delay, it will complicate matters further. It seems that taking them all down in one fell swoop is impossible, the young master of the Han family concluded. I would concur. Yu Ge sighed. What are your thoughts? The young master of the Han family asked. Since we cannot eliminate them all at once, Let us take them down one by one, Gu Fei proposed. Oh, the group waited for Gu Fei to elaborate. Their team composition has a significant flaw, Gu Fei continued. Really? Everyone began to scrutinize the composition of the opposing 10 players. The mage has low defense and health, and that archer is rather weak, Gu Fei elaborated. If we eliminate that mage, their team will effectively lack any ranged attack capability. The young master of the Han family grasped Gu Fei's intent. Exactly, with Yutian's attack power, a single sniper shot could potentially take out that mage. Gu Fei recalled Yutian Xunming's prowess from the previous day. Yu Ge calculated the mage's stats once more and confirmed, guaranteed kill. Unless Yutian you miss. Don't be ridiculous. Yutian Xunming scoffed. Suddenly being targeted by the archer sniper shot, I imagine their reaction would be to scatter in search of cover, Gu Fei reasoned. Seizing that opportunity, Sword Demon could stealthily approach and take out a priest. Not necessarily, Sword Demon countered. I might be able to take out two. However, that would expose Sword Demon, Yutian Xunming cautioned. Then he can simply run. Can anyone catch up with him? Gu Fei replied. There is still that archer, Yutian Xunming noted, acknowledging that the archer's arrows would undoubtedly outrun Sword Demon. By that time, you should be ready to launch a second sniper shot, right? Gu Fei suggested. So, Gu Fei summarized, we just need to effectively utilize Sword Demon's stealth and Yutian's sniper shot to dismantle their team. That is a sound plan, the young master of the Han family agreed. However, our objective is to annihilate them. So after Sword Demon and Yutian inflict sufficient damage, we all strike together. Absolutely, everyone concurred. Yutian, prepare yourself. The young master of the Han family issued the attack command. Chapter 42. A brush with death with a grand flourish. Yutian Xunming readied his bow, knocking an arrow with precision. The cold projectile soared through the valley with a piercing whistle, striking the opposing mage squarely in the forehead. How cruel! Why aim for the head? Have you played too much CS? As the adversary's mage dissipated into a burst of white light, the mercenary group began to murmur amongst themselves. This unexpected assault left the remaining 9 in a state of shock. The suddenness of the arrow had rendered them unable to discern its origin in the realm of the game. Once a character perished, their body, complete with the arrow embedded in their forehead, would return to the resurrection point, leaving no clues as to the direction of their fall. However, contrary to Gu Fei's expectations of panic, the remaining 9 exhibited remarkable composure, forming a circle with their backs turned to one another, scanning the mountainous terrain with vigilant eyes. Ah, they're well trained. Gu Fei, concealed within the thicket, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thwarting of his plan after just one move. Experienced players indeed. No laughter, they are seasoned veterans. Evidently, they have trained together rather than being a random assembly, remarked the young Master Han with a hint of indifference. What shall we do now? Gu Fei inquired. Let them play their little game for a while. Yutian, stay hidden, commanded the young Master Han. Of course, I shall make them truly understand the essence of archery, Yutian Xunming replied, his resentment towards the scorn he had faced the previous day evident. Yet, Gu Fei's impression of him had shifted slightly. Yesterday, Yutian had remained silent regarding the treasure chest, likely out of respect for Gu Fei and Xiu Yu's acquaintance. Upon learning of the disdain directed at Yutian, Gu Fei's initial thought was that this impudent youth would inevitably take his ire out on him. However, it appeared that this lad bore no such grudge, revealing a rather magnanimous side to his character. The 6 of them watched discreetly as the 9 formed their circle. Bored, the young Master Han posed a question. Comrades, should we ever find ourselves in such a predicament, how would you handle it? Take cover in the woods, came the near-unanimous response. Good. So, Chinli, be cautious, Han concluded. Just as he spoke, the 9, having waited in vain for any movement, began to advance in their circular formation towards the woods. Yutian, is your cooldown ready for the next shot? The young Master Han asked. It's been ready for quite some time, Yutian replied. All right, everyone, to your positions, attack. With a sudden command from the young Master Han, another arrow flew through the air, unerringly striking down the lowest-level archer among the group. Yet this shot also revealed Yutian Xunming's location. Over there, shouted a warrior beside the fallen archer, prompting the remaining 8 to abandon their plan to enter the woods and charge up the slope towards Yu Tian's concealed position. At that moment, the sword ghost emerged from behind a stone, but in his stealthy state, his speed was significantly hampered, rendering him incapable of catching up to any of the fleeing foes. As he watched them slip past one by one, he seized the opportunity when all 8 had their backs turned to him, opting to exit stealth mode and activated the rogue's level 30 skill, Sprint. With an already swift pace, his speed surged by an additional 15, allowing him to dash behind the last remaining priest among the group. The priest, amidst the cacophony of footsteps, finally sensed something amiss behind him, but before he could turn, the sword ghost delivered a backstab that pierced into his side. "Ah!" the priest cried out. As Yu Ge had noted, the sword ghost's backstab was insufficient to instantly eliminate this level 30 priest. Yet the priest, with his wealth of experience, instinctively cast a healing spell the moment he was struck. Just as the sword ghost withdrew his dagger for a second strike, it coincided with the priest's healing spell, and despite the blow, the priest remained standing. The sword ghost felt a chill. Missing both strikes meant he had lost his chance. As the priest would surely recover with 2 healing spells already underway, as he contemplated this, 2 swift sounds pierced the air, and the priest let out another anguished cry before collapsing, 2 arrows protruding from his back. Glancing toward the distance, the sword ghost saw Yutian Xinming standing majestically at the mountain's waist, his right arm raised high, forming a V sign. Archer level 24 skill, double shot. The sword ghost smiled, raising his own arm to give Yutian a thumbs up before swiftly retreating. "You two, take care of that archer," one of the opposing warriors commanded. The 2 rogues nodded, activating their level 30 skill, sprint, and sprinting towards Yutian Xinming. "Wow, they're fast!" Yutian Xinming, unable to focus on shooting, turned to flee, knowing that if the 2 rogues reached him, he would have no escape. "Wushang, you go cover Yutian," commanded the young Master Han. "Understood." "Yutian, head towards the cabin at 9 o'clock," Yu Ge replied. The remaining 3 warriors, 2 priests, and 1 rogue charged fiercely towards the sword ghost. The rogue also activated his level 30 skill, Sprint, rushing towards the sword ghost while shouting to the 2 priests behind him, "Don't let him go, stealth." The 2 priests immediately began to cast their pitiful and singular attack spell. Holy Light Ball Point, 2 pure little spheres of light were summoned as the priest chanted, but the experienced sword ghost had already activated his stealth the moment he retreated after giving Yutian a thumbs up, rendering him invisible. The 2 innocent light spheres could only helplessly float in the air. "Damn it!" the rogue attempting to confront the sword ghost exclaimed in frustration. "Be careful," he warned the 4 behind him while retreating back into the formation. Meanwhile, he shouted into the emptiness. "Who are you?" "Ah," was the only response, accompanied by 2 screams. The rogue quickly turned to see that the 2 rogues pursuing Yutian Xinming were nearing their target when, unexpectedly, a warrior emerged from behind the cabin, having already received a blessing of strength from a knight. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the game's most visually devastating skill, Whirlwind Slash. The 2 rogue brothers had not anticipated an ambush, and before they could react, they were firmly ensnared by Wushang's Whirlwind Slash, while Yutian Xinming added a few arrows for good measure. In no time, the 2 rogues had met their demise. Another figure emerged from the ruined cabin, wielding a knight's trusty weapon, a staff, and patted Wushang on the back. The 3 advanced together, hastening towards the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, half of the 10-member leveling team had fallen. Anyone would feel a jolt of trepidation. "Who are you?" the rogue bellowed. Yet again, the answer was a scream. As the 5 remaining members attempted to regroup into a circle, 1 priest fell victim to another backstab from the sword ghost. The enemy had been cautiously on guard, and as the healing spell was being chanted in response to the attack, this time, there was no opportunity. The priest struck by the sword ghost's backstab collapsed instantly. Critical. The other rogue, a fellow of the same class, recognized the maximum potential of a backstab at their current level, fully aware of his partner's health and defense stats. To fell him with a single blow indicated a triggered critical chance, and the severity of the critical was not insignificant. Furthermore, the sword ghost had intentionally chosen the priest with the highest intelligence among their 3 healers as a target. The sword ghost attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. The enemy had formed a circle effectively enclosing him. "Eliminate him," the rogue commanded, brandishing his daggers as he rushed forward, eyeing the sword ghost's weapon with keen interest. Clearly, It was a formidable dagger with lethal potential, undoubtedly a top-tier item. If only it could be obtained. Surrounded, the sword ghost boldly charged at the last warrior, refusing to evade. From a distance, Yu Qianxunming had also initiated his assistance, releasing another arrow that soared towards the sword ghost target. Wu Shang and Yu Ge hurried to follow the arrow's path. Regardless of the outcome, the sword ghost seemed doomed. The enemy thought so, and as their attacks descended upon him, their confidence surged, believing the sword ghost would soon fall. However, a beam of white light descended almost simultaneously with their assault upon him. In a singularly focused manner, the sword ghost gritted his teeth and delivered a fierce thrust at the warrior. The enemy's priest, convinced that the sword ghost would undoubtedly perish under the onslaught of 4 attackers, neglected to cast a healing spell, instead summoning a holy light ball to relish the thrill of vanquishing an enemy. Yet as the sword ghost landed 2 successive strikes, bolstered by Yu Qianxunming's arrow, the warrior fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The sword ghost seized the moment, breaking free from the encirclement just as another white light enveloped him. He swiftly turned, dagger raised defensively across his chest, appearing formidable and fierce. The opposing team was utterly stunned. What it seemed like merely 2 healing spells had been executed with impeccable timing, beyond any ordinary player's capability. Rogues are not known for their durability. A single strike from each of the 2 warriors and the rogue would suffice to bring the sword ghost to the brink of defeat. Yet, the brilliance lay in the timing of the priest's healing spell. Had the sword ghost endured all 3 attacks, he would have surely perished before he could heal. However, the priest's spell had been cast in the minuscule gap between the 3 attacks, effectively raising the sword ghost's life threshold and allowing him to withstand all 3 blows. That singular healing spell, whether cast early or late, would have been futile. It was only in that precise moment that it saved the sword ghost's life. This was no feat attainable by an average player. As the 3 adversaries turned to see a priest standing nearby, casting a 3rd healing spell that fully restored the sword ghost's health, the question arose once more. Who are you? Fools! Did you not see that we're all masked? How could we possibly reveal our identities? The young Master Han replied coldly, stepping forward to block their path. Meanwhile, Wu Shang and Yu Ge had already surged to the forefront, while Yu Qianxunming prepared his bow from a distance. Silence enveloped them as the remaining warrior and priest quickly fell, while the rogue vanished under the relentless assault of the sword ghost. Vanished, the sword ghost exclaimed in astonishment. The effect of disappearance was akin to stealth, with the only difference being that it could be activated under any circumstances. This was not a skill that rogues of their level should possess. It must be a skill scroll. Yu Ge mused, frowning. Skills activated via scrolls are determined solely by the scroll's attributes, unaffected by the character's current level or skill proficiency, allowing access to abilities not yet learned, all instantaneously cast. Damn it! The young Master Han exclaimed in frustration. Clearly, this individual was their primary target, not laughing. Yet, despite their meticulous planning, they had not anticipated that this person would wield such a high-level skill scroll that in the final moments, allowing the ultimate boss to escape was undeniably disheartening within the game. The group gazed toward the valley's exit, where Not Laughing could now stroll away with impunity. Suddenly, Gu Fei's figure emerged from the woods. The young Master Han was understandably furious. How dare this fellow only show himself now? Just as he prepared to unleash a tirade, he noticed Gu Fei raising his arm, the dark crimson longsword resting at his side. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei inquired with a smile. Chapter 43. The Attack of the Affiliated Law. Everyone was taken aback, believing Gu Fei had lost his sanity. After all, who speaks to thin air? Yet, Gu Fei took 2 more steps to the right, his blade, baptism of flames, still held casually at his side, declaring, I'm talking about you. Dante run? As Han's young master was about to unleash a tirade of insults, he witnessed a figure gradually materializing before the horizontal edge of Gu Fei's weapon, staring at him in astonishment. It was none other than the thief attempting to flee, the protagonist of this operation, Bu Xiao. The valley fell into a profound silence, as everyone gazed at Gu Fei in a daze, except for the sword demon, whose demeanor was relatively composed, having witnessed such spectacles before. Step back, Gu Fei stated nonchalantly. Bu Xiao suddenly broke into laughter. He had already employed an identification technique on Gu Fei, though he could not fathom how Gu Fei had discerned his concealed state. Undoubtedly, this was a mage clad in subpar gear, possessing a commendable level, yet wielding a single dagger and brandishing baptism of flames. What was he attempting? To intimidate me. Bu Xiao began to suspect that Gu Fei was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, tricked by this fellow's antics. Seizing the opportunity while the other 5 were still some distance away, Bu Xiao unhesitatingly launched an assault on Gu Fei. At such close range, dealing with a mage should be a matter of 2 or 3 strikes. Even with a priest nearby, it would be difficult to provide aid. This was the common consensus, and Bu Xiao was no exception. Han's young master and his companions shared the same urgency, rushing over to assist. None anticipated that Gu Fei would simply take a step back, causing Bu Xiao's strike to miss entirely. With a swift bend of his arm, Baptism of Flames swung back towards Bu Xiao. The speed of Gu Fei's counterattack exceeded Bu Xiao's expectations, prompting him to hastily raise his dagger in defense. This was the result of players having honed their skills in this immersive online game over time. When under attack, they no longer stubbornly relied on their health points. Astute players had discovered that maximizing damage output required precise timing and targeting, while evading an enemy's attack necessitated dodging or blocking. If one stood defiantly, it was guaranteed they would be struck. There was no scenario where high evasion and low accuracy resulted in missing attacks. This minor revelation, currently his situation contrasted sharply with that of the players. They generally possessed evasion capabilities, yet their lack of awareness or insight into their opponent's attacks hindered their potential. In contrast, Gu Fei lacked neither awareness nor perceptiveness regarding enemy strikes. He merely lamented that his body was not swift enough and lacked sufficient strength. Players struggled to utilize the abilities designed within the game due to personal limitations, while Gu Fei felt constrained by the game's data, preventing him from fully unleashing his capabilities. Occasionally, Gu Fei would accurately perceive an attack, yet his body would fail to keep pace, resulting in a missed dodge, a source of considerable frustration for him. However, in the presence of players, Gu Fei's advantages were glaringly evident. Bu Xiao, having raised his dagger in defense, believed he had successfully thwarted Gu Fei's assault. Little did he know, Gu Fei's strike was imbued with multiple follow-up techniques that in response to Bu Xiao's straightforward blocking maneuver. Gu Fei's wrist casually twisted, transforming his slice into a cleave that struck at Bu Xiao's waist. The dark red blade flickered suddenly, a flash of fire coursing along its length, as if igniting, ultimately converging at the point of impact with Bu Xiao. With a 30% chance of activation, the fire magic unleashed its fury. Though Gu Fei had not invested in intelligence, a mage's innate growth rate in intelligence was inherently high, a trade-off for diminished growth in strength and constitution. As levels increased, the naturally accumulated mana of mages became substantially more robust than that of most other classes. The fire magic damage resulting from Gu Fei's strike was of an entirely different caliber compared to that inflicted by an ordinary warrior. Bu Xiao, struck by this blow, found it manageable to endure the initial impact, but the subsequent fire magic damage was a significant burden. As a thief, he possessed low health, and this strike caused his life to plummet by half. In a state of shock, before he could react, Gu Fei's second strike was already upon him. Bu Xiao raised his dagger in a futile attempt to defend, unable to anticipate Gu Fei's intricately skilled attack. Baptism of Flames evaded Bu Xiao's dagger, landing squarely on his shoulder. A chill gripped Bu Xiao's heart as he braced for the worst. Unexpectedly, the fire magic did not activate. Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, Gu Fei's third strike was already in motion. The relentless onslaught, characteristic of a thief's style, rendered Bu Xiao utterly speechless that he began to doubt the efficacy of his identification technique or whether the opponent possessed a superior counter-identification skill. An illusionary art? He had never heard of such a technique. For Gu Fei's third strike, Bu Xiao made no attempt at resistance, merely lifting an arm in a futile effort to remove the black cloth shrouding Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei, of course, did not grant him that satisfaction, deftly evading while continuing to strike at Bu Xiao. Once again, fire magic was activated, flames flickering ominously, seemingly poised to consume Bu Xiao, when suddenly a white light descended upon him. A healing spell. Bu Xiao's life was salvaged by this restoration, that he turned in surprise to the sole priest present. Han's young master, Jiu Fei, ceased his assault, realizing that the character he was on the verge of defeating had suddenly received assistance, naturally suggesting that there were words to be exchanged. Yu Tian, Xin Ming, and others, initially rushing to aid, halted upon witnessing Gu Fei's onslaught against Bu Xiao. The sight of a mage attacking a thief for the first time left them momentarily bewildered. Especially for these legendary online game experts, their deeply ingrained beliefs about online gaming led them to question their own perceptions, that in the midst of their stupor, Gu Fei had completed his 3 strikes, and Han's young master had exhausted his healing spell. It was only then that they regained their senses, hastening to encircle Bu Xiao. Bu Xiao became their ultimate target, yet all eyes were fixated on Gu Fei. Only Han's young master retained his composure, directing a cool inquiry at Bu Xiao. Bu Xiao. Bu Xiao nodded, surveying the masked figures surrounding him, all faces obscured by black cloth. Among them, the one speaking bore more than one layer of covering. That in this peculiar situation, it seemed that the one with the most cloth was the leader. Was it a sign of leadership to don multiple layers? From being besieged to having his concealment exposed, to being struck by a mage, Bu Xiao's mind was a whirlwind of questions, shrouded in uncertainty. Do you know who we are? Han's young master inquired. Bu Xiao shook his head. That's good. Han's young master exhaled. Stop with the trivialities, the sword demon interjected, rolling his eyes. That Han's young master nodded, gesturing toward Bu Xiao. Have you heard of the rebirth of the Purple Crystal Guild? You guys? Bu Xiao exclaimed, startled. Given the context, even bystanders could infer his past grievances with July, let alone Bu Xiao himself. Yet Han's young master continued, I'm unaware of your feelings toward the rebirth of the Purple Crystal, but I have 2 younger sisters in that guild. Therefore, if you trouble them, we shall trouble you, understood? Bu Xiao remained silent. The Han's young master did not press for a response, continuing in a calm tone. Today serves as your warning. Now, your comrades have fallen. We are here for you, and there is no reason for you to escape. With that, he signaled to the side, and the sword demon stepped forward, his dagger dancing in the air, ending Bu Xiao's life under his astonished gaze. It's a wrap, Han's young master declared. The others nodded in agreement, suddenly converging on Gu Fei, with Yu Tian, Xin Ming reaching out to tear the black cloth from his face. What are you doing? Gu Fei exclaimed, caught entirely off guard. Indeed, friends could be more daunting than foes. It truly is Qianli. Yu Tian, Xin Ming shouted. Enough with the nonsense. Gu Fei replied, exasperated. Han's young master, simultaneously removing the 3 layers of cloth from his own face, approached Gu Fei, scrutinizing him closely. Gu Fei attempted to resist, but with Zhang Wushang gripping him from behind, any defiance was swiftly quelled. Han's young master examined Gu Fei's visage, asking Yu Tian, Xin Ming, there aren't any skills for disguising oneself in the game, are there? None that I know of. Yu Tian, Xin Ming, usually confident in his information, now hesitated, stepping forward to scrutinize Gu Fei's face. Hey, enough already. Gu Fei protested. It truly is Qianli, Yu Tian, Xin Ming confirmed. I concur, Han's young master added. Zhang Wushang released Gu Fei, who promptly returned his knife to his pocket. The others continued to regard him as though he were an oddity. Qianli, your stat allocation is all agility, right? Yu Tian, Xin Ming inquired. This was the first time, aside from the sword demon, that the members of the mercenary group had witnessed Gu Fei's prowess. That Gu Fei nodded. All agility. The group exchanged glances, astonished. How did you come to train in such a manner? Yu Tian, Xin Ming asked cautiously, beginning to suspect that Gu Fei might be an insider at the game company, privy to many undisclosed data and information. After all, who would choose to allocate all points to agility as a mage so early in the game? What is there to ponder? Gu Fei lamented his unfortunate choice of class. His words were laced with a profound sense of regret for becoming a mage, alongside an unquenchable yearning to embody a fighter or even a warrior. This naturally provoked discontent from Yu Tian, Xin Ming, who, though no longer a mage, still held a fondness for the class. Come on, what is wrong with being a mage? What you're doing is a disgrace to the class. Alas, Gu Fei sighed. You wouldn't understand the complexities of adult matters. Yu Tian, Xin Ming's nose crinkled in indignation, The other shared a curious glance. Why is Qianli so infatuated with fighters? Because I am, at my core, a fighter who studies martial arts, Gu Fei explained. Chapter 44. Ignorance of Good and Evil Martial Arts. Fighter. Research. A few individuals repeated Gu Fei's words while exchanging amused glances that Ji Fei had witnessed this expression far too often. Whenever he discussed his martial prowess with certain people, they would invariably exhibit this dismissive demeanor. However, in the realm of online gaming, Gu Fei possessed the convenient means to substantiate his claims. He brandished the baptism of flames in his hands, striking a pose as he addressed them. Observe this technique of mine. It encompasses 4 variations and 4 follow-up moves that if enough, don't demonstrate any further. You should change your appearance instead, as the enemy's follow-up move is imminent, interjected young Master Han. Change appearance? Gu Fei inquired, puzzled. Everyone, let's swap our equipment, young Master Han instructed, turning to the other 4. They nodded in agreement and in the blink of an eye, donned simple attire. Yuga turned to Gu Fei and explained, although we've concealed our faces, if the opponent employs identification skills, they could still discern our equipment, particularly since their identification skills are quite advanced. Take the Frost Remembrance from the Sword Demon. It is undoubtedly a remarkable piece that is hard to forget. Therefore, we must casually change our gear to ensure they do not recognize us. Gu Fei nodded, but I only have this outfit. You don't need to change much, young Master Han replied. Just remove that tattered straw hat, take off those worn-out shoes, stow away your shabby dagger, and dress like a mage. Upon hearing his instructions, young Master Han continued. The mission has not yet concluded. It has only just begun. The unsmiling one has been around for many years and will not be easily deterred, that I suspect he still has the resolve to seek vengeance against us. Yuga concurred. Moreover, he has the backing of the Traversing the Seas Guild. I estimate they sought assistance as soon as they were attacked. Etion Shinming nodded. Indeed, they have called for help in the guild channel. However, we have acted swiftly. They shouldn't have gotten far, young Master Han remarked, glancing at the time. Everyone, disperse. Head to the Yunliao farm in the west of the city and blend in with the ordinary players to grind for levels. But if you spot anyone from Traversing the Seas, remember to gather intelligence and keep your chat windows open for any updates. The group nodded, prepared to scatter as they exited the valley. Hey, are any of you interested in learning a few martial arts moves from me? Gu Fei called out. Perhaps another time. Young Master Han patted him on the back, turning away. Let us split. The 6 chose different paths, temporarily avoiding the direct route from Yunxia Valley to Cloud City. A short distance from Yunxia Valley lay Yunliao Farm, where the monsters range from level 25 to 30, one of the most populated leveling zones, with common monsters in high demand. Players frequently pause their battles, becoming a characteristic sight that in this environment. However, no one dared to steal monsters, adhering to an unwritten rule. Those who attempted to steal would be collectively attacked. This was not indicative of the players' high moral standards. Rather, they simply recognized the scarcity of resources, that if someone provided an excuse for others to oust them, they were more than willing to comply. As this situation persisted, the number of players falsely accused of monster stealing increased. The common trait among the accused was their overwhelming strength. Those who were too strong defeated monsters rapidly, causing discontent among the average players. Thus, when someone unscrupulously shouted, "He stole my kill," more would quickly join in the farce. Feigning mistakes, even the mightiest players would struggle against a sudden onslaught of 20 or more players, all claiming to have erred, vanishing without a chance to defend themselves in the vast expanse of hope. Yunliao Farm was indeed a rather grim place. Yugu explained the situation of the farm in the mercenary channel, advising everyone to keep a low profile and simply pretend to engage with a monster. The group nodded in agreement. Upon reaching Yunliao Farm, Gu Fei surveyed the area and spotted several familiar faces blending into the crowd. They instinctively gravitated towards the central path of the fields, which led directly to Yunxia Valley. If Traversing the Seas were to arrive, they would undoubtedly pass through here. Looking around, Gu Fei noticed that everyone was following Yu Ji's advice, wielding the most dilapidated weapons and targeting monsters at a leisurely pace. Gu Fei promptly drew his staff, opting not to cast spells, and began to strike at a nearby scarecrow with his makeshift firewood. Before long, a cloud of dust began to rise in the distance. Several players were running steadily towards them, maintaining a remarkably orderly formation. Given the varied stats and equipment affecting each class's movement speed, if they all sprinted at full capacity, the line would have surged forward in a single file, making them easy targets. The members of Traversing the Seas evidently considered this issue, opting instead for a coordinated pace that as the group passed through the field. Players training in the farm could not resist stopping to watch. Having trained here daily, they had never witnessed such a commotion. Something significant was clearly unfolding. Whispers filled the air as players speculated. Those with experience pointed out the badges worn by the players in the center of the path, explaining to others, those are members of Traversing the Seas. Thus, players began to interpret this as a grand training exercise to elevate the guild's standards. What a spectacle! Young Master Han remarked in the mercenary channel. Etion, how many members does Traversing the Seas currently have? We just leveled up to a level 3 guild, and we filled our roster with 300 members. Etion Shinming replied. What about those at level 30? Brother, I can't count them one by one. The rankings don't display numbers. Etion Shinming responded. This unsmiling one, if he had any sense, should have intervened to prevent these people from arriving. Alas, it seems he feels quite secure with his backing. Teske, let's continue to entertain him, young Master Han declared. The members of Traversing the Seas had soon traversed the farm, heading straight for Yunxia Valley. Afterward, only a few stragglers trickled past, and Shinming contemplated picking off the isolated ones, but was halted by young Master Han. They are actively searching for us. Wouldn't that signal our location at Yunliao Farm? What should we do now? Yitian Shanming quit it. Right now, we lack the capacity to capture them all at once, so we must apprehend the leader first. Among those who just passed, did anyone spot the unsmiling one? Young Master Han asked. No, Yugu responded confidently. This is his affair. He has no reason to avoid coming here, but he likely just returned to the city and is now en route. Shinli, you head back to the city along the same path, and let us know if you see him, young Master Han instructed. Understood. Gu Fei rose to prepare for his journey. Make haste. Once you return to the city, head to the Thieves' Guild. The unsmiling one will surely respawn there. Seize the opportunity to deal with him. I trust you can handle him one-on-one? Young Master Han inquired. Of course. Gu Fei hoisted his staff onto his shoulder, whistling as he set off. The agile mage moved swiftly. After some time, as the outline of Cloud City became vaguely visible, he spotted a figure charging towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the unsmiling one. I see the unsmiling one, Gu Fei announced in the mercenary channel. Received. You need not concern yourself with him. Focus on your own path. Once you reach the Thieves' Guild, send us a message. Yugo, you should also start moving. Let us estimate the time until the unsmiling one arrives and select our ambush location, young Master Han directed. Understood. Gu Fei and Yugo both confirmed the message. As they sent their replies, Gu Fei brushed past the unsmiling one, who, oblivious to Gu Fei's presence, hurried forward with a look of anxiety on his face. Upon returning to Cloud City, Gu Fei quickly made his way to the Thieves' Guild, surveying the surroundings before messaging. I have arrived. Prior to this, Yugo had already encountered the unsmiling one. Upon learning that Gu Fei had reached the designated location, the tactical plan was swiftly established. The unsmiling one is approaching. Etion Shun Ming exclaimed in the chat channel. Hey, text commentary please. Gu Fei, unable to witness the scene firsthand, was eager not to miss the unfolding drama. I'll narrate. Yitian Shan Ming volunteered eged. The unsmiling one is coming. He is walking towards us alone, gripping a dagger that symbolizes the noble traditions of thieves. He strides down the central path of the fields, not glancing around, moving straight ahead, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I should be counting backwards for added suspense. Sorry, I'm unsure how to count backwards. ILL count forward instead. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, getting closer, 1 step at a time, 6 steps, 7 steps. He is here. The attack has commenced. The sword demon, concealed in the middle of the path, has struck. At the moment the unsmiling one passed him, he swiftly turned, delivering a backstab, plunging his dagger deep into. Apologies whether it was the waist or the backside, I couldn't quite tell. The unsmiling one turned around, his expression devoid of mirth, regrettably. All he saw was a face obscured by a black cloth. The unsmiling one attempted to reach for the fabric, But he had no opportunity left as the sword demon dealt him another vicious blow. Sword demon, I think you should have let him tear the cloth from your face. That way, you could have terrified him into oblivion, and perhaps he would drop some loot. Shut it! The sword demon, having dispatched the unsmiling one, managed to send a single word in response. Qinli, how is it on your end? Young Master Han inquired. Well, I have spotted him, Gu Fei replied. He watched as the unsmiling one stormed out of the Thieves' Guild, visibly flustered, spinning in circles, seemingly unable to discern his direction due to his fury. Following that, he hung his head at a 45-degree angle, staring blankly at the ground in a daze. I am engaging him now. Regrettably, I lack the time to provide a live text update, Gu Fei remarked as he pulled the black cloth over his face, donned his straw hat, hoisted the baptism of flames onto his back, and swiftly pursued the unsmiling one. Chapter 45. The pursuit. Bu Xiao was so engrossed in his thoughts that he remained oblivious even when Gu Fei approached from behind. Finding it rather dull to attack from behind, Gu Fei sidestepped and positioned himself in front of Bu Xiao, exclaiming, "Hey!" Upon lifting his gaze, Bu Xiao was instantly startled by the black cloth veiling Gu Fei's face. Springing to his feet, as if electrified, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Gu Fei lamented the tedium of the situation. It was more tedious than battling an NPC that he quickly closed the distance and struck Bu Xiao with a swift blow. As a rogue, Bu Xiao was supposed to possess agility advantages, yet he had allocated his points towards strength and had recently lost 2 levels. Compared to a fully agile mage, his speed was woefully inadequate. While mages may lack agility advantages, they were not penalized in that regard. The experience of dispatching Bu Xiao felt excruciatingly dull for Gu Fei. Bu Xiao was desperately attempting to escape back to the safety zone, but Gu Fei's speed surpassed his own. With each step, Gu Fei struck, and not once did the fiery attack of Baptism of Flames activate, as he unrelentingly dispatched Bu Xiao before he could reach the safety zone, drawing gasps from the onlookers. With a deep sigh, Gu Fei noted that Bu Xiao had resurrected in the Rogue Guild, visibly furious, and was vociferously cursing Gu Fei feigned indifference, shrugging in a gesture of helplessness before waving goodbye. What happened? What happened? What happened? The inquiries from Han's group in the mercenary channel had escalated to an overwhelming number. Resolve, Gu Fei promptly replied. What did he drop? Asked Han. Nothing, Gu Fei responded. Seriously? He died 3 times, and didn't he drop anything? Han's words cast a shadow of doubt over the intentions of the crowd, as he had orchestrated Bu Xiao's demise twice. Was it to extinguish his spirit or to covet his equipment? Let's kill him once more, Yuqian Shinming suggested bluntly. I refuse to believe he truly drops nothing. What was his reaction when you first encountered him? Han inquired. Fear, overwhelming fear, Gu Fei replied. And after his demise? Anger, intense anger. And now? I've distanced myself. I suspect he will call for reinforcements to encircle me, Gu Fei stated. The level 30 Mage Novice robe is rather conspicuous. You should purchase a proper mage robe, Han advised. I seek something with higher defense, preferably with added agility or strength. Any recommendations? Gu Fei sought the wisdom of the experts, having done his own research, but feeling unworthy to compare himself to these masters. The Shadow Cloak often comes with agility bonuses. The Cloak of the Strong typically grants strength. Consider these 2. Jian Gue suggested. While their defense may not rival that of a warrior's armor, keep in mind that armor is heavy and requires corresponding strength points to wear. You haven't allocated any strength, have you? Not yet, but I'll consider it in the future, Gu Fei replied. The group fell silent. Moreover, please acquire a proper mage robe. As a mage donning a rogue-esque cloak, you will stand out even more. I assure you, there will be no one else in the entire city resembling you, Han remarked. A mage in a cloak, comrades, I feel like crying, Yuqian Shinming lamented. Don't rush. Save your tears for when Qinli dons armor in the future. Yu Ge consoled him. You, as a mage, are a bit of a mess. I believe our team needs to recruit a true mage, Han asserted. Yuqian Shinming, however, succumbed to tears. Had I known, I would have stuck to being a mage. All right, let us focus on the matter at hand, Han said. We should return to the city. Qinli, keep an eye on Bu Xiao's movements. If an opportunity arises, probe his intentions and see if he has given up. Should I purchase clothing or investigate? Gu Fei inquired. Make your own judgment. On it, please. Gu Fei pondered. Clothing was readily available, but the chance to confront Bu Xiao directly might not present itself again. Thus, he pivoted back to the Rogue Guild, hiding behind a wall to observe Bu Xiao, who remained seated at the entrance, lost in melancholy. Gu Fei, suspecting Bu Xiao would soon call for help, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings before making a decision. Approaching the Rogue Guild, he found a shadowy corner, ensuring no one was watching as he quickly donned a disguise. Emerging from behind the wall, he presented himself before Bu Xiao. Surprised, Bu Xiao stumbled and dashed back to the safety zone. That Gu Fei wore a smile, though obscured by the cloth. No one could appreciate it. Leaning against the wall, he called out, "Hey!" Bu Xiao glared at him with eyes brimming with animosity. The distance between them was minimal, yet in the realm of online gaming, that distance represented life and death. Standing in the safety zone, Bu Xiao straightened his posture and confronted Gu Fei. "What do you want from us? Did I not already convey that?" Gu Fei replied. "But you." Gu Fei anticipated his words and interjected. "Indeed, you may not have sought trouble with the rebirth crystal, yet you turned back to us for trouble. Observe, this is an even more reckless and perilous endeavor. To assist you in regaining your senses. We had no choice but to resort to such measures and dispatched you twice. Now the organization has sent me to inquire. Have you come to your senses? Who are you?" Bu Xiao questioned, nearly deranged. "Is there any significance in repeatedly asking the same question? We are not children. It has time to mature," Gu Fei responded. "Fine, I will mature," Bu Xiao agreed, his tone suddenly shifting as he let out a frenzied scream and lunged at Gu Fei, his hands empty, clearly intending to embrace him. However, Gu Fei seemed to anticipate this, crouching low and swiftly drawing his blade, evading Bu Xiao while the flames of baptism of flames flickered against him. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Fei brought the blade down upon Bu Xiao's back. Simultaneously, he delivered a kick to Bu Xiao's rear. Retreating into the safety zone, Bu Xiao, still in the motion of embracing Gu Fei, was propelled forward by the kick, and Gu Fei's second strike ignited the flames once more. As Bu Xiao stumbled towards a group of individuals who had positioned themselves to catch him, they found themselves grasping only a fleeting wisp of white light. The Gu Fei surveyed the players adorned with various emblems, sighing, "Your murderous intent is rather overwhelming." The group remained entranced by the rapid sequence of events that had just unfolded. Bu Xiao had stationed his men nearby, waiting for the masked figure's appearance. That he did not seek to slay his opponent, but was determined to uncover the identity behind the mask. Only then could he trace the origins of this group and plot his revenge in due time. When Gu Fei appeared, Bu Xiao felt a surge of elation that he feigned indifference, attempting to buy time until his subordinates arrived to block Gu Fei's escape. As they closed in, Gu Fei dodged as if preemptively prepared, managing to resolve the situation in a mere instant. To the average observer, Gu Fei's actions were astonishingly swift. Yet in truth, it was not speed but rhythm that defined his movements. While evading, he simultaneously launched his attack, the first strike executed seamlessly, transitioning into the second with unparalleled speed, culminating in a kick that left Bu Xiao staggering forward, consumed by the flames of the second strike. In simpler terms, while ordinary players would undertake their actions in sequential steps, Gu Fei performed 2 steps concurrently, achieving the most efficient connections. To outsiders, this fluidity was encapsulated in a single word: swift. Now, standing in the safety zone, Gu Fei found himself impervious to the 6 players from the guild outside, who were powerless to thwart him. Once again back in the safety zone, Bu Xiao seemed to have lost all rationality, charging at Gu Fei with a primal scream, his hands flailing, targeting the black cloth covering Gu Fei's face. Yet this time, Gu Fei remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. Just as Bu Xiao's hands were about to grasp the cloth, they halted mid-air. The Gu Fei shook his head. "You should read the game instructions carefully. This is a log-out safety zone, and player contact is impossible. Otherwise, if you all rush in and throw me out to strike, what is the point of a safety zone?" Bu Xiao's hand trembled in midair. Having died 4 times, he now dared to challenge the system, attempting to breach the prohibition against contact within the safety zone. The effort was, of course, futile. Yet a sudden idea struck Bu Xiao. He puffed air towards Gu Fei's face. The Gu Fei, amused yet exasperated, remarked, "Are you an idiot? I said contact is impossible. Do you think blowing air will displace the cloth from my face?" Defeated, Bu Xiao slumped to the ground. The Jiu Fei looked at him with a hint of sympathy, unable to resist offering consolation. "Well, consider yourself fortunate. Dying 4 times without dropping anything is a stroke of luck." Bu Xiao showed no response. Oblivious to Gu Fei's words, the Jiu Fei shook his head and turned to leave, only to find several players from the guild, exuding an imposing presence, blocking the entrance to the guild, clearly unwilling to let him pass. Chapter 46. Departing with Dignity. "Hey, look." Gu Fei turned around and crouched beside Bu Xiao, pointing at the several individuals blocking the entrance of the Thieves' Guild. "I believe you're still not fully awake," Gu Fei remarked. Bu Xiao gazed at him, his expression impassive, remaining silent. Before long, the crowd outside not only failed to disperse but seemed to be growing to Jiu Fei's side and opened the mercenary chat window. Bu Xiao truly is spirit. "I killed him once again, and now he has surrounded me. Are you still alive?" asked the young Master Han. "I'm crouching in the safe zone," Gu Fei replied. "Can you break through?" Young Master Han inquired. "I'll give it a try," Gu Fei said as he stood up. "We're almost there," young Master Han called out in the chat window. "No need," Gu Fei responded. "Their numbers are increasing, and even if we all gathered together, we wouldn't stand a chance against the 300 from the guild. I'll take my chances and charge out while the crowd is still manageable." "All right, good luck that we'll go drink," young Master Han said to Jiu Fei. The mage's robe, nearly dragging on the ground, somewhat hindered his movement, so Gu Fei lifted the hem and secured it tightly around his waist. Gripping the flame's baptism firmly, he declared to Bu Xiao, "I'm leaving." Bu Xiao looked at him in surprise. At least a dozen players from the guild were now gathered outside, and more were continuously arriving. Did this guy really think he could just charge out brazenly? Did he consider himself a game master? Even those blocking the entrance had not anticipated such a bold move from Gu Fei. They were prepared for a prolonged standoff, expecting negotiations to ensue in the safe zone or reinforcements to arrive, leading to a chaotic melee outside. However, the current situation suggested that Gu Fei intended to take them on single-handedly. As Gu Fei slowly approached the safe zone's edge, his face obscured by a black cloth, no one could discern his expression, yet an undeniable aura emanated from him, causing everyone to instinctively tense up, reminding themselves, "We outnumber him. What do we have to fear?" Despite this thought, the earlier scene of Gu Fei dispatching Bu Xiao in an instant replayed in their minds, leaving them puzzled as to how he had accomplished it. Gu Fei reached the threshold and suddenly propelled himself forward, leaping out that he had crossed the legendary boundary between life and death. With a swift motion, he swung the flame's baptism at his side. No one could evade his assault once he initiated an attack. First, his all-agility build granted him remarkable speed. Second, the angles at which he attacked were utterly incomprehensible to others. And third, even if he missed, he could rapidly adapt and change his approach. His first strike landed squarely on a mage who was in the midst of incantation. Although Gu Fei lacked the appraisal skill, it was evident that the characters in the game sported distinct equipment. The mage's robe, the rogue's cloak, the warrior's armor. These were easily recognizable by appearance alone, making it a reliable method for determining a character's class. Although his strike did not result in an outright kill, it successfully interrupted the mage's casting. In close combat, Gu Fei could read and counterattack, but he was wary of the mage's spells. Especially concerning was the lowest-tier fireball spell, which possessed a homing feature. Though its duration was brief, it significantly affected Gu Fei's performance. Having struck the mage, Gu Fei executed a kick that sent another player staggering backward, inadvertently blocking 2 others attempting to rush him. That Gu Fei landed. He flicked the flame's baptism once more towards the mage. Unfortunately, the mage had low health and average speed, leaving him defenseless against Gu Fei's onslaught. The mage fumbled with his staff, finding it utterly ineffective. The fire magic attack from Flame's baptism activated at the opportune moment. Although the mage's magical defense was higher than that of typical characters, his physical defense was low, and with his health already diminished, 2 strikes from Gu Fei sealed his fate. Energized, Gu Fei prepared for further combat, while a group of players blocked the entrance, attempting to capture him. Instead, Gu Fei found himself in a position of dominance. That a significant reason for this was Bu Xiao, who stood in the safe zone shouting, "Don't kill him! Tear the cloth off his face!" Bu Xiao feared that if Gu Fei were to rush out and be overwhelmed by 10 players, he would respawn back in the safe zone, and they would never uncover Gu Fei's true identity. This mistake echoed the infamous blunder of Cao Cao in ancient history. Hua Chongban had shouted, "No shooting arrows, capture him alive," leading to Zhao Yun's spectacular escape with Liu Bei's son, bloodied but unbowed. However, unlike Cao Cao, who commanded a million-strong army, Bu Xiao had a mere 10 individuals and dared to emulate the historical figure. Just as Bu Xiao shouted, Gu Fei had already dispatched the mage, and upon hearing this command, the remaining players hesitated, caught in a dilemma between attacking and refraining. Ordinary players could not unleash their full potential like Gu Fei. Their attempts to minimize damage were similarly ineffective. The heavily armed warriors hesitated, fearing that their immense power might inadvertently crush Gu Fei. Gu Fei was no fool. Upon deciding to break through the encirclement, he had already assessed the 10 players, believing himself capable of contending with them. However, with Bu Xiao's command, 9 of the 10 players grew hesitant, each uncertain whether to attack or to withdraw, leaving Gu Fei feeling frustrated and glaring at Bu Xiao with a murderous intent. Bu Xiao, undeterred, continued to incite chaos from behind. "Capture him! Capture him! Tear the cloth off his face!" A group of players sheathed their weapons and charged at Gu Fei barehanded, only to find that Gu Fei wielded the flame's baptism with even greater vigor. Flames erupted around him, and in an instant, 2 players with low health fell. One warrior, confident in his durability, attempted to confront Gu Fei directly. However, Gu Fei's speed surpassed that of the warriors, and with his agile movements, he evaded their grasp, leaving them flailing like hawks trying to catch a chick, unable to even graze the hem of his garment. In no time, 2 more players collapsed. One was a warrior who had underestimated Gu Fei's prowess. Bu Xiao realized that his leadership had led to a disastrous failure, yet it was too late to retract his orders. He could not afford the wrath of those who had initially charged forth with valor. Thus, he continued to shout, "Hold your ground! Persevere! Reinforcements are on the way." To anyone listening, it might have sounded as though Gu Fei had brought a legion to besiege them. Hearing Bu Xiao's rallying cry, Gu Fei also recognized that continuing to toy with them would not be wise. With the added fire magic damage, Gu Fei's attack power was not to be underestimated. However, the fire magic's activation rate was merely 30%, a disparity in potential maximum and minimum damage that Gu Fei's skill could not overcome. This often led to awkward moments during combat. For instance, a strike might conceal several clever follow-ups, but if the fire magic triggered, it would incinerate the target instantly, leaving Gu Fei scrambling to adjust his strategy. The intermittent activation of fire magic both aided Gu Fei and disrupted his rhythm, impacting his performance. In one-on-one situations, this influence could be negligible, but in a chaotic multi-enemy engagement, it was magnified. Originally surrounded by 10 players, Gu Fei had taken down 5, yet 8 remained. It seemed increasingly unrealistic to expect to eliminate all 10, not to mention the reinforcements that had just arrived. Even the 2 rogues had perished at Gu Fei's hands. Yet here they were, outside the Thieves' Guild, respawning and charging back into battle. After all, Bu Xiao had commanded them not to kill their opponents based on appearances, so to avoid losing durability on their equipment, the rogues stripped down and emerged to grapple with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's attacks had transcended mere swordplay. He utilized punches and kicks, ensuring that no one could close the distance. Though several players were left battered by Gu Fei's onslaught, they still believed their encirclement was effective. Little did they realize, it was not that they had trapped Gu Fei. He simply had no intention of retreating. With a newfound determination, Gu Fei swung his blade decisively, exploiting gaps in their defenses, and in a flash, he darted outside the encirclement. Bu Xiao, believing his command to encircle had been successful, panicked upon seeing Gu Fei break free, interpreting it as a minor oversight on his subordinate's part. He shouted urgently, "Quickly, surround him, surround him." As he called out, he too rushed out of the safe zone, bare-chested. Yet Gu Fei had already gained several meters on them, and Bu Xiao directed 2 nearby rogues, "Dash, quickly dash." The rogues lamented, "We just died and lost a level. We can't dash." One of them cried out more dramatically, "I've burned through a lot of proficiency on my dash skill." Bu Xiao's heart sank upon hearing this. He had forgotten about those losses. All he could think of was his own drop in levels and the complete degradation of his equipment's durability. However, he felt fortunate that nothing had been dropped, entirely overlooking the fact that his skill, Dash, at level 30, had once been highly proficient, but was now rendered useless. In the midst of his frustration, he suddenly spotted Gu Fei halting ahead. Bu Xiao rejoiced, quickly commanding his allies to pursue. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei turned back, sprinting toward them while muttering something under his breath. The group momentarily froze, instinctively taking a few steps back, and Gu Fei swiftly pivoted, resuming his charge. "Damn it, we've been duped!" Bu Xiao shouted in exasperation, as the slight hesitation had widened the gap between them once more. Just as they were regretting their delay and accelerating again, a sudden burst of flames erupted before them that a fire dragon soared into the air, morphing into several fireballs that hurtled toward the group. Came the collective cry of alarm as they were caught in the explosion. Most of the players, aside from Bu Xiao, still bore the marks of Gu Fei's previous attacks, their health far from full. With a single strike, 2 more players were sent back to the safety of the zone. The 30-level mage skill, Rapid Fireball, had unleashed its fury. Though Bu Xiao, having survived, was not killed, he was nonetheless severely affected by the blast. With tears welling in his eyes, he could no longer contain his exasperation, exclaiming, "Damn it, I forgot he was a mage." Chapter 47. A city in turmoil. Gu Fei, having suddenly conceived a clever idea, turned back and launched a fireball in quick succession. This marked his debut in employing mage skills in actual combat. Initially, his intention was merely to hinder the pursuers behind him, urging them to relent in their pursuit. To his pleasant surprise, however, he managed to eliminate 2 of them outright. Regrettably, he soon observed players converging towards his direction, likely summoned by the distressed Not Laughing. Realizing the futility of returning to dispatch the remaining 3, Gu Fei hastened his retreat from the scene of the incident. Winding through the chaotic streets of Cloud City, he made several loops before settling into a secluded corner, devoid of onlookers. He removed the black cloth covering his face and the straw hat, stowed away the flame's baptism, and produced a staff, striding confidently out of his hiding place. An increasing number of players were racing towards the Thieves' Guild, among whom only a scant few were seasoned veterans. The majority were mere spectators drawn by the commotion. The Gu Fei felt a twinge of pity for them. By the time they arrived, they would witness nothing of the unfolding drama. The notorious killer, Gu Fei, ambled through the streets unperturbed until he arrived at the Xiao Lei Tavern. The proprietor, Xiao Lei, was quite familiar with him and his companions, primarily due to the memorable presence of 2 standout individuals among their group of 6 that upon seeing Gu Fei enter, Xiao Lei greeted him with a smile and gestured towards their designated private room. Gu Fei approached, lifting the curtain to find that his companions indeed honored their word. Raising their glasses in celebration, they asked the 5 raise their heads to greet Gu Fei. Han Jia Gongzi glanced at the time and remarked, 6 minutes. "Apologies, I won," the sword demon stated flatly, extending his hand towards the table. The other 4, resigned, reached into their pockets. One produced 5 gold coins and tossed them onto the table. The sword demon unceremoniously collected them all before extending his hand towards Yu Tian. "No, you owe me 10. "Hey, I was just joking." "You took me seriously," Yu Tian protested, visibly displeased. "Of course, a wager must be honored." The sword demon maintained his stance. "Just give it to him. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue drinking," Han Jia Gongzi suggested. Reluctantly, Yu Tian retrieved another 5 gold coins to hand over to the sword demon. Once the accounts were settled, the group finally turned their attention to Gu Fei, with Han Jia Gongzi leading the applause. "Welcome, welcome, our number 1 assassin." Gu Fei, observing the sword demon pocketing the gold, inquired, "What are you all doing?" "Nothing much, just calculating the time it took for you to break through the encirclement," Han Jia Gongzi replied. "A bet. So the sword demon won?" Gu Fei remarked as he took a seat. The sword demon nodded in affirmation. "Then I deserve half of that." Gu Fei chuckled. The sword demon nodded again, pulling out coins from his pocket and meticulously counting out 12 gold coins, followed by 50 silver coins, which he pushed towards Gu Fei, half for each. Gu Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been jesting. Han Jia Gongzi sighed dramatically. "Take it. Just remember next time, don't joke with someone lacking a sense of humor." Yet the sword demon was quite earnest. "It's only fair. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have given you half." Gu Fei chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks." He then stuffed the money into his pocket. while Yution wore a look of deep sorrow. So, what's the situation with not laughing? Han Jia Gongzi asked Gu Fei. I'm not sure. I dashed out as soon as I broke through. Are you suggesting I should return and have a chat with him? There seem to be quite a few people over there now, Gu Fei replied. Yution nodded. The people heading to Yunxiao Valley were all called back just moments ago. Has not laughing said anything in the guild channel? Han Jia Gongzi queried Yution. That why Yution scrutinized the guild channel's chat logs closely. Everyone is asking what transpired and who the assailants were, but not laughing has remained silent. Wait, he just spoke. Yution exclaimed suddenly. What did he say? Brothers, avenge me. Yution read aloud for everyone. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. This fellow is truly a thorn in the side, Han Jia Gongzi lamented. However, if he decides to confront us without pursuing Rebirth Amethyst, our mission could be deemed accomplished, Yuga commented. Impossible. He doesn't even know who we are. How could he confront us? Ultimately, he will surely retaliate against whoever possesses the Rebirth Amethyst, Han Jia Gongzi countered. I believe we have been somewhat misguided from the start, Gu Fei interjected. When did not laughing and July flowing fire even happen? This guy has held a grudge all this time. He must be rather petty. Moreover, it seems he was at fault initially, yet now he is the one instigating. His audacity is remarkable. After being killed 4 times, he still bellows, brothers, avenge me. His thirst for retribution is palpable, that as long as he remains in the game, he will inevitably become a nuisance, waiting for the chance to strike. What do you propose we do? Drive him out of the game, no matter our capabilities? That is out of the question, Han Jia Gongzi replied. Just as Gu Fei was about to speak, Yugo interjected. Let us assess the situation further before making a decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gu Fei swallowed his words in silence. Meanwhile, throughout Cloud City and all surrounding areas capable of communication, discussions about this significant event were rampant. With the chat channel's 1,000-mile transmission feature, news spread faster than ever before. Since the game's launch, such a PK incident that stirred an entire guild had never occurred. Today, the largest guild in Cloud City, Zongheng Sihai, was seen racing from Cloud City to Yunxia Valley, and then back again to the Thieves Guild in Cloud City. Reports from Yunliao Farm revealed that right in the middle of the main road, Not Laughing was ambushed by a rogue who emerged from stealth, his face obscured by a black cloth, swiftly eliminating Not Laughing before making his escape. Furthermore, eyewitnesses from the Thieves Guild in Cloud City claimed that a remarkable individual, also veiled in black cloth and wielding a single blade, had brutally slain Not Laughing right at the guild's entrance. After taking a stroll, he returned to strike Not Laughing down once more, subsequently breaking through a throng of players and vanishing. Subsequent investigations revealed the timeline of Not Laughing's 2 assassinations, indicating a marked continuity. Coupled with the identical mysterious black cloth shrouding both assailants, the conclusion was drawn that this was a meticulously organized and premeditated assassination targeting Not Laughing. Not Laughing was a well-established ID, familiar to many, and it didn't take long for individuals to recall the previous incidents linked to that name. However, upon searching for July Flowing Fire, it was discovered that the ID remained unoccupied. While some still speculated that July Flowing Fire was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, the lack of substantial evidence made it impossible to verify. This incident stirred a tempest in Cloud City, and the women associated with Rebirth Amethyst could not remain oblivious. July swiftly summoned her companions back to the guild office. Initially, aside from Luo, the rest were unaware that this matter traced back to earlier events in the online game. However, the situation had escalated beyond concealment. TO suggests that the animosity stemmed solely from friction during a mission. Only Xiao Yu would believe such a narrative. After July recounted the events in their entirety, she received unanimous support from the women. After all, July had no intention of getting embroiled in a conflict. It was Not Laughing who instigated the chaos first. Such a contemptible individual could not be tolerated, even by the most mild-mannered of women. The fiery-tempered Lai had already kicked a stool in frustration, declaring her intent to rush out and deal with Not Laughing once and for all. Naturally, she was restrained by the others. July solemnly addressed the group. Considering the evident superiority of their strength, we will be seeking assistance this time. What transpired in Cloud City just now was likely their doing. However, based on my understanding of Not Laughing, killing him a few times won't deter him. This matter is far from over, so everyone must exercise caution outside. It would be best to refrain from logging in for the next few days. July, hiding isn't a solution. We should fight back, one of the girls exclaimed. But, July, you need not worry about us. It's just a game. PK is part of the experience that we aren't aiming for dominance. If we die, we merely lose a few levels, so what is there to fear? Indeed, indeed. Everyone, please, let us not quarrel, Luo interjected. While losing levels may not be a significant concern, the crux lies in not dying in vain. Zongheng Sihai is the largest guild in Cloud City, boasting a membership of 300, with more level 30 players than our entire guild combined. This will be a high-stakes PK battle. Who among you believes they can make a difference in this confrontation? Silence enveloped the room. Even Lai Lai, who had often shone brightly in simulated online game PKs, refrained from interjecting. She may have been fiery, yet she also possessed a degree of delicacy in her sentiments. Observing the silence, Luo continued, "Therefore, let us heed July's advice. Let us all be cautious and avoid trouble. Leave the rest to July, myself, Lai Lai, Xiaoyu, and the allies we bring in. Does everyone agree?" The women nodded in unison, expressing no dissent towards the quartet proposed by Luo. July was assuredly among them. While Luo was the highest level priestess in their group, Lai Lai excelled in PK, and Xiaoyu held the highest level overall. However, when it came to the highest level, Xiaoyu timidly inquired, "Should we not call Qianli? Why will we call him?" Lai Lai responded impatiently, "What use is a trash mage, no matter how high his level?" July also nodded. "Let us not trouble him after all. Let us go." Luo declared, "I'll make a quick greeting over there. We'll meet up shortly." The four women stepped out, but as they reached the street corner, they were confronted by a dense crowd. Having been intercepted, at the forefront stood none other than Not Laughing. "Xiao Qi, long time no see." Chapter 48. This is not a math problem. The four women immediately contemplated retreating, only to discover that the other end of the street was also blocked by approaching figures. July hurriedly sent a message through the guild channel. "Everyone, stay in your rooms and do not come out." The others inquired about the situation, to which July simply replied, "Be obedient." Upon turning back, she noticed that the group blocking their escape had moved forward, whether intentionally or not, stopping right in front of the Rebirth Amethyst Guild's entrance. July felt her heart race, urgently reminding everyone in the guild channel not to emerge. The women, obediently huddled in their rooms, did not move, allowing July to finally breathe a sigh of relief. While one end of the street was completely sealed off, this end, although more open, was still crowded with numerous onlookers, curious to fill any gaps and creating an impenetrable net of encirclement. With only the four of them, breaking through was utterly impossible. "What do you want?" July was left with no choice but to converse with someone she had no desire to face. "What do you want?" Not Smiling retorted, chuckling ominously before continuing. "Don't think I'm unaware that you sent someone. However, I won't hold you accountable for this. Just tell me who they are, and we can consider our matters settled." July scoffed derisively. "Is being deceived by you once not enough? Do you really think I would fall for your lies a second time?" Not Smiling smile faltered slightly. "This time, I speak the truth." July shook her head with a sigh. "To be killed 4 times and still maintain such composure, you truly are a master of theatrics." Not Smiling's expression stiffened. Her words had evidently struck a nerve. He quickly lost his patience, raising his voice in a threatening manner. "If you don't tell me who they are, then I will have to hold you responsible." "Phoenix, how will you hold me accountable? Will you reduce my level by 4? July replied with a charming smile. Not Smiling's fury flared again, but before he could retort, July added, "I haven't even reached level 30 yet. Even if I were to drop a level, the loss would not be significant." Not Smiling's face turned a shade of green. Her words were undeniably true. Due to the steep increase in experience required from level 30 onwards, losing 4 levels from 30 to 26 would mean a staggering loss of effort, half of what he had accumulated since entering the game. How could Not Smiling not be enraged? Physically and mentally exhausted, Not Smiling was in dire need of an outlet for his frustration. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well. In that case, I'll make you lose 4 levels first. You 4, each lose a level." Amidst the crowd of onlookers, One individual attempted to rush into the fray, but was grabbed by another nearby. What is going on? Gu Fei turned to look at Han's son. While July and Not Smiling exchanged words, Luo had already sent a signal to Han's son. The little Thunderbar was in close proximity, and the six of them swiftly arrived at the scene, joining the throng of spectators. Seeing the escalating verbal conflict and realizing Not Smiling was about to resort to violence, Gu Fei resolutely prepared to intervene, only to be restrained by Han's son. Your presence would be futile, Han's son messaged Gu Fei. There are too many of them. Rushing in would be tantamount to suicide. What purpose would it serve? What do you propose? Gu Fei inquired. Just as that girl said, if they die, the loss is minimal. Enough. In the arena, Not Smiling waved his hand, signaling several of his cohorts to charge forth and encircle July and her companions, poised to attack at his command. I'll give you a chance to reconsider. I doubt you want to watch your sisters die alongside you. Not Smiling sneered confidently that he understood her far better than she realized. Go to hell, you despicable, shameless wretch, someone interjected, answering before July could, and it was none other than the fiery Lai. Deeply disdainful of Not Smiling's demeanor, she quickly responded and lunged forward, executing the martial artist's level 24 skill, Galloping Meteor, which she had previously demonstrated to Gu Fei. Accelerating and attacking, she targeted Not Smiling. Lai, July called after her, while Luo hastily cast a healing spell on Lai. At that moment, another figure emerged from the crowd beside Not Smiling, mimicking Lielie's stance and executing the same skill, Galloping Meteor. The two martial artists collided, and the outcome depended on their respective strength and speed. Lai was clearly outmatched. As she charged, she was sent flying back by her opponent's Galloping Meteor. This skill, which included a dashing effect, caused Lai to rebound, injuring July and her companions who rushed in to assist her. Not Smiling chuckled coldly, preparing to give the order to attack when suddenly someone forcefully pushed through the crowd and stood in the center of the arena, perplexed, asking, "What is going on? Why are there so many people? What's happening? How did Chimley get out?" The elite team members in the mercenary channel, including Sword Demon, inquired in unison. Because this isn't a math problem, Han's son retorted irritably, leaving everyone confused. Prepare for battle. Yutian, find a spot to ambush and get ready to snipe. Sword Demon, conceal your identity and lay low. Wushang, how much longer can you maintain your whirlwind slash? You brother you, who was the martial artist called Zongheng Sihai just now? Han's son rattled off instructions. Windwalker, one of Zongheng Sihai's for core members, brother you replied. The situation is escalating. TSK. Be ready. If Chinli seizes the opportunity, everyone must provide immediate support. Ansong Kemandi. And if there is no opportunity, Yutian Shinming queried. Then we'll go back to drinking. Han's son answered. Everyone. Gu Fei, pushing into the crowd and causing a commotion, drew the attention of various parties. July and her companions looked at him in astonishment, and as Xiaoyu was about to speak up, July quickly clutched her, shaking her head. Xiaoyu, confused, obediently closed her mouth. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Is it even possible to get through? Gu Fei feigned ignorance while scanning the distance. Friend, could you kindly make way? Not Smiling said. I want to pass through. Gu Fei pointed to the other side of the street. How about taking another route? We have business here. Not Smiling replied. What business? Gu Fei asked with a curious expression. But how could Not Smiling explain? Should he recount the grievances from years past? He certainly lacked the patience for that, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared. Haven't you heard of Zongheng Sihai? We're conducting business here. You can either walk around or wait nearby. Oh, I'll wait then. Gu Fei replied, retreating to all eyes shifted back to him once more. This is promising, Sword Demon remarked in the mercenary channel. Promising my foot. He'll at most strike, Not Smiling once more. What good will that? Chinli can see everything said in the mercenary channel. Be careful he doesn't retaliate. Yuqian Shenming warned. I'm afraid of him, Han's son replied, though internally he felt a twinge of unease. If Gu Fei directed his knife at him, he genuinely wouldn't know how to respond. Not Smiling glanced at Gu Fei, who stood casually beside him, and ultimately let out a resigned smile, gesturing to the crowd. Forget him. Everyone engage! Engage, engage! Gu Fei echoed, but midway through, he pivoted, suddenly thrusting two fingers towards Not Smiling's eyes. Even if he merely waved his fingers in front of his own face, it would elicit an inexplicable panic, let alone the fervor with which Gu, Not Smiling, startled, instinctively lowered his head and raised his arm to block, that a hint of sympathy crossed Gu Fei's lips as he spread his fingers, grasping Not Smiling's wrist and twisting it backward. Not Smiling's fingers involuntarily opened, causing the dagger he held to fall. Perfectly obeying the laws of physics, Gu Fei swiftly caught it with his other hand and, releasing Not Smiling, darted back to the wall. Everything transpired in an instant, and it wasn't until 5 seconds later that Not Smiling realized his dagger had vanished. Leaning against the wall, Gu Fei admired the dagger in his possession, remarking, "Whispers of the wind, impressive attack. Agility 18, attack speed 10, stealth skill disappears, skill cooldown 15 minutes. Not bad, let me give it a try. I see, since my class doesn't team match, I can't activate it. It's only usable by rogues." Gu Fei lamented with disappointment. The onlookers, including Han's son, felt relieved upon realizing that Not Smiling's previously used disappearance skill was not a scroll, but rather an inherent ability of the dagger he wielded. Until players reached the level to learn the disappearance skill, this dagger held significant value. Given the game's leveling difficulty, its worth would undoubtedly persist for a considerable time. Such a prized dagger had been so effortless. If so, tell your people to cease hostilities. Gu Fei glanced towards the fray. July and her companions were under siege, and the situation was dire. "Stop, stop! Everyone hold on!" Not Smiling shouted urgently. The assailants halted, turning back in confusion. They had charged forward upon Not Smiling's order, oblivious to the fact that the dagger had been seized by the very person who had simultaneously called for action. Not Smiling's face darkened. Gu Fei toyed with the dagger, a look of satisfaction on his face. "If you disperse your people, I'll return the dagger to you immediately." Not Smiling hesitated. Would someone truly relinquish such an exceptional piece of equipment so readily after acquiring it? Although it seemed hard to believe, he had no viable options. Cleansing his image would merely provide a psychological boost, while losing the dagger would represent an incalculable loss. After all, material civilization is the foundation of spiritual civilization. Chapter 49. Kindred Spirits. Bu Xiao cast a glance at Feng Xing, one of the 4 core fighters of the Zongheng Sihai Guild. That it appeared that Feng Xing supported Bu Xiao's notion of prioritizing equipment, nodding in affirmation. Bu Xiao promptly raised a hand, commanding, "Everyone step back." The players of Zongheng Sihai retreated, while Gu Fei gestured with his lips, instructing, "Tell them to leave first." Gu Fei smiled, but before he could speak, Bu Xiao had already shouted, "He is not allowed to leave." Gu Fei nodded and addressed the 4 women. "You all go ahead." The players of Zongheng Sihai parted to create a passage, and Gu Fei gently pushed Xiao Yu, urging, "Off you go. Can I have my dagger back now?" Bu Xiao, perceiving Gu Fei's intentions, had not been overly insistent. The Gu Fei chuckled. "If I return the dagger, can I leave?" "Of course," Bu Xiao replied without hesitation. Gu Fei grinned. "Not happening. You!" Bu Xiao's anger flared. "Those who lie seldom meet a good end." Gu Fei said with a beaming smile. That Bu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then snapped, "Damn it, there's a traitor." Just a moment ago, Yu Tian Xinming had informed Gu Fei that Bu Xiao had ordered her guild to eliminate him upon retrieving the dagger, and that there were hidden ambushers near the Mage Academy, intent on taking Gu Fei down. Gu Fei swiftly altered his initial intentions, resolving not to return the dagger to Bu Xiao that he had always believed in repaying like with like. With the deception unveiled, any further theatrics from Bu Xiao would be futile. While she still harbored delusions about her dagger, Feng Xing had already resolved to take action. Kill him, and ensure the wind's dark language drops. Feng Xing barked, launching a punch from a diagonal angle, employing the swift galloping meteor technique. Gu Fei remained unflustered, neither dodging nor retreating. He simply raised his arm, thrusting his staff forward. Feng Xing was swift, yet Gu Fei's arm moved even faster. The result appeared as though Gu Fei had raised his staff to wait for Feng Xing, who with chest out collided headlong into it. Gu Fei's strike was calculated, aimed precisely at Feng Xing's vital points. Under normal circumstances, Gu Fei's meager strength would not have significantly impacted an opponent's acupoints, but this was a different scenario. Feng Xing charged in with ferocious momentum, resulting in Gu Fei's arm being shaken back while Feng Xing was left reeling, half of his body feeling numb. This was a fundamental principle of physics. The action-reaction force is mutual. However, ordinary individuals lacked Gu Fei's precision and knowledge of acupoint locations, making it improbable for them to leverage such principles effectively. The players of Zongheng Sihai stood agape, witnessing Gu Fei. Only Bu Xiao, anxious about her dagger, disregarded Feng Xing's fate and shouted, "What are you all dawdling for? Attack!" At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from above Gu Fei's head. "Raise your hand." A lovely face peeked over the edge of the roof. Contrasting beautifully against the red and black tiles, an arm extended down from the rooftop, waving directly at Gu Fei. Everyone paused in astonishment, while Gu Fei appeared entirely unfazed. He raised his hand and leapt up, completing the connection with the outstretched arm. The individual pulled Gu Fei upwards, while he pushed off against the wall for additional momentum, and together they ascended with grace. "You've got some strength," Gu Fei chuckled. In reality, how many girls could effortlessly pull someone up onto the roof? "You're quite agile yourself," Shi Xiaodian remarked, helping Gu Fei up as he nearly sprawled over the rooftop. From below, Gu Fei appeared rather graceful in his ascent, but in mid-air his strength had waned and he barely managed to avoid falling. "Let us move," Shi Xiaodian urged, already sprinting ahead. Gu Fei glanced down to see Bu Xiao orchestrating the Zongheng Sihai players to form a human ladder, searching for props and footholds to assist their ascent to the rooftop. After exchanging knowing glances with Han's young master, who was still mingling in the crowd, Gu Fei swiftly joined Shi Xiaodian in running across the rooftop. The Shi Xiaodian's familiarity with the rooftop layout surprised Gu Fei. She effortlessly navigated the areas for ascent and descent, as well as the spots to leap to adjacent buildings, suggesting she had practiced this frequently, likely using these routes to escape trouble. The cacophony of Zongheng Sihai's members faded into the distance as Shi Xiaodian led Gu Fei in a zigzag across the rooftops, eventually reaching the bell tower of Cloud City. Once atop, they stood at the highest point within Cloud City. From this vantage, Gu Fei could clearly see the Zongheng Sihai members weaving through the streets of Cloud City, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you still able to laugh?" Shi Xiaodian said from behind. "Levels and such mean little to me, does so. Even if I occasionally get chased down and killed, it's hardly a significant issue. Besides, when it comes to dealing with trouble, I might be far more adept than you." "Naturally, practice makes perfect," Gu Fei replied with a hint of sarcasm. "I'm a professional con artist." "Are there amateur con artists as well?" Gu Fei interrupted with a laugh. Shi Xiaodian disregarded the question, gazing at the frenzied crowd in the city. "As a professional con artist, there are certain ethical codes I adhere to. Our methods do not involve deceiving others' emotions. We exploit human greed, setting bait to lure them in. That is our way." "Are you referring to Bu Xiao when you mention those who deceive emotions?" Gu Fei inquired. Shi Xiaodian nodded. "Rumor has it that after July Lu Hu was tricked into leaving the game, Bu Xiao was swindled by another individual, losing everything." "Was that person you?" Gu Fei asked. Shi Xiaodian nodded again. Ji Fei exhaled. "Was it July who sought your assistance?" Shi Xiaodian shook her head. "No, I didn't even know her at that time. I went on my own accord. Even to this day, she only harbors slight suspicions that I was involved. I've never mentioned it." "Then why did you go?" Gu Fei questioned, puzzled. "Thus, I resort to indulging in it within the game," Shi Xiaodian remarked. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Fei, who had been somewhat indifferent, suddenly turned to look at Shi Xiaodian. "What? Do you think I should go around deceiving people in real life?" Shi Xiaodian retorted. "Even in the game, that is not permissible." Shi Xiaodian smiled wryly. "To possess something you love, yet have no venue to utilize it creates a sense of despair. You wouldn't understand." Gu Fei felt a pang of frustration. How could he not understand? However, While Shi Xiaotian's deceptive practices were a blight on society, his own skills were a cultural heritage requiring further development. These two concepts were hardly comparable. Gu Fei thought, shaking his head repeatedly. "What are you shaking your head for?" Shi Xiaotian queried. "Nothing, it's just that I can somewhat, only somewhat, understand your sentiment," Gu Fei insisted, firmly believing that the feelings of being unable to practice deception and being unable to showcase one's skills were entirely different. Hence he could only somewhat grasp a sliver of it. Clearly, Shi Xiaotian did not believe even that small inkling, merely shaking her head. Regardless, this minuscule shared sentiment slightly altered Gu Fei's previously negative impression of Shi Xiaoti that moment. Gu Fei found himself occasionally overwhelmed by a sense of fellow wanderers in the world, prompting him to chastise himself. Such thoughts were perilously dangerous. How could he allow himself to sink to the level of a con artist? "All right, I must take my leave. Regardless of everything, thank you for today." Gu Fei resolved. The normally composed and self-assured Gu Fei departed with an air of urgency. Upon descending the bell tower and glancing back, he saw Shi Xiaotian still standing in place, gazing downwards. Gu Fei waved goodbye and chose a street to enter. Having distanced himself from corruptive thoughts, Gu Fei had pressing matters to attend to. He found a secluded corner, donned a black cloth, pulled down his straw hat, stowed away his staff, and drew forth the flame of baptism. Upon receiving the intel from Yutian Xinming, Gu Fei had resolved to show no mercy to this deceitful and unreliable scoundrel that in the mercenary channel. Han's young master and others were clamoring, inquiring where Gu Fei had run off to. Gu Fei calmly replied with a message. "Don't worry about me. Where's Bu Xiao? What do you want with her?" Han's young master asked. "To kill her." Gu Fei's response was succinct. Chapter 50. The busy man, unsmiling, dashed through the Cloud City like a madman, having lost 4 levels in just 1 hour and now deprived of his most formidable weapon. His agony surpassed that of any player in the game. While he commanded guild members to ascend the rooftops, Gu Fei and Shi Xiaotian had already bounded far ahead. Unsmiling could only bellow, "Hurry, chase him," as the guild members flailed about like headless flies. Frustration mounted, and many members grew impatient. Some ventured out of Cloud City to grind levels, others took on quests, and a few simply retreated to the safety zone, claiming urgent matters before logging off in haste. Ultimately, it was merely a game. Although Unsmiling was a core member of the guild, practicalities must prevail. Without any tangible benefits to entice members, even core members would not follow him unconditionally. Initially, they had joined with the intent of participating in a guild activity, but with no results forthcoming, no one wished to squander their time, save for a few of Unsmiling's closest friends. Unsmiling led these loyal companions through the streets in search of Gu Fei, incessantly querying the guild channel for any updates. Initially, responses echoed, "Nothing," but soon indifference set in, with only a handful of ill-intentioned well-wishers replying. "I spotted that guy on Shell Street." "I'm tailing him," shouted Yutian Xinming. "Stay sharp. We'll be there soon." Unsmiling urged his companions onward, but before long, this pattern repeated 4 times, driving Unsmiling to madness. "What the hell are you playing at?" Yutian Xinming cryptically replied. "I think he's onto me. Otherwise, how could I keep seeing him wherever I go?" Unsmiling felt like he could bleed from frustration. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, he saw a figure descending from the rooftop, a single dagger raised high, glinting ominously in the sunlight. With a tattered straw hat, a black cloth obscuring his face, and a robe billowing in the wind, Unsmiling could only gasp, "Ah." After delivering a swift strike, Gu Fei landed gracefully, pivoting on the spot to unleash 2 more blows upon Unsmiling. The fire spell ignited, engulfing Unsmiling in flames before he disappeared, while Gu Fei sprinted away. It was only then that Unsmiling's friends awakened from their stupor, shouting as they pursued Gu Fei. Returning once more to the Thieves' Guild, Unsmiling sobbed inconsolably in the guild channel, but the members had grown numb to his lamentations. Reflecting on the situation, Unsmiling was now level 25. Furthermore, his prized dagger had been lost. Core member, In these early days, where strength dictated core status rather than connections, most members held a singular thought. Bah! After all, it was a newly established. The earlier mobilization had been a result of habits formed in previous games. Upon hearing of a guild event, players rushed to assist. However, after such prolonged futility, that momentum had dissipated, and members reconsidered whether assisting this level 25 unsmiling was worth their while. The answer was, of course, a resounding no, yet not everyone shared this sentiment. The other 3 core members of the guild felt that this situation had severely tarnished the guild's reputation. As the premier guild in Cloud City, they aspired to carve a niche in the game, and it was disgraceful that a core member had been so easily vanquished within days of its inception. They could not swallow this affront to their pride, primarily viewing it from the guild's perspective that AS for unsmiling. He had only been invited to join due to his high level and fine equipment, with no deep bonds yet formed. Ultimately, the 3 core members convened and resolved to intervene. Otherwise, their guild would be looked down upon. At that moment, news arrived that Unsmiling had been slain for the 6th time. After weeping in the safety zone, Unsmiling noted the lack of response from the guild and cursed the fickleness of human nature. Just then, he received word from a few loyal friends that the masked figure had been closely pursued and had not managed to shake them off. Thrilled, Unsmiling rushed out of the safety zone towards the direction indicated, eager to intercept Gu Fei perfectly. However, he did manage to intercept him, but not in the way. Gu Fei approached with rapid strides and delivered a flying kick that sent Unsmiling sprawling to the ground, followed by 2 swift strikes that ended him. Unsmiling's level plummeted to 24. Upon receiving this news, the 3 core members of Zongheng Sihai could no longer remain idle. Action was imperative. After all, Zongheng Sihai was the guild they had built from the ground up, and their influence within the guild far surpassed that of Unsmiling. Previously, it had been the martial artist Fengxing who rallied the guild members, leading a charge with 100 strong into the Cloud Grain Farm towards the Cloud Valley. What they had thought would be a simple matter had spiraled into a complex predicament. The specifics of the situation remained unclear to the 3, only hearing whispers that the one who had persistently attacked Unsmiling was not the same person who had stolen his dagger. Just as they prepared to take action, a message arrived from Chiyue, the president of the Rebirth Amethyst Guild, requesting a face-to-face meeting with the 3 of them. Ying organized some members. Fengxing and I will meet with her, declared Wu Zhijian, another core member and the guild leader of Zongheng Sihai. Before long, they gathered at the appointed venue, the Little Thunder Tavern, the only establishment in Cloud City with private rooms, making it a convenient meeting place. Chiyue, Luo, Lai Lai, and Xiaoyu arrived directly from the safety zone, while Wu Zhijian and Fengxing came as a duo. Fengxing had previously encountered the 4 women and had even exchanged a punch with Lai Lai. Which one of you is President Chiyue? Wu Zhijian inquired as he took his seat. I am, Chiyue replied. Please hold on a moment. We're still waiting for a friend. As she spoke, Gu Fei burst through the door, lifting the curtain and exclaiming, Sorry for being late. Juggling his knack for combat with negotiations, Gu Fei was having quite a busy day. At that moment, Wu Zhijian received news that Unsmiling had been killed for the 7th time. Now at level 23, with no time to ponder this, he turned to Gu Fei and asked, And you are? Having heard that Rebirth Amethyst was an all-female guild, Wu Zhijian was unfamiliar with Gu Fei. Fengxing promptly introduced Gu Fei, emphasizing that he was the one who had stolen Unsmiling's dagger. Wu Zhijian regarded him with newfound respect. After all, anyone capable of snatching a prized item from another's grasp was indeed formidable. He sheathed his sword as it was a negotiation. The 4 women squeezed together on the left side, leaving the right side for the 2 men. With Gu Fei's arrival, no seats remained for him on their side, so he had no choice but to sit in the center, directly facing the door. Uninformed observers might have mistaken him for the one presiding over the meeting. Regarding today's events, I wonder how much you, President Wu Zhi, are aware. Chiyue began. All I know is that our brother Unsmiling has been killed. The origins of this matter seem to stem from a past connection between you and Unsmiling. Wu Zhizhi Jian replied. Then you must also be aware that yesterday during a quest, your Zongheng Sihai guild deliberately caused trouble, resulting in the death of When I asked him what was up, he said it was nothing serious, just a small matter, and that a few brothers should come along, that in the end, a few idle members accompanied him. It was mainly his own friends, Fengxing explained. Now, President Wu Zhi, do you see the roots of the issue? Qiyue stated. What do you mean, President Qiyue? Wu Zhizhi Jian pressed. Nothing much. It's just a game, a world of combat and chaos where PKs occur daily. However, this particular incident arose from a personal relationship between Unsmiling and myself. Therefore, if your guild intends to advocate on Unsmiling's behalf, please refrain from causing trouble for my guild sisters and this friend, Qiyue said, gesturing toward Gu Fei. Well, it seems this friend also snatched Unsmiling's belongings, so Wu Zhizhi Jian attempted to leverage this situation, but before he could continue, Gu Fei reached into his pocket, pulled out Wind's dark whisper, and tossed it onto the table. Here it is. Whoever wants it can take it. Everyone was taken aback. Although it was a dagger of little use to mages, it could still be sold to any thieves in need, representing a considerable fortune. How could they so easily relinquish such a juicy morsel? After hearing of Gu Fei's earlier exploits in seizing the dagger, Wu Zhizhi Jian had thought him a daring individual, but now he seemed less impressive. While Wu Zhizhi Jian chuckled inwardly, Gu Fei rose from his seat. You can keep the dagger. As for Unsmiling, I hear he's being pursued again. It seems no one can save him now. Tell him the condition for reclaiming Wind's dark whisper is to leave the guild, and let us see what he chooses, that I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You continue your discussion. With that, Gu Fei exited the private room, turned a corner, and slipped into another room. I need my water. Hurry, I'm exhausted, Gu Fei exclaimed upon entering. Young Master Han pushed a glass of water toward him. Gu Fei gulped it down while Yu Tian Xunming remarked, Unsmiling really rushed out of the safety zone this time. Now he has cursing and crying in the guild. Why didn't you say so? Chapter 51. The Power of Fans. As Gu Fei exited the tavern, he immediately raced towards the direction of the Thieves' Guild. I need not know the precise location of Bushao, for the current state of Cloud City was such that wherever Bushao appeared, throngs of people would follow. The entire city was abuzz with tales of the relentless pursuit. From level 30 plummeting to 23 took less than an hour, and the chase seemed poised to continue. Rumors of the masked assassin had spread like wildfire, and everyone yearned to witness him firsthand. The most effective way to catch a glimpse was, of course, to follow Bushao. Fortunately, the chat windows within this parallel world lacked the general channels found in previous online games. Otherwise, a considerable number of players would undoubtedly have sent Bushao to the trading window in hopes of glimpsing the assassin. As Gu Fei drew closer to the Thieves' Guild, he indeed beheld a gathering crowd. Straining to push his way through, he spotted Bushao strolling down the street with several close companions, a large throng of players trailing a dozen meters behind them. The crowd around Gu Fei had encircled the corner, eagerly occupying vantage points. Being subjected to such scrutiny, Bushao was understandably displeased, yet he could only swallow his frustration. The sheer number of onlookers was overwhelming. Should he utter a few harsh words, he would surely lose another level without the need for the assassin to intervene. Gu Fei smiled slightly. Pardon me, please make way, he apologized as he navigated out of the crowd. Finding a place to ascend, he climbed atop a wall. The players on the rooftops were intently focused on Bushao below, and Gu Fei stealthily donned his assassin's garb behind them, tiptoeing to find a suitable spot for ambush. Excuse me, could you let me through? Gu Fei gently tapped the shoulder of the person in front of him. The individual turned around, visibly irked, but upon recognizing Gu Fei, his eyes lit up. Gu Fei quickly gestured for silence. The man clamped his hands over his mouth and fervently nodded, shoving aside the person next to him with his shoulder. What is going on? The adjacent player turned, and upon seeing Gu Fei, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Gu Fei silently gestured once more, and the player mimicked the earlier action, sealing his mouth with his hands and nodding vigorously. In an instant, a group of wide-eyed players, hands firmly pressed to their mouths, parted to create a path for Gu Fei. As he emerged from the throng, the players across the street erupted in excitement. Their eyes gleaming with anticipation, the Gu Fei was taken aback by the sudden silence. The Bu Xiao felt a peculiar unease. Amidst such a densely packed crowd, the usual cacophony had abruptly diminished to a hush, allowing him to hear the rustling of the wind above. Bu Xiao quickly looked up, only to see a streak of red light slicing toward him. The crimson glow drained the color from his face, and he swiftly distanced himself from the throng. The Bu Xiao's companions were in a frenzy, having followed him closely with utmost caution. Upon witnessing the crowd's fascination, they had assumed that they would sense any impending danger from the assassin. Who would have thought that so many would so willingly cooperate with the masked killer? They lamented in frustration, unable to transform their anger into strength. Once again, Gu Fei effortlessly evaded their grasp. The onlookers had already prepared an escape route for him. He slipped away, soon shedding the entanglement of Bu Xiao's companions. However, he could not escape the pursuit of the spectators, many of whom followed in his wake. Their curiosity regarding the true identity of the assassin was insatiable, and trailing him was far more promising than shadowing Bu Xiao if they hoped to witness a kill. Gu Fei deeply understood the boundless power of fans at this rate. Bu Xiao's companions would soon trace the crowd back to him, leaving Gu Fei no choice but to continue his desperate flight. After countless laps around Cloud City, he still could not rid himself of the crowd behind him. Despite some players having previously slipped away, Gu Fei was surprised to find one of them bewilderedly searching for him at the next intersection, leading to an unexpected encounter. This constant turnover resulted in Gu Fei perpetually trailing a conga line of followers. Yet fortune favored the diligent. During his relentless navigation through the streets, he finally chanced upon a disoriented Bu Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, he galloped forward, his blade glinting, and swiftly dispatched Bu Xiao. In the flash of white light, Gu Fei vaguely perceived something falling to the ground. The allure of the mysterious assassin paled in comparison to the potential treasure. Thus, Gu Fei unexpectedly extricated himself from the fray, darting into a deserted alley and swiftly shedding his disguise, exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, within the Little Thunder Tavern, Wu Shizhijian, still negotiating with July, received 2 reports of Bu Xiao's demise in quick succession. Doing the math, Bu Xiao was now at level 21, leaving Wu Shizhijian feeling rather Part of his anxiety stemmed from concern for his guild's reputation. Another part was sheer trepidation. Though Bu Xiao was currently in a pitiable state, he was undeniably a formidable character. Otherwise, Wu Shizhijian and his guild would not have recruited him to navigate the treacherous waters of the game, granting him a core member status. The fact that Bu Xiao had exhibited no resistance against the assassin left Wu Shizhijian pondering what would have transpired had it been him facing such an opponent. The chilling realization washed over Wu Shizhijian. True, he was the leader of the foremost guild in Cloud City, boasting 300 members, but that did not mean he could parade all 300 out to grind levels daily. An assassin like this one, elusive and lethal, had managed to drop Bu Xiao's level by 9 in such a short span. Terrifying indeed. Even more disconcerting was the knowledge that this individual was operating solo, whereas Bu Xiao's party had been 6 strong during their previous annihilation. The fear in Wu Shizhijian's heart tipped the scales of negotiation. Was it truly necessary to expend energy over a level 21 player? Having already lost 9 levels, how could the guild's reputation be salvaged? Moreover, should the guild openly rally to support Bu Xiao, would the assassins' focus shift to every member of their ranks? Wu Shizhijian acutely felt the anguish of being in the dark while the enemy remained shrouded. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved with a sigh, "President July, how about this? Let us expel Bu Xiao from the guild. You can handle your own matters, that Wu Shi." The first to react with shock was Feng Xing, standing beside Wu Shizhijian. That Wu Shizhijian glanced at him, but offered no explanation. July and her companions were equally astonished. They had not anticipated such a significant concession from Wu Shizhijian. To expel Bu Xiao from the guild meant severing ties, which essentially signified that they were retreating from the tumultuous tides of the game. President Wu Shi is remarkably discerning. "I commend you." Luo offered a flowery compliment. July, still somewhat bewildered, felt as though she had not articulated a sufficiently compelling argument to sway the other side. How had they yielded so readily? Lost in thought, Wu Shizhijian and Feng Xing rose. "We shall take our leave. As for this dagger, that I believe it is best we return it, offering Bu Xiao some semblance of closure." July nodded in agreement. Wu Shizhijian picked up the dagger of the Wind's Whisper and, alongside Feng Xing, exited the Little Thunder Tavern. "Why?" Feng Xing inquired as soon as they were outside. "The other side is too powerful. You saw it yourself. In just a short time, Bu Xiao was killed twice again," Wu Shizhijian explained. "Are you afraid?" "Not just myself. I fear for all of you, for every member of the guild. If this person sets their sights on any of you, who among you can withstand him?" Wu Shizhijian replied. "What is there to fear? Let him come. Your lack of fear does not equate to the absence of fear among the 300 members. When anxiety reigns and we are powerless to effect change, can the guild endure?" Feng Xing fell silent. "Let us go. Returning the Wind's Whisper to Bu Xiao is the least we can do to offer him some closure," Wu Shizhijian stated. "Who are these people?" Feng Xing seethed, his fists clenched, the frustration within him palpable. "Remember this well. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is but a moment in time." Feng Xing begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Within the Little Thunder Tavern, July and her companions were elated by the turn of events. With the largest guild's support now absent, and his level so low, we need not fear him any longer, July declared with satisfaction. "That assassin is incredible," Lai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Who exactly is he?" Luo. "I cannot say." Luo shook her head. Aside from their mercenary leader, the identities of the other members remain undisclosed. Currently, the rumor is that this individual is a mage, one capable of single-handedly taking down the bandit leader, Soto. Truly formidable. Luo. "Do reach out and see if we can arrange a meeting to express our gratitude in person," July suggested. "How should we thank him? By offering ourselves?" Luo joked. "Enough of your nonsense," July retorted mildly. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly leaped up with a cheer. "Can I go on a quest now?" "Go ahead, but do exercise caution," July advised. "No worries. Bu Xiao is far too preoccupied. The chase continues." Luo chimed in. Luo, "How do you know so much about the happenings outside while you're just sitting here?" Lai queried. "That I was chatting privately with their leader. He informed me," Luo responded. Meanwhile, in another room 3 compartments away, the group was chastising the young master of the Han family. "Why don't you drink? Why are you just staring blankly?" Silence. The young master of the Han family retorted, "I'm negotiating business with the employer. After all this effort, I'm quite right. Quite right." The others nodded in agreement. "Then, does this mean another hefty sum for us?" Yugu asked cautiously. Sword Demon nodded. "Certainly." The group lamented in despair that we're merely a bunch of hired hands. Yu Tian Xinming wailed. "I detest you, Qianli, achoo." Gu Fei, having just felled Bu Xiao for the 10th time, sneezed. "Today has truly worn me out," he muttered to himself. Yet, the day was far from over. The masked assassin has fled. A shrill scream pierced the air, and a throng of players surged forward, forming lines, first in a V formation, then in a straight line. Chapter 52. The celebration party, the player known as Not Laughing, who had inexplicably fallen to level 20, stood motionless in the Thieves' Guild, utterly dazed, while surrounding players pointed and whispered. "Did you see that? The guy ranked 11th on the Thieves' Experience leaderboard has just been taken down to level 20. TSK. Seriously, why is he just standing there? Hurry up and come out. I want to see the masked assassin. Haha, I've already witnessed him twice. It's driving me insane." The players were visibly anxious, wishing for Not Laughing to emerge from the safety zone to meet his demise. Had it not been for the inability to make physical contact within the logout safety zone, the scenario that Gu Fei had previously hinted at, being forcibly ejected from the safety zone to be killed, might very well have transpired for Not Laughing. While the masked assassin did not arrive, the players' attention shifted to Wu Shijian and Feng Xing like Not Laughing. They were core members of the guild Zongheng Si Hai. However, those privy to the details knew that Zongheng Si Hai was initiated by Wu Shijian, Feng Xing, and a player named Dao Ingnianhua. Not Laughing was merely a latecomer. The two approached the crowd of onlookers and made their way directly to Not Laughing's side within the safety zone. "Not Laughing," Wu Shijian called out. Not Laughing looked up, his eyes a dull gray. "The Rebirth Purple Crystal people have contacted me," Wu Shijian stated. Not Laughing remained silent, listening intently. "They said they can return your Wind's Dark Whisper, but the condition is that you must leave the Zongheng Si Hai Guild." Wu Shijian's gaze bore into Not Laughing's. "What do you think?" The dullness in Not Laughing's eyes reignited. "That's easy enough. I'll withdraw from the guild first, and once I have the Wind's Dark Whisper, I'll rejoin." Wu Shijian's eyes widened in disbelief. What a despicable person Not Laughing was, able to concoct such a sordid scheme so swiftly. This trickster's nature was glaringly evident. Suddenly, Wu Shijian felt that removing such a character from the guild was undoubtedly worthwhile in terms of long-term benefits. That a person of poor character complicates everything. With this thought, he retrieved the Wind's Dark Whisper and tossed it to Not Laughing. "That will suffice," Wu Shijian said, already turning to leave with Feng Xing. "What does this mean?" Not Laughing was taken aback. He soon received his answer. System message. Due to repeated violations of guild rules, player Not Laughing has been expelled from the Zongheng Si Hai Guild, that we hope other guild members take heed. "Wu Shi, what do you mean?" Not Laughing bellowed. In moments of anger, people often resort to breaking things to vent, and Not Laughing raised his hand, but quickly remembered the Wind's Dark Whisper he had just retrieved and hastily retracted it into his pocket. "Damn!" Not Laughing roared. "Ugh!" A chorus of everyone was hoping Not Laughing would, in his frenzy, throw the Wind's Dark Whisper. Gu Fei, mingling among the spectators, was also rubbing his hands together. Having seen Not Laughing loitering in the safety zone for quite some time, he wondered if he would finally emerge jubilantly for a stroll now that he had reclaimed his precious dagger. However, after stowing the Wind's Dark Whisper safely, Not Laughing swiftly logged off. TCH. The crowd once again erupted in boos, and upon realizing there was no spectacle left to witness, they began to disperse. Gu Fei, feeling quite dejected, joined the scattering crowd and made his way to the Rebirth Purple Crystal Guild. Inside, a number of girls had already gathered, and Gu Fei guessed he was the last to arrive. As soon as he entered, he heard July joyfully announce, "Not Laughing has been kicked out of the Zongheng Si Hai Guild." The girls cheered, while Gu Fei stood alone in the corner, smiling, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Luo, thanks to the mercenary group you found, they were incredible." "Who are those people?" the girls curiously inquired. Luo sighed regretfully. "I only met their leader. The others remained hidden. They always masked their faces, seemingly not wanting to reveal their identities." July nodded. I initially wanted to thank them in person, especially that Mage among them, but it seems it's better not to trouble them. The girls expressed their disappointment, particularly Lai Lai, whose face was etched with unspoken regret. I wish I could know who that Mage is. Gu Fei listened quietly, maintaining his smile. However, the efforts he had covertly undertaken remained unknown to the girls. They only observed the surface. July continued clapping. Aside from the mercenary group brought by Luo Luo, we also owe a debt of gratitude. Thanks to him unexpectedly snatching, not laughing's exquisite dagger, we four managed to escape and gained a significant bargaining chip in our negotiations with Zongheng Si Hai. This time, the mood among the girls was not as exuberant as before. It was not that they harbored deep-seated grievances against Gu Fei. Rather, they had largely ignored him until now. Seeing that he had rendered substantial assistance, they felt a bit embarrassed to suddenly shift their enthusiasm. However, with exquisite equipment, one could also possess a personality. Lai Lai, who had always looked down upon Gu Fei, now boldly approached him, saying, "I didn't realize you were quite formidable." Gu Fei merely smiled, expressing a nonchalant gratitude towards Lai Lai's compliment. Lai Lai, feeling thwarted, turned away in disappointment. July sensed the atmosphere cooling and quickly added, "All right, let's put this incident behind us and continue enjoying the game." The girls clapped in agreement, then gathered in another corner to continue gossiping about the legendary masked assassin. "Thank you, July. Though I'm merely a temporary worker, I'm still part of the guild. It's only natural that we protect one another," Gu Fei replied with a smile. July struggled to find words. They had never regarded Gu Fei as a true member of the guild, nor did he seem to see himself as one. Yet, at this critical moment, the one who played the most significant role was precisely this so-called temporary worker. "Don't mind their attitudes. They're just, July momentarily faltered, unable to find the right words to express. As Gu Fei turned to exit, July suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Gu Fei turned back. Where's your straw hat? Weren't you always wearing it?" July inquired. That Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly responded, "Hey, I didn't know back then that you can't wear just any equipment. That thing isn't suitable for a mage at all, so I've discarded it." "Oh, leaving now?" Gu Fei waved his hand and departed from the guild. "What's up? Do you think Qian Li is the masked assassin?" After Gu Fei left, Luo Luo approached July. "I heard that the masked assassin wears a straw hat. Doesn't that sound like Qian Li?" July speculated. Indeed, moreover, Qian Li, like that person, also favors using daggers. During the incident with Xiao Yu, he wielded a dagger, Luo Luo noted. However, Luo Luo continued, Qian Li didn't actually defeat Xiao Yu last time. Had I not been there, he would have perished. Did he let Xiao Yu win on purpose? July queried. Hard to tell, Luo Luo replied. If he can't even defeat Xiao Yu, yet managed to dispatch, not laughing so swiftly, they certainly must not be the same person, July remarked. Who knows? Perhaps that assassin has seen Qian Li's ridiculous appearance and deliberately disguised himself to conceal his identity. Luo Luo suggested. Now that's quite humorous, July laughed. Regardless, the likelihood of it being Qian Li is indeed quite substantial, Luo Luo concluded. We'll surely have the chance to meet again. July said that as Gu Fei departed from Rebirth Purple Crystal, he too had become aware of this dilemma. Given his consistently ostentatious, it was truly vexing. He decided it was best to consult with the Han family's young master about this matter. Just as he was pondering, a message from Han family's young master arrived. How did it go with the assassin? Not laughing logged off, Gu Fei replied. You've already done this 10 times. You should take a break. Come back to the tavern. There's something important, the Han family's young master urged. What's the matter? Gu Fei inquired. Dividing the spoils, Han family's young master stated. Oh, I'll be right there, Gu Fei responded. At the Xiao Lei Tavern, the 5 gathered around, awaiting Gu Fei, with 10 bulging coin pouches piled on the table, resembling a small mountain. Open them and pour them out, Yutian Shinming urged, his voice trembling. 1,000 gold coins. It must look magnificent when piled together. I want to see. Pathetic, the other 4 criticized while swallowing hard. How much did we earn from the last mission? Yutian Shinming asked. Two 10 gold coins. Qianli took 60 gold coins, leaving us each with 30 gold coins. Han family's young master replied. This time, it's astonishingly more. That the women of Rebirth Purple Crystal are truly wealthy. Qianli indeed contributed significantly this time. How about he takes half, and the remaining half is split among the 5 of us? Han family's young master proposed. That's fair, Jian Gui nodded. 500 gold coins, Yu Tian Xinming said, looking dazed. 100 is no small amount. Be content, Zhang Wushang remarked. At least we can finally upgrade to a slightly better weapon. Yu Ge scanned the group. Currently, the only exquisite items among us are Jian Gui's Frost Memory and Yu Tian's Haiyue Divine Bow, right? What I have can hardly be considered exquisite. It's just a bow with slightly higher attack power. Jian Gui's is truly exceptional, with a 30 critical hit rate, that if my bow had that attribute, I could dominate the battlefield. Yu Tian Xinming boasted. Be discreet. The King of Assassins is right behind you, Zhang Wushang said, patting Yu Tian Xinming on the back. While Yu Tian Xinming turned around to find Gu Fei standing behind him, having just lifted the curtain. Chapter 53 Surprise Face. Assassin, oh assassin. Ah, King of Assassins, you have returned. Please take a seat, Yu Tian Xinming exclaimed, leaping to his feet and offering his place to Gu Fei. Gu Fei affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, such a good boy. Wow, that's quite a sum of money. Gu Fei immediately noticed the table brimming with money bags upon taking his seat. Qianli, how do you propose we divide this? Han's young master inquired with a calculating glint in his eye. It is said that familiarity breeds comfort. If last time Gu Fei's suggestion of an equal split had left them somewhat hesitant, this time they would undoubtedly acquiesce without hesitation. None present were innocents, although Jian Gui could sometimes be excessively earnest. However, when Han's young master spoke, a glance was exchanged, and whether Jian Gui comprehended it or not, he remained silent. Oh, allow me to explain. Gu Fei began, meeting the eager gazes of the others as he raised a finger to tally. The objective is to not smile. We have slain a total of 10 times, of which I was responsible for 8, and Jian Gui for 2, dealt with 10 money bags here. That means Jian Gui receives 2, and I take 8, correct? Yes, indeed, I support that, Jian Gui affirmed. Support your mother. Han's young master retorted angrily. Communicating through glances is so outdated. Gu Fei mocked Han's young master. We all use private messages. Curse you two scoundrels. Han's young master continued to berate them. All right, let us just split it evenly. You've all worked hard today, Gu Fei generously declared. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Yu Tian Xinming pounced like a starving tiger, snatching away 2 money bags. The others quickly followed suit, and Gu Fei felt a surge of accomplishment, astonished at how affluent these girls from July truly were. Considering the current exchange rate for purchasing equipment with renminbi at the trading center, and then selling those items for game currency at the auction house, 1 gold coin in the game was roughly equivalent to about 10 yuan. After all, this was the early stage of the game, and the production of gold coins was still relatively low. Even renminbi warriors found it challenging to save up gold coins, as players typically acquired higher-priced equipment from the trading center. Once players purchased such equipment with renminbi, selling it back for game currency proved exceedingly difficult due to the exorbitant prices that in this scenario. Managing to save up 1,000 gold coins was truly remarkable. It was evident that they had purchased numerous low-priced items and gradually sold them for game currency. Achieving this required extraordinary determination. Once Gu Fei had savored the moment long enough, he suddenly realized that not a single money bag remained on the table. Hey, information expert Yu Gu interjected. There are 6 of us, and the money was divided into 10 bags. Pour it out and divide it, Gu Fei suggested. 1,000 divided by 6 doesn't yield a whole number. Everyone wore expressions of great discomfort. Just as Gu Fei was about to erupt, the leader Han's young master spoke up. No need. The division is just perfect as it is. What kind of joke is this? I don't have a single penny. Gu Fei exclaimed. Did you forget? Han's young master replied nonchalantly. You drank here yesterday, and the tab was 200 gold coins. That conveniently served as a deposit for our business. I already covered your bar bill. 200 gold coins? What on earth did you drink? Chinli, everyone gasped. That is not right. That day, you Gu and I only had 4 drinks total, so the bill should be. Hey, where's you go? Why is he missing? Gu Fei scanned the surroundings. This needs to be clarified. I'll go fetch him. Zhang Wushang rose and exited. After waiting with no sign of return, Yu Tian Shunming slapped his thigh. Ah, those 2 old foxes must be in cahoots. I'll go retrieve them. Just as Yu Tian Shunming left, Han's young master stood up. Hey, you all better behave yourselves. Come back. As he was about to step outside, a wave of heat swept across his face, prompting him to quickly dodge. Gu Fei's flame baptism was already positioned at the doorway. Nice blade, Han's young master remarked with a grin. I've made 8 strikes today without a smile. Gu Fei commented as he gazed at his blade. To use a term from the NBA, my hand, Xiaolei, bring the drinks. Get the most expensive. Put it on my tab. Gu Fei added. Am I afraid of you? Bring me 2 bottles. Han's young master shouted. Xiaolei swiftly entered with 2 bottles. Such business was rare. 1 bottle cost 120 gold coins. 2 bottles totaled 240 that Han's young master readily tossed a money bag onto the table, laughing. Now I'm broke too. What can you do about it? Ha! Let us go all out and pretend we're both poor. Gu Fei smiled faintly. Then, in a flash, he snatched the 2 bottles from the table and tucked them under his arm. Hey, what are you doing? That's greedy. How uncouth. Han's young master exclaimed. The Jiu Fei beamed, extending his hand to catch Xiaolei, who was about to leave with the money. Xiaolei, how about I sell you one of these bottles for 100 gold coins? Xiaolei was taken aback, as was Han's young master. Would you not seize such a lucrative deal? Gu Fei said with a grin. Xiaolei suddenly smiled, relinquishing 2 money bags, which Gu Fei deftly caught as he stuffed the 2 bottles into Xiaolei's arms. Let us go. Gu Fei stood up, offered a salute to Han's young master. Damn it, damn it. Han's young master, half awake, howled in frustration. Players outside the room overheard and curiously inquired. Xiaolei, has your tavern started offering adult services? Forget it. Jian Gue consoled Han's young master. I'll buy you a drink. Good brother. Han's young master clapped Jian Gui's shoulder. Xiaolei the best. No asking for the most expensive. Jian Gui's dagger embedded itself into the table as he slowly stated. 2 bottles for 240 gold coins. I don't have enough money. Bring me 2 of the second most expensive. Han's young master shouted. That night, the legendary wine god, Han's young master, cried while drinking, he truly is an assassin. After leaving the tavern, Gu Fei ventured to the leveling area to hunt monsters for a while. Just as he had experienced previously, the erratic damage of flame baptism greatly impacted his rhythm. While engaging with several NPCs, he encountered numerous perilous situations. For him, this was a rare opportunity for training. In the game, there is no physical training. The body's responses, strength, and other attributes are not determined by human will, but rather influenced by game data. Training in the game could be said to concentrate in the mind. In various situations. Determining the most appropriate strategy requires instant judgment, to counterattack or to evade, which enemy to retaliate against. In which direction to maneuver while dodging? All of these decisions must be made in an instant. How does one choose the most correct and effective path from multiple options? Some say it relies on intuition. Indeed, but intuition can be divided into two kinds. One is called talent. The other, experience. That Gu Fei did not dare to claim he possessed great talent, as such a scenario was unlikely to occur in reality. However, he could certainly accumulate experience effectively. Eyes follow hands, and hands follow eyes. Eyes refer to the instantaneous insights, judgments, and decisions made. This practice can be cultivated both in and out of the game. Yet outside the game, Gu Fei could never have so many practical opportunities. As for hands, outside the game, they could only be used to exercise the body, while in the game, they relied on attribute points and equipment, making it considerably simpler. At this moment, Gu Fei's efficiency in monster hunting had slightly declined, and a moment of carelessness could lead to his demise. Any ordinary player would not choose to continue in such a precarious situation. But Gu Fei was different. After all, his purpose in playing the game was entirely distinct from that of ordinary players. To him, this practice held more value than simply leveling up a few times and adding points. The fluctuating attack damage compelled Gu Fei's previously mechanical and stable rhythm to adjust according to the 30 chance of effect, making monster hunting more delightful and full of uncertainty. Of course, this was true solely for Gu Fei. An ordinary player might opt to solo one monster at a time or switch equipment, never willingly facing such risks. After over an hour of hunting, Gu Fei concluded today's gaming session. However, the legend he created continued to thrive. Before Gu Fei could complete his pursuit of not smiling, the incident had already erupted on the game forum. As the chase progressed, updates flowed in continuously, ultimately the actions taken on this day, resulting in the loss of 10 levels, sparked intense discussions among players, with opinions varying widely. Those fervently passionate about PK naturally dismissed such behavior, their sentiments encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. Conversely, players who were perpetually anxious about everything expressed multifaceted concerns, lamenting the fostering of violent tendencies. The game had devolved into a mere PK arena. Some even began to worry whether this would lead. Many others, keen to witness the spectacle, eagerly anticipated that upon the return of Not Smiling the following day, the chase would resume. Regardless, players unanimously agreed on 2 points. First, this assassin was incredibly impressive. As it was rumored, he was merely a mage who had managed to reduce a rogue to such a state through melee combat. Truly remarkable. Second, Not Smiling was utterly foolish, for everyone knew he was being hunted. He wasn't even a match for his pursuer, yet he stubbornly remained online and ended up losing 10 levels. Definitely foolish. Chapter 54. troubles after the PK upon logging off. Gu Fei suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Given the extensive hours he dedicated to gaming daily, it was surprising for an ordinary individual to feel exhausted. Yet, it was evident that this day had been exceptionally eventful for him. The relentless pursuit, the tension of battle following the baptism of flames, and the heightened focus had all contributed to a mental drain several times greater than usual. Now that he had left the game, a slight relaxation of his nerves made the fatigue undeniable. Being a master of online gaming was no easy feat. Gu Fei contemplated the relentless battles waged by the sword wield. It was apparent that such reclusive individuals who spent day and night entrenched in gaming could hardly compare physically to someone like him, and it was commendable that they exerted themselves so fervently. After a night of rest, Gu Fei did not rush to log back in the following day. Instead, he casually browsed the official game forum. Undeniably, Gu Fei was a formidable fighter within the game, yet in other aspects he remained quite inexperienced, as he was merely a novice. The baptism of flames effectively complemented his offensive capabilities, providing a decent training environment. However, during critical moments, the inconsistent application of this spell could prove to be quite detrimental. Should that be achievable, he could confidently declare himself a stable high-damage assassin. Regrettably, current research within the game regarding spell application was primarily focused on debuffs, such as slow effects from freezing damage or paralysis. As for fire-based enhancements, the mana constraints of melee classes rendered the choice of fire spells less appealing than opting for poison damage. The extent of poison damage varied with different equipment and was entirely independent of mana capacity, and it could inflict continuous damage. Provided the equipment was not subpar, surpassing fire damage was relatively straightforward. Moreover, an essential prerequisite for spell application was that it must originate from a normal attack. While this could be overlooked during routine leveling, it became crucial during genuinely challenging battles, such as PK events or boss challenges, where skills were the decisive factor in determining victory. Consequently, fire spells, being purely output damage enhancements, were further devalued and dismissed as worthless by players. Naturally, worthless items attracted no. He did learn that, aside from weapons, rings, necklaces, and badges could potentially possess spell application attributes. Equipment within the game was categorized into various slots: headgear, body armor, belts, shoes. Despite Gu Fei's monster hunting endeavors, his fingers and neck remained bare, indicating the low drop rates for accessories that as for the straw hat and boots he donned, they were not particularly inferior. They simply did not suit a mage, which led to ridicule from figures like Han Jiagongzi. After some deliberation, Gu Fei concluded that he should check for any available accessories that could enhance fire spells, and also, having surveyed these matters, Gu Fei returned to the forum's homepage, where he stumbled upon the most popular pinned post: Close Combat Mages of Cloud City, slaying one every 10 steps, leaving no trace. The narrative detailed the events of Gu Fei's relentless pursuit of Bu Xiao in Cloud City yesterday. The origins of the incident had been meticulously unraveled by the astute gossipmongers, yet those details paled in significance compared to the focus on Bu Xiao's 10 deaths. The information was compiled from various eyewitness accounts, and Gu Fei, as the primary participant, could attest to its accuracy. Discussions surrounding the incident primarily revolved around two aspects. The first was the moral dimension. Since the event's inception, this topic had been fervently debated on the forum that Gu Fei casually skimmed through differing opinions, finding them unworthy of consideration. He bore no guilt regarding the matter that Bu Xiao had deceived Qiyu first, and his subsequent downfall was merely the result of Shi Xiao Tian's penchant for trickery, having no connection to Qiyu. Moreover, Bu Xiao's continued harassment of Qiyu within the game made it all the more justifiable for Gu Fei to take action against him. The tumultuous threads on the forum hardly affected Gu Fei's state of mind. The subsequent discussions focused on the technical aspects. The notion of a mage pursuing a rogue through close combat seemed fantastical. With numerous players having witnessed the live broadcast, one post specifically opened a portal lead. This thread promptly presented a comprehensive overview of Gu Fei's entire equipment set, indicating the multitude of players who had employed appraisal skills on him. However, soon the conversation veered off topic as users began to debate the origins of Eddie's emblem. With a singular attribute of 6, the cumulative total of 5 attributes reached 30, making it the most formidable equipment enhancement currently available. Reading this, Gu Fei felt a jolt of alarm. Had he not encountered this post, Eddie's emblem would have unequivocally revealed the identity of the masked assassin. Among the players currently known in the game, Chi Yu and her companions had likely utilized appraisal skills on him. If they were to see this post, his identity would be at risk of exposure. However, he hoped they would refrain from disclosing it to Gu Fei steadied himself and continued to scroll down. After several posts, the discussion returned to Gu Fei's tactics. Thanks to the numerous materials provided by viewers, Gu Fei's character traits became evident. Agility-focused stat allocation, spell application damage. The swift strikes combined with spell attacks allowed Gu Fei to swiftly eliminate the fragile. Following this, many experts conducted a feasibility analysis of such a character, each presenting their own opinions and engaging in vigorous debate. The Gu Fei noted a user named Gui Tong, who asserted that the rogue's strength had been suppressed by the all-agility mage, and as a fragile class, he appeared feeble under the mage's physical and spell damage. Had the opponent been a tanky character with high Furthermore, few players donned magical defense gear, which would severely diminish the effectiveness of spell damage-based attacks. Additionally, Gui Tong highlighted a detail that had largely gone unnoticed. Although Bu Xiao had been killed 10 times, the first incident, when Bu Xiao was at his peak level of 30, had seemingly gone unseen. The second incident, occurring when Bu Xiao was at level 29, involved a rogue's assassination. It was only after Bu Xiao had lost those 2 levels that the mage had initiated his attacks. Did this not suggest that, at Bu Xiao's zenith, the mage lacked certainty in defeating him? This analysis was quite reasonable, that if applied to an ordinary player, it would align perfectly. However, Gu Fei's skills had been overlooked. He had swiftly dispatched Bu Xiao in just a few strikes, making it difficult for non-experts to discern the deeper intricacies of the combat. After reading through all the replies, Gu Fei felt disheartened. He had hoped for a comprehensive examination of his character type within the thread. But, as was often the case in such discussions, it devolved into disputes, mutual ridicule, and ultimately faded into obscurity. Gu Fei realized he would have to undertake his own research to carve out a path suitable for his mage. Upon exiting the forum, Gu Fei logged back into the game. The first thing he did was remove Eddie's emblem. With the growing attention on his masked identity, he feared that if an idle player happened to use an appraisal skill on him, his identity would be instantly exposed. He hurried toward the auction house, hoping to acquire a more common outfit for disguise. To his surprise, the auction house was unusually chaotic. Gu Fei found himself unable to perform any actions within it, and the working NPCs stubbornly refused to acknowledge him. Confused, Gu Fei repeatedly attempted to interact, becoming increasingly flustered. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "What are you doing here?" Gu Fei turned around to find Yu Gu, a fortunate encounter with an expert, and quickly posed his question. Yu Gu stared at him in disbelief. "We were just discussing how reckless you are. Turns out you didn't know the PK rules." "What do you mean?" Gu Fei inquired urgently. Yu Gu explained, "In the game, every time you kill a player, you accumulate 1 PK point. Initially, some NPCs will cease to assist you, and you'll lose 2 levels. If your PK points reach 10, all NPCs in the city will stop serving you, and you'll lose 3 levels. At 20 points, NPC guards and patrols will hunt you down, resulting in a 4-level loss upon death, and if captured, you'll lose 2 levels and be imprisoned. At 30 points, NPCs will execute you on the spot. You can turn yourself in. Serving time reduces your PK points by 1 point per hour. Alternatively, you can roam outside, which reduces it by 1 point every 2 hours," Yu Gu advised. "Who would choose to go to prison?" "It's just not being able to buy things. What's the big deal?" Gu Fei retorted. Yu Gu nodded. "It seems there's something even more important you might not be aware of." "What is it?" "There is a quest in the game called A Wanted Quest, refreshed daily. The targets are players with PK points. You can accept it as an individual or as part of a mercenary group, and the rewards depend on the PK points of the captured criminal. Given your notoriety yesterday, you're surely at the top of today's wanted list." Gu Fei was astonished. He had not anticipated that engaging in a skirmish within the game would lead to such a multitude of complications. Chapter 55, number 27149, inch having appeared on this wanted list. Has my identity not already been exposed? Gu Fei inquired. As long as you do not get caught, it will suffice, Yu Gu replied. Will my name not be disclosed? Gu Fei asked. No. Yu Gu shook his head. Your current designation is that of a wanted criminal, XXXX. I see. Players who accept a wanted mission will have their coordinates updated every 5 minutes in the task list. Therefore, as long as you calculate the time correctly and make a significant move every 5 minutes, it will not be easy for them to locate you, Yu Gu explained. That makes sense. I must set off at once. Gu Fei glanced at the time. He had already been online for nearly 5 minutes. What do you need to purchase? I can assist you, Yu Gu said as he approached the auction house's trading window. Oh, I need a robe suitable for a level 30 mage, and let us see if there are any necklaces, rings, or emblems with fire attack probability. I want one of each, Gu Fei replied. With a stoic expression, Yu Gu departed from the trading window, stating, Time is of the essence. We must be on our way. Gu Fei. The two exited the auction house and hurried toward the city gates. They had not ventured far when they heard a commotion of hurried footsteps behind them. Turning around, they spotted several players rushing towards the auction house. They can't possibly be coming for me, Gu Fei exclaimed in shock. With so many people around, it's likely that someone with keen eyes might discover your presence to them. You are merely an individual marked by a number, unmistakably obvious, Yu Gu warned. All right, let's just hurry out of the city. There are too many eyes here, Gu Fei replied, quickening his pace towards the exit. Yu Gu could not keep up with Gu Fei's speed and could only call out from behind, Be careful. Without looking back, Gu Fei waved his hand in acknowledgement. Yu Gu turned back alone to the auction house, where numerous players were conducting searches, with new arrivals joining the fray intermittently. Yu Gu realized he had somewhat underestimated the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that Gu Fei could attract so many pursuers. The human curiosity truly knows no bounds. After leaving the auction house, Yu Gu contacted the members of the Han family. Upon hearing the news, they were all taken aback. What? That guy doesn't know the PK rules? This fool? Let's convene a meeting. Han Jiagongzi, the team leader, was the first to criticize Gu Fei, then summoned everyone to meet at their usual spot, the Shaolei Tavern. Meanwhile, the Swift Fengxing had rushed to find their guild leader, Wu Shizhijian. The opportunity has arrived. Fengxing nearly burst through the doors of the Zongheng Sihai Guild, that Wu Shizhijian was in the midst of conversing with a few female guild members when Fengxing's sudden interruption caused him to frown slightly and respond in a low voice. How many times must I say it? Remain calm in the face of events. Do not panic. The masked killer has been placed on the wanted list. Fengxing shouted. He has attacked Bu Xiao so many times. Naturally, he would be wanted. Wu Shizhijian, how could he end up on the wanted list? After attacking Bu Xiao so many times, did he not turn himself into service time? With everyone pursuing him, his identity is bound to be exposed. What was the point of being masked before? Fengxing, speak. Wu Shizhijian's urgency now starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor in the guild. I don't know either. I just heard that a PK value 15 criminal has emerged from the wanted mission, and I thought there could be no one else but him, Fengxing confessed. Let us go check it out. Wu Shizhijian strode purposefully toward the wanted mission distribution point. The window for issuing wanted missions was bustling with activity. Wu Shizhijian scanned the area and immediately recognized many leaders from other guilds in Yunduan City that he could easily guess their intentions. They wished to befriend this ruthless individual, ideally bringing him closer to their own guild. That in fact, Wu Shizhijian harbored similar thoughts. However, there was no need to overthink it at the moment. With so many individuals present, it remained uncertain who would ultimately gain the advantage. Wu Shizhijian turned his attention to the wanted list. The information on the mass killer was prominently displayed. PK value 15, number 27149. Meanwhile, those still in the hall were not in a rush to accept the mission. They believed Gu Fei would undoubtedly, whenever they spotted a mage, their eyes would light up, only to be met with disappointment shortly thereafter. No wonder he hasn't turned himself in. Doing so would be a dead end. Wu Shizhi Jin muttered to himself. Numerous mages had come and gone. Yet number 27149 remained at the top of the list. In a corner of the hall, the three young ladies, Chi Yu, Luo, and Lai, a novice robe. Lai exclaimed for the 17th time, pointing at a player. After using her appraisal skill, Luo sighed. Lai, a skilled player does not necessarily have to be handsome. That's merely your one-sided belief. You shouldn't assume that every attractive mage you see is him. The one you just pointed at is only level 12. Oh, how long have we been here? Chi Yu asked. Almost half an hour, Luo replied. Does this person not intend to turn himself in? Chi Yu voiced the truth. Surely not. With a PK value of 15, he would need to remain outside for 30 hours without logging off. If he does log off, he risks being discovered on the way back to the safe zone. Any player who has accepted a wanted mission can be attacked even in a safe area, Luo explained. Then why has he not shown himself yet? Chi Yu glanced at the wanted list. Perhaps he anticipates that many will be waiting for him to turn himself in, deliberately stalling in some location. Luo suggested. Oh, then let us wait a little longer. Everyone shared this sentiment, patiently waiting until an hour had passed. This. Oh, it's a priest. Lai pointed at a figure and began to shout again. Luo followed Lai's gaze and her eyes brightened. Gently tugging at the two, she whispered, "That person is Han Jia Gongzi." After circling the task hall, Han Jia Gongzi quickly departed. Luo pulled Chi Yu and Lai, stealthily following behind him. Han Jia Gongzi walked at a leisurely pace. After crossing 2 streets, he arrived at a secluded spot, suddenly turning around. The 3 girls quickly shrank back into a corner. What are you hiding for? Come out. There are still people watching you from behind. Han Jia Gongzi called out. Don't move. He is definitely trying to deceive us. The girls stared in disbelief. Lai turned to look back, more perplexed than ever. Did you hear someone speaking? Chi Yu stood upright, gazing at the empty air behind her, sighing. It's a rogue, lurking behind us. Can you come out now? Han Jia Gongzi continued to. With no choice, the 3 girls stepped out from their hiding spot. Lai waved her fists and feet at the air, hitting nothing. Be more cautious. You even have an eye on your back, Luo remarked. However, Han Jia Gongzi paid her no mind, coldly stating, It seems our dealings concluded yesterday. It has concluded, but perhaps new transactions could still arise, Luo countered. We have no time at present, Han Jia Gongzi replied. Oh, are you busy with something? Han Jia Gongzi smiled faintly. What do you think? This matter arose because of us. If there's anything you need assistance with, we will not decline, Chi Yu said earnestly. Miss, this is now entirely our own affair, and you need not concern yourself with it. Please stow away your curiosity and return promptly, Han Jia Gongzi said as he turned to leave. Han Jia Gongzi, Lai suddenly shouted. Han Jia Gongzi halted his steps. We know your name and your appearance. Are you not afraid we will expose you? Lai challenged. Lai. Chi Yu and Luo were clearly taken aback by her boldness. Are you threatening? What I mean is, if your identity is known to us, why can't we meet others? We will certainly keep it a secret, Lai insisted. Han Jia Gongzi chuckled, pointing at Chi Yu. Ask your guild leader. She might understand my intentions. Chi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Do not follow me any longer. I have a bad temper, and my mood is not good right now. I can easily become hostile. Here is a friendly reminder. Do not think about taking on the mission to see this person's true face. He is brutal and merciless, treating everyone the same. He is a genuine killer. Han Jiagongzi's last few words were spoken through gritted teeth, filled with resentment, before he left without looking back. What a conceited person. Lai Lai scolded. Miss, it is ill-mannered to speak ill of others behind their backs. A voice emerged from the air. How is there still someone here? Lai Lai fumed, stamping her foot. Get lost, you voyeur. She swung her fists at the air. Let us go, Lai Lai. Chiyu urged, pulling her away. Should we accept the mission, Sister Chiyu? Luo asked. Yes, Chiyu declared resolutely, but not to uncover his true identity. Rather, to see if there is any way we can assist. Chapter 56. The speed squad outside the Cloud City. Gu Fei had been drifting for an hour. After some reflection, he calculated that his PK value should be 15 points. According to UGE's assertion, it would require 30 hours online to cleanse it. This duration must not be interrupted by players who have accepted bounty missions, or else he would be compelled to return to confinement for another 15 hours. It is imperative to emphasize that these would be 15 utterly unproductive hours, as in a holographic online game. Players cannot simply log off to watch a movie. Therefore, Gu Fei was resolute in his decision to wander in the wilderness. As he walked, Gu Fei harvested the monsters along his path, while maintaining constant movement. He had yet to encounter any peril. Only once did he hear voices in the distance, but for reasons unknown, it seemed that a confrontation had erupted among that group. Presumably, two factions of enemies had clashed, leaving Gu Fei disregarded and effectively donating himself to the wanted list. However, as time passed, Gu Fei began to feel the weight of a considerable number of players had previously speculated that Gu Fei would inevitably turn himself in, thus remaining in the bounty task hall, lying in wait. Consequently, the number of players pursuing Gu Fei was still relatively few. Yet, after more than an hour, the number 27,149 continued to dominate the leaderboard, and many began to adopt new strategies. Numerous guilds and mercenary groups formally commenced their hunt for Gu Fei, with among them, the most formidable force remained the first guild of Cloud City, Zongheng Sihai. The core members Wu Shizhi Jian, Feng Xing, and Dao Ing Nianhua arrived at the outskirts with a substantial contingent. Just moments prior, Gu Fei had vanished from this very coordinate, and the area was now teeming with players, each searching in their own direction according to their plans. The crowd is truly... Even if we could leave some traces, they would be utterly obliterated, Dao Ing Nianhua remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the bustling players around. How shall we proceed? Wu Shizhi Jian inquired. Assuming he is a fully agile level 30. Furthermore, according to the information displayed on the forum, his equipment includes Eddie's emblem, which grants an additional 6 points in agility, bringing his total to 186 points. The Mage's agility growth remains unaffected by any bonuses or reductions. When accounting for his lightweight boots, which enhance his speed by 5, his final velocity increases to 6.51 meters per second. That if he sprints at full capacity in a straight line towards the next coordinate, the distance to that point should be approximately 1,953 meters. The human eye can discern distances of about 2,000 meters, so as long as the line of sight is unobstructed, we should be able to see him, remarked Reflective Years. And what about now? At present, there remain 3 minutes and 47 seconds until the coordinates refresh, and he is at most 1477. 77 meters away from here. Everyone, look in the direction. Have you spotted the silhouette of someone running? Dao Ing Nianhua remarked with a smile. The crowd immediately began to scan their surroundings. None is it. Therefore, the only possible routes he could have chosen are the Misty Forest or the Wulong Mountain Range. Dao Ing Nianhua gestured towards the two regions. At his speed, most people can see him but cannot catch up. Henceforth, those with full agility stats, follow me. Dao Ing Nianhua declared that a few individuals from the crowd stepped forward, either rogues or archers. Oh, I forgot to... Instantly, 2 more withdrew. If there are archers with agility over 150, they may join as well, Dowing Nianhua called out. One person raised their hand and joined the ranks. Dowing Nianhua appraised the three. Let us proceed. Damn. Does that mean we are out of the picture? Feng Xing stared in disbelief as the 6 individuals swiftly made their way towards Wulong Mountain. Dowing is correct. If that mage simply runs, we are at a disadvantage. Wu Shizhijin mused, stroking his heavy armor. No, I cannot swallow this frustration. I will go for a walk. Perhaps luck will be on my side, and I'll stumble upon him. Feng Xing clenched his fists and dashed away alone. Everyone, do not disperse. If you spot 27,149, do not reveal yourselves. Act as if you are unaware, and if possible, encircle him discreetly. Understood? The crowd, as long as we do not lose our direction, we shall catch up to him shortly, Dowing Nianhua stated. The others nodded in agreement. Yet the archer with 150 agility had already fallen a few meters behind the 5 ahead. It seems unnecessary to bring him along, the 4 with full agility murmured among themselves. Dowing Nianhua smiled and said, one more person adds to our strength. Although he is slightly slower than us, he can still contend with that mage. With that, he beckoned to the archer. Keep up. The archer nodded in response. The group quickly arrived at the newly refreshed coordinates, which marked a fork in the mountain path. Turning left led to Wulong Cave, while continuing straight would take them further along the Wulong mountain range. With the ultimate, we will inevitably catch up. That I doubt he would choose such a monotonous path. He must be heading to Wulong Cave. We shall first venture into Wulong Cave, and if the coordinates are incorrect later, we can return to pursue him. After all, there are only these 2 paths, Dowing Nianhua suggested. What if he backtracks? One inquired. Then he would surely run into others pursuing the coordinates. He cannot be that foolish, can he? The coordinates refresh every 5 minutes. Would he dare to retrace his steps? Dowing Nianhua chuckled. Let us move swiftly. Time is of the essence. The group turned left, racing along the path to Wulong Cave. They continued to chase until they reached the cave entrance, yet still saw no sign of Gu Fei. Dowing Nianhua glanced at the time and remarked calmly, if we have not gone astray, then he must. Choosing this location to hide and evade pursuers is indeed astute, and it also provides opportunities for monster farming and leveling. However, he has underestimated the number of players pursuing him. There are now enough players to easily sweep through the entire Wulong Cave that if he is burrowed inside, is it not a dead end for him? Dowing Nianhua mused, though his expression betrayed concern. Yet, this means our team's speed advantage may no longer be of use. What shall we do then? Wait for the main force? Someone queried. Of course not. We have gained such a significant lead. We must enter the cave, Dowing Nianhua commanded, gesturing for the others to follow him inside. After progressing for a while, the coordinates refreshed again. Dowing Nianhua glanced at them and suddenly laughed. How clever! I now comprehend this fellow's intentions. What do you mean? Someone nearby asked. Had we not entered Wulong Cave ahead of time, but rather followed the coordinates he left behind, we would have likely lost track, one inside the cave and one outside, each with its own coordinates. However, when displayed, the coordinates are not marked, which should be considered an oversight. Those still outside the cave, upon seeing these coordinates, will be scouring the entirety of Wulong Mountain. I assure you, they will find nothing, Dowing Nianhua chuckled. This fellow must have relaxed his guard by now. Everyone, let us hasten, Dowing Nianhua urged. The 6 began to move deeper. They soon discovered that nearly all the monsters along the way had been cleared by Gu Fei. Dowing Nianhua was overjoyed. Indeed, he has acted as though nothing is amiss and has begun farming monsters. It will not be long before we catch up to him. Everyone, be prepared for battle. Hee hee, with the monsters cleared so thoroughly, does that not indicate a path for us? The six pursued the coordinates left behind by Gu Fei, advancing along the trail of cleared monsters. At that moment, another set of coordinates refreshed, and Dowing Nianhua was taken aback after reviewing them. What's wrong? Let us continue. These coordinates are incorrect. Dowing Nianhua exclaimed. How so? There are still traces of him battling monsters along the route. How could he have traversed such a distance while clearing monsters? Dowing Nianhua articulated. Then what is happening? There must be another. How do we access it? The group inquired, as they had never leveled up in this area before. I do not know. I have never heard of it. Dowing Nianhua frowned. Let us proceed along the path. Surely, the traces of his monster clearing cannot be wrong, one suggested. The corpses of small monsters strewn about undoubtedly indicated Gu Fei's direction of progress. We have no choice, everyone, search around. Dowing Nianhua instructed. The group dispersed, and one individual quickly made a discovery, excitedly shouting, There is a secret passage over here. What? Dowing Nianhua. Lifting the iron plate revealed a passageway tall enough for a person to enter. Rogue, infiltrate and investigate. Dowing Nianhua directed, but a rogue slipped into the passage, and after a moment, sent back a message. Indeed, this is the previous coordinate. He came through here. Quickly pursue. Dowing Nianhua leaped into the passage, followed closely by the others. Ah! When it was the turn of the last individual, a sudden scream pierced the air. The response was the heavy thud of the iron plate being replaced above them. This is bad. The five in the cave were struck with panic as they rushed towards the entrance. Indeed, the exit had been sealed shut once more. A forceful push revealed it was locked in place. It's a trap. Dowing Nianhua stood in shock. Chapter 57. The escape reflecting on the past. Nianhua realized he had been deceived, yet he could not fathom when it had all begun. Was the cunning ploy conceived when the adversary entered the Wulong cave and discovered pursuing foes behind them? Or had they intentionally maneuvered them in this direction from the outset? Is it unyielding? Nianhua inquired. The despondent thief, having given up all attempts, nodded sorrowfully. Who was missing? Nianhua surveyed the four individuals within the cave. Yu Qian did not enter, one replied. It seems he was ambushed. How could he still kill? Another person expressed astonishment. It's precisely because he has 15 points that he is indifferent to gaining or losing just one more. Nianhua retorted. That is not right. In the guild, Yu Qian is still level 30. He hasn't perished. One made a new discovery. Hurry, message him, several urged. I'm still alive. He struck me once and locked this iron door before fleeing. Yu Qian Shinming replied. How are we to open it? Yu Qian Shinming inquired. That scoundrel can access this secret passage. He possesses the key. Quickly summon someone to pursue him. Nianhua shouted, simultaneously frantically broadcasting the news that Gu Fei was in the Wulong Cave across the guild channel. At that moment, Gu Fei had already emerged from the Wulong Cave, side by side with Yutian Shinming. "Your last cry of ah was poorly executed," Gu Fei remarked. Indeed, I felt the same. I was so inclined to laugh that my on nearly transformed into aha. "Am I not suffering?" Yutian Shinming responded. The two hastened down the mountain path, where several figures appeared at the intersection ahead. "How goes it?" Yu Gu approached to him. "He is sorely mistaken." Han Jia Gongzi scoffed, turning to Gu Fei with a stern expression. "Why did you not adhere completely to the coordinates I provided?" "Nonsense. The coordinates you set either led to a pit or were laden with protruding stone spikes." "Is that even a place one can stand? Were you intentionally trying to lead me to my demise?" Gu Fei countered. "Enough. There is no time. Let us proceed to the next step." Jian Gui interjected. Upon mentioning the next step, Gu Fei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Must we go?" "We must," Han Jia Gongzi insisted resolutely. "Hey, are you attempting to set me up again?" Gu Fei expressed his skepticism. Han Jia Gongzi coldly stated, "This is undoubtedly the optimal plan. Evade those who are tailing you closely and follow this path along the Wulong mountain range, and no one will be able to catch up with you." "How long until the coordinates were—" "Even the fastest among them would take at least 10 minutes to reach our location." "That is not right," Yutian Shinming suddenly exclaimed. "Why would they take 10 minutes? After running for 5 minutes, the Yutian Shinming was left speechless. "But what about the third set of coordinates?" Han Jia Gongzi grimaced. "If they do not persist in reaching the second coordinates and instead change their route upon receiving the third, then they can only backtrack. But by that time, Chinli will have a fourth set of coordinates." "Precisely," Han Jia Gongzi nodded. "But they still must return to the location of the second set of coordinates to continue their pursuit." The time wasted in this back and forth is incalculable, and I must express my admiration for anyone who would continue to chase at this point. "How tragic," Yutian Shenming lamented. "There is something even more tragic. Oh heavens, do you not think I have gone too far?" The group turned to see Zongheng Sihai, assembling a substantial force, hastily making their way up the mountain path under the leadership of Wushi Jijian. "Oh, I must also lead them to rescue Nianhua from the secret passage." "I merely meant it as a suggestion. I think I have already forgotten how to navigate to the entrance of the secret passage," Yutian Shinming said, waving goodbye to the four. "I'm off." With that, he turned and dashed down the mountain path, shouting as he ran, "Boss! It's bad. Nianhua and the others are trapped in the tunnel. Shall we go as well?" The four began their descent along the mountain path. "But where does that path lead?" Yu Gu asked. "I see him typically playing for just 3 or 4 hours," Yu Gu remarked. "That's his concern," Han Jia Gongzi stated. "It should be fine, right?" Yu Gu pondered. "Of course, Jian. Enjoy an extended break and feel free to wander." Han Jia Gongzi waved his hand. At that moment, Gu Fei was hastily traversing the Wulong mountain range. The roads ahead and behind were shrouded in a mist reminiscent of clouds. There were no minor creatures along the way to engage in combat, rendering the journey exceedingly monotonous that Ji Fei could only quicken his pace, hoping for a training area to appear ahead. An hour later, news arrived from Yinduan City, announcing that players were returning in droves, declaring their abandonment of the pursuit mission. Moreover, many were left with temporary sequelae. Those with severe symptoms would lose composure at the mention of tables 7 and 8 in the tavern. Even more unfortunate was Zongheng Sihai, who had turned the Wulong cave upside down, yet found no trace of Gu Fei. The entire guild was at a loss before a rusted padlock. Trapped in the tunnel, Nianhua and the four agile warriors ultimately decided to explore the unknown exit on the other. The most disheartening moment came when Nianhua and the four nimble warriors were sent back to the revival area by Sodu. While Wusher Jijian was announcing in the guild channel that the entrance to the secret passage had spawned a small blue monster, which had been successfully dealt with, and the key was. Meanwhile, a small group searching for Gu Fei deep within the Wulong cave was overwhelmed by the henchmen drawn in by Soda's whistle. When the members of Zongheng Sihai emerged from the Wulong cave, they bore the scars of both body and spirit. Walking along the desolate mountain path, Gu Fei passed the time with the messages sent by the mercenary group. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow emerging through the mist ahead. After such a long trek, I finally encounter a foe. Gu Fei felt a surge of excitement, stretching his limbs and drawing forth the. As he closed the distance, Gu Fei gradually discerned the figure more clearly. Although he could not recognize the person, the sack on their back struck him as strangely familiar. After further contemplation, the sack-clad warrior turned around. It was indeed Xiaoyu. Qinli, Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight. What are you doing here? Are you on a mission? Yes, a mission indeed. Gu Fei nodded while wiping his brow, pondering how. So am I, Xiaoyu declared. Is that so? How delightful. Gu Fei responded. Shall we go together? Xiaoyu suggested. Of course, Gu Fei replied. What mission are you on? I am just going to give it a try, Gu Fei said. Of course, quest chains aren't easy to complete. But don't worry. With my assistance, we will surely succeed. I'm a quest expert, after all. Xiaoyu patted her chest proudly. Volume 3, Chronicles of Moonlit City Chapter 58. Crossing the Wulong mountain range. Since Xiaoyu claimed to be a mission expert, Gu Fei decided to seek her counsel. Do you know what Eddie's mission is? This is a mission chain. It's different every time. How could I possibly know? You're really foolish. Xiaoyu replied that Ji Yufei felt quite aggrieved to be called foolish by this dim-witted girl. Could there be a more unjust situation in the world? Find a way to rescue him, Xiaoyu recited as if memorizing lines. Oh, have you taken on this mission? Gu Fei asked. No, I've only heard about it, but no one has completed it yet, because they don't know where Eddie is locked up, Xiaoyu said. Right in Soda's house. Gu Fei blurted out. How can I not know where he is? Gu Fei replied. Oh, intelligence. I must jot this down quickly. Suddenly, Xiaoyu dropped her sack to the ground and pulled out a small notebook and a feather quill from her pocket. Gu Fei leaned in to see her writing. Eddie in Soda's house. Soda's house? Is that his bedroom? Xiaoyu suddenly turned to ask Gu Fei. That could be the case. Gu Fei was left speechless, only to see Xiaoyu earnestly add another line to Eddie's intelligence. Involved in an affair with Sodu. All right, let's keep moving. Xiaoyu concluded her writing, tucked away her paper and pen, and hoisted the. I'm afraid of getting hungry on the way, so I brought some provisions. Xiaoyu explained that I end the game. Being offline for over 10 hours could indeed create a sensation of hunger, yet this hunger was entirely a genuine feeling born from not eating during gameplay. Consuming food in the game didn't resolve any issues. It merely restored health or stamina when stationary. Even if it were useful, one wouldn't need to carry an entire sack of it. Gu Fei estimated that even if he rationed it, it would last him a long time, but he couldn't believe that Nightlight Village could be as far as 25,000 miles away. Not just food. There's also water. Are you thirsty? Would you like to drink? Xiaoyu quickly responded to Gu Fei's query, setting the sack down to fetch him some water. No, I'm not thirsty yet, Gu Fei hastily declined. As the two walked on for another hour, the few topics of conversation had been exhausted. Speaking with Xiaoyu was somewhat taxing. For instance, telling a joke required a 3-minute reaction time. during which Gu Fei would forget the very purpose of sharing the joke. Conversely, the jokes Xiaoyu shared with him were often entirely unamusing in Gu Fei's eyes, such as, "I have a friend who bumped into a tree while walking one day. Haha." Xiaoyu laughed uproariously, while Gu Fei could only force a smile in response. Nevertheless, having a companion made the long journey feel less tiresome. When one sees another person engaged in the same endeavor, it brings a sense of comfort, reminding them that even the most foolish of tasks are not theirs alone. Through their resolute efforts, the Wulong mountain range was finally left behind. Before them lay vast plains, wastelands, hills, and forests, reminiscent of a scene outside Cloud City that Gu Fei glanced at the time. It had taken them a full 3 hours to traverse the Wulong Mountains, of course, with the realization that no one was pursuing them, and with Xiaoyu as his companion, Gu Fei was no longer. They were now walking at a steady pace. What pleased Gu Fei even more was the sight of NPC monsters finally appearing before him. According to the plans formulated with the sons of the Han family, Gu Fei had been tasked with traversing to such an obscure location, yet one that still had monsters, to grind for 30 hours. After washing away his PK points, he was to return to Cloud City. He had initially expected to encounter monsters in the Wulong Mountains, but to his surprise, the path was filled with nothing but clouds and mist. In this hazy environment, he was accompanied by a girl, but regrettably, she was more of a comrade than a romantic interest, rendering the past 3 hours feel like a squandered opportunity. Gu Fei, feeling restless, charged forward, drawing his sword and striking down a monster with a single blow, instantly slaying it. Given Gu Fei's attack power, even without any magical enhancements, the monster was no match for him, its level all too apparent. "Wait a minute," Gu Fei murmured. According to the basic principles of online gaming, the farther one strayed from a major town like Cloud City, the higher the level of the monsters encountered. After spending 3 hours crossing the Wulong Mountains, to end up in such an insignificant location seemed disheartening. "The monsters here are of such low level," Gu Fei remarked to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to Gu Fei's comments, gazing into the distance, muttering, "Where is Nightlight Village? Do you know?" Xiaoyu turned to ask Gu Fei. Let me help you ask." Gu Fei was impressed by her courage to traverse the Wulong Mountains for 3 hours without knowing their destination, and resolved to. Gu Fei opened his friend's list, where he found the Information King, Red Dust Smile, even more knowledgeable than Yuga. "Are you there? I need to ask something," Gu Fei said. "I am a disciplined game worker," Red Dust Smile replied. Auto-reply? Gu Fei questioned. "No." "Then why does it always start with that?" Gu Fei retorted. "Because you know my true identity," Red Dust Smile explained. "That was your own slip." "Shouldn't I silence you then? I'll tell you whatever I can," Red Dust Smile said. "Oh, could you tell me how to get to Nightlight Village? Just directions, nothing confidential, right?" Gu Fei inquired. "Oh, have you found a clue for your mission chain?" "What clue?" Gu Fei replied in confusion. "I didn't say anything," Red Dust Smile stated. "How can you not divulge how to reach Nightlight Village? That's quite far. First, you need to cross the Wulong Mountain Range," Red Dust Smile answered. "I've already crossed it." "Wow, you ran quite a distance." "That's impressive," Red Dust Smile exclaimed. "Now what should I do next?" Gu Fei pressed. "Next, just ask someone when you see a player. They should know," Red Dust Smile suggested. "Players, that area is still far from the main city. Keep heading northwest, and you can reach the main city, Moonlight City. The players there should know how to get to Nightlight Village," Red Dust Smile advised. "Why are the monster levels who would come this way for fun?" Red Dust Smile replied. "All right, thank you," Gu Fei said. "Not a problem. However, I would like to remind you of something," Red Dust Smile added. "What is it?" Gu Fei asked. "The bounty missions are server-wide. meaning players and... However, since it will indicate that you belong to Cloud City, it's unlikely anyone will take it up, but I can't guarantee that, so be careful. Red Dust Smile cautioned. Isn't that a violation? Goo, anyone who reads the bounty mission introduction will know. Just consider me a diligent player. Red Dust Smile replied. Thanks, and I'll treat you to a drink when I return to Cloud City, Goo Fei promised. You're too polite. I need to continue my journey. Goo Fei closed the chat. Damn, I let something slip. Red Dust Smile muttered to himself while in Cloud City. His attention towards Goo Fei had not waned. He was still exhilarated by the chase that transpired yesterday, and he had been closely monitoring Goo Fei's progress in the mission chain. The mission chain was a highlight of the parallel world concept. Countless brain cells had been sacrificed in its design, arrangement, and synthesis, making it a proud achievement of Red Dust Smile's design group. Even the mere thought of the possible plot points within the mission chain thrilled them. Upon learning that Goo Fei had embarked on one, Red Dust Smile immediately delved into the data, memorizing the randomly generated mission chain. Yet the true owner of this mission, Goo Fei, had yet to take any action. This sensation was akin to crafting a perfect piece of art that went unappreciated, leaving Red Dust Smile in a state of distress. Upon hearing Goo Fei mention Nightlight Village, he had been elated, thinking Goo Fei had found a clue. Yet it turned out to be nothing of the sort. His slip of the tongue inadvertently provided information to Goo Fei. Now reflecting on it, he felt utterly vexed, hoping Goo Fei hadn't noticed. But how could Goo Fei possibly have missed it? As he walked alongside Xiaoyu toward Moonlight City, he mulled over Red Dust Smile's words. Chapter 59. The Customs of Moonlight City. As undoubtedly, Eddie's mission would reveal a significant breakthrough in Nightlight Village. The Goo Fei speculated that the crux of this quest lay in ascertaining the true nature of Eddie's mission, which would facilitate the next steps. It appeared that Nightlight Village harbored some leads, or perhaps it was a place Eddie had once visited, or even that he hailed from Nightlight Village itself. This intelligence should not be too difficult to unearth. Once they arrived at Nightlight Village, inquiring with the NPCs might yield fruitful results to A.S. Goo Fei pondered. He and Xiaoyu continued their journey, gradually catching sight of the distant silhouette of Moonlight City. Compared to Cloud City, there was little discernible difference. Xiaoyu pointed at the city in awe, exclaiming, "What a vast village!" Goo Fei chuckled. "This is not Nightlight Village. This is Moonlight City, which, like Cloud City, is a major city." Nightlight Village should be nearby, though we can simply ask someone. Goo Fei scanned the surroundings and noticed a few players engaged in combat. It seemed this area was not a bustling leveling zone, hence the scarcity of players opting to train here. Goo Fei selected a target and approached with Xiaoyu. The individual appeared to be a rogue, nimbly darting across the terrain, typically opting to evade encounters rather than engage, occasionally crouching to search for something. Goo Fei and Xiaoyu caught up to the rogue and called out, "Excuse me, friend, what do you go by?" "Master Kong," the rogue replied after sizing them up. "Ha, Master Kong, like instant noodles." Xiaoyu burst into laughter, finding the joke quite fitting. To her, a name like Fireball seemed a touch profound. The rogue's expression soured, and he retorted, "I didn't choose this name myself." Upon hearing this, Goo Fei felt a sense of camaraderie, realizing he too shared the plight of an unfortunate name. After stifling Xiaoyu's laughter, he continued, "We wish to find Nightlight Village. Could you tell us the way?" Master Kong surveyed them with surprise, exclaiming, "You can't figure it out. You both are higher level than I am, level 30? We are not from Moonlight City. We came from Cloud City," Goo Fei explained, gesturing in the direction of Cloud City. Master Kang's eyes brightened. Cloud City, another major city. Is it possible to walk here? How long does it take? Just follow the main road through the Wulong Mountains. We've been walking for about 3 hours, not at a fast pace, Gu Fei replied. Come, I have a question for you, Master Kong insisted. The leaves Master Kong illustrated were exaggeratedly large, suggesting a plant as tall as a person. It couldn't be merely a flower or grass, but rather a small tree. Gu Fei had certainly never encountered such a thing in the game. What kind of plant is that? It's nothing much. I'm an alchemist, just searching for some medicinal materials. Are you alchemists? If not, you wouldn't understand, Master Kong responded. The two felt relieved that Gu Fei had limited knowledge of occupational roles, only aware of the 5 major classes. Chef, blacksmith, tailor, alchemist, and potion master. Chefs prepared food, blacksmiths forged weapons, tailors created garments, potion masters studied elixirs, and alchemists crafted staves and accessories. You should explore Cloud City when you get the chance. We know nothing about it. Our words hold no weight, Gu Fei suggested. Master Kong nodded but bore a look of concern. It seems Cloud City isn't too far from here, but I've heard it's quite dangerous over there. Dangerous? How so? Gu Fei asked, puzzled. I've heard the #1 murderer in the entire server is from Cloud City. He racked up 15 PK points in a single day, ruthlessly chasing someone down and reducing their level by 8. Nobody dared to intervene. It was terrifying. Master Kong explained to Gu Fei, could only smile wryly, while Xiaoyu grew agitated. What are you talking about? Do you know who he killed? A truly despicable con artist. Master Kong nodded. I've heard that too. Damn it, he must have been cheated badly by that scammer. Gu Fei felt dizzy. How had the tale morphed into such a different narrative after traversing the Wulong Mountains? One would think information in the game would circulate through forums and similar channels. With everyone sharing gossip in a centralized manner, how could such a significant distortion arise? Gu Fei momentarily overlooked a crucial fact. Although players were divided into different regions due to their starting cities, friends entering the game together rarely ended up in the same major city. Yet even if separated by 10 Wulong Mountains, communication via short messages continued unabated. Compared to information gleaned from the internet, most people regarded what their friends in Cloud City shared as this subjectively transmitted information was bound to lose accuracy. But of course, Gu Fei was not in a position to dwell on this now. After conversing with Master, wherever we go is the same for me. So let me guide you there, Master Kong generously offered. Thank you very much, Gu Fei replied. The trio set off, with Master Kong leading the way, occasionally bending down to Gradually, they entered a popular leveling area, where the number of players increased, resembling the infamous Cloud Material Farm outside Cloud City. However, the social dynamics here were somewhat different. While the Cloud Material Farm operated as they walked, Gu Fei observed players wielding bamboo poles, claiming territories by sticking a piece of tattered cloth adorned with a grotesque image into the ground, bellowing, "This land is ours." Anyone who approaches shall perish. Those who shouted such declarations were typically part of a larger group. Yet, even this was not foolproof. A more formidable team could easily encroach upon the territory, pulling up the flag and declaring their own intent. A standoff would ensue. Due to the challenges of leveling, Gu Fei noted that players were generally reluctant to engage in life-or-death battles. They typically sent a few individuals to engage in. Consequently, incidents of bloodshed and level loss were notably less frequent than at the Cloud Material Farm. Of course, this was only the case when two equally capable factions clashed. Should an individual attempt to seize another's flag alone, they would likely meet a grim fate. Gu Fei noticed that since entering this area, Master Kong had become unusually subdued, keeping his head down and avoiding even a glance at the NPCs or minor monsters they passed, clearly well acquainted with the local customs. This fellow could truly be considered a native of Moonlight City. Once they had distanced themselves from this area, Master Kong let out a sigh of relief and turned to the two, adopting a tone of someone well-versed in local customs. I nearly forgot to warn you. I was genuinely worried you might inadvertently stir up some trouble. Thankfully, that did not happen. Gu Fei recalled a pertinent matter and asked, if we were to die here, would we resurrect in Cloud City or nearby in your Moonlight City? I'm not sure about that, Master Kong replied, pointing ahead. Let me buy you a drink. From a distance, Gu Fei had already spotted a tavern at the entrance of Nightlight Village. No need. I don't drink, Master Kong waved his hand. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. Just call for me when you head back to Cloud City. If possible, I'll accompany you. Absolutely, they agreed. And after adding each other as friends, Master Kong veered off into the Gu Fei and Xiao Yu stepped into Nightlight Village. The village lay nestled among trees, somewhat obscured from the sky, enveloped in an enigmatic aura, reminiscent of the birthplace of a grand quest chain. Xiao Yu, what is your quest? Gu Fei inquired, eager Adrian to extract a batch of precious gold ore, Xiao Yu declared. Oh, then let us tackle yours first, Gu Fei suggested. With that, the two entered the tavern. Knowing that quests in online Adrian is? Xiao Yu inquired with practiced ease. Oh, Mr. Adrian is the wealthiest person in our village. He lives next to the church at the eastern end of the village. That large house over there is his, the tavern owner replied. Thank you, sir, Xiao Yu said, demonstrating politeness even to NPCs, for her passion for uncovering hidden quests was unquenchable. After Xiao Yu finished her inquiries, Gu Fei quickly followed up, attempting to engage. Excuse me, do you know who Eddie is? This gentleman has traveled a long way. Why not have a drink to ease your burden? The tavern owner suggested. Gu Fei. Xiao Yu adeptly pulled Gu Fei away. He doesn't know. As they walked eastward through the village, Gu Fei continued to ask various passersby, but received no responses. What was happening? Gu Fei contemplated, realizing the issue at hand. Eddie's emblem. He had stowed Eddie's relic in his pocket instead of wearing it. Perhaps this was a crucial step to triggering the quest. Without wearing it, NPCs would undoubtedly treat him as an ordinary passerby. With that thought, Gu Fei discreetly donned the emblem, in an instant. He felt as though countless eyes were now upon him. Steadying himself, Gu Fei approached the fifth passerby. Chapter 60. Are you a warrior? Gu Fei had previously observed his surroundings with meticulous attention, noting the complete absence of players, which allowed him to don Eddie's emblem with a... At that moment, the only entities that began to take notice of him were the NPCs of the village, including some passersby he had encountered earlier. This reinforced Gu Fei's belief that the emblem was indeed a crucial element. With a composed demeanor, he approached an NPC who was fixated on him. However, before Gu Fei could draw near, the NPC abruptly turned away and walked off, seemingly... Gu Fei, skeptical of this odd behavior, quickened his pace in pursuit. It appeared that the NPC was not programmed for accelerated movement, and within a few strides, Gu Fei caught up to him. He attempted to initiate a conversation, but the NPC persistently avoided eye contact and altered his course. How peculiar, Xiao Yu remarked, finding the scene amusing, and she quickly darted in front of the NPC. Do you know where Mr. Adrian is? Mr. Adrian is the wealthiest man in our village. He resides in the large house next to the church at the east end of the village. The NPC responded to Xiao Yu with a friendly smile, providing precise information. Why won't he acknowledge you? Xiao Yu queried, scratching her head. Perhaps this is simply how my quest unfolds, Gu Fei mused, contemplating. The NPCs of this parallel world lack the genuine intelligence that might compel them to interact with humans. Instead, they were akin to programmed automatons, following their preordained scripts. The NPC before him, regardless of Xiao Yu's inquiries, exhibited a consistent response, whereas in Gu Fei's case, no matter how he engaged, be it through speech or even an attempt to physically grasp, the NPC's only reaction was to turn away. This was nothing more than a clear message to Gu Fei. These NPCs were deliberately avoiding him. Upon further observation, Gu Fei noted that after he ceased to pursue this NPC, it maintained a certain distance before stopping. A glance around revealed that all the NPCs regarding him bore a similar expression, yet a few remained unchanged, their demeanor unaltered by his wearing of the emblem. With a determined thought, Gu Fei sought out an NPC who seemed indifferent to his presence. This individual indeed displayed no inclination to evade, maintaining eye contact as Gu Fei approached. "Do you know who Eddie is?" Gu Fei inquired. "I do not, but you might want to ask the village chief. He is likely to have more information," the NPC replied. The Gu Fei was taken aback and promptly sought out another NPC of the same disposition, receiving an identical response. "Who is the village chief?" Gu Fei added. "Edwin. He lives in a small cabin just outside the woods over there," the NPC gestured while speaking. "I have discovered something. This is how quests work. By inquiring with every NPC, someone will inevitably possess the answer." Xiao Yu imparted her seasoned wisdom to Gu Fei. Though it was a rather simplistic approach, one could not deny its efficacy. The Gu Fei recognized the differing attitudes among the NPCs, which led him to his answers. Had Xiao Yu chosen to ignore this NPC and systematically interrogated others, she too would have gleaned the same information, as the NPCs holding two contrasting attitudes were. As for the reason behind this phenomenon, it was likely a pivotal aspect of the quest. Unable to deduce the rationale, Gu Fei resolved to follow the earlier NPC's directions and seek out the village chief at the small cabin by the woods. Upon knocking on the door, he was greeted by an elderly man with grizzled hair and beard to in the realm of gaming design. Youth and vigor seemed reserved for protagonists, rendering the notion of an old man tasked with saving the world. Typically, elders in games are portrayed as rigid, obstinate, timid, and oblivious, with one or two wise figures appearing only to meet an untimely end, igniting the protagonist's resolve through their sacrifice. "He is a fine young man who promised to aid our village," the village chief replied. "He has passed away," Gu Fei said, his voice heavy with sorrow. The village chief was momentarily taken aback. What shall we do now? Is there something I can—" Warriors, such terms sounded immensely formidable. Gu Fei couldn't help but question whether his current level of 30 would suffice to confront such threats. Nevertheless, the village chief's inquiry appeared to be a pivotal choice regarding the continuation of his quest. Regardless, he couldn't allow the mission to come to an abrupt halt. With a hint of embarrassment, Gu Fei nodded affirmatively. "That is indeed so." "Welcome, warrior." The NPC's demeanor shifted remarkably. If these monsters were melee fighters and did not possess a speed vastly superior to his own, he believed he could manage to hold his ground against them. Moreover, this was, after all, a game. Monsters were designed to be defeated by players, unlikely to be insurmountably powerful. "Follow me," the village chief beckoned, stooping as he set off on the path to Gu Fei and Xiao. Leading them, the village chief arrived at the church of Nightlight Village. The church's grand entrance, long neglected, had half of its doorframe fallen away and hung limply. The stone pathway leading to the village chief guided them along this path, stopping midway to gaze intently at the ground. Here, the village chief struck the ground with his cane, the blood of Morpheus. No amount of rain could wash it away over the years. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu bent down to examine the stone slab the village chief had struck, where a dark stain marred its surface. According to the village chief, this was blood. What happened here? Gu Fei inquired. It's a werewolf, the village chief exclaimed. There is a werewolf lurking within our village. Werewolf. Gu Fei muttered to himself, recognizing it as a rather cliché creature from Western folklore. They appear as humans by day, but under the full moon, they transform, losing their consciousness and becoming violently ferocious. More alarmingly, it is said that their speed and agility enhance dramatically upon transformation, presenting a daunting challenge for Gu Fei. While Gu Fei pondered this, the village chief continued to recount the legend surrounding werewolves. While Xiao Yu listened intently, hastily jotting down notes in her small book, Gu Fei's thoughts raced ahead of the village chief's narration, and he caught the tail end of the chief's word. I am well prepared. Hand me your weapon, and I can coat it with a layer of silver, the village chief offered. Could we do this later? I would like to search for clues regarding the werewolf first, Gu Fei suggested. Whenever you need, feel free to seek me out. I think I should procure a knife or a sword first, and then have him coat it with silver, as a staff is unlikely to inflict lethal wounds upon a werewolf, Gu Fei explained, displaying his staff to Xiao Yu, highlighting its bluntness. Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. Would you like to use my axe? I fear I may lack the strength to wield it. Gu Fei responded, acknowledging that while the game stated there were no class or attribute requirements for equipment, in reality, such requirements were merely unlisted, leaving players in a perplexing. Xiao Yu's hefty axe, according to the game's design, could be wielded by a mage, but if one lacked the necessary strength, that was simply not the game's concern. It was a veiled attribute requirement, and the specifics remained a mystery. Oh, then let us purchase a weapon you can handle, Xiao Yu suggested. I can manage on my own. After all, you are seeking out that person in the big house for the gold, all right? You go ahead, and I'll catch up with you after I make my purchase, Gu Fei proposed. Very well, Xiao Yu agreed, waving her hand as she headed toward the large house beside the church. Gu Fei hurriedly dashed off, catching up to the village chief who was still on his way, and pulled out his dagger. Village chief, please help me coat this blade with silver. Although Gu Fei harbored doubts about whether, without hesitation, the village chief accepted the flame of purification, that he then produced a small cup from his robes, pouring a silvery liquid onto the blade, while murmuring incantations that a flash of silver light enveloped the blade. Only a faint silver line now traced its edge, indistinct upon closer inspection. Warrior, I entrust this to you. The village chief returned the flame of purification to Gu Fei. Gu Fei glanced at it. Regeneration Prevention. Chapter 61. The March Before the Church, Preventing Rebirth. Gu Fei pondered the purpose of this new attribute. Werewolves, a common entity in mythology, seemed to... He had never heard of werewolves possessing the ability to resurrect. Thus, preventing rebirth likely did not pertain to countering such a power. Eliminating that possibility, it suggested that werewolves possessed formidable wound-healing abilities, colloquially known in gaming terms as health regeneration. In many online games, there are often bosses with regenerative capabilities. The highest praise for such a boss is often, the damage dealt in 1 second is less than the health it regains. Gu Fei speculated that the ability to prevent rebirth he held was akin to this. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Gu Fei turned to seek out Xiao Yu. The door to the wealthy man's chamber stood ajar, and upon peering inside, he found it empty. After sending Xiao Yu a text to inquire, he hurried around to the backyard of the large house, where a cellar awaited. Xiao Yu had mentioned she was busy storing gold or in the cellar. Could it be that their backyard housed a mine? Gu Fei made his way to the rear, spotting Xiao Yu beside the cellar, and quickly approached. Have you already procured a weapon? Xiao Yu asked. I fortuitously encountered a player selling equipment, Gu Fei replied casually. It suits me well, considering my low strength. This was a carefully crafted ruse Gu Fei had devised. After all, if he was to battle alongside Xiaoyu, he would eventually need to draw his sword. It was better to imply that he had just purchased the weapon, allowing Xiaoyu to believe it was a recent acquisition without suspicion. Given Xiaoyu's straightforward nature, Gu Fei was confident this deception would be foolproof. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt for employing such tactics against a naive girl. Upon receiving the sword, Xiaoyu examined it, evidently harboring no doubts. How much did it cost? 50 gold coins, Gu Fei replied. That is quite expensive. Time is of the essence. If I had to travel all the way to Nightlight City, it would waste a considerable amount of time, and if this task has a time limit, it would be quite frustrating, Gu Fei explained. Xiaoyu nodded, clearly resonating with his sentiments. After all, completing the task was paramount. She then handed the blade of the fiery baptism back to him. Let's go find the village chief. The sword's original name was the Blade of the Fiery Baptism, but after being silver-plated, it transformed into the sacred Blade of the Fiery Baptism. The preventing rebirth attribute was also a result. Gu Fei could only chuckle. I was merely guessing. Thus, Xiaoyu appended a note in parentheses next to preventing rebirth, preventing monsters from regenerating health. Guessing. Gu Fei craned his neck to take a look, but saw nothing in the darkness. Could it be that this person's mind was located in their backyard? As he contemplated this, a cough emerged from the cellar, and a figure emerged. It was undoubtedly an NPC. Upon seeing the figure, Gu Fei noted the sharp features and shifty demeanor typical of a game's scrupulous merchant. It was clearly Mr. Adrian, the wealthiest. Adrian emerged from the cellar and tossed the small bag to Xiaoyu. The Gu Fei leaned in for a closer look. The bag contained several unrefined lumps of gold, varying in size, inconspicuous in their dull yet. Xiaoyu's task seemed devoid of difficulty. However, the long journey consumed considerable time, that if the reward were not substantial, it would be a grave injustice. All right, my task is complete. Gu Fei nodded, surveying the surroundings, and lamented. But who is this werewolf? There isn't a single clue. Ask. Completing tasks involves continuous dialogue with NPCs, and this was indeed a tedious endeavor. Despite Nightlight Village's modest size, there were numerous NPCs that Gu Fei inquired with over 20 individuals, excluding those who ignored him. The consistent response was, the village chief knows. The game did indeed feature a cycle of day and night. Every 6 hours, there would be a transition. 4 hours of daylight followed by 2 hours of night. The night was not so obscured as to render everything invisible. The light sufficient for players to discern monsters and navigate was said to emanate from the moonlight, though Gu Fei had never paid attention to whether the moon changed shape. Xiaoyu was similarly at a loss to answer this question. Glancing at the time, Gu Fei noted that as they traversed the Wulong mountain range, it had been just over 3 hours since daybreak, and soon night would fall. Perhaps the system had intentionally bestowed a full moon to facilitate their task. We should return to the church and search the surrounding stones and grass. Perhaps we will uncover something that reveals the werewolf's identity, Xiaoyu suggested. Gu Fei agreed, finding her reasoning sound. While common sense dictated that if such evidence existed, the villagers would have discovered it by now, the task was designed for players to complete, and thus clues should indeed be left for them to find. Upon returning to the blood-stained stone slab before the church, Xiaoyu immediately crouched down to search intently. Gu Fei found it somewhat amusing. If this was indeed a design element of the task, then such clues should be discoverable only by the task taker. What could Xiaoyu possibly uncover by searching the ground? Yet seeing her enthusiasm, Gu Fei refrained from dampening her spirits, choosing instead to search the vicinity himself. After a thorough examination, he found nothing and stood before the church's broken door, lost in thought. Xiaoyu, unwilling to give up, ventured into a more remote corner. The Gu Fei surveyed the area they had just searched. The grass they had disturbed and the stones they had moved had already been restored to their original state by the system. This was a rule of the game. Anything touched or moved by players would be refreshed or restored after a certain period unless under specific conditions. Conversely, movements made by NPCs would be treated as content refreshes, and from his vantage point, Gu Fei suddenly froze as he observed the landscape before him. Restored to its previous state, he could not ascertain whether this was a deliberate design by the system or a clue left intentionally, but he discerned some traces, evidence of a struggle. Cracked stones, trampled grass, and broken shrubs. These signs of disturbance could not have formed naturally. They were undoubtedly the result of a confrontation. Gu Fei descended the steps, examining each mark one. Visions of actions replayed in his mind intermittently. These signs of conflict were undeniably authentic. Gu Fei concluded that he did not believe that such a scene could be crafted solely through programming or artistry. The spectacle before him had likely been created first, with a simulated confrontation taking place, leaving behind the remnants of their battle, which rendered it all the more realistic. However, if this were to be considered a clue for the task, it was rather exaggerated, was it not? Gu Fei found it hard to believe that an ordinary person could glean any insights from this. Even the game designers might find it challenging to reconstruct the scene of the battle from these remnants. Gu Fei himself could not do so. Yet at the very least, from the fragments he could surmise, he could deduce that the confrontation had been fierce and rapid. This revelation led him to a new question. From the traces left behind, it appeared that the two opponents had engaged for a considerable duration before one ultimately fell. This suggested that the deceased Morphe was no ordinary foe. However, Gu Fei recalled that the village chief had previously characterized Morphe as a kind-hearted and upright young man, without mentioning that he was also a warrior. Suddenly, Gu Fei thought of the official website's depiction and introduction of the quest chain. It claimed that every generated quest chain represented the hard work and dedication of the game's staff, featuring complete storylines and events that transpired around the player. Interpreting this contextually, Gu Fei realized that within his quest chain, the event of Morphe being slain by a werewolf, although not witnessed by the task taker, would still be simulated by the system. Consequently, all events would unfold according to the narrative until Eddie was captured by the bandits. All of this had indeed transpired within the game environment that Morphe's identity became a genuine point of contention. Ironically, Gu Fei's doubts now revolved around whether Morphe truly existed, that if the programmers had simply introduced two characters to engage in a mock battle at the church entrance for the sake of narrative cohesion, merely spilling some blood, then for Gu Fei, who could perceive the subtleties, it would be a genuine misdirection. Regardless, Gu Fei resolved to pursue this clue further. He called out to Xiaoyu, who was still digging in the corner. "Have you made any discoveries?" Xiaoyu asked, sensing something amiss in Gu Fei's tone. "I have found something. We need to consult the village chief once more," Gu Fei replied. "What for?" she inquired. "To ask him about this Morphe and what manner of person he truly is," Gu Fei stated. Chapter 62. The Vanishing. "His death is truly a tragedy," replied the chief to Gu Fei, succinctly inquired whether the young man was a formidable fighter. Once again, the chief recited his previous words. "Where did all villagers are interred there upon their passing," the chief explained. With purposeful strides, Gu Fei exited the chief's home and made his way to the village grocery store, purchasing a shovel before heading toward the southern mountain. "What are you planning to do?" For the sake of their mission, she appeared unperturbed by any sacrifice, showing no fear at the thought of grave digging. The two arrived at the cemetery behind the hillside and, among the gravestones, they found Morphe's name, promptly beginning their excavation. A brown coffin gradually came into view, and Gu Fei inserted the shovel into the seam of the coffin lid, beckoning Xiaoyu to assist. With a powerful heave, Xiao Yu pulled, sending the coffin lid flying off. Anticipating the potentially horrific sight within, Gu Fei swiftly shielded Xiao Yu's eyes and peered inside first. "I'm not afraid," Xiao Yu protested, pulling Gu Fei's hand away to gaze into the coffin. "Huh, why is there nothing inside?" Gu Fei, if they didn't wish to create such detail, there would be no reason to include an empty coffin. Since they have designed a coffin, it should be simple to toss in a skeleton or a corpse. There must be something more to this, Gu Fei reasoned. Could it be that Morphe is still alive? Xiao Yu speculated. That is one possibility, Gu Fei acknowledged. Perhaps the body harbors some secret. Gu Fei replied. What should we do now? Xiao Yu inquired. Let's wait here for a while, Gu Fei suggested. Waiting for what? Xiao Yu questioned. If the act of digging up the grave and opening the coffin was not a preordained part of our quest, then this grave will soon reset itself. However, if it was designed as part of the mission, it will remain until I complete the entire task, Gu Fei explained. Xiao Yu appeared bewildered by this, prompting Gu Fei to chuckle. Game quests are crafted by the designers. When undertaking a task, rather than merely interacting with NPCs, one is essentially engaging with the designers hidden behind these characters. Understanding their mindset can be immensely beneficial for tackling challenging tasks. Xiao Yu continued to look troubled, finally exclaiming, How am I supposed to know? It's just a wild guess. After a few minutes of waiting by the gravesite, Morphe's grave showed no signs of resetting. Gu Fei nodded in affirmation. Morphe's character was indeed shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaowu, feeling idle, was monitoring the situation through the Oversight Group's tracking device, observing Gu Fei undertake his task. When members of the Oversight Group raised concerns about irregularities, I need to monitor his progress to ascertain whether there are issues with our task chain. In truth, Gu Fei was not the only player fortunate enough to receive this quest. Yi Xiaowu's interest was purely in this character, that Gu Fei's progress in the task left Yi Xiaowu astonished. The completion of a quest chain was not a linear path. There were multiple opportunities for divergence leading to the same outcome. Naturally, these were all premeditated concepts, with players' levels, professions, and skills influencing the various methods of resolution. Yi Xiaowu had developed a profound understanding of Gu Fei's account, and, immersing himself in the character, realized that the limitations imposed by levels or skills were insurmountable. No amount of strategizing could alter that. With a mischievous mindset, he was eager to see Gu Fei caught in a bind. As Gu Fei and Xiao Yu searched for clues within the church, Yi Xiaowu secretly chuckled for quite some time. However, to his surprise, the duo seemed to uncover something significant, leading them direct. Morphe was undoubtedly a potential link, and one that could be accessed from the church, but it was certainly not something to be solved through a sweeping search like that of Gu Fei and Xiao Yu. Yi Xiaowu was aware of methods that these two would certainly be incapable of employing. Yet, it appeared they had stumbled upon something noteworthy that Yi Xiaowu longed to eavesdrop on their conversation. Unfortunately, the monitoring system had muted the audio, as player discussions could potentially involve sensitive information, and monitoring their dialogues would only occur in exceptional circumstances. To lift the audio restrictions required extraordinary permissions, far beyond the authority of Yi Xiaowu or the Oversight Group. In a state of confusion, Yi Xiaowu pondered alongside Gu Fei and Xiao Yu by the graveyard. He suddenly realized that if there were indeed level or skill limitations, then the initial segment of the quest chain involving Eddie should not be achievable by a level 30 player. Could it be that the task chain included avenues they themselves had not even noticed? Having left the gravesite, Gu Fei and Xiao Yu returned to the village chief. Upon informing him that Morphe's body was missing, the chief merely expressed surprise, unable to utter a word in response. As they exited the chief's residence, dusk began to fall. The 4 hours of daylight had passed, and night was swiftly approaching within the game. Gu Fei searched the sky for the moon, wondering if tonight would be a full moon. If so, where would the werewolf emerge? He recalled the church and hurriedly led Xiao Yu in that direction. The moonlight finally cascaded down, though regrettably, tonight's moon was not full. That if the game's moon were to change, tonight was likely the least full of all. Xiaoyu, what shape do you see the moon in? Gu Fei asked, feeling a suspicion that he was enmeshed within a quest scenario, existing under a different sky than other players. Are you nearsighted? Xiaoyu replied, looking up before concluding, it's crescent-shaped. The same shape, Gu Fei mused. Tonight was not a designated night for werewolves to reveal themselves. The dilapidated church appeared desolate and forlorn under the night sky. What a perfect murder scene, Gu Fei sighed. Just then, a shadow darted past the crumbling wall. Who goes there? Gu Fei instinctively shouted, drawing his knife as he prepared to charge forward. But the shadow had already lunged at him first. A werewolf, Xiaoyu screamed, yet her tone was not one of fear, but rather excitement. The werewolf has come. The game designers would undoubtedly be in despair. They had crafted such a bizarre scene, only to encounter a girl so foolish that she even forgot to be afraid, that Gu Fei thought to himself as he swung his knife at the approaching shadow. Indeed, it was a werewolf, towering in stature, its eyes glowing with a fierce light, powerful claws lunging towards Gu Fei. Its gaping maw dripped with saliva, sharp teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight. Gu Fei's downward slash was evaded as the werewolf twisted in midair, its claws continuing their fierce assault. The Gu Fei could already smell the foul stench of its breath, that in a split second, he positioned his knife defensively at his side, bracing for the oncoming claw strike. With a resounding whoosh, Gu Fei was sent hurtling away. It was astonishingly swift. Gu Fei thought. The werewolf indeed moved as he had imagined, its speed rivaling that of a warrior's whirlwind slash. Therefore, Gu Fei employed the same technique he had used to block Xiaoyu's whirlwind slash. Fortunately, his knife did not break this time. Additionally, as he held the blade outward, the werewolf's attack was delivered with its claws. This was yet another principle of physics. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. As Gu Fei tumbled to the ground, he felt a slight decrease in his health. Had he been struck by that claw, he had no doubt he would have been instantly killed. Glancing up, he saw Xiaoyu swinging her axe, attempting to strike. Don't! Gu Fei shouted urgently that he and Xiaoyu had originally stood side by side. If the werewolf chose to attack, it could easily take them both down. However, it had singled out Gu Fei as its target, clearly because he was the player who had accepted the quest. Yet, just because it had not attacked Xiaoyu did not mean she would be safe from retaliation if she struck it. Xiaoyu, unable to halt her swing in time, watched as the werewolf let out a low growl, abruptly pivoting and leaping over the wall to escape. That moment, Xiaoyu's axe had barely completed half of its arc. Did I scare the werewolf away? Xiaoyu asked wide-eyed. Gu Fei quickly pursued beyond the wall, but the werewolf had vanished without a trace. It was injured, Gu Fei said, returning to Xiaoyu and crouching down to examine a few drops of blood on the ground. Did you notice anything around its neck? Gu Fei queried. Xiaoyu shook her head. Do werewolves wear dog collars? Gu Fei pondered to himself, recalling that just before the werewolf fled, he had noticed something around its neck. Chapter 63. The truth. There is only 1 inch. Could it be that the creature was not a werewolf, but merely a particularly large wolfhound? Xiaoyu speculated. No way, right? Gu Fei pondered, believing that the quest chain was a design the game company took pride in, not something so incongruous as this. The notion that a werewolf might actually be just a transformed wolfhound seemed overly comical. Let us see if it left any other traces of blood, Gu Fei suggested. Exactly. We can follow the blood trail to track it down, Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. It's just a scratch on its paw. It shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Gu Fei replied. Perhaps. Xiaoyu had already resumed her thorough search. Meanwhile, Gu Fei found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the few drops of blood on the ground. The werewolf's strength exceeded his imagination. It was extraordinarily fast and powerful. Despite exerting all his effort, he had only managed to block a single attack, that if he were to confront the werewolf directly, such disparities were regrettably unavoidable in the game. Attempting to compensate through skill was futile. Gu Fei had not even had the opportunity to engage the werewolf long enough to discern any weaknesses in its attacks. It was likely that the werewolf could dispatch him with just a few moves. Yet, why would such a formidable boss flee? Was it truly merely a scratch that could instill fear in a creature known for its ferocity? That seemed a tad melodramatic, or perhaps the silver baptism was genuinely that formidable. Did the werewolf become paralyzed with terror upon sensing the silver attribute? Clearly, the werewolf's retreat was not a decision made under the circumstances, but rather a plot point preordained by the designers. Gu Fei had merely met the conditions that led to its escape. It appeared that the condition was to cause the werewolf some injury. However, what message was this scenario intended to convey? Gu Fei found himself at a loss. There are no other traces of blood. Xiao Yu returned after a thorough search, looking quite disappointed. Let's go find the village chief. I have a few more questions, Gu Fei said. Really? Let us hurry, Xiao Yu responded. Under the night sky, Nightlight Village was serene. The NPCs that once populated the village had vanished, replaced by the glowing lights of various homes. It was a moment that truly blurred the lines between human and machine. Upon knocking on the village chief's door, the chief greeted them with his usual politeness. Ah, warrior, you have arrived. To the chief, Gu Fei had always been a warrior. What did the werewolf that killed Morphe look like? Did it wear anything around its neck? Gu Fei inquired. Oh, you must ask Adrian about that. He lives next to the church. He is the only one who saw it. That night, he heard commotion from the church and went out to investigate, only to witness the werewolf slay Morphe. Poor man, he was utterly terrified, the chief explained. Adrian. Gu Fei recalled the wealthiest resident of Nightlight Village. Chief, where is Morphe's home? Gu Fei asked again. It's the third house by the edge of the woods. No one has visited since his passing, the chief replied. Let us go take a look. Gu Fei said to Xiao Yu that Morphe's house was easy to find. It was the only darkened home among those that glowed with light. Since Morphe's death, it had remained uninhabited. Approaching the house, Gu Fei gently motioned for Xiao Yu to stay behind him, signaling her to be quiet, but he then held the silver baptism protectively in front of him as he cautiously advanced towards the house. Xiao Yu was so tense that she barely dared to breathe, but she watched as Gu Fei approached the door, pressed his ear against it, listened intently for a moment, and then pushed the door open. Xiao Yu anxiously surveyed her surroundings before stealthily following Gu Fei inside. The Gu Fei had already lit the oil lamp in the room and was standing by the bed, examining a piece of parchment in his hands. What is it? Xiao Yu inquired, leaning closer. It looks like a map, Gu Fei replied. A treasure map? Xiao Yu exclaimed with excitement. Unfortunately, it lacks any coordinates, making it somewhat troublesome to locate, Gu Fei said. Let me take a look, Xiao Yu requested, taking the parchment from him. This is the main road of the village. This appears to be the church. She traced her finger over the parchment, muttering to herself. I know where it is. Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully after a moment, only to turn around and see Gu Fei carefully peering outside the door. What are you looking at? She asked, moving closer. Shoo. Gu Fei motioned for her to be quiet. Though the figures outside were NPCs, Gu Fei was uncertain whether making too much noise would disrupt their activities. Let us follow them and see what they are up to, Gu Fei suggested, pulling Xiao Yu along. I've discovered the treasure location. Xiao Yu waved the parchment excitedly. Yes, we will go treasure hunting shortly. First, let us follow these 4 individuals, Gu Fei said. What are they planning to do? Xiao Yu asked. I don't know, but I recognize 3 of them as those who are avoiding me, and the 4th one I have never seen before. This group is certainly suspicious, Gu Fei remarked. Let us keep up, Xiao Yu urged. The 4 individuals moved silently along the main road of Nightlight Village, carrying shovels and similar tools. Oh no, they aren't going to dig for treasure, are they? It can't be our treasure, can it? Xiao Yu said. Haven't you already deduced where the treasure is? See if they're heading in the right direction, Gu Fei replied. They aren't, Xiao Yu said. Let us follow them. Eventually, the 4 reached a mountain near the village. Somewhere halfway up, after pushing aside a layer of vegetation covering the slope, the 4 vanished from sight. Look, what is that? Xiao Yu pointed. That's a hole, Gu Fei observed. What are they doing here? Xiao Yu asked. How would I know? Gu Fei replied. Should we take a look? Xiao Yu suggested. Let us not rush. We'll come back at dawn. They will leave by then, Gu Fei said. How do you know? Xiao Yu inquired. During the day, they will have to stand guard along the main road of Nightlight Village, Gu Fei explained. Xiao Yu checked the time. That is still more than an hour away. Let us head to the location you figured out, Gu Fei said. Where is it? It's in the woods behind Morphe's house. The two retraced their steps to the woods behind Morphe's residence. Xiao Yu, holding the parchment, led the way, glancing around until she finally stopped beneath a tree. This is it, she declared, pointing. Looks like buying this shovel was indeed a wise choice. Gu Fei muttered as he pulled the shovel from his pocket and began to dig. Treasure! 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 Xiao Yu chanted excitedly as they dug deeper. But instead of a treasure chest, a heavy burlap sack emerged. It's so heavy! Gu Fei strained to pull it from the hole, but could not manage it. Let me. Xiao Yu stepped forward, easily lifting the sack from the pit, leaving Gu Fei feeling quite vexed. Peering into the sack, both were taken aback. Gold? They exclaimed in unison, exchanging astonished glances. Xiao Yu pulled out a small pouch of gold from the quest and compared a piece with the contents of the sack. They look quite similar. Xiao Yu noted. Is this Adrian S? Gu Fei pondered. Let us return the gold to him. There must be a reward, Xiao Yu said jubilantly. Did you trigger a quest? Gu Fei asked. No. Then how can there be a reward without a quest? Gu Fei replied. So what is this for? I believe this is also a crucial component of my quest chain, Gu Fei said, feeling a headache coming on. The situation is becoming increasingly complicated. I am exhausted. Let us take a short break. Where to? Xiao Yu asked. The village and should still be open. Let us rest until dawn, Gu Fei suggested. The two arrived at the inn in the village. After all, this was a game, and establishments like shops never closed. Drink whatever you like. It's on me, Gu Fei said. I suddenly feel very sleepy. I'm going to lie down for a bit, Xiao Yu declared, resting her head on the table. Gu Fei ordered a drink. Sipping while contemplating his quest chain, two factions of villagers with drastically different attitudes. The fierce battle marks in front of the church. The powerful, yet hidden strength of Morphe. The mysteriously vanished corpse of Morphe. The werewolf that fled after a minor injury. The gold Morphe had hidden. And the four villagers who had stealthily gone to the cave in the dead of night. There had to be a narrative thread that could elucidate all these events. This was the ultimate, perfect storyline of the quest chain titled Eddie's Emblem. If the goal were merely to identify and slay the werewolf, Gu Fei doubted it would adequately address all the questions raised. At that moment, Gu Fei had already formulated some ideas in his mind. What he awaited now was the dawn. Once he gathered a few more key pieces of information, it was likely that everything would fall into place. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao Wu, who had been watching Gu Fei's quest unfold as if it were a movie, had experienced an abundance of surprises brought by Gu Fei. After wandering in front of the church, he suddenly dashed off to dig up Morphe's grave, and to this day, he remained uncertain whether he had discovered something or merely acted on a whim. The werewolf that had attacked him, he had managed to fend off, despite being only level 30, that a level 30 character should have been easily dispatched by that werewolf with a single blow. Given the current trajectory of events, it was possible that Gu Fei's quest chain completion rate could reach over 90%. Indeed, completion rate. This was the standard by which the success of a quest chain was measured, ultimately determining the rewards. Slaying the werewolf? That was merely one method of completing the quest chain, that if Yi Xiao were to take on the task, knowing the werewolf's location, he could simply find it and strike it down, which would certainly count as completing the quest, but it would yield the lowest completion rate and the poorest rewards. Perfectly presenting the narrative arc of the entire quest chain was the true way to achieve the highest completion rate, that it was akin to an open-ended single-player game with multiple endings. While all endings might be considered a completion, there would invariably be one deemed the perfect conclusion. For as the great young Detective Conan once stated, the truth is singular. Chapter 64. Werewolf? Human wolf? Gu Fei sipped a small glass of wine alone, observing Xiao Yu sleeping soundly, which stirred a sense of weariness within him. Consuming food and drink in the game merely served as a sensory indulgence, bearing no tangible effect on his corporeal body. Only sleep truly alleviated physical fatigue, albeit far less effectively than resting in a bed. Thus, choosing to sleep within the game rather than logging off when tired was undoubtedly an unwise decision. Surveying his surroundings, Gu Fei found the inn to be desolate. Nightlight Village was situated not far from Moonlit City, and with no popular leveling zones nearby, there were no players around to take a respite. He and Xiao Yu had wandered this place for some time, only encountering NPCs. The dilemma of whether to sleep or remain awake left Gu Fei with little to occupy himself. He rose to practice his swordplay in the inn, retrieved his staff for some staff techniques, and finally performed a series of martial arts moves, only to find the sky beginning to lighten. Time to wake up. Gu Fei nudged Xiao Yu. Is it dawn already? Xiao Yu murmured, still half asleep. Indeed, Gu Fei replied. Just 5 more minutes. Xiao Yu mumbled, turning over. Quests await, Gu Fei reminded her. All right. Time waits for no one, Xiao Yu said, instantly alert, standing tall. Let us be lively, she added. The duo exited the inn, heading straight for the hillside where they had tracked the figure the night before. Since they had memorized the coordinates, despite the uniformity of the surroundings, they could easily locate it. With no one around, Gu Fei stepped forward to push aside a large mass of foliage concealing the cave entrance. The cave was small, far less intricate than the labyrinthine Yulong cave. Within a few steps, they reached its innermost part, a cavern the size of a room. Gu Fei picked up a few shards of stone from the ground and examined them, then felt the texture of the cave walls. This modest cave was unmistakably a gold mine, belonging to the affluent Adrian, and it appeared to be the same source as the gold found in the woods behind Morphe's house. Was this mine, along with the sack of gold that Morphe had hidden, connected to Adrian? Gu Fei recalled that Xiao Yu's quest concerning Adrian's gold mine had no relevance to his own quest chain. In other words, it was merely coincidental that Xiao Yu accompanied him and happened to have such a quest, leading Gu Fei to discover that Adrian possessed this stash of gold. Without this serendipitous event, Gu Fei would never have associated the gold mine with Adrian. What is this? While Gu Fei pondered, Xiao Yu discovered a jar in the corner of the cave. By the time Gu Fei approached, Xiao Yu had already opened the jar, extracting a handful of grayish-white powder and presenting it before him. Gu Fei's expression turned serious. This is ash. Ash. Xiao Yu blinked in surprise. Remains of the deceased. When burned, it becomes ash, Gu Fei explained cautiously, preparing for Xiao Yu's potential outburst as she might scream and throw the jar away, to his surprise. Xiao Yu remained unfazed, asking, "Whose is it?" "It seems there has only been one death in this village," Gu Fei replied. "Morphe?" Xiao Yu queried. Gu Fei nodded. "Someone exhumed Morphe's body and cremated it." "Why would anyone do that?" Xiao Yu inquired. "It appears that Morphe was a werewolf," Gu Fei stated. "Ah, so Morphe wasn't murdered, but rather took his own life," Xiao Yu exclaimed. Gu Fei chuckled and shook his head. Morphe being a werewolf explains many questions that he could certainly hold his own against another werewolf. Moreover, he must have concealed his true identity, which is why the villagers were unaware of his prowess. Additionally, he was already buried but was exhumed and cremated. What does that imply? In legend, werewolves, upon death, can transform into vampire zombies. Someone likely wanted to prevent this from occurring, hence the cremation of his remains, Gu Fei explained. Who could that be? Xiao Yu asked. His kin. Only his kind would know his true identity and fear that he might become a vampire zombie after death, Gu Fei replied. Could it be the werewolf that killed him? Xiao Yu inquired. Perhaps. However, the presence of the ashes in this location indicates one thing, Gu Fei continued. What is it? Anyone who comes to this mine to excavate gold must be werewolves. That I suspect that those who have been avoiding me are all werewolves, Gu Fei asserted. Ah! See, I told you so, Xiao Yu declared triumphantly. Gu Fei forced a smile. You truly are clever. Xiao Yu beamed. I've always said I'm an expert at quests. Impressive, impressive. What shall we do next? Xiao Yu asked. These werewolves seem to coexist peacefully with humans, appearing not to have harmed anyone. It seems their objective is merely the gold mine. This cave is small. If they work together, it can accommodate only 4 individuals. They likely come here to mine each night. However, it seems Morphe harbored ill intentions, hoarding a sack of gold. When discovered by others, he was ultimately killed. That's likely the gist of the matter, Gu Fei explained. Werewolves can be greedy as well, Xiao Yu remarked. With so many werewolves, I doubt the quest requires me to eliminate them all. There must be an alternative solution, Gu Fei mused. What should we do? Xiao Yu asked. First, we need to track down the one who attacked us yesterday, Gu Fei replied. Do you know who it is? Gu Fei smiled. His right hand was injured by my blade, which is coated in silver and possesses the ability to hinder regeneration. Werewolf wounds do not heal quickly. I believe this is the clue the system provided to identify this werewolf. Anyone with an injury on their right hand must be the werewolf, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Precisely. Let us hurry. The two exited the mine, covering the entrance once more, and returned to the village. The NPCs were all stationed at their designated spots, yet Gu Fei hesitated, pondering whether directly approaching someone to inspect their right hand might incite immediate conflict. After some contemplation, he opted for a more discreet approach. Fortunately, NPCs in the game tended to engage in idle chatter and gesticulate, allowing Xiao Yu to initiate conversations while Gu Fei observed from the sidelines. After a thorough investigation, it became evident that all the werewolves, those who had taken a policy of avoidance towards Gu Fei, bore no injuries on their right hands. How is this possible? Gu Fei exclaimed, bewildered. Is there anyone we missed? Xiao Yu asked. Earlier, Gu Fei had already inquired with the village chief regarding the number of villagers, and now, upon counting, he found them all present, basking in the sun. Let us check everyone, Xiao Yu suggested. That appears to be our only option. Gu Fei reluctantly agreed to this cumbersome method. With Gu Fei approaching the villagers, they responded amiably. Yet after another round of inquiries, still no injuries were found. Why are there none? Xiao Yu questioned. Currently, there is only one person left to examine, Gu Fei noted. Who is it? Adrian. In the village, all the villagers were active around the main thoroughfare, except for Adrian, who remained stationary by his large house adjacent to the church. Right, Xiao Yu nodded. He possesses gold. Those with gold must surely be werewolves. Not necessarily that he is the wealthiest in the village. It's possible he acquired his gold from the werewolves. Let us find him first. The two made their way to Adrian's residence, with Xiao Yu familiar with the path. She knocked on the door, but received no response for quite a while. Could NPCs truly be absent from home? Gu Fei felt a twinge of annoyance. Perhaps he is in the cellar out back, Xiao Yu suggested. They ventured to the backyard, only to find the cellar locked. Clearly, Adrian could not be inside. As they returned to the front door, they unexpectedly encountered Adrian returning from outside. The Gu Fei quickly called out to him. Oh, esteemed warrior, Adrian greeted, his demeanor notably warm and cordial, reflecting his status as the village's wealthiest inhabitant. I hear you encountered the werewolf that killed Morphe, Gu Fei stated. Fear flashed across Adrian's face. It was indeed a terrifying night, he recounted, describing the fearsome visage of the werewolf. Was Morphe already dead by then? Gu Fei inquired. Yes, the poor soul, Adrian replied. Did you witness how he was killed by the werewolf? Gu Fei pressed. No, by the time I arrived, he was already deceased. The werewolf had swiftly departed. Adrian explained that Gu Fei thanked him, and Adrian graciously accepted the gratitude, stepping aside to let the two leave. It seems his right hand bore no injury either, Xiao Yu noted. Indeed. Gu Fei nodded, feeling disheartened that this method had proven ineffective. However, after the conversation with Adrian, new questions arose in Gu Fei's mind. For Morphe to engage in combat, he must have revealed his true form. Therefore, when he died, he should have appeared as a wolf. Why then did Adrian and the villagers who arrived afterward only see a human corpse? No one can arbitrarily alter a werewolf's form. Only the werewolf itself possesses such capability. This implies that, in his final moments, Morphe, fully aware of his impending defeat, expended his last vestige of strength to revert to his human form. He would rather die than allow the villagers to discover his werewolf identity. What kind of mindset is this? A heart devoted to goodness, turning away from darkness. A wolf that has acquired a human heart. Thus, he is no longer a werewolf, but a human wolf. How frustrating! Gu Fei shouted to the heavens. This quest chain had muddled his thoughts to a great extent. Just as he felt he had made a discovery, he found himself confronted by yet another inconsistency. Gazing up, he spotted an NPC, none other than the individual who had stealthily mined the previous night. How infuriating! What was the point of dancing around a group of system-designated automatons? ISNT the essence of quest to activate the appropriate conditions through repeated attempts. At worst, he could simply die. What more could happen? With this in mind, Gu Fei boldly strode forward, pointing at the individual. Hey you! The NPC immediately adopted an evasive demeanor in response to Gu Fei. I saw you mining for gold, Gu Fei stated bluntly. The NPC's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly turned to flee. Don't run! Gu Fei shouted, exhilarated as he pursued. You see, sometimes activating a new narrative can be that simple.